In the land of Huaxia, within the bustling city of Jiangcheng, the awakening square of the Interstellar Technology University was abuzz with activity. A multitude of students gathered, their attention unwavering, while even the city's elite graced the occasion, eager to witness this grand event. Today marked a momentous occasion, the day of vocational awakening. A century ago, as games seamlessly integrated into the fabric of reality, this place transformed into the epicenter of an era where all became practitioners. At this very moment, Lin Yi stood erect at the forefront of Class 5, the first-year student. Despite being a standout among his peers, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Countless expectant gazes were fixed upon him, whispers circulating like a gentle tide. "Look, that's Lin Yi. I've heard he not only excels in elemental analysis but has also mastered shadow magic and even advanced spatial theories." A group of girls huddled together, their eyes brimming with admiration. "He's so handsome and possesses such extraordinary talent." Didn't Principal Chen Yan mention that Lin is likely to awaken as a special mage, perhaps even a hidden profession? "I wish to be a mage too, but ordinary mages are too weak. Their spellcasting is slow, energy consumption is high, and their defenses are lacking." Scythe were merely here to serve as a backdrop. In the face of the surrounding chatter, Lin Yi remained unfazed, his composure unwavering. The soul transformation brought about by his crossing into this realm endowed him with exceptional memory and insight. Over the years, he had consistently outshone his peers, earning him the title of genius in Jiangcheng. Many prominent figures publicly lauded him, confidently asserting that he would awaken to a special profession, with an immeasurable future ahead. Beside him, Wang Dong gently nudged Lin Yi and whispered, "Hey, Igu. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. Are you nervous?" "I would be thrilled to awaken as a warrior." Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with aspiration, reflecting the dreams of many students. Practitioners held esteemed positions in society, belonging to a privileged class. Statistics indicated that the probability of awakening as a practitioner was approximately 30%. Practitioners were further classified into combat types, such as mages and warriors, then support types, such as alchemists and enchanters. Lin Yi patted Wang Dong's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, your swordsmanship and melee skills are among the best. Becoming a warrior is a certainty." Wang Dong nodded vigorously, though a hint of envy flickered in his gaze. "You're still the impressive one, Igu. You'll undoubtedly awaken as a high-level mage, starting at a higher point than the rest of us. Just look at that guy Li Kuang. His jealousy is palpable." Lin Yi merely smiled in response. Li Kuang hailed from a prestigious lineage, his father a formidable golden practitioner. The ranks of practitioners ascended from black iron to bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, then finally divine. Despite Li Kuang's access to resources far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, he was consistently surpassed by Lin Yi in various realms. Li Kuang fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Yi, scoffing, "Don't get too cocky. If your awakening fails, you might never recover from it." Li Kuang harbored his own schemes. Even if his awakening didn't go as planned, he could leverage his family's influence to pursue a secondary class change through the Book of Professions. Li Kuang was aware that Lin Yi hailed from a single-parent household, with his mother merely a part-time worker at a convenience store. With her meager salary, she sustained their modest existence. The prospect of Lin Yi's awakening failing would be a tremendous blow. Contemplating this, Li Kuang's spirits inexplicably lifted. At that moment, the awakening array was completed. Principal Chen Yan's resonant voice reverberated throughout the venue. "All first-year students, are you ready? The occupational awakening ceremony is about to commence." As his words fell, the atmosphere surged to a climax, and the excitement of the crowd was palpable. One by one, students began to step towards the awakening platform. Class 1 of the first year, Li Chong, occupational awakening failed. Before long, the ceremony had quietly progressed for some time. However, the figures of those who failed were markedly more numerous than those who succeeded. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the awakening array. Class 2 of the first year, Lu Wanqing. With a resounding call, all eyes converged. She, along with Lin Yi and Li Kuang, was celebrated as one of the 3 prodigies of the new students. As Lu Wanqing stepped into the array, the hint of tension was barely concealed by her stunning visage. In an instant, the array erupted with blinding light. A verdant longbow coalesced, transforming into shimmering sparks that melded into her being. "Wow!" She awakened a special profession, storm archer. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the assembled students. Principal Chen Yan, with a smile, remarked, "Lu, you must strive even harder in the future. I hope you become a formidable practitioner, safeguarding the people of Huaxia." Lu Wanqing's face radiated joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Despite her remarkable background, achieving success on the first attempt was undoubtedly the optimal outcome, especially since it involved a special profession. The awakening ceremony continued, as name after name was called. Class 3 of the first year, Li Kuang. Fire Mage, Li Kuang's result was commendable. Although he did not attain a special profession, he was still classified as a high-level mage. However, he felt dissatisfied. The absence of a special profession left him with a sense of bitterness. As he stormed away, his gaze inadvertently met Lin Yi's, as if sensing mockery from the latter. In truth, Lin Yi was solely focused on the awakening array. Don't get too complacent, perhaps your outcome isn't as good as mine. Li Kuang muttered a curse as he passed by Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi did not even lift his eyelids. This only fueled Li Kuang's anger, darkening his expression further. Class 5 of the third year, Wang Dong. Berserker. With this proclamation, the heavy sword fused with Wang Dong, who beamed with delight. Not only had he succeeded, but he had also attained a high-level profession. Ha ha ha. Wang Dong laughed heartily, embracing Lin Yi warmly. Class 5 of the third year, Lin Yi. In an instant, all gazes were drawn to him, including those of the dignitaries from the Occupational Association. Lin Yi's reputation had long since spread far and wide. Many had come specifically for him. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently toward the awakening array. In a flash, a radiance even more dazzling than that of Lu Wanqing erupted, completely obscuring Lin Yi's figure. In this radiant light, one could almost discern the outlines of a tome of knowledge. Could it be a hidden profession? Chen Yan's heart surged with astonishment. The students were envious, while Li Kuang seethed with jealousy, his eyes almost aflame. At that moment, however, the peculiar phenomenon gradually dissipated, ultimately merging into Lin Yi's being. In the void, two unremarkable white characters materialized. Mage. Chen Yan was rendered speechless, murmuring to himself, how can this be? Such a stunning spectacle, yet it is merely an ordinary mage profession. Not even a high-level profession. The genius Lin Yi, who bore the weight of countless expectations, found himself awakening to an ordinary vocation. Although the awakening array could not possibly err, the reason behind such a breathtaking phenomenon remained a mystery to all. An ordinary mage, of course, would not warrant excessive attention. Despite the disappointment swelling within, Chen Yan proclaimed with conviction. Lin Yi, the profession you have awakened to is mage. At that moment, Lin Yi stood frozen, gazing at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi. Profession, a mage. Level, LV101000. Talent, learn skills reach maximum level automatically. Skills, fireball, meditation, stealth. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi experienced a moment of clarity. It was revealed that the astonishing phenomenon earlier was not a result of the profession awakening, but rather a manifestation of his unique talent. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart brimmed with joy. The sense of loss from transitioning to an ordinary mage dissipated in an instant. In this world, practitioners enhance their levels by vanquishing monsters. However, the advancement of skills is a far more intricate endeavor, reliant solely on one's comprehension of occupational abilities. The foundational skill cap is set at 10 levels, with reaching level 5 being an exceedingly rare achievement among novices ascending to Black Iron practitioners. One of the thresholds to achieve this is to elevate one's inherent basic skills to level 3 or above. This challenge has deterred countless individuals. Those with lesser aptitude may toil for decades without breaking through the level 3 barrier. Thus, true powerhouses are a rarity. To some extent, those capable of elevating their skills beyond level 5 are far rarer than hidden professions. Yet Lin Yi soared to greatness, achieving the remarkable level of 10. Furthermore, his fully leveled skills perfectly compensated for all deficiencies inherent to the mage class. The disparity between level 1 and level 10 is a staggering tenfold in all metrics: mana consumption, attack potency, casting speed, and cooldown times. The implications of this are self-evident, surpassing even the most formidable hidden professions. Moreover, as long as Lin Yi's strength remains formidable, he will have the opportunity to elevate the mage class to even greater heights in the future. Contemplating this, Lin Yi could not help but smile with confidence. At that moment, Chen Yan, with a hint of concern, inquired, Lin Yi, are you all right? Lin Yi, regaining his composure, replied with a grin, Principal, I am perfectly well. He resolved to keep his secret undisclosed for the time being. Chen Yan nodded, reassured, as long as you're fine, remember that life offers more than one path. Even without a special profession, one can achieve greatness. I understand, Lin Yi responded, gradually stepping out of the ritual circle. The once lauded genius, now merely awakening as an ordinary mage, felt the stark contrast acutely. I never anticipated this outcome. Do you think Lin Yi's previous accomplishments were all a fad? It's quite possible, otherwise how could he fail to awaken a higher profession? Whispers filled the air laced with sarcasm and skepticism. So-called geniuses are only fit to be ordinary mages, not even as strong as I am. Li Kuang laughed loudly, finding solace in Lin Yi's failure. Perhaps because it made his own lack of a special profession feel less disheartening. After all, Lin Yi's plight seemed even more tragic. Lin Yi scoffed dismissively, his gaze betraying indifference. He understood that before long, individuals like Li Kuang would be nothing more than inconsequential ants in his presence. Should they cross paths in the future, he would ensure Li Kuang comprehended the true essence of power. Nonetheless, the majority did not mock Lin Yi. His reputation for kindness and amiability had garnered him many friends. Those reveling in schadenfreude were mostly of poor character. At that moment, Wang Dong expressed concern. Brother Yi, are you truly all right? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, assuring. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. Just then, Lu Wanqing approached gracefully, offering words of encouragement. Lin Yi, I firmly believe that even in an ordinary profession, you will undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. Do not give up. Her long-held secret affection for Lin Yi was deeply embedded in her words. As she spoke, a shy blush crept across her cheeks, rendering her beauty irresistible. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, I will never give up. Lu Wanqing gazed at Lin Yi's confident smile, momentarily lost in admiration. Suddenly, she regained her composure, hurriedly covering her face as she rushed away, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might confess her feelings. Observing Lu Wanqing's bashful demeanor, the surrounding students were filled with envy. Wang Dong grinned and jested. Brother Yi, that is the storm archer. If I were you, I'd just leave off her. Lin Yi gently shook his head, responding with a calm demeanor. Let us not jest. With my maximum level innate talent, I will surely become a top contender in this world one day. At that moment, Chen Yan announced the conclusion of the ceremony. Students, the awakening ceremony has successfully concluded. In 1 week, all awakened individuals in Jiangcheng will undergo a unified trial. Notable figures will be present to witness. Starting tomorrow, the school will open exclusive dungeons for newcomers free of charge. I hope everyone will strive wholeheartedly to bring glory to the Interstellar Technology University. With these words, the students' fervor was ignited. Many began forming teams. Though the dungeons in the school ranged only from levels 1 to 5, their challenges should not be underestimated. Typically, teamwork proved to be the most effective. For these novices, even a level 1 monster could present considerable difficulties. However, Lin Yi was different. He possessed maximum level foundational skills. Thus, he politely declined Wang Dong's invitation to join a team. He was eager to return home and share the news of his successful job change with his mother. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a dilapidated apartment complex. Mom, I'm back. In the kitchen, a woman emerged, her face filled with concern. Child, how did the awakening go today? Young Mei's eyes reflected her anxiety, fearing an unfavorable outcome. What mother does not harbor high hopes for her son? Lin Yi's lips curved upward as he replied, Of course, I successfully awakened. I am now a mage. A flicker of joy passed through young Mei's eyes as she exclaimed, A mage is wonderful. Although it's not a special profession, casting spells from a distance is quite safe. She was an ordinary person without any abilities and did not fully grasp these nuances. For her, simply becoming a professional was already a significant achievement. Though ordinary people and professionals inhabit the same world, the disparity between them is vast. Observing the strands of white hair appearing at his mother's temples, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow and silently vowed that when he became powerful, he would help her obtain a job change book. He wanted her to become a professional too, even if only an auxiliary profession, to prolong her life and strengthen her health. Soon after, the mother and son enjoyed dinner, consisting of simple home-cooked dishes. They found joy in each other's company, softly discussing the trivialities of daily life. After the meal, as Lin Yi prepared to return to his room to plan his leveling strategy for the next day, he heard, Shao Yi, wait a moment. Suddenly, young Mei called out to Lin Yi and returned to her room to fetch an iron box, saying, This is left for you by your father. Lin Yi was taken aback. My father? Since arriving in this world, he had known only that his father's name was Lin Zhennan, then nothing else. He vaguely sensed a deep affection between his parents. Isn't he supposed to be here before my birth? Facing Lin Yi's confusion, a trace of sorrow flickered across young Mei's face. He was also a formidable practitioner. Even more powerful than a gold-tier professional. A surge of anger flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he could not help but inquire. Then why hasn't he returned until now? Why has he neglected you all these years? Young Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she explained. I do not know whether he is alive or dead. I only remember that day he left in a hurry, stating it was for an important mission at the border. Do not blame your father, he left this for you, hoping you would become a mage. This was also the reason I urged you to study the mage curriculum. Upon witnessing his mother's frail and sorrowful demeanor, Lin Yi promptly abandoned his intention to press further. Subsequently, young Mei retreated to her room to rest. Since she was reluctant to elaborate on the underlying truths, he resolved to explore them gradually in the future. After all, many years had already passed. Lin Yi was in no rush. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the iron box in his hands. With a gentle touch of his fingers, he slowly opened the lid. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a parchment scroll. It was the transmutation scroll for sorcerers. Lin Yi inhaled deeply. His eyes riveted on the scroll, filled with fervent anticipation. It is no exaggeration to say that the sorcerer profession is regarded as the progenitor of all mage classes. It is said that there once existed a group of powerful sorcerers who stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, capable of obliterating demons with a mere flick of their fingers. However, this profession also carries its own challenges. The difficulty of skill acquisition is extraordinarily high, encompassing an immensely broad range of knowledge. Even if an ordinary person is fortunate enough to obtain a transmutation scroll and transforms into a sorcerer, advancing in levels becomes an almost insurmountable challenge. Each time a sorcerer levels up, the potency of their skills can multiply several times, even tenfold. This is not comparable to ordinary professions. Due to its complexity, the profession eventually evolved into the mage, a simplified version. Nevertheless, this challenge posed no obstacle to Lin Yi, for he possessed an innate talent at maximum level, easily mastering any skill. Lin Yi was overjoyed. As soon as he became a gold-tier professional, he could transition into a sorcerer. And that day would not be far off. With Lin Yi's talent, his leveling speed would undoubtedly astonish everyone. He carefully stored the transmutation scroll and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, he called out, "Mom, I'm heading out. Be careful on your way." Young Mei replied, her eyes filled with concern. I know. With that, Lin Yi stepped out of the house. He had claimed he was going to practice in the school's novice dungeon and would not return for a week. However, his true destination lay in the wilderness. Whoosh! After paying 100 coins for the teleportation fee, a dazzling beam of white light shot up into the sky. Lin Yi, along with dozens of others, was instantly transported to the whimsical town of Wulong. This locale served as a frontier outpost near the wilderness, bustling with numerous professionals who ventured into the wild to hone their skills and hunt monsters in search of treasures and equipment. The flow of people was incessant, radiating an aura of strength. Warriors bore large swords, mages clutched their staffs, and archers carried longbows. Some even exhibited features of other races, such as cat ears and rabbit tails, products of bloodline fusion. Lin Yi was momentarily dazzled by the scene before striding purposefully toward the town's outskirts. The nearest destination was the village of Confusion, where the monsters were at least level 5, perfect for his current training needs. As he walked alone, he attracted numerous curious glances. Or yet another naive young lad, eager to rush into the wilderness and meet his demise. Perhaps he possesses some extraordinary class you know nothing about. Can't you see the mage insignia on his hand? He is clearly just an ordinary mage. The professionals murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with derision. Mages were traditionally perceived as lacking survival capabilities. Even novice practitioners often relied on warriors for protection, particularly those of black iron or bronze rank. Lin Yi's solitary venture into the wild was indeed a perilous gamble. However, he paid no heed to their whispers and continued on his way, confident that his talents transcended the understanding of these ordinary individuals. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Hey there, little brother, would you like to join us?" Lin Yi turned to see a smiling young girl waving at him. Her attire revealed her as a priestess, clearly wishing to lend him a hand. Before Lin Yi could respond, several young men nearby expressed their discontent. "Jeja, we are going to hunt the blood-striped wolf king. How can we take along such a liability? Right? He doesn't even know how dangerous it is out there. How many times can you possibly save him?" "By Jeja, you are too kind-hearted." Flustered, By Jeja retorted. "Why are you all being like this?" Lin Yi smiled gently. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can manage on my own." With that, he turned away and set off toward the village of confusion. He had no intention of forming a party as that would dilute his experience gains. To level up swiftly, solo play was the way to go. Mages may have had poor survival skills, but not in Lin Yi's case. With his level 10 evasion technique, he could withstand 500 points of damage. Even in a direct confrontation, he could easily cope. As Bai Jeje watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, she sighed repeatedly, silently wishing for his safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, as he delved deeper, finally encountered his first monster, the Kaino Goblin. Before him stood a grotesquely contorted creature clad in green garb. Raw. The Kaino Goblin swung a hefty club, charging fiercely at Lin Yi. To test the power of his evasion technique, Lin Yi did not dodge. Instead, he quickly chanted an incantation in his mind. In an instant, a radiant shield enveloped him, shimmering with white light. Bang! The formidable strike of the Kaino Goblin, infused with an astounding 130 points of damage, met an immovable force in Lin Yi, who stood resolute and unyielding. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Yi erupted into laughter, marveling at the efficacy of the escape technique. Fireball spell, activate. With a deft flick of his fingertips, the blazing fireball, akin to the size of a basketball, was unleashed. Boom! The colossal fireball tore through the air, leaving behind a charred trail. Ultimately, it detonated upon the Kaino Goblin's visage, sending sparks flying in every direction. This terrifying onslaught obliterated the opponent's health entirely. Gasping in astonishment, Lin Yi's eyes reflected sheer shock as he gazed upon the charred remains of the once formidable foe, now unrecognizable. He profoundly grasped the astonishing destructive power of a fully leveled fireball spell. With a base damage of 200 points, coupled with a triple critical hit to the head, it effortlessly annihilated the level 5 Kaino Goblin. Defeated a level 5 Kaino Goblin to gain 79 experience points. Lin Yi could hardly contain his joy. Compared to his peers still honing their skills in the novice zone of the school, his rate of advancement was nothing short of astronomical. In that realm, slaying a common creature might yield a mere 1 or 2 experience points. The true journey of cultivation had only just begun. A glimmer of eager anticipation shone in Lin Yi's eyes. With the skills tested, there was no time to squander. Boom, boom. Fiery orbs erupted in rapid succession, eradicating every perilous entity in their path. Defeated a level 5 Flame Goblin, gained 75 experience points. Defeated a level 5 Frost Goblin, gained 72 experience points. Lin Yi's experience meter surged with each vanquished adversary, the speed of his ascension leaving onlookers in awe. Such efficiency was beyond mere comparison to others. Whoosh! A brilliant white light enveloped Lin Yi, heralding his level increase. Name, Lin Yi, Class, Mage, Level 237200. With this elevation, the potency of the fireball spell doubled, reaching an impressive 400 points of damage. Should a critical hit occur, surpassing 1,000 points of damage would not be out of reach. To inflict such devastation during the novice phase was utterly remarkable, a claim that would likely be met with disbelief. Now, upgraded, Lin Yi's monster-slaying efficiency soared to new heights. What once required precise targeting of vital points for an instant kill could now be achieved even without striking the critical areas. Boom! More intense fireballs erupted forth, reducing goblins to mere ashes. If not for the need to seek out targets, Lin Yi's pace of advancement could have been even swifter. Defeated a level 6 Blue Goblin, gained 81 experience points. Defeated a level 7 Red Goblin, gained 84 experience points. Whoosh! Moments later, Lin Yi glimmered once more with radiant light, ascending to level 3. In just half a day, he had risen 2 levels. Meanwhile, his classmates likely had amassed only a few dozen experience points, the chasm between their progress appearing insurmountable. Haha, onward we go. Lin Yi licked the corner of his lips, retrieved some rations from his backpack, and took a few bites before plunging back into the fray. The exhilarating sensation of his steadily rising power was simply sublime. Boom. On this day, the goblins of the Village of Chaos encountered an unprecedented nightmare. Unrestrained fireballs erupted continuously, harvesting lives one after another. Lin Yi's experience points skyrocketed visibly. In a series of flashing white lights, his level surged to 5. In just one day, Lin Yi achieved what would take an ordinary person several months to accomplish. For most, combat was far from the effortless elegance Lin Yi experienced, and the energy expended was immeasurable. Level 5 reached, unlocking new skill, Crack Shock. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Yi's heart brimmed with joy. For a mage, reaching level 5 was a significant milestone. The newly acquired skill, Dark Shock, was his first area of effect attack. At that moment, a cacophony of roars erupted around him. Countless green eyes, at least dozens in number, all belonged to goblins. Just in time, a smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as he declared, "And now, I command Dark Shock. My efficiency in hunting monsters will soar. Area skills are always the ultimate weapon on the battlefield." At level 10, Dark Shock could strike up to 15 targets simultaneously, accumulating damage nearing 10,000. Coupled with a paralyzing effect that left enemies weak and vulnerable, his control over the battlefield would increase dramatically. Without delay, Lin Yi began to chant the incantation for Dark Shock. Zing! A bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, tore through the void, hurtling forth with a deafening roar. The goblins sensed the scent of death and emitted low, unsettling growls. In an instant, the azure lightning shot forth like an arrow, traversing a distance of several meters to slay one goblin. Zing! The electric current danced wildly, deftly leaping towards another goblin. In a heartbeat, that unfortunate goblin was engulfed in a dark void. The terrifying damage turned several goblins to ash in the blink of an eye. The remaining few were left clinging to the vestiges of their lives. Boom. Then, 2 fireballs soared forth, sending them into another realm. Defeated level 5 goblin. Gained 37 experience points. Defeated level 6 goblin, gained 41 experience points. Defeated level 5 goblin, gained 32 experience points. Lin Yi's heart raced. His experience points skyrocketing as if aboard a rocket. Even without the bonus from defeating higher level foes, the speed at which he accumulated experience points continued to astonish him. At this rate, he could level up again today. Lin Yi ruthlessly harvested goblin lives, alternating between fireball and Dark Shock, weaving a symphony of death. Throughout the Village of Chaos, the wails of goblins echoed, instilling fear in many explorers who felt a chill run down their spines. Whoosh! Another dazzling flash of white light appeared. Level raised to 6. In just one day, he had ascended from level 1 to 6. A leveling speed that could only be described as miraculous. Others are likely still lingering around the first level. Even though Lu Wanqing has awakened as a storm archer, she can at most just graze the threshold of the second level. In comparison, the disparity is stark. Lin Yi's rate of advancement is simply overwhelming. He licked his lips and lamented, "What a pity, I haven't encountered any elite monsters today. Otherwise, I might just obtain some excellent equipment." At that moment, a towering goblin, wielding a massive axe and standing a staggering 3 meters tall, loomed before Lin Yi. Following closely behind were a dozen goblins, gradually encircling him. Giant Goblin. Level, 7 Elite Monster, Health, 9310, Skill, Heavy Axe Cleave, an Elite Monster. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, "My equipment has arrived." With that, he waved his arm gently, and a layer of white light armor enveloped him instantly. Crackle. Almost immediately, blue arcs of electricity danced in the air, felling the surrounding goblins in a single blow. Since Lin Yi had leveled up, the power of his Dark Shock had become comparable to that of his fireball spell, achieving an astonishing damage output of 1,500 points. Roar. Witnessing this scene, the giant goblin was filled with fury, its copper-sized eyes radiating menace. The enormous battle axe in its hand descended with devastating force towards Lin Yi. The wind howled under the weight of the strike. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Lin Yi felt a twinge of shock within, yet the damage posed no real threat to him. With his shield armor technique providing up to 3,000 points of damage reduction, he was utterly unfazed. The sharp giant axe could not penetrate even a fraction of Lin Yi's radiant armor. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, the moment for retaliation had arrived. A fireball. The size of a basketball suddenly materialized before him. Boom. Lin Yi braced himself against the crashing blow of the axe, using the impact to propel the fireball towards the giant goblin. 3152. Even though it possessed high magical resistance, this strike still caused it to lose a third of its health. The explosion of the fireball sent the giant goblin staggering back, its form swaying precariously. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The arcs of electricity once again surged forth, wrapping around the giant goblin and emitting a dazzling brilliance. 2143. The surrounding smaller goblins were not spared either, each one reduced to charred remnants. The giant goblin roared in rage, but the paralyzing effect of the electric shock began to take hold, noticeably slowing its movements. 2 fireballs struck consecutively. 2417. 2351. The 2 critical hits swiftly drained the giant goblin's health to 0. Such a spectacle, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely leave them utterly astonished. Defeated level 7 elite giant goblin gained 671 experience points. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile, and with another arc shock, he cleared the remaining goblin horde. Filled with anticipation, he approached the corpse of the giant goblin. Beneath the body, 2 dark glimmers flickered. Lin Yi bent down and picked up 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of gloves and a set of boots. Windstorm gloves, grade black iron attributes, strength 5. Attack speed 1, exquisite leather boots, grade black iron attributes, agility 5. The equipment levels correspond to the same as those of the practitioners, ranked from low to high as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and divine. At the black iron level, these items are quite commendable. Many practitioners at the black iron tier possess not even a single piece of equipment of that grade. In this world, a high-quality gear is perpetually a scarce resource. Although not exclusive to mages, the enhancement of both strength and agility is indeed splendid, particularly with the added boost to attack speed. After all, attack speed is a universally beneficial attribute for all professions. The tusks of the giant goblin are also valuable items, fetching at least 40,000 Huoxia coins. To put this into perspective, Lin Yi's mother toils for a month to earn merely 2 to 3,000. Yet, by slaying an elite goblin, he earns a staggering 40,000 Huoxia coins. This is merely the worth of the materials. If one factors in the equipment, the total value soars to several 100,000. This starkly illustrates the vast gulf between practitioners and ordinary individuals. Naturally, not everyone possesses the formidable prowess of Lin Yi. Elite goblin creatures are not to be trifled with. The stronger the practitioner, the easier it is to amass wealth. To certain high-ranking practitioners, money is merely a series of fluctuating numbers in an account. They prefer bartering as a means of transaction. Having donned his new gear and secured his materials, Lin Yi was poised to depart when suddenly an alert echoed. Having slain too many goblins in a short time has provoked the wrath of the goblin lord. Please retreat immediately. A palpable aura of menace pervaded the jungle. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Yi's eyes. With his current strength, the goblin lord was a worthy adversary. For him, this was not a crisis but an opportunity. He resolved to take the initiative. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles and, following the surge of energy, plunged deeper into the forest with determination. He sought to seize the advantage. Simultaneously, 3 practitioners who had yet to depart keenly sensed this disturbance. The leader, the young man, was an 11th level black iron warrior, followed by a 10th level black iron mage and archer. Excitement sparkled in the leader's eyes. Someone had managed to anger the goblin lord. In the group, the slightly stout mage quietly suggested, "Brotherly Xiu, shall we stage a cunning ambush?" Faced with the goblin lord, the 3 of them together would easily manage. Since they had encountered this opportunity, how could they let it slip away? A cold smile crept across Li Xiu's face, his voice laced with frost. "Act. Let us be swift and decisive. In this realm of dungeons, conflicts between practitioners are commonplace. The strong survive while the weak are eliminated. This is an unyielding law." Meanwhile, Lin Yi moved with agility, his feet clad in exquisite leather boots. His speed seemed greater than ever before. Soon, he traversed a dense patch of grass, and his vision suddenly cleared. A multitude of nearly 100 goblins encircled a blazing bonfire, their furious roars echoing through the air. At the center, a goblin clad in a dark cloak, wielding a mysterious staff, chanted incantations. "Goblin priest, Level 8 Lord Monster, Health 18471, indeed as a Lord level creature. Its health surpassed that of the previous elite monsters by a factor of 2. Lin Yi gazed at the horde of goblins, the fervor for battle igniting within him. First, he resolved to eliminate the minions. With a crackle, a flash of lightning struck, instantly incinerating a dozen goblins into charred remains. The experience bar surged wildly, numbers climbing rapidly. A smirk curled on Lin Yi's lips as he taunted the foolish creatures, "Come chase me if you dare." No sooner had he spoken than he spun around, delving deeper into the ruins. A piercing scream erupted from the goblin priest, eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. In an instant, the entire tribe was enveloped in a crimson glow. All goblin strength surged, charging towards Lin Yi's position. Unfazed, he unleashed another arc of electricity, sending yet another wave of goblins crashing to the ground. Soon, all the minor foes lay vanquished. At this moment, the goblin priest had descended into utter madness. It raised its staff high, murmuring a spell. A searing fireball hurtled towards Lin Yi with great velocity. "Excellent. I can cast fireball too." Lin Yi chuckled, deftly flicking his fingers. The enhancement from his windstorm glove significantly accelerated his casting speed, and a fireball materialized instantaneously, arriving fast. The two fireballs collided, erupting into a fierce conflagration. The surrounding ruins ignited, transforming into a sea of flames. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yi sneered, "Truly a Lord-level monster, but my fireball can be cast in an instant." As the cooldown for the fireball concluded, another orb struck the goblin priest. 937. Despite the goblin priest's considerable magical resistance, the fireball still dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. Arc of electricity. 1127. Simultaneously, the paralysis effect took hold, slowing the goblin priest's movements, making even the act of raising its staff laborious. Lin Yi alternated between fireball and arc of electricity, visibly diminishing the goblin priest's health. 998. 1574. 1896. The goblin priest finally broke free from its paralysis, unleashing a translucent icy arrow that struck Lin Yi's armor with force. Thud. The resonant sound echoed. The resilient white armor shattered the ice arrow. Although its damage exceeded that of the fireball, it failed to penetrate this formidable protection. Lin Yi's shield armor was too powerful, capable of absorbing 3,000 points of damage. The goblin priest howled in agony, its health steadily declining. Ultimately, a colossal fireball detonated above the goblin priest, leading to its complete demise. Defeated the Lord-level goblin priest, earning 2,785 experience points. Level increased to 7. A dense white light enveloped Lin Yi, marking yet another ascension in his journey. Immediately, he eagerly approached the remains of the goblin priest. Following this, Lin Yi picked up an ancient bronze weapon, the goblin's grad staff, grade, bronze attributes, spirit 10, magic resistance 10. A flicker of delight sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. This was tailor-made for him. Subsequently, his gaze wandered over the other spoils. Heavy steel sword, grade, black iron attributes, strength 10. Attack speed 1, 1 bracers, grade, black iron attributes, magic resistance 5, rare mage robe, grade, black iron attributes, magic value 100, magic defense 5. Among these three items, the bracers and robe were perfectly suited for his use. As for the heavy steel sword, he could easily sell it for a handsome sum of 150,000 Huoshio coins. However, what truly quickened his heartbeat was not these pieces of equipment, but rather the skill book lying quietly at the bottom, Rice Arrow Technique. Lin Yi clasped his hands together, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light, surging into his mind. With his talent activated, the ice arrow technique instantly reached its maximum level. The singular power of this ice arrow surpassed that of the fireball spell. With his current 100 points of spirit, a single arrow could inflict 2,000 points of damage. Now, even a black iron class professional standing before him might not be his match. Lin Yi composed himself and was about to bend down to retrieve the goblin priest's eyeball. This was a rare material that many enchanters coveted, worth a considerable sum, comparable to a piece of black iron equipment. He urgently needed a substantial amount of money to buy a small house for his mother. She had toiled for most of her life, it was time for her to enjoy life. At that moment, a sharp shout suddenly echoed from a distance. "Kid! Don't move. Li Xiu and his two companions rushed over. Thankfully, they had finally arrived in time. The three exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Although they had not personally defeated the goblin priest, their objective was deemed accomplished as long as they possessed the equipment. After all, given their levels, defeating the goblin priest would yield little experience. Li Xiu fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his voice cold as he warned, "Kid, I advise you not to act recklessly." With that, he scanned the surroundings cautiously, assessing whether any other dangers lurked nearby. Lin Yi, still young and merely a fledgling professional, could never hope to defeat the goblin priest alone. The squat, chubby mage lowered his head to chant an incantation, a circle of pale white light emanating from him. "Boss, there is no one around." Lin Yi read the greed and murderous intent in the eyes of the three, and he suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, in the wild, one must be more wary of humans than monsters. With his eyelids slightly lowered, Lin Yi concealed his anger, feigning innocence. "Please don't kill me. I am willing to surrender all my equipment." Li Xiu smiled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I promise in the name of the Li family of Jiangcheng. As long as you hand over the equipment, we will not lay a finger on you." His gaze fixated on the staff in Lin Yi's hands, rife with avarice. "My cousin, Li Kuang, is a fire mage. This bronze staff would suit him perfectly." Lin Yi was taken aback. "The Li family of Jiangcheng? What is your relationship with Lord Li Haishun?" Though the Li family may not rival the four prominent families of Jiangcheng, Li Haishun, as a practitioner of the golden profession, holds a respectable status. "Indeed, he is my uncle." A flicker of arrogance passed through Li Xiu's eyes as he impatiently commanded, "Stop the idle chatter and quickly pass me the equipment." Lin Yi lifted his head, his gaze icy with lethal intent. "Oh, so he is the cousin of Li Kuang? In that case, I need not hold back." "What?" An alarm blared in Li Xiu's mind. Suddenly, a sailing fireball materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the stout mage with astonishing heat. Lin Yi's target was clear. The stout mage, serving as support, was indeed a troublesome character. Eliminating him first would make dealing with the remaining two significantly easier. He had feigned compliance merely to lower their guard, and now he was no longer inclined to continue the charade. As the blazing fireball rushed forth, the stout mage's expression tightened, and he frantically shouted, "Brother, come save me." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he swiftly began to weave a spell in defense. Yet, the casting speed of an ordinary mage could not match Lin Yi's swiftness. "Stop right there." Li Xiu's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "You dare." However, it was far too late. Lin Yi had intentionally feigned weakness, allowing them to neglect even the most basic defensive postures. Boom. The fiery orb detonated upon impact with the stout mage, instantly charring his body. A horrific indentation marked the center of his chest, and in the blink of an eye, he was fatally struck. 3481. A mere level 10 mage was simply too fragile, lacking even the defenses of an 8th or 9th level goblin. After achieving his goal, Lin Yi inwardly exhaled in relief, a cold smile gracing his lips. Witnessing the swift demise of the stout mage, Li Xiu realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. He quickly turned to the female archer and commanded, "I will engage him head-on, you flank him to provide support." With that, he activated his charging skill. Enveloped in a faint luminescence, his speed surged to its utmost, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The female archer, reacting with remarkable agility, took aim with her longbow, glinting ominously in the sunlight. After a brief moment of confusion, they swiftly devised the most logical response. Under normal circumstances, a mage would find themselves in dire straits once an enemy closed in. But was Lin Yi an ordinary mage? Whoosh! In the next instant, a radiant white armor enveloped him entirely. Lin Yi disregarded the charging Li Xiu, lightly waving his staff. In the terrified gaze of the female archer, a thick arc of electricity rapidly coalesced. Crackle. The electric arc was undoubtedly the swiftest of spells, striking the female archer in the blink of an eye. A brief, piercing scream echoed as the powerful lightning cleaved through her neck, severing her head in two. 3179. Lin Yi's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Yet a chill ran through Li Xiu's heart. The consecutive deaths of his companions provoked an uncontrollable roar from him, "Prepare to die." Dual blade strike. At last, Lixiu closed the distance to Lin Yi. It is worth noting that a level 11 Black Iron warrior possesses a barehanded attack power ranging from 3 to 400. With the enhancement of equipment and skills, the single strike could easily surpass 2000 damage. This was sufficient to annihilate any frail mage. Yet, before Lin Yi's shield and armor technique, such damage appeared trivial. Bang! However, Lixiu felt as though he had struck a copper wall with no sign of penetration whatsoever. How could this be? He was astounded, unable to believe that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary mage. A cold smile played on Lin Yi's lips as he swiftly distanced himself, leveraging the recoil from his dual blade strike. With a flourish of his staff, an arrow of pure frost crystallized in an instant. Frost arrow technique. Whoosh! The speed of this arrow rivaled that of an electric shock, making it Lin Yi's most formidable skill for single target output. Terror filled Lixiu's eyes as he bellowed, "Block!" The icy arrow was unstoppable. Even with a block to mitigate damage, it pierced through Lixiu's skull with adulthood. 3765. Lixiu's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, Lin Yi's strength was beyond imagination. A novice adventurer had slain a Black Iron ranker. Even a freshly advanced Black Iron ranker was astonishing. The battle unfolded rapidly and ferociously. From Lin Yi's ambush to the demise of the three, it was merely a matter of seconds. Lin Yi scoffed, disdainfully remarking, "With such meager skills, you dare to come out and rob?" He then began to meticulously search the corpses. After a thorough looting, Lin Yi acquired 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Indeed, killing and looting was far more efficient than farming boss monsters. Lin Yi focused intently, examining the attributes of the gear. Refined steel sword, grade, Black Iron attributes, strength 7, blood red belt, grade, Black Iron attributes, health 120, storm ring, grade, Black Iron attributes, attack range 1, magic ring, grade, Black Iron attributes, mana 120. Recovery speed 0. 1 seconds, Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy. He had unexpectedly found 2 pieces of Black Iron equipment that he could use immediately. Moreover, one of them was quite impressive. It seemed these individuals were not as destitute as they appeared. Just 1 piece of Black Iron equipment could be worth tens of thousands of Huaxia coins. Once everything was organized, he gazed up at the sky. Noticing the sun was on the verge of vanishing, Lin Yi felt a sudden pang of anxiety. If he did not retreat soon, he might encounter formidable monsters. Furthermore, nighttime would hinder visibility, greatly disadvantaging him in battle. With this thought, Lin Yi hastily selected a few valuable materials and exited the chaotic village. Soon, the surrounding light began to brighten. As he approached Wulong town, returning adventurers became increasingly numerous. Each bore an aura of lethal intent, their garments stained with blood. They maintained a respectful distance, their eyes filled with wariness. Lin Yi's bulging backpack naturally attracted many gazes. However, people did not think much of it, merely assuming this novice had picked up some inconsequential trinkets. The entrance to the town was now in sight, and the adventurers collectively exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with the joy of having survived a perilous ordeal. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out behind Lin Yi. "Little fellow, you actually returned alive." Turning around, Lin Yi saw Baijia and her companions, his expression revealing a tinge of disappointment. It was evident that their recent expedition had not gone smoothly. This group was composed entirely of Black Iron professionals, numbering 6 in total, with a well-balanced distribution of roles. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I was fortunate." Upon hearing this, Baijia proposed once more, "Why not join us tomorrow? You have already experienced the dangers of the wild. It is not always that one enjoys such good fortune." She gazed at Lin Yi, perceiving a resemblance to her younger brother. Many years ago, her brother, upon becoming a professional, had ventured into the wilderness alone and had since vanished without a trace. Nearby, a few young men's expressions shifted, urging, "Jia, let us go. Why are we bringing along this trash? We have much to do tomorrow." Lin Yi did not even cast a glance at them, merely smiling at Baijia. "Thank you for your kindness." With that, he quickened his pace and departed. Baijia watched his receding figure, gently shaking her head with a sigh, a hint of sorrow welling up within her. "Such stubbornness, just like my brother." The other youth scoffed, one remarking, "A worthless mage, yet he carries himself with such airs." At that moment, Lin Yi had more pressing matters at hand. He needed to convert the day's gains into Huoxia coins as quickly as possible. With swift strides, he navigated through the streets of Wulong town. As night fell, all professionals returned from the wilderness to indulge in celebration. Various taverns were aglow with lights, laughter echoing faintly in the air. In the depths of an alley, a heavily painted woman waved gently to a man. Having endured life and death trials, it was indeed necessary to unwind occasionally. However, Lin Yi's focus lay elsewhere. Soon, he halted in front of a luxurious establishment, Mage, the largest commercial empire in Huoxia. It encompassed auctioning, rare item trading, and intelligence exchanges, reputedly backed by official authorities. Most importantly, the prices here were fair, though slightly lower than those of the black market. It offered safety and reliability, with no concerns of being tracked after transactions. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Upon entering Mage, the black-stocking bunny girl approached, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. I wish to sell some equipment and materials. With that, Lin Yi placed his backpack onto the table with a thud. The heavy sound caught the bunny girl's attention, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A significant deal has arrived. Please hold on, I will calculate your total immediately. While waiting, Lin Yi savored the complimentary black leaf tea rumored to be imported from the elven race. Only Mage would be so generous. All right. Your equipment and materials total 98,000 Huoxia coins. To make it convenient, I will round it up to 100,000 Huoxia coins. As soon as she finished speaking, the bunny girl respectfully handed him a black card. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his heart racing with exhilaration. 100,000 Huoxia coins. It would take his mother, young Mei, 3 to 4 decades of saving her monthly salary of 2 to 3,000 to amass such wealth. Yet, he had acquired this vast fortune in just a single day. However, Lin Yi did not accept the black card. Instead, he inquired, are there any skill books for sale here? Indeed there are. The bunny girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Please follow me. With that, she led the way, guiding Lin Yi to a concealed library. Inside the room, various skill books were displayed, awaiting his selection. Titles such as Magic Missile, Earth Spike, Wind Blade Detection, and Delay lay before him, a dazzling array that left Lin Yi momentarily awestruck. He yearned to acquire them all, yet he faced the dilemma of choosing just one, as each book was valued at approximately 600,000 Huoxia coins. In terms of offensive capabilities, he already possessed both single-target and area skills, and defensively, he had the shielding technique. What he truly lacked were control skills. With this in mind, Lin Yi's gaze lingered on Delay. This skill, even at level 1, could reduce an enemy's movement speed by 5, a considerable advantage. I have decided to purchase Delay, Lin Yi resolved without further hesitation. He then spent an additional 100,000 Huoxia coins to acquire 5 small life recovery potions. Small life recovery potion effect restores 300 points of health. Although their necessity was uncertain, it was wise to be prepared for any eventuality. Ultimately, the remaining 300,000 Huoxia coins stayed securely within the black card. Lin Yi chose not to spend further and turned to leave, intending to retain this sum to ensure his mother's life would not become too arduous in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Despite his unwavering confidence in himself, it was prudent to plan for the future. Meanwhile, outside a certain building in Wanbao Pavilion, the short-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Lin Yi?" Her fleeting glimpse of his figure left her uncertain. This young woman, possessing beauty that rivaled Lu Wanqing and a figure that was equally striking, was Cheng Wuqing, the treasured daughter of one of Zhengqiong's 4 prominent families. Cheng Wuqing shook her head, murmuring, "It can't be him." She had heard that Lin Yi had only awakened as an ordinary mage. How could he possibly be in Wulong town? As her thoughts whirled, a middle-aged man emerged from the room, wearing a smile. "Miss, there indeed exists a black iron-level dungeon in the swamp plains. However, the entrance is not fixed and requires some time to locate. Some dungeon entrances are stable while others are randomly generated. They are teeming with numerous minor monsters. And more importantly, they invariably contain elite and boss monsters. For the strong, it is a veritable treasure trove." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Cheng Wuqing's eyes. She had not expected Wanbao Pavilion to possess such information. If she could conquer this dungeon, her strength would undoubtedly soar, potentially reaching Black Iron level. In the trial competition a week hence, she would be able to outshine that girl from the Huang family. Cheng Muqing nodded and solemnly commanded, "We must act swiftly. Organize a team immediately. I shall personally lead the expedition into the dungeon." On the other side, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had nearly been recognized by Cheng Muqing. At this moment, he has settled into an inn in the quaint town of Yulong, quietly resting. With a gentle tap on the delay technique skill book in his hand, a luminous glow envelopes him, and the delay technique ascends to its maximum level. The skill's effect halves the speed of enemies, lasting for 3 seconds. This is more than sufficient for Lin Yi to reduce his opponents to mere fragments. Mastering a diverse array of skills is essential to adeptly confront the challenges that lie ahead. After reassuring his mother with a phone call, Lin Yi browsed through the monster compendium for a while before drifting into a deep slumber. After a day of intense battles, he was indeed fatigued. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Yulong town bustled with life once more. Lin Yi packed his belongings and stepped out of the town. His next destination was the Marsh Plains. There, even the weakest wild wolves reached level 8, perfectly aligning with his current leveling needs. Before long, Lin Yi encountered his first target, a level 9 Gale Wolf. For most mages, defeating it in a one-on-one confrontation would be nearly impossible. However, Lin Yi was clearly not an ordinary individual. Delay technique, activate. As the incantation escaped his lips, the grayish-white halo swiftly enveloped the Gale Wolf. Its speed plummeted instantaneously, crawling as sluggishly as a snail. A smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips. This technique was indeed powerful. Following this, a fireball spell obliterated the creature. 2457. Killed level 9 Gale Wolf, gained 135 experience points. Lin Yi licked his lips, exclaiming with excitement, "Today, I shall surely reach level 10. Once I absorb a Black Iron gem, I will ascend to the rank of a Black Iron professional." While the Black Iron Mana gem was exorbitantly priced, avenues for acquisition were not entirely absent. Firstly, one could purchase it at a cost of approximately 2 million. Secondly, participating in the trials of the professional guild could yield rewards for outstanding performance. Therefore, Lin Yi remained unhurried. As long as his experience points were sufficient, advancing to Black Iron would be a mere formality. He continued onward, traversing the plains and systematically eliminating wolves. The record kept updating, and his number steadily climbed. Killed level 8 Wild Wolf, gained 97 experience points. Killed level 9 Gale Wolf, gained 126 experience points. Killed level 9 Bloodstripes Wolf, gained 143 experience points. As the last Bloodstripes Wolf crumpled to the ground beneath an icy arrow, a brilliant white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level increased to 8. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind a boulder, 3 Bloodstripes wolves revealed themselves, their pale red markings exuding an aura of mystery. Among them, one particularly robust specimen resembled a small bull. Giant Bloodstripes Wolf. Level 10 Elite Monster, Health 13,416, Skill Bloodthirsty Charge. Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, exclaiming, "It seems fortune smiles upon me, I've encountered another elite monster." Awu! The giant Bloodstripes Wolf detected Lin Yi and unleashed a thunderous roar. The 3 wolves lunged toward him with astonishing speed. Lin Yi chuckled calmly, lightly waving his staff as the grayish-white halo locked onto the Bloodstripes wolves. Once again, the delay technique was cast. The swift blood-patterned wolf immediately became sluggish, its speed halved. Zzz. The tip of the staff flickered with electric light, and Lin Yi manipulated it with increasing finesse. The arcane shockwave, in an instant, it obliterated them into nothingness. 2148. 2371. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. "Only you remain." Seizing the opportunity while the slow spell's effect lingered, an icy arrow coalesced in the air. Whoosh! The slowed giant blood-patterned wolf could not evade. The ice arrow detonated above its head, scattering into shards of frost, inflicting severe damage. 4163. With a single strike, it whittled away nearly a third of the giant wolf's health. Howl! In the next moment, the giant blood-patterned wolf finally shook off the effects of the slow spell. Its eyes bloodshot, it entered a bloodthirsty state, enhancing both its power and speed. However, Lin Yi's combat wisdom was far more seasoned after launching the icy arrow. He swiftly retreated. Fireball spell, hot on its heels. Boom. The searing fireball erupted upon the blood-patterned wolf, with the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. 2156. Inflicting damage was not the ultimate goal, driving back the giant blood-patterned wolf was paramount. Lin Yi once again created a safe distance, just as the slow spell cooled down. A grayish-white halo enveloped the feet of the giant blood-patterned wolf once more, causing its recently restored speed to plummet. Howl. The giant blood-patterned wolf howled at the sky in furious despair, but it was of no avail. In that moment, it could only submit to its fate. Whoosh. Two icy arrows pierced through the giant wolf's eye sockets, flesh and shattered eyes scattering in all directions. 3021. 3149. In the next moment, the giant blood-patterned wolf's health reached zero. Lin Yi gazed at the two shimmering lights beside the fallen beast and bent down with a smile to collect them. Another 2 pieces of black iron equipment acquired. Blade of Swiftness. Grade Black Iron Attributes, Agility 6, Attack Speed 1, Crimson Totem Ring. Grade Black Iron Attributes, Spirit 5. Spell Life Steal. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reviewed the items. The Blade of Swiftness is a weapon for assassins. Although he could not utilize it himself, it would fetch a handsome price at the treasure pavilion. It was conservatively estimated to earn him 400,000 to 500,000. The Crimson Totem Ring brought even greater joy to Lin Yi. Though the spell life steal of May 4th seemed modest, Lin Yi's attack power was exceedingly high. With a single arcane shockwave, the cumulative damage could surpass 10,000, directly restoring several hundred health points. It is worth noting that even with the Crimson Belt equipped, his total health barely reached 500. What a thrill! Lin Yi stowed the Blade of Swiftness and immediately slipped the Crimson Totem Ring onto his finger. After tending to the giant blood-patterned wolf's pelt, he resumed his quest for level advancement. Boom. Whoosh. Fireball spells and icy arrows alternated in rapid succession, harvesting the lives of numerous wolf beasts. Killed a level 9 Gale Wolf, the experience points 69. Killed a level 10 Blood Wolf, the experience points 101. Suddenly, a dense white light enveloped Lin Yi. Level increased to 9. He leveled up again. Upon reaching level 10, a new skill would be unlocked. Onward. Lin Yi chewed on some jerky before re-entering the fray. It seemed as though the number of bloodline wolves had increased. What could be the reason? A fireball extinguished the life of a bloodline wolf, and Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that a Lord-level beast had appeared? Previously, during his time in Wulong Town, he had heard tales of the bloodline wolf king. However, many had sought it in vain. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to cautiously advance. Before him lay a small valley, which from a distance resembled a god in shape. As he approached, the sounds of roaring grew increasingly distinct. Within the valley, the fierce battle was unfolding. Healing spell. Baijia chanted incantations, casting several green lights towards her teammates to provide healing. Yet, her own condition was perilously precarious, her mana nearly depleted. Surrounding her were 3 lifeless bodies, charred and the scene profoundly tragic. Opposite them, a well-equipped 6-member team leered mockingly at Baijia and her companions. The leader, a young man clad in purple, fixed his greedy gaze upon Baijia. Whoosh! An arrow, trailing an afterimage, shot forth, piercing the throat of a youthful assassin among Baijia's group. Blood sprayed forth, staining the leather armor crimson. And he fell lifelessly to the ground. Despicable. Upon witnessing this scene, Baijia was consumed with rage. They had initially discovered the trace of the bloodline Wolf King, only to be ambushed by the opposing team. Now, only Baijia and her captain remained. The successive fall of their comrades left her heart-wrenched in agony. Seeing this, the young man in purple chuckled, "Stop your futile struggles, hand over your equipment willingly. I might consider granting you a swift end." "You?" The captain gritted his teeth. "The bloodline Wolf King belongs to you, just let us leave this place. If you deliver her to me, I will surely allow you to depart alive." The young man in purple finished his sentence, and his companions erupted in frivolous laughter. As long as the young master was pleased, they would also share in the spoils. Baigia trembled slightly, such gazes filled her with intense discomfort. Captain, I just want to survive. Baijia's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The captain, who once pursued her, now sought to push her into the hands of the enemy. The betrayal of a comrade hurt her heart far more than the thought of death itself. Do not blame me. The warrior captain shut his eyes tightly, roaring as he charged towards Baigia, his great sword raised high, intending to subdue her. For a priest, facing a warrior left her with virtually no means of defense. Baigia reversed her staff, aiming it at her own neck. She would rather shatter like jade than remain intact. However, at that critical moment, whoosh! Baigia's eyes widened as a chill swept past her ear. What was that? An icy arrow whizzed by her, heading straight for the warrior captain. Baijia's kindness evoked a sense of admiration within Lin Yi, compelling him to intervene. This sudden turn of events caused the charging warrior captain to widen his eyes in shock. In this life-or-death situation, he could not halt his charge. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, recalling the scornful taunts hurled at him by the young man earlier. At this moment, the betrayal of his comrades is truly despicable. With a piercing gaze from the warrior captain, the ice crystal arrow pierced through the throat, leaving a gruesome gaping hole. As blood surged forth, it was instantly frozen by the chilling aura. A level 12 black iron warrior, despite possessing exceptional physical attributes and decent equipment, had a mere health pool just above 3,000. Coughing violently, the warrior captain clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, the manner of his demise particularly tragic. Lin Yi's objective was straightforward, to protect his equipment as much as possible, for it constituted his invaluable wealth. The series of movements unfolded with lightning speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. To slay a level 12 warrior in such a manner, one would need at least the prowess of a level 16 or 17. In the Black Iron tier, each level advancement grants 100 points to the main attributes, illustrating the vast disparity in strength. As Lin Yi slowly stepped into the line of sight of the crowd, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Such youth! A mere novice? How could this be possible? Could he be a legendary hidden class? A novice capable of annihilating a Black Iron professional? They could think of no other explanation aside from the mythical hidden class. Even the second-rate special professions could not achieve such astonishing results. A wave of unease washed over the crowd, and they couldn't help but marvel at this young man, who was nothing short of a prodigy. The mage insignia on Lin Yi's attire went unnoticed by the onlookers. They found it hard to believe that he was merely an ordinary mage. Some extraordinary artifacts could alter a profession's external information. And the ruse of a wolf in sheep's clothing was not uncommon. Baigia, on the other hand, was utterly astonished, staring at Lin Yi's handsome visage. Her mouth slightly agape, she was left completely dumbfounded. It's you. Baigia recalled having invited him to join her team, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. With such formidable power, what need did he have for her assistance? In her shock, she had yet to regain her composure when Lin Yi's gentle voice suddenly resonated. Come behind me. His gaze swept across the 6 individuals before him, most being level 11 or 12, with only one at level 13. Although they were slightly stronger than Li Xiu and the others, Lin Yi felt confident enough to confront them. After all, in low-level regions like the Marsh Plains, high-level professionals were a rarity. The young man in purple scrutinized Lin Yi, his eyes filled with apprehension. If you wish to take her away, feel free, he said, recognizing the power Lin Yi displayed, which deterred him from acting rashly. To be capable of slaying a level 12 Black Iron warrior meant he would likely not withstand 2 strikes himself. Yet, Lin Yi had no intention of leaving easily. He had clearly heard that the blood pattern Wolf King lay hidden deep within the valley. Such a coveted reward from a boss monster could not be relinquished without a fight. With a frigid tone, Lin Yi declared, you would do well to live, or else face death. The young man in purple turned pale, fury igniting within him. You dare to bully us so? Do you take us for soft specimens? Before he could finish, he felt a bone-chilling aura envelop him. Lin Yi's staff gathered a massive blue arc of electricity the size of an arm, hurtling toward them with ferocity. Zzz. A terrifying blue electric light descended, and the squad was suddenly struck with devastating force from behind. Their initial fury swiftly morphed into sheer terror, as they seemed to sense the very essence of death within that electric glow. 3152. 2896. 2957. In an instant, the priest, archer, and mage in the rear collapsed, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The remaining three reacted swiftly, utilizing their speed-enhancing skills to create distance, artfully evading the onslaught. After all, the arc shock, being a fundamental skill, had a limited range for jumping attacks. However, for Lin Yi, eliminating the support roles was already a sufficient victory. With a cold sneer, Lin Yi brandished his staff once more. Eliminate that wretch. Damn it. I shall tear him to shreds. In a fit of rage, the young man in purple hurriedly commanded the remaining warriors and assassins to charge fiercely at Lin Yi. Yet, witnessing this scene, Lin Yi remained unnervingly calm, showing no signs of anxiety. With the threat of support eliminated, these three appeared to him as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Delay spell. At his command, a greyish-white halo rippled outward. The swiftest among them, the young man in purple, found himself bound by invisible shackles. His expression one of utter disbelief. A heavy pressure then descended upon him, making each step a Herculean effort. Another warrior gritted his teeth, still striving to charge forward. As for the assassin, he quietly melded into the air, attempting to launch a surprise attack from Lin Yi's rear. Bang! Lin Yi lightly waved his staff, and a blazing fireball erupted forth. The warrior's body was instantly engulfed in searing heat, the moisture on his skin evaporating, leaving him akin to a desiccated mummy. 3117. Another member of the squad fell. The young man in purple's pupils constricted, the power of the mage before him was beyond his imagination. In an instant, 4 of his companions had been slain. Suddenly, the concealed assassin was swiftly approaching Lin Yi from behind, his pitch-black dagger raised high, lunging forward with ferocity. Observing this, Baijia urgently cried out, "Be careful." The battle unfolded too rapidly. She had just bestowed a 5-point mental boost upon Lin Yi when she witnessed the assassin's ambush. A cruel smirk graced the assassin's lips as he hissed, "Die." But all of this was anticipated by Lin Yi. This was merely his strategy to bait the enemy into revealing their hand. Buzz. A thick layer of white light armor enveloped Lin Yi. The assassin's dagger became ensnared within this luminous barrier, demobilized. Lin Yi sneered, "Now you cannot escape." The assassin, paralyzed with fear, beheld an ice crystal arrow coalescing before him, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Whoosh! The ice crystal arrow sliced through the air, piercing the assassin's eye and striking his skull directly. The eyeball shattered instantaneously, the blood failing to spill before it was frozen, transforming into shards of ice. 3795. An astonishing burst of damage erupted, and the assassin couldn't even utter a scream before meeting his demise on the spot. At this moment, only the young man in purple remained in the arena. Feeling the weight of Lin Yi's gaze upon him, his body involuntarily trembled. "Flee quickly." The young man in purple hastily turned and desperately retreated. However, how could Lin Yi easily let him go? Zizi. An electric arc struck suddenly, rendering his movements rigid with paralysis. Simultaneously, he suffered significant damage. 1679. His health was instantly halved. Delay spell. A greyish-white halo descended once more, plunging the young man in purple into utter despair. He understood that escape had become impossible under such debilitating effects. "Spare me." The words of desperation had yet to escape his lips when a searing fireball rushed towards him. Boom. In an instant, the explosive flames robbed him of his voice entirely. 2973. The limbs of the young man in purple were blown apart, scattered in disarray. Baijia's eyes were filled with astonishment. She rubbed them in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of the situation. Just like that, their entire army was annihilated. From beginning to end, Lin Yi had only employed a mental enhancement, not even having the opportunity to cast a healing spell. Is this truly a mage? She gazed at Lin Yi's silhouette, her heart brimming with confusion. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi had completely overturned her traditional perception of mages. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. Unfazed by Baijia's astonishment and admiration, Lin Yi's motive for saving her stemmed more from that inadvertent act of kindness outside the town. At this moment, Lin Yi's face radiated excitement as he began to rummage through the corpses. Soon, the plethora of various equipment lay before him. 12 pieces of black iron gear and 18 novice items. Lord's Cloak, grade Black Iron attributes, Agility 5. Movement speed 1, Magical Ring, grade Black Iron attributes, casting time reduced by 0. 2 seconds, among them. 2 pieces of black iron gear were precisely what Lin Yi needed. The most delightful find was undoubtedly the magical ring. For other mages, a reduction of 0. 2 seconds in casting time might seem trivial, merely allowing for a slightly quicker spell cast. However, for Lin Yi, whose base casting time was already under 1 second, this reduction was significant. Once adorned with the magical ring, his casting speed would approach instantaneous, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Lin Yi secretly reveled in the spoils of his actions. Indeed, killing and looting had proven quite rewarding. Subsequently, Lin Yi placed each piece of equipment into his backpack. After setting aside 2 pieces of black iron gear for himself, the remainder, if sold, would fetch at least 2 million. All right. Deep within the valley, there was still a blood-striped wolf king. With this thought, Lin Yi turned to Baijia. Witnessing Lin Yi methodically gather the equipment, Baijia felt a wave of envy. This haul was enough to surpass the hard-earned rewards of others over an entire year, or even several. At this moment, having completed his task, Lin Yi shifted his gaze towards her. A smile blossomed on Baijia's blood-stained face. "My name is Baijia, and I truly appreciate your saving me." As she spoke, a shy sentiment quietly blossomed in her heart. "No need for thanks." Lin Yi replied with a smile, "I am Lin Yi. Could you tell me exactly where the blood-striped wolf king is?" Although he was aware that it lurked deep within the valley, the vastness of the area would make searching far too time-consuming. Upon hearing this, Baijia promptly replied, "In a cave within the valley, we previously scattered tracking powder. I can lead you there." Originally, the blood-pattern wolf king was stationed at the valley's entrance. However, due to the conflict between Baijia's group and the purple-clad youth's team, it seized the opportunity to escape deeper into the area. Nevertheless, Baijia hesitated slightly. "Just the 2 of us? How about we return to Wulong Town first and gather a few more allies?" It was not that she doubted Lin Yi. His displayed combat prowess was indeed astonishing. Yet, as a mage, he might struggle with damage absorption. Typically, the team should have several warriors at the front, with a priest to provide healing, while other ranged classes deal damage from the rear. Even with such a setup, unforeseen events could still occur, as the strength of a boss monster is formidable and not easily dealt with. Lin Yi resolutely shook his head. "No need, just the 2 of us will suffice." What a joke. Going back to recruit would only waste time and complicate the distribution of spoils. I have complete confidence in my abilities. Taking on a boss monster single-handedly is well within my capabilities. With that, Baijia ceased her objections and led Lin Yi deeper into the valley. The valley was tranquil, with scattered trees dotting the landscape. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, bringing with it the refreshing scent characteristic of the marsh plains. Upon entering the cave, Baijia lowered her voice. "The blood-pattern wolf king is elusive and particularly favors targeting solitary adventurers." Lin Yi could not help but reflect that without Baijia's guidance, he would likely have struggled to locate the lair of the blood-pattern wolf king. A spark flickered from Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Soon, they reached the innermost part of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at the sight of a massive wolf beast adorned with crimson patterns, resting within. Its fangs glimmered with a bloodthirsty sheen, clearly indicating that it was no trivial foe. Blood-pattern wolf king. Level A10 boss, health 39, 175, skills, bloodthirst, rapid assault. Summon, Baijia marveled inwardly at the creature's impressive health. Though this was not her first encounter with the blood-pattern wolf king, she was still taken aback. A sense of trepidation washed over her as she wondered if the 2 of them could truly manage this. In contrast, Lin Yi displayed no fear, or rather, he appeared exceedingly exhilarated. The more powerful the boss monster, the more valuable the loot it would yield. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Baijia, who understood his silent cue and began to chant a spell. Mental fortification. A soft blue light enveloped Lin Yi, boosting his mental energy to 10. He smiled, appreciating the presence of a priest by his side. This enhancement raised his mental energy to 120, elevating his damage output further. Lin Yi quietly instructed, "Stay back and protect yourself." As he gazed at the slumbering blood-pattern wolf king, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Ice arrow technique. Instantly, an arrow imbued with a chilling aura took form. Under the enchantment of his magical ring, Lin Yi's casting speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Bai Jia in awe. Whoosh! A faint sound of piercing air echoed as the ice crystal arrow swiftly traversed several dozen meters, embedding itself deeply into the abdomen of the blood-stained Wolf King. The impact was devastating, creating a gaping wound as wide as a finger, exposing bone beneath. The substantial damage caused Bai Jia's eyes to widen in astonishment. She could hardly believe that such a formidable attack came from a novice adventurer. With a roar, the severely injured blood-stained Wolf King abruptly awakened from its stupor. Its gaze fixated on Lin Yi and Bai Jia, its once ordinary wolf eyes transformed into a furious crimson. A thunderous and ear-splitting growl erupted from its throat, resonating through the air. In an instant, a flash of blood-red shadow flickered in the atmosphere, revealing its razor-sharp claws. A typical level 12 black iron warrior would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate under such a ferocious assault. Bai Jia's complexion paled slightly, betraying her nervousness, while Lin Yi remained composed, raising his staff with poise. A grey-white halo danced around his wrist, manifesting beneath the Wolf King's claws. With a chant of delay spell, the blood-stained Wolf King's speed abruptly faltered, as if burdened by an immense weight. With a flash of electric arc, the strike landed squarely on the old wound, tearing it open anew. The damage registered at 3,357. Although not as lethal as the ice crystal arrow, it was nonetheless formidable. As Lin Yi intoned the incantation for fireball, the cavern's temperature surged with the intensity of the flame. The fireball struck the same wound, instantly charring flesh and searing skin. The damage soared to 3,519. Within the span of merely 3 spells, the Wolf King had lost over 10,000 health points. Bai Jia watched in disbelief, astonished by such results. In the past, their team would have had to fight fiercely for an hour to achieve this. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. The Wolf King not only regained its speed but also entered a bloodthirsty frenzy. In the blink of an eye, it had lunged before Lin Yi. Bai Jia, flustered, instinctively covered her mouth, fearing she would distract him. Yet Lin Yi stood resolute, exuding confidence. Under the effects of Bai Jia's enhancements, his shielding spell could absorb up to 6,100 points of damage. Even in its bloodthirsty state, the blood-stained Wolf King would find it impossible to breach such an impregnable defense. With a resounding crash, the Wolf King's blood-red claws, swirling like a tempest, struck down heavily, yet it felt as if it had collided with solid rock. The attack effectively thwarted. Bai Jia silently praised Lin Yi for his remarkable defense. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated and shouted the fireball. The explosion of the fireball forced the Wolf King back. At that moment, the delay spell was off cooldown. The grey-white halo reappeared, ensnaring the Wolf King's feet. Lin Yi's prowess was akin to that of an entire team. In the blink of an eye, the blood-stained Wolf King's health plummeted to 30%, its condition deteriorating rapidly. With a howl, it reared back, a blood-red magical circle materializing around it. One after another, the blood-stained wolves leapt forth from the circle. This was the Wolf King's summoning skill. Witnessing this, Bai Jia once again bestowed her mental enhancement upon Lin Yi, as there were no other options available. After all, Lin Yi was unscathed, rendering healing spells unnecessary. The moment 10 blood-stained wolves emerged, they surged forward, providing the Wolf King with a brief respite. Lin Yi regarded them with disdain, lightly waving his staff as blue light flickered. Instantly, the electric arcs leapt among the wolf pack, inflicting substantial damage. 2,758, 2,361, 2,193. In an instant, the pack of wolves was reduced to ashes. For others, this might present some trouble, but for Lin Yi, it was merely a trivial matter. As fleeting as a snap of the fingers. Slaying 10 blood-patterned wolves yielded 500 experience points, indicating that his ascent to level 10 would occur more swiftly than anticipated. The readily available blood-patterned wolves spared him the effort of searching. Gazing at the blood-patterned Wolf King, Lin Yi's eyes burned with fervor, akin to assessing a prized pig awaiting slaughter. You enjoy summoning, do you? Then come forth, continue to summon. Fireball. The fiery explosion grazed the side of the blood-patterned Wolf King, leaving a charred mark. He intentionally skewed his attack, seeking to entice the Wolf King into further summoning. Before long, the Crimson Magic Circle reactivated, unleashing another wave of 10 blood-patterned wolves that lunged towards Lin Yi. A surge of delight filled his heart as he unleashed an arc shock, effortlessly reaping 500 experience points. Come on, summon more for me. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Baijia was astounded. Lin Yi had begun to exploit the blood-patterned Wolf King for a methodical leveling experience. Was this truly happening? A Lord-level monster could be played with in such a manner. She felt that what she witnessed today far surpassed the entirety of the past 20 years. Crackle. The arc shock flashed brilliantly, bestowing upon Lin Yi another 500 experience points. His experience surged rapidly. Ultimately, the resplendent white light erupted from his form. Level increased to 10. New skill unlocked, Swamp Domain. After numerous rounds of summoning the blood-patterned wolves, Lin Yi finally broke through his bottleneck. Given the ongoing battle, he did not rush to examine the details of the Swamp Domain. After all, it was of no immediate relevance. Summon more wolves for me. Do not feign death to evade this. Lin Yi called out, observing the now emaciated blood-patterned Wolf King. He urged with growing impatience. He did not wish for this exhilarating leveling experience to conclude so hastily. He thought of his classmates, most of whom were struggling between levels 1 and 2, while he was on the brink of ascending to a black iron profession. Another fireball detonated beside the Wolf King, sparks nearly igniting its fur. At that moment, a profound terror flickered in the eyes of the blood-patterned Wolf King. Awu! The blood-red magic circle materialized once more, and the Wolf King's form visibly shrunk. Summoning the blood-patterned wolves consumed not only magical energy but also drained its very life force. It had truly reached its limit. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly as he unleashed another arc shock, this time netting only 300 experience points. After leveling up, the experience points provided by the blood-patterned wolves had indeed diminished considerably. Continue. Yet this time, no matter how Lin Yi pressed, the Wolf King ceased to summon. Watching the trembling Wolf King, Baijia's eyes reflected a glimmer of compassion. The plight of the blood-patterned Wolf King was indeed tragic. As a Lord-level creature, it had not only lost its freedom but resembled a sore awaiting farrowing. Even the last vestiges of its utility had been utterly wrung dry. Very well. It seems you are truly at your limit. Lin Yi shrugged. Since it had lost its value, let him grant it a final passage. With 3 spells cascading upon the wounds of the blood-marked Wolf King, the damage erupted instantaneously, 3,354. 3,127. 4,936. The Wolf King's life force was entirely depleted. Lin Yi even discerned a glimmer of relief in the creature's eyes. Upon defeating the level 10 blood-marked Wolf King, you have gained 3,951 experience points. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet what thrilled him even more were the myriad of glimmers surrounding the Wolf King's lifeless body. Among them, he could faintly perceive the bronze hue, and not just one item. Wolf King's robe, grade bronze attributes, spirit 5, mana 300, magic resistance 40. This black robe, adorned with crimson patterns, far surpassed the rare mage's robe Lin Yi currently wore. He hastily donned it, instantly enhancing his already handsome visage, rendering it even more captivating. Baijia, standing nearby, found herself entranced. Subsequently, Lin Yi turned his gaze to another piece of equipment, which astonishingly was also of bronze grade. Blood-marked ring, grade bronze attributes, spirit 5, magic attack 20. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at how splendid the blood-marked Wolf King was as a boss monster. Not only did it provide an opportunity for leveling up, but it also bestowed equipment truly deserving of a Best Contribution award. If the Wolf King were aware of this in the afterlife, it would likely be enraged enough to rise again. Aside from these 2 bronze items, the remaining 4 were black iron gear. Lin Yi examined them one by one, discovering a pair of shoes with rather impressive attributes. He immediately equipped them, resulting in a slight enhancement to his capabilities. Of the remaining 3 black iron items, 2 were temporarily useless, while 1 was a black iron staff. Noticing Baijia's envious gaze, Lin Yi smiled and directly handed her the staff. This black iron staff was undoubtedly superior to the novice staff she possessed. Is this for me? The unexpected delight made Baijia's voice tremble slightly, revealing her excitement. Take it, you deserve it. Without Baijia's assistance, he might not have found the blood-marked Wolf King. The joy of sharing outweighed the desire for solitary enjoyment. Lin Yi had never been a selfish individual. Thank you, Lin Yi. Gratitude shone in Baijia's eyes as she knew that others might not have shared such benefits with her. After all, Lin Yi's strength far surpassed hers. And the power of distribution naturally resided in his hands. Lin Yi remained silent, continuing to inspect the last piece of loot. Lightness spell. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly pressed the skill book to his palm. A flash of light enveloped him, and the skill book melded into his consciousness. He learned the lightness spell instantly, and it ascended to its maximum level. Effect: movement speed increased by 100, lasting for 5 seconds. This effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Yi's form surged forward, the lightness spell reaching its zenith, his speed rivaling that of a phantom assassin. Thus, his ability to control the battlefield would be significantly enhanced. There was also the newly unlocked skill, Swamp Domain. Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. Hurriedly consulting the details of this new ability. Creates a swamp area with a radius of 50 meters ahead, enemies trapped within will be immobilized. Moreover, their movement speed is reduced by 85, lasting for 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement once the enemy stepped into the marsh. They would be akin to being immobilized. For him, 5 seconds was ample time to unleash 2 electric arc strikes. He secretly reveled in his newfound confidence, realizing that in future team battles, he would possess even greater assurance. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had quietly transformed and no longer the novice just venturing into the world. Even among the ranks of iron-tier professionals, he could be considered a formidable force. With a swift motion, Lin Yi accessed his personal profile. Level E10, 479110000, attributes, strength 60. Spirit 140, stamina 70, agility 75, health 800, magic 1650. Should Baijia catch a glimpse of Lin Yi's panel, she would likely feel a profound sense of embarrassment. His skills were maxed out, gleaming with brilliance, and his gear consisted entirely of iron-tier equipment, complemented by 3 bronze items. It is worth noting that those professionals at levels 12 and 3 typically possessed only 1 or 2 pieces of iron gear, the rest still clad in novice attire. Consequently, they roamed the low-level wilderness of the confused village, hoping to encounter elite monsters or bosses in hopes of acquiring superior equipment. In stark contrast, Lin Yi's setup would undoubtedly evoke envy in others. After admiring his profile, Lin Yi closed the panel and bent down to begin dissecting the blood-marked Wolf King. Baijia, recognizing the moment, strolled about the cave, refraining from harboring any improper thoughts. The fur and claws of the blood-marked Wolf King were invaluable materials. Today, Lin Yi could be deemed a bountiful success. With the equipment he had previously gathered, the total worth reached 3.5 million. Thus, purchasing iron-tier treasures was now a trivial matter. Having processed the spoils from the blood-marked Wolf King, Lin Yi was about to beckon Baijia to leave when her exclamation rang out, "Lin Yi, come quickly." His spirit surged, and he rushed over. The flames dancing between his fingers suddenly flared, illuminating the dim cave. Before Baijia stood 2 small, purple glowing plants swaying gently in the breeze. Purple orchid grass contains a potent life force, ineffective for professionals. When consumed by ordinary individuals, it can cure all ailments and restore them to optimal health. Professionals, upon awakening, already possess peak physical capabilities, which are further enhanced with level progression. Some strong individuals can maintain eternal youth, unless faced with continuous severe injuries. Their bodies do not deteriorate. However, ordinary people are not as fortunate, as diseases remain their persistent affliction. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Gifting this purple orchid grass to his mother would be most fitting. How about we each take one? After all, it was Baijia who discovered it. And I only require one. Baijia naturally had no objections. The two carefully harvested the plants, securing them in special bags. Suddenly, a soft white light emerged from the stone wall as the earth fell away. How could there be light in such a dark cave? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Step back." Baijia complied, and Lin Yi whispered an incantation, conjuring a massive fireball that illuminated the cave like daylight. The fireball collided with the stone wall, causing debris to cascade like rain, intensifying the white light. Continuing, Lin Yi unleashed another fireball spell. Boom! The fragile stone wall finally shattered, and a brilliant white light erupted forth. Instinctively, both individuals turned their gaze towards the source of illumination. Before them floated a luminous vortex approximately 2 meters in diameter, seemingly possessing a captivating force. Lin Yi and Baijiu exchanged glances, their joy palpable. The secret realm. The experience points here are incomparable to those in the outside world. Not only are there elite monsters and boss creatures, but a successful clearance also bestows substantial rewards. Yet, this place is fraught with peril. Ordinary individuals who recklessly intrude often face dire consequences. Hence, whenever news of a secret realm entrance leaks, various factions rush in, treating it as a priceless treasure and engaging in fierce competition. Buzz. Lin Yi, wielding his staff, gently touched the white halo before him. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind. Level 15 Black Iron Secret Realm, one of the entrances to the Dark Altar, difficulty level, hard. Restricted to teams of up to 6 players under level 12. A flicker of surprise crossed by Jia's eyes. This was indeed a hard-level Black Iron Secret Realm. The Secret Realms are categorized into 5 difficulty levels, a normal, adventure, hard, king, then hell. The hard level already represents a significant challenge. Baijia's previous team had struggled even with the normal level. Lin Yi felt a similar shock, but soon a fervor ignited within him. The difficulty signifies greater value. Shall we venture in together? All right. Baijia bit her lip, hesitating momentarily, yet soon her resolve solidified. The vivid memories of Lin Yi battling the Blood-Mark Wolf King still lingered in her mind, instilling her with confidence in him. Then it settled. We shall set forth at once. Fearing that others might seize the opportunity, Lin Yi hurriedly stepped into the white halo, instantly enveloped by a dizzying whirl. Meanwhile, in the hidden woods of the swamp plains, the adventurers flocked in droves, gathering in clusters. At the center stood Cheng Muqing alongside a middle-aged man. The surrounding onlookers had been cleared away, none dared to approach, a testament to the formidable power of the Cheng family in Jiang City. At this moment, the two were eagerly gazing at the white halo ahead. The long-desired secret realm had finally materialized. The intelligence from the Wanbao Pavilion was indeed reliable. This million was well spent. With this secret realm, elevating the young lady to a Black Iron professional within a week would pose no issue. Perhaps she might even advance further. Generally, when strong players lead newcomers in battle, the experience penalty is severe. However, in a secret realm, this situation changes considerably. Cheng Muqing's face was alight with excitement as he contemplated the opportunity to surpass Lu Wanqing, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. As young heirs of Jiang City's 4 prominent families, their rivalry had never ceased. However, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The Dark Altar. Limited to 6 players under level 12? Cheng Muqing paused, then received a system notification. Regardless, let us enter first and assess the situation. I possess a teleportation talisman given by my father, ensuring our safety. The middle-aged man nodded and promptly instructed Lin Yi, Wuji, you 4 accompany the young lady inside. Remember, there exists another entrance to this secret realm. If we encounter others, our foremost duty is to ensure the safety of the young lady. Yes, Lord Chanda. The 4 young men, each at the 12th level, responded respectfully, their diverse professions creating a remarkably balanced team. Among them were individuals of unique vocations, their powers formidable. Onward. With a graceful wave of his hand, Cheng Muqing stepped into the radiant light first. A flicker of concern crossed Chengda's eyes as he solemnly commanded, maintain vigilant watch over our surroundings, allowing no one to approach this location. Understood. Lin Yi. Oblivious to the fact that Cheng Muqing had also entered the same secret realm, gradually regained his balance as he landed firmly on the ground. He found himself amidst a foreboding forest where ghostly flames danced and the atmosphere felt stifling. Those of timid disposition would surely be frightened to the core in such a place. Unconsciously, Baijia grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly, her heart racing and cheeks slightly flushed. Before she shyly released her grip, Lin Yi chuckled softly to himself as he began to examine the log information. You have entered the Dark Altar Secret Realm. Please prevent the demon mage Cassio from conducting his sacrificial ritual. A demon mage. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Yi's eyes. If the mage were indeed a boss monster, it was highly probable that he would drop mage equipment. Thus, he led Baijia with the intention of traversing through this eerie forest. The scale of the Black Iron level secret realm was limited, making it relatively easy to locate the boss monster, provided they first cleared the smaller monsters along the way. Swish, swish, swish. An unusual sound echoed through the woods, causing Baijiao to instinctively clutch the hem of Lin Yi's garment. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as a white luminescent armor enveloped him. Before long, a series of skeleton knights came into view, brandishing bone spears with pale flames flickering in their eye sockets. Mounted upon their skeletal steeds, they appeared particularly menacing. Upon reaching level 10, the monster's strength would undergo a significant transformation. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. The true trial had begun. Without hesitation, Lin Yi resolved that these 8 skeleton knights must not be allowed to charge forth. Otherwise, they would become a formidable nuisance. Intruders, meet your demise. The skeleton knights jaw slackened, remitting a garbled chant before launching an aggressive assault. Yet, Lin Yi's movements were swifter still. Swamp domain. Whoosh. A vibrant green light surged forth, striking the ground beneath the 8 skeleton knights. In an instant, the earth within a 50-meter radius morphed into a bubbling mire. Gurgle. The swamp could not bear the weight of the skeleton knights, and their momentum dissipated abruptly as the skeletal steeds succumbed to the depths. A satisfied smile graced Lin Yi's face. The newly unlocked swamp domain yielded astonishing results. Without delay, he deftly waved his staff. A robust arc of lightning crackled through the air, striking the struggling skeletal knights. Zing. The damage inflicted far exceeded previous encounters. Lightning magic inherently possessed additional restraining power against undead creatures. 3965. 4173. 4051. 4227. The damage numbers soared continuously, causing Baijiao's eyes to widen in disbelief. In just this single round of attacks, the cumulative damage had astonishingly surpassed 20,000. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As she gazed at the struggling skeleton knight in the mire, Baijiao felt a sense of disorientation. What manner of swamp domain was this? Its vast expanse was astonishing, and its duration seemed endless. She looked towards Lin Yi's composed silhouette, as if witnessing the birth of a deity of magic. Fireball. Ice arrow. Lin Yi did not pause, alternating between single-target spells for continuous damage output. The icy arrow struck true, annihilating a skeleton knight in an instant. Although the fireball's damage was somewhat inferior, it did not hinder their progress. For the cooldown of Arc Shock had concluded. Crackle. The electric light flickered. The pale bones could scarcely withstand such a frenzied thunderous assault. High damage values surged forth: 3,861. 3,613. 3,972. 2 arc shocks utterly obliterated all the skeletal knights. The combination of the swamp domain and the power of arc shock astonished even Lin Yi. Kill 15 level skeletal knight, gain 873 experience points. Kill 15 level skeletal knight, gain 912 experience points. Merely from these 8 skeletal knights, Lin Yi's experience bar at level 10 was completely filled, overflowing considerably. What a delightful experience. Lin Yi mused, though a twinge of regret followed. After reaching level 10, if one could not ascend to the Black Iron profession, slaying monsters would yield no further experience. This was to prevent individuals from farming experience in low-level areas. Returning now to purchase the promotion orb would surely be too late. What if someone else got there first? If it were to be wasted, so be it. Obtaining treasures from slain monsters was still a boon. How perfect it would be if a Black Iron orb were to drop from a monster. Lin Yi approached the remains of the skeletal knight, where a piece of black iron equipment gleamed enticingly. Skeletal lance, grade black iron attribute, attack power 35. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this was a secret realm of dungeons, where even minor foes could yield black iron equipment. This skeletal lance was worth at least 500,000. With his backpack nearly bursting, he entrusted it to Baijiao for safekeeping. Though she could not assist in battle, she served admirably as a mobile storage unit. The two then ventured deeper. The ghostly firelit forest was eerie and terrifying, yet to Lin Yi, it appeared to be brimming with treasures. Swamp domain. Arc shock. The combination of crowd control and area damage was utterly unstoppable. These formidable 15-level minions stood no chance against such an assault. Baijiao was left in a daze. Awed by the youth's terrifying strength, Lin Yi once again dispatched 2 waves of skeletal knights. He sensed that their current haul might reach tens of millions. Continuing onward, Lin Yi and Baijia reaped the rewards of 3 successive waves of skeletal knights. They arrived at the center of the dense forest, gradually approaching the mysterious altar. Lin Yi could feel the dark elements in the air gradually intensifying. "Miss, you go ahead." At that moment, a distant call drew Lin Yi's attention. It was another group of individuals, who they engaged in battle with the Lord of Monsters. "Let us investigate," Lin Yi resolved, with Baijia trailing closely behind as they stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing found herself besieged by a horde of skeletal knights the moment she stepped into the secret realm. To make matters worse, a demonic sorcerer named Cassio loomed nearby. Despite the exceptional prowess of her 5-member team, they were now ensnared in a dire predicament. Under the relentless onslaught of spells, her comrades fell one after another. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Muqing swiftly produced a random teleportation talisman, dragging the near-unconscious Lin Yi away from that infernal battlefield. Unfortunately, they were randomly transported to the very center of another group of skeletal knights, their situation precarious. Cheng Muqing felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Must they truly resort to the golden teleportation talisman? Although the golden talisman could whisk them to safety, the thought of retreating in such a disheveled manner was exceedingly hard for her to accept. Was there no alternative? Her mind raced as time slipped away, and Lin Yi was on the verge of collapse. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Cheng Muqing spotted 2 figures stealthily approaching from the distance. In the dim light, their features were obscured. All she knew was that they were adventurers. Perhaps the explorers from another entrance could be of assistance. Cheng Muqing's spirits lifted as she called out, "You two. I am Cheng Muqing of the Cheng group from Jiangcheng. Please assist us in repelling these skeletal knights, and you shall be generously rewarded afterward." At the moment she revealed her identity, her heart raced with anticipation, anxiously awaiting their response. Could it be her? Lin Yi thought. A flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze, Cheng Muqing, the prodigious young lady from Donghai University in Jiangcheng. It was said she had awakened as a holy priest, possessing formidable support abilities. Lin Yi pondered whether he should lend his aid. After all, he was not one to be swayed solely by beauty. At that moment, Cheng Muqing's plea grew increasingly urgent. "Only by collaborating can we hope to traverse this secret realm. State your needs, and I shall accommodate." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, "Do you possess a black iron orb?" Cheng Muqing nodded vigorously, aware that Lin Yi was deteriorating. Although she was uncertain of the reason behind his request for the orb, this was not the time for negotiations. "Yes. After the battle, I can provide it to you immediately." Lin Yi felt a surge of delight. Fortune had favored him without effort. Without delay, he made a swift decision. "Very well. Have your companions step back." He then signaled Baijia to retreat with her equipment pack. With a thought, he summoned the power of his staff, which glowed with an eerie green light. Whoosh! A beam of green light sliced through the night sky, striking beneath the feet of several skeletal knights. In an instant, the ground transformed into a bubbling mire. Gurgle, gurgle. The once menacing skeletal knights found themselves ensnared within the quagmire. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi sprang back to Cheng Muqing's side. The two exchanged astonished glances at the swampy expanse, their eyes wide with disbelief. "This is astonishing." However, the shock was far from over. Lin Yi's mana surged within him, and thick arcs of electricity seemed to materialize from thin air, striking the skeletal knights with precision. Crackle! In an instant, the damage values surged wildly. 3,792. 3,918. 3,356. 3,547. The arcs of electricity leapt between multiple targets, accumulating over 40,000 points of damage. Cheng Muqing watched in astonishment. She had never witnessed such a formidable electric shock. Lin Yi's magical fist continued to unfold. Fireball. Ice arrow. Waves of high-damage skills bombarded the scene, leaving the two in a daze. Cheng Muqing even began to question whether this group of skeletal knights was real. Soon after, Lin Yi's electric shock prepared to unleash once more. Zizzing. The terrifying electric light re-emerged, nearly wiping out all the skeletal knights, leaving only a few struggling to survive. Cheng Muqing was utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth was this? How could the skill cooldown be so rapid? Don't just stand there. They are about to crawl out of the swamp, go hold them off. With warriors charging into battle, Lin Yi naturally did not need to engage personally. Lei and Ashiva immediately surged forward. As the distance closed, when Cheng Muqing finally discerned their faces, her astonishment reached a peak. Lin Yi. How could it be you? Cheng Muqing rubbed her eyes as if to dispel the illusion. Yet the figure before her was undoubtedly Lin Yi. She recalled the mysterious silhouette in the Wanbao pavilion. I didn't mistake it, it truly is Lin Yi. But how could this be possible? He has only awakened for 2 days. Even if it were a hidden profession, it shouldn't be this powerful. Cheng Muqing felt her understanding completely overturned. And she couldn't help but stomp her feet in frustration. Observing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Cheng Muqing, don't be dazed. Your bodyguard is about to falter. Lei, with a complex heart, fought valiantly on the front lines, while the young lady behind him engaged in a silent exchange with someone. Cheng Muqing suddenly came to her senses. Her staff shimmering with light. She murmured an incantation, and a healing spell blossomed upon Lei, its effect comparable to that of a level 11 white jar. Lin Yi's gaze briefly flickered over Cheng Muqing, revealing a hint of surprise. This fellow, this holy priestess truly possessed some skill. White Jia was also busy. Her healing spell descended, stabilizing Lei's condition significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi glanced forward at the Skeletal Knight Captain. Skeletal Knight Captain, level T15 elite monster, health 61,354, skills, undead assault, bone spear piercing, electric arc. Lin Yi softly intoned the spell, the tip of his staff glowing blue, striking at the remaining Skeletal Knights. The surviving Skeletal Knights were instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, only the Skeletal Knight Captain remained on the battlefield. With the burden lifted from Lei's shoulders, his courage surged, and he even began to attempt a counterattack. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. A grey halo emanating from his hand, enveloping the Skeletal Knight steed beneath. The galloping skeletal horse suddenly slowed. Fireball. Ice arrow. The searing fireball, infused with intense heat, crashed onto the Skeletal Knight Captain's framework, blackening the very bones. Immediately, a barrage of icy arrows struck, freezing the very bones and rendering its movements increasingly sluggish. Damage numbers soared to 4,571. 4,193. Cheng Muqing had granted Lin Yi an additional 10 points of spirit, thereby enhancing the potency of his skills. The Skeletal Knight Captain emitted a mournful wail, futilely attempting to mount a final resistance. Yet, under Lin Yi's delayed spell, all efforts proved in vain. Meanwhile, as a shield warrior, Lei He exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, bolstered by 2 relentless priests behind him, rendering the group nearly indomitable. Lin Yi alternated between casting delayed spells and the swamp field, effectively immobilizing the Skeletal Knight Captain. As the final ice arrow soared through the air, the Skeletal Knight Captain was ultimately reduced to a scattering of bones. Defeated a level 15 Skeletal Knight Captain, gained 3,745 experience points. A dazzling light flickered, revealing that the Skeletal Knight had dropped a piece of bronze equipment. The trio's gazes converged, and Lin Yi naturally bent to collect it. After all, it was a reward for his prowess. Even without Cheng Muqing and the others, Lin Yi could have dealt with the Skeletal Knights, albeit requiring more time. Cheng Muqing did not dwell on the matter of loot distribution. Skeletal armor, grade to bronze, attributes, stamina 40, health 400, the equipment information appeared in the team's shared view. And the longing in Lei Hie's eyes was unmistakable. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, knowing he would not part with it easily. Just as he was preparing to stow it in his bag, Cheng Muqing inquired, Lin Yi, would you sell me this armor? She wished to enhance Lei Hie's strength with the bronze armor. Lin Yi did not refuse, after all. It mattered little to whom he sold it as long as the price was right. What is your offer? 3 million sounds good. I'll transfer it to you once we leave the secret realm. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This price was considerably above the market value, indicating that Cheng Muqing was quite the connoisseur. Handing the skeletal armor to Lei He, Lin Yi continued to inspect the remaining equipment. One of the robes had attributes inferior to his Wolf King robe, so he generously gifted it to Baija. Now, there was one more crucial matter at hand, the obtaining the Black Iron promotion pearl. Once he ascended to the rank of Black Iron Professional, Lin Yi's strength would experience a qualitative leap. With this thought, he gazed intensely at Cheng Muqing. A sudden flutter coursed through her heart, and a blush unconsciously crept onto her cheeks. Lin Yi was not only remarkably handsome but also exceptionally capable. What infatuated girl could remain unmoved? Lin Yi, catching sight of her reaction, rolled his eyes. Hey, don't even think about backing out on that black iron promotion pal. Cheng Muqing's forehead twitched with irritation. This fellow truly lacked any romantic sensibility. Abruptly, she rummaged through her bag and thrust the black iron promotion pal into Lin Yi's hands. What a blockhead! Cheng Muqing secretly berated him, then suddenly realized with immense astonishment, are you intending to use it for your promotion right away? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in response. Looking utterly nonchalant, why not? Cheng Muqing felt both astonished and envious while she was still grappling with level 2. Lin Yi had already reached the threshold of level 10 and was on the verge of entering the ranks of black iron professionals. This made her inwardly murmur. Are we truly contemporaneous awakeners of our professions? This is simply astonishing. A hint of bitterness spread across Cheng Muqing's lips. As the prodigious young lady of one of Jiangcheng's 4 prominent families, she was now overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. Her heart brimmed with curiosity about Lin Yi's profession. How could an ordinary mage possibly possess such strength? Lin Yi smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The black iron ascension orb, roughly the size of an egg, emitted a profound black glow. It contained a remarkable power capable of aiding professionals in breaking through their bottlenecks and advancing to new realms. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi guided his internal magic to absorb the orb's energy. In an instant, a dense white light erupted from Lin Yi's entire being. The white light swiftly converged, flowing entirely into Lin Yi's body, unleashing a powerful aura. Successfully promoted to black iron professional, level raised to 12. Utilizing the experience points accumulated previously, Lin Yi ascended 2 levels in one go, reaching level 12. Achieving the status of a black iron professional not only resulted in a significant leap in attributes but also unlocked a series of new skills. New skills unlocked: Meteor Fire, Ice Spear, Light Shield. The innate effect activated automatically, instantly maxing out all skills. Subsequently, Lin Yi promptly examined his attribute panel. Level 12, Attributes, Strength 175, Spirit 350. Stamina 180, Agility 195, Health Points 2050, Magic Points 3700. After ascending to level 12, Lin Yi's attributes were nothing short of extraordinary. Even more exhilarating was the trio of newly unlocked black iron skills. Compared to basic skills, black iron skills had a higher cap, reaching a maximum of 20 levels. This allowed his talent to be maximally expressed. It could be said that becoming a black iron professional marked the true beginning for an ordinary mage. For Lin Yi, this was exceptionally remarkable. Gazing at the fully leveled black iron skill descriptions, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. Meteor Fire summons fiery meteors over a 50-meter radius. Ice Spear fires an ice spear at the target after incantation. Light Shield forms a shield of light for self-protection. Just the Meteor Fire. A ranged attack skill could effortlessly inflict over 10,000 points of damage. After maxing out the Ice Spear skill, the single strike could approach 20,000 damage. Should he encounter the previous Skeletal Knight Captain again, 3 Ice Spears would suffice to reduce it to ashes. As for the Light Shield, it enabled Lin Yi to withstand over 30,000 points of damage. Against adversaries at the black iron level, it was nearly impossible to breach this defense. Experiencing a qualitative leap in strength, Lin Yi was filled with uncontainable joy. His talent would increasingly reveal its advantages in the later stages. The upper limits of advanced skills were higher, and their power after reaching maximum level was astonishing. From this moment forth, this challenging instance dungeon would no longer pose a threat to him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his prowess and sweep through the challenges. Just as he was about to venture deeper with Baijiu, Cheng Muqing anxiously jumped up, urgently calling out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, wait a moment. Seeing that Lin Yi remained unresponsive, she gritted her teeth and resolutely proposed, you lead me through the dungeon, and I shall bestow upon you a storage pouch. How does that sound? The mention of a storage pouch caused Lin Yi's eyes to gleam with sudden interest, halting his steps abruptly. Indeed, in recent days, his greatest headache had been the overwhelming amount of loot, far exceeding the capacity of his backpack. Previously, he had sacrificed numerous precious materials to accommodate the black iron equipment. Fortunately, with Baijia assisting in carrying the gear this time, he avoided the anguish of parting with valuable items. The prospect of possessing a storage pouch meant that he could traverse and level up independently without such burdens. Observing his reaction, Chen Muqing quickly interjected. I have a 5 cubic meter storage pouch. If you guide us through this secret realm, it shall be yours. Lin Yi's previously displayed prowess had already earned her newfound respect. Now, as a black iron practitioner, his strength had likely multiplied. She longed to seize this opportunity to gain a substantial amount of experience. Such a storage pouch, if purchased from the treasure pavilion, would fetch no less than several million. Not to mention, most ordinary players lacked the qualifications to make such a purchase. However, Lin Yi was reluctant to escort two individuals at once. While Chen Muqing, as a novice practitioner, was manageable, Lin Yi was already a level 12 black iron practitioner, which would significantly dilute his experience points. I agree to the terms, but I shall only take one person. Moreover, you must follow my lead and refrain from acting independently. Before Chen Muqing could respond, Lin Yi grew anxious and exclaimed, Miss, you cannot agree to this. What if we encounter danger? Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. With strength comes the privilege of defiance. Chen Muqing furrowed her brows slightly and, in a playful tone, pleaded. Don't go. I promise I will comply. Lin Yi, you go ahead. Inform Uncle De not to worry, I have my own means of self-preservation. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yi, as a subordinate, dared not defy her command. Ultimately, he could only depart the dungeon in silence, vanishing in a flash of light. Once Lin Yi had left, Chen Muqing hastily turned back, rummaging through her chest to retrieve a crucifix pendant. Take this, she said readily, showing no concern that Lin Yi might renege on their agreement as she handed over the reward. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually accepted the pendant. Special pendant contains a 5 cubic meter extra-dimensional space suitable for storing lifeless items. Lin Yi donned the pendant around his neck, which harmonized beautifully with the Wolf King robe he wore, enhancing his aura of nobility. After reclaiming his gear from Baijia, he felt significantly lighter, finally relieved of the burden of that heavy backpack. With the transaction complete, the trio resumed their journey. At this moment, they had traversed the central region of the dense forest and were drawing closer to the dark altar, with the number of patrolling skeleton knights noticeably increasing. Another wave of skeleton knights surged forth, numbering a daunting 20. Chen Muqing's expression tightened in anxiety. She instinctively reached to call for Lin Yi, only to abruptly remember that he had already departed. Her gaze then turned towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled softly, as flames erupted from the tip of his staff. With a roar, the furious elemental fire coalesced, and a fireball formed instantaneously in midair. Each fireball measured over half a meter in width. Meteoric impact. With a resounding boom, it seemed as though the sky had been besieged by a rain of meteors. Lin Yi did not even employ the swamp domain to hinder the movements of the skeleton knights. The fireballs cascaded down like a furious tide. The terrifying force obliterated the skeleton knights, instantly reducing them to burning bones. 9,781, 9,356, 10,153, 9,975. A series of staggering damage figures appeared, and these skeleton knights were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi's power had escalated beyond tenfold, rendering it almost unbelievable. Defeated level 15 skeleton knight. Gained 321 experience points. Defeated level 15 skeleton knight, gained 303 experience points. The records continued to refresh, and after this wave of attacks, Lin Yi amassed nearly 6,000 experience points. As he rummaged through the pile of bones for spoils, Chen Muqing and Baijia were left in awe. Was this individual truly human? How could such an extraordinary mage exist? At that moment, Lin Yi also appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. What happened? Seeing this, Chinde felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired, why did only you emerge? Lin Yi offered a wry smile and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired within the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Chinde's expression grew grave as he sank into deep contemplation. He understood that Chen Muqing was always cautious in her actions, since she had made such a choice. It was evident that this young man named Lin Yi possessed extraordinary capabilities. Investigate Lin Yi's background thoroughly and report back to me. Also, Inform the family head of today's events. Yes, Lord Chengda. A warrior from the Cheng family promptly departed to execute the orders. Let us wait here for the young lady. Chengda inhaled deeply, his curiosity piqued, yet he could only bide his time for the moment. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing watched as Lin Yi once again dispatched a group of skeletal knights with ease. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally asked Lin Yi, "What exactly is your profession?" The moment the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. After all, this was a matter of personal privacy. And her inquiry was indeed rather abrupt. "Apologies," she added. Lin Yi merely waved his hand and replied with a smile, "I am just an ordinary mage." Is that not apparent? However, both Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia remained unconvinced. It was hardly plausible for an ordinary mage to exhibit such prowess. Lin Yi chuckled softly and refrained from further explanation as he led the two women onward. The challenging dungeon before them seemed remarkably manageable at this moment. Even Cheng Muqing found it surprising. In the past, even the simplest dungeons had not gone so smoothly. The two women could engage in conversation, with little to do aside from occasionally enhancing Lin Yi's status. Cheng Muqing's experience points were rapidly accumulating, and she had just leveled up to level 3. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's experience was also impressive, as he was on the verge of another upgrade. It was undeniable that this dungeon served as an excellent venue for strengthening one's abilities. Suddenly, the heavy thudding sound reverberated, sending leaves swirling in all directions. Lin Yi realized that the final boss had arrived. The sound of thudding grew increasingly urgent. Approaching from afar. In higher difficulty dungeons, it was customary to encounter two formidable bosses, and the one before them was undoubtedly one of them. Soon, a procession of skeletal knights emerged from the surrounding woods. 1, 2, 3. Cheng Muqing silently counted, unable to stifle a gasp of surprise. There were a full 30 of them. Moreover, among them were 3 skeletal knight captains. Even more astonishing was the largest skeletal knight at the forefront, mounted on a flesh and blood nightmare steed. Its hooves ablaze with black flames. Through the crevices of its armor, a fresh sinew could be seen. This was clearly a boss monster, the skeletal knight commander. Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes as the earlier sense of ease dissipated entirely. Skeletal Cavalry Commander, Level 15 Boss Monster, Health 169,810, Skills, Nightmare Piercing, Bone Spear Charge, Undead Armor. This boss monster possessed nearly 170,000 health points. And even though Cheng Muqing and Bai Jia held unwavering confidence in Lin Yi, an undercurrent of apprehension stirred within them. "Intruders, die!" Suddenly, the skeletal knight commander roared. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, there was no hint of fear. Ever since he had become a Black Iron class fighter, he had never truly unleashed his full potential. "You two retreat and find a safe place to hide." With that, Lin Yi raised his staff slightly, gathering a dense concentration of light elements. In an instant, a milky white shield of light enveloped him. Fire meteor. Boom. Fire elements coalesced wildly, and massive fireballs hurled towards the advancing horde of skeletal knights. 12,135. 11,009. 11,357. 12,085. Incredible damage values surged forth, and more than half of the 30 skeletal knights fell instantly. Defeated level 15 skeletal knight gained 298 experience points. Defeated level 15 skeletal knight gained 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience points skyrocketed, a brilliant white light erupting from within him. Level increased to 13. Lin Yi gazed ahead, a smirk gracing his lips. Swamp Domain. In an instant, the remaining skeletal knights found themselves ensnared in a mire. Struggling to break free, they floundered in the muck. Even the knight captains were not exempt from its grasp, save for the commander. Its nightmare steed, imbued with an ancient lineage, raced through the mire with astonishing speed. The commander's eyes glowed with an unsettling crimson light. Suddenly, it drew a bone spike from its back and hurled it fiercely at Lin Yi. Whoosh! The bone spike tore through the air with a sonic boom. This strike could inflict over 10,000 points of damage. Even a Black Iron level warrior would fall in an instant. Cheng Muqing gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Yet, in the face of this heart-stopping attack, Lin Yi remained unfazed, the trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. With his current prowess, Lin Yi could easily withstand tens of thousands of damage points using the light shield technique. Bang! In the next moment, the bone spike collided with Lin Yi's shimmering barrier. Despite the astonishing force, the layer of light remained unyielding, effectively repelling the bone spike. Suddenly, Lin Yi let out a low shout, arc shock. Zzz. The axe erupted, resembling a sprawling blue electric net. In an instant, it engulfed the majority of the skeletal knights, with damage values rapidly fluctuating. 7,150. 6,908. 6,517. 7,032. Cheng Muqing and Baijiu stood in stunned silence, astonished by the sudden turn of events. The peril of being besieged was swiftly alleviated, resulting in the demise of all minor foes in a single strike. At that moment, only 3 knight captains and the skeletal knight commander remained. After 2 rounds of relentless assault, their health had plummeted by over 30%. Yet, Lin Yi's performance was merely commencing. Ice Spear Technique. An extreme chill surged forth from Lin Yi's staff. A 3-meter-long ice spear, as thick as a man's arm, coalesced in the void, accompanied by a resounding boom. It hurtled towards one of the knight captains. Boom. The ice spear pierced through its target, pinning it to the tree behind. 36,753. Defeated a level 15 skeletal knight captain, earning 1,573 experience points. Cheng Muqing could hardly believe that such astonishing damage could be inflicted by an ordinary mage. Lin Yi gazed at the shimmering light on the ground, filled with joy, yet he refrained from rushing to collect the spoils. At that moment, the cooldown for the fire meteor spell had elapsed. Fiery meteors rained down once more, engulfing the remaining 3 targets. 17,934. 16,852. 18,753. Although the commander possessed slightly higher magic resistance, it was still unable to withstand such ferocious attacks. Slow spell. A grey halo spread out, causing the nightmare steed's speed to plummet, nearly causing it to stumble as it emerged from the mire. Lin Yi resolved to eliminate the last 2 skeletal knight captains first. Undead charge. Despite the 2 knight captains launching a frantic charge, their efforts were futile. Fireball technique. Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of spells, swiftly bringing their end, leaving nothing but piles of bones. The battlefield shifted dramatically. Once a legion of over 30 skeletal knights now stood a solitary skeletal knight commander. Cheng Muqing and Baijiu exchanged glances, their admiration for Lin Yi deepening. Roar. Suddenly, the commander let out a piercing howl. Lin Yi smirked coldly. With all its subordinates slain, what was there left to boast about? Ice Spear Technique. The ice spear crystallized in the void, propelled by a chilling wind. Swoosh. In the next instant, the ice spear pierced through the commander's body, inflicting devastating damage. 35,196. With its health nearing 17,000, the commander was now gravely diminished. Faced with Lin Yi, it had no means of retaliation left. The alternating use of slow spell and swamp field significantly curtailed the commander's speed. Its health continued to decline at an alarming rate. As the final icy spear was unleashed, the commander's head erupted in an instant. 31,709. The commander's life points plummeted to 0, and the crimson glow within his skull gradually extinguished. Defeated the level 15 boss, the skeletal commander, earning 7,130 experience points. Whoosh. At the moment the commander fell, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. This heralded an equipment bonanza. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he discerned several azure glimmers, interspersed with radiant white light. To his astonishment, this bounty included a piece of silver equipment. While bronze gear was already a rare find, the silver equipment was truly exceptional. Without a second thought, Lin Yi bent down to retrieve the fallen items. Ghostly swift boots, grade silver attributes, agility 60, movement speed 2, with an added ghostly reconnaissance skill. Not bad at all, it even came with a skill enhancement. Although the equipment skill could not be augmented through maximum level talents automatically, it was undoubtedly powerful enough. Lin Yi swiftly donned the ghostly swift boots and leapt lightly, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body. Cheng Muqing and Baijiu gazed at him with envy. Yet they were acutely aware of their boundaries. Having received experience points was already a stroke of fortune, coveting the equipment would be sheer greed. Subsequently, They assisted Lin Yi in gathering the scattered gear. Shadowbone Ring, Grade to Bronze Attributes, Spirit 25, Mana 300. This ring was unrestricted by class, though it was evidently most suited for mages. Lin Yi replaced the ring on his left hand and his spirit attribute sword. Mental Potion, Grade to Bronze Attributes, consuming it increases spirit attribute by 300 points, with effects lasting 3 minutes. This was a quintessential burst potion, commonly carried by adventuring parties for encounters with formidable foes. Lin Yi's expression lit up with joy as he carefully stored the potion in his storage pendant. This could very well be a trump card in a critical moment, possibly saving his life. The final item was unexpectedly a skill book. Bone Spike Technique. This belonged to the Dark Magic tier, classified as Black Iron level, and was quite rare. Lin Yi's heart swelled with delight as he clasped his hands together, and the skill book transformed into a radiant light that surged into his mind. The talent activated, and the Bone Spike Technique reached its maximum level automatically. Bone Spike Technique. Incantation launches corrosive bone spikes, enhancing subsequent attack power, with a 3-second cooldown. Although its damage did not rival that of the Icy Spear, the corrosive effect was indeed impressive. Quite splendid, indeed. This venture was a resounding success. In total, he had acquired 11 pieces of equipment. Besides the ghostly swift boots and Shadowbone Ring, there were 2 black iron items that Lin Yi could utilize. Ghostly Gloves, Grade, Black Iron Attributes, Magic Resistance 15, Strength 10, Commander's Bracers, Grade, Black Iron Attributes, Health 300, Mana 200. After equipping these 2 new items, Lin Yi experienced a notable enhancement in his attributes. Upon tallying his gains, he found the rewards exceedingly substantial. Stretching lazily, he wore a satisfied expression. Any surplus equipment could be sold later, and even a warrior skill book would fetch a handsome price. Lin Yi estimated that the profits from this expedition into the secret realm would undoubtedly exceed 10 million. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder adventurers are so eager to flock to the secret realms of dungeons. With sufficient strength, this place truly is a treasure trove." Gazing at Lin Yi, who had exchanged his weapon, Chen Muqing could only feel envy. The black iron bracers discarded by Lin Yi were perfectly suited for her, and thus he gifted them to her. As for Chen Muqing, she could only receive experience points and a tinge of regret. In her gaze towards Lin Yi, a hint of melancholy inadvertently surfaced. Lin Yi feigned ignorance, his attention now fixated on the foreboding black barrier ahead. What lay ahead was the final challenge of this difficult dungeon, the demon mage, Cassio. It was easy to imagine that this ultimate boss was far more formidable than any commander. "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence," Lin Yi urged, leading the 2 women, Chen Muqing and Bai Jia, forward. Shortly thereafter, a 100-meter-wide altar emerged before their eyes. This altar, constructed from bones and jade, emanated an ominous aura. As its height increased, the intricate carvings upon it became increasingly elaborate. At the pinnacle of the altar sat a gaunt figure clad in a black robe, murmuring incantations. Surrounding the altar lay several mangled corpses, quietly providing the necessary energy for the ongoing ritual. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, Chen Muqing's face turned ashen. She recognized several of the remains as belonging to her earlier missing companions, including Wu. "Curse that wretched demon mage." Chen Muqing's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, yearning for vengeance for her fallen comrades. Lin Yi's expression grew serious. While he felt confident in confronting Cassio's sinister methods, the mysterious altar before him induced a headache. Fixating on the patterns etched into the altar, Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed, "This is an attempt to establish a connection with the abyss of hell." At that moment, Cassio ceased his meditation. His pallid face abruptly lifted, revealing a hint of malice. A ghostly light flickered in his eyes, sending an involuntary chill through them. Both Chen Muqing and Bai Jia gasped in shock. Demon mages often consort with the undead, existing like phantoms. The being before them could very well have been a traitorous human. "Haha, 3 fresh bodies," Cassio floated down slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Your arrival brings my ritual to completion." In that instant, Lin Yi too gathered information about Cassio. Demon Mage Cassio. Level 15 Lord Monster, Purple, Health 215. 719, Skills, Levitation, Summon Skeleton Knight, Mental Decay. It was indeed a Purple Lord Monster. Typically, adventurers encountered ordinary monsters or elite ones. However, even among Lord Monsters, there were levels of distinction. while a team of adventurers might stand a chance against an ordinary Lord monster. Purple or even golden Lord monsters were beyond the capability of ordinary professionals to contend with. Cheng Muqing could hardly conceal her astonishment as he has grown stronger. The last time they met, Cassio was not this formidable. Clearly, he drew energy from those remains, significantly enhancing his strength. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed that the Purple Lord monster must yield at least silver equipment, perhaps even greater rewards. Despite Cassius's formidable power, he felt no fear, especially upon witnessing Cassius's summoning skill. This reminded him of the moment he triumphed over the Bloodmark Wolf King. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps this presented yet another opportunity for rapid level advancement. You young one, your gaze is quite unsettling. Cassius's harsh voice rang out, his staff brimming with ominous energy. Unsettling. Soon, you shall feel even more discomfort. Lin Yi retorted with a cold snort, taking the initiative to strike first. His skill activated nearly instantaneously, swifter than Cassius. Fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball surged forth, interrupting Cassius's incantation. 6153. Lin Yi frowned. Cassius possessed astounding magical resistance. This blow merely chipped away 3 of his health. However, it was merely a probing attack. You are courting death. Cassius bellowed furiously, his right hand wielding the staff releasing a dark aura. The temperature around them seemed to plummet. Meanwhile, Cheng Muqing and Baijiu provided Lin Yi with mental support. In an instant, radiant energy enveloped Lin Yi, boosting his mental strength to 510 points. The two quickly retreated, they found it difficult to intervene in such a fierce battle. Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor, surrounded by luminescent energy forming a sturdy shield. While Cassius continued to cast spells, all of Lin Yi's skills had reached maximum level. Activating with lightning speed. Even against a Purple Lord monster, he was unmatched in swiftness. Ice arrow technique. Whoosh. The crystalline arrow shot forth, piercing Cassius's right hand that held the staff. 9175. The high damage once again interrupted Cassius's casting. This was the terrifying aspect of Lin Yi. Who could rival his casting speed? From a distance, Cheng Muqing and Baijiu stood in astonishment. This Purple Lord monster was being utterly suppressed without a chance to retaliate. How absurd. Cassius seethed with rage, having his spells interrupted twice in succession, teetering on the brink of losing his composure. Yet, Lin Yi's offensive had merely begun. Bone spike technique. A spear of ethereal bone materialized, shrieking as it lunged toward Cassius. 20,165. This time, the damage surged, and more critically. The bone spike technique carried a corrosive effect. The ghostly green lights flickered around him, filling him with both shock and fury. However, he had nowhere left to flee. Lin Yi's spells fell like a torrential barrage, granting him no respite. Ice spear technique. Boom. The ice spear tore through the ethereal light effortlessly, piercing through Cassius's body. Along with his robe, it was shredded, revealing frost that immobilized his decaying form. 51,085. Coupled with the impact of the ice spear, Cassius was forcefully slammed against the altar behind him. From the outset of the battle, Lin Yi had already dealt nearly 80,000 points of damage. Cassio was pinned to the altar, his eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, the ice spear that pierced him was forcibly yanked out, and he soared into the air, swiftly distancing himself from Lin Yi. This was levitation. Though not particularly rapid, it was an excellent means of escape. And Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. As Cassio increased the distance, he hurriedly began to chant a spell. In truth, Lin Yi could have interrupted him once more, yet he refrained. He recognized that it was a summoning spell. Sure enough, the one after another. Skeletal knights emerged from the magical array, a total of 20. This was simply a gift of experience. Fire meteor. Instantly, a colossal flaming meteor scorched the air, causing the temperature within the barrier to surge. The skeletal knights that had just stepped out of the array were obliterated in an instant. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight. Gained 197 experience points. Killed a level 15 skeletal knight, gained 215 experience points. With 20 skeletal knights, that was nearly 4,200 experience points. Lin Yi's gaze towards Cassio began to burn with fervor. If a few more waves came, would he be on the verge of leveling up again? With this thought, Lin Yi decided to hold off on ending Cassio's life. Naturally, he intended to extract every last ounce of utility from him. Seeing Cassio attempting to cast a spell, Lin Yi smirked coldly, "Save it, continue summoning those skeletal knights." With that, an ice crystal arrow swiftly shot forth, striking Cassio's staff and once again extinguishing his spell. Cheng Muqing and Baijiao exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that interrupting a mage's casting is no trivial feat. The attack must be sufficiently powerful, and it must be executed with utmost precision. In fact, it requires a level of accuracy that is nothing short of exact, and the timing must be impeccably precise. Coincidentally, Lin Yi's spells were all at maximum level, both in terms of power and accuracy, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This led to the astonishing scene before them. A common mage would find it impossible to gain any advantage against Lin Yi. As Cassio attempted to summon skeletal knights once more, a peculiar light began to shimmer in Baijiao's eyes. She recalled the last encounter with the Bloodstreak Wolf King, which had also been dealt with only after being thoroughly drained of its final value. Cheng Muqing, witnessing this for the first time, could hardly believe his eyes. Fire meteor. With each successive strike, Lin Yi's experience points soared rapidly, wave after wave, until the seventh wave concluded. A brilliant white light enveloped Lin Yi. Level increased to 14. A gleam of joy sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes as his strength ascended to a new echelon. He felt that he could level up once more, for it seemed that Cassio still had more than half of his magic power remaining. Or I must eliminate you. At this moment, Cassio was nearly driven to madness. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Each time he attempted to cast a spell, this young man would interrupt him, with only the summoning of skeletal knights succeeding by sheer luck. Initially, he believed it was due to the relatively fast release of the summoning skill. However, upon witnessing the intense glow of experience radiating from Lin Yi, he realized that he had been thoroughly toyed with. Upon this thought, Cassio suddenly expelled a surge of necrotic energy, infusing it into his staff, the Spirit Decay. Following this, a dark halo descended upon Lin Yi. At that moment, a shadowy ring, imbued with the aura of death, swiftly enveloped Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, it tightly encircled him, effortlessly penetrating the meticulously crafted light shield. Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly aware that his mental strength was rapidly waning like a receding tide. Cassio has cast Spirit Decay. Your mental value is instantly halved. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, his complexion shifting noticeably. It was evident that after Cassio unleashed that wave of necrotic energy, he had paid a hefty price himself, yet he appeared quite smug. "How will you interrupt my casting now?" Cassio secretly reveled in his triumph and began to chant a spell aloud. Cheng Muqing and Baijiao were tense, their hearts racing. They could tell that Cassio's attack was exceptionally troublesome for Lin Yi. With his mental strength diminished by half, it was enough to hinder an ordinary mage's concentration. However, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. He discovered that even with his mental strength halved, it did not impede his spell casting. Even with only half of his mental attributes remaining, the damage was still considerable. Lin Yi gazed at the self-satisfied Cassio, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Bone Spike. The shimmering white bone spear, akin to the kiss of death, struck Cassio's staff with tremendous force. 14,157. Not only that, this attack disrupted his spell. How could this be? Cassio's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lin Yi still possessed such strength after his mental capacity was halved. Immediately after, an ice spear spell struck at his vital points. In a panic, Cassio hastily cast levitation to distance himself, simultaneously summoning a skeletal knight. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Muqing patted her chest, releasing a long sigh of relief. She exchanged a glance with Baijiao, both wearing wry smiles. The series of events was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Fire Meteor. Fiery meteors descended upon the altar once more, a horde of skeletal knights summoned only to be swiftly sent back to the underworld. At this moment, Lin Yi's experience point soared like a rocket, filling him with immense satisfaction. Although Cassio attempted to retaliate, the single ice spear spell rendered him considerably subdued. Whoosh! After 25 waves, a brilliant white light once again radiated from Lin Yi. Level increased to 15. Lin Yi observed his mental value surge to 700 points. Feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment, Cheng Muqing shared in the experience and effortlessly ascended to level 5. She was quite pleased with this achievement, considering many of her contemporaries were still struggling at levels 1 or 2. Yet, upon realizing Lin Yi had reached level 15, she felt like a mere waste of space. At this moment, Cassio had transformed entirely into a ghastly skeleton. His formerly frail body was now reduced to nothing but a framework of bones. The look in his eyes directed at Lin Yi was filled with hatred and fear. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression bore a hint of regret. It seems to lament the absence of any further value to extract. Truly, it is a blow that cannot be withstood. Lin Yi's disdain nearly brought Cassio to tears. Oh heavens! Who truly reigns supreme here? Thus, I must bid you farewell. Although Lin Yi spoke with mockery, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bone spike technique. The skeletal spear, shimmering with an ethereal glow, struck Cassio, sending him flying. 31,057. Ice lance technique. This time, the ice lance pierced directly through Cassio's body, impaling him upon the altar. 63,189. Human, you cannot escape your demise. As Cassio's words fell, he transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing with a thunderous sound from the altar. Defeated the level 15 demon mage Cassio, earning 13,482 experience points. Subsequently, brilliant light erupted forth, scattering equipment across the ground. Silver. The lowest being bronze. Lin Yi was further delighted to discover 2 skill books as well. What a bountiful harvest! He eagerly approached a staff that shimmered with silver light. Demon Staff, Grade, Silver Attributes, Spirit 165, Attack Power 850. With an accompanying Spirit Decay skill that can reduce the target spirit by 25. Upon reading the description, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. This silver staff was simply extraordinary. The staff glimmered with a matte black finish, its tip embedded with a piece of black crystal. Within its depths flowed a crimson light. The appearance of this item was strikingly cool, and its attributes were beyond the ordinary. Truly deserving of its silver classification, it immediately elevated Lin Yi's combat power significantly. What astonished Lin Yi even further was its accompanying special skill. Even a mere reduction of 25 in spirit was still astonishingly formidable. In specific circumstances, it could undoubtedly turn the tide of battle. Having just ascended to level 15, acquiring such new equipment felt exhilarating. Once Lin Yi donned the new staff, his spirit surged to 865 points. Now, even a basic fireball spell could unleash damage in the realm of 16 to 17,000. For those of Black Iron profession, encountering Lin Yi was akin to a chick confronting an eagle, leaving them with no choice but to surrender. Next, Lin Yi shifted his attention to the subsequent piece of equipment. Ethereal Robe, Grade, Silver Attributes, Spirit 65, Magic Resistance 125. With an accompanying levitation skill that allows the caster to float in the air, not exceeding 50 meters. The back of the black robe bore a striking design of skeletal flames, exuding an air of dominance. Wearing the ethereal robe, Lin Yi was enveloped in an aura of mysterious allure. His originally handsome visage was imbued with an extraordinary charm. The following pieces of equipment, though all bronze grade, were by no means to be underestimated. Bone Ring, Level, Bronze Attributes, Spirit 30. Magic Points 300, Quick Cool Pants, Level, Bronze Attributes, Skill Cooldown Reduction 25, Giant Bone Greatsword, Level, Bronze Attributes, Strength 120. Defense Ignored 35, Skeleton Boots, Level, Bronze Attributes, Agility 30, Stamina 25. The Bone Ring and Quick Cool Pants are formidable enhancements to combat prowess. Notably, the Quick Cool Pants, despite possessing only a single special effect, it significantly reduces skill cooldowns, effectively doubling Lin Yi's combat capabilities. This enhancement rivals that of silver equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Yi equipped both items, while the remaining 2 were stored within a special pendant reserved for future rewards. After reviewing his gear, Lin Yi discovered 2 precious skill books. One was a black iron skill exclusive to mages, the Soul Meditation Technique. The other was a black iron skill for assassins, Shadow Disguise. Without delay, Lin Yi clasped his hands together and decisively learned the Soul Meditation Technique. His innate talent activated, propelling the skill to its maximum level. Soul Meditation Technique, while in use, Restores 50 magic points per second and enhances dark spell damage by 20. Lin Yi's face lit up with astonishment. The effect was truly astounding. The ordinary meditation method only restores 2 magic points per second, an increase of 25 times. With his full state, Lin Yi possesses 12,000 magic points. Utilizing the soul meditation technique, he could fully restore in merely 4 minutes. Moreover, all his skills were maxed out, resulting in a negligible magic point consumption. Only a fraction of others' costs. Level increased to 15, the unlocking new skill, stun technique. With the enhancement of his talent, the stun technique automatically reached its peak level. Stun technique ignores defense, rendering the target in a stunned state for 10 seconds. The effect is dispelled upon receiving damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. A powerful control skill. Lin Yi's heart raced. Although the delay technique and swamp domain provided some control, they merely slowed enemies down. In contrast, the stun technique could incapacitate opponents for 10 seconds, a completely different nature. Thus, Lin Yi's combat strategy undoubtedly became more versatile and adaptable. He decided to examine his attribute panel. Controlling his excitement, he opened the attribute interface. Level 151348250000. Attributes: Strength 350, Spirit 1060, Stamina 400. Agility 410, Health Points 3600, Magic Points 12,500. It is evident that since entering the secret realm, Lin Yi's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation, with a tenfold increase. With a week remaining until the official commencement of the trial tournament, Lin is confident that he can ascend to the rank of a bronze mage. At that juncture, facing off against his contemporaries would be akin to seeking punishment. Currently, Lin Yi's fireball spell alone can inflict nearly 20,000 damage. Even a newly promoted bronze tier adventurer would likely be annihilated in the face of such overwhelming power. Compared to Lin Yi, those so-called hidden classes are not even worthy of carrying his shoes, even if others possess slightly superior attributes under comparable conditions. They cannot rival the sheer dominance of his fully leveled skills. Once he transitions into an archmage, any minor discrepancies will vanish, rendering Lin Yi even more formidable. Among his equipment, 3 pieces are of silver grade, while most are of bronze, with only a handful being black iron. This spectacle elicited palpable envy in Cheng Muqing and Baijia, particularly from Cheng Muqing, who felt it more intensely. Baijia may not fully comprehend, but Cheng Muqing is acutely aware that Lin Yi has awakened for merely 2 days. In this brief period, he has managed to single-handedly slay a level 15 purple boss monster. Such a rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. She could hardly fathom what might transpire if Lin Yi were afforded ample time. Surpassing the 4 great families of Zhong City might not be an impossibility. At that moment, her regard for Lin Yi reached unprecedented heights. Just as Cheng Muqing was about to speak, Baijia let out a soft exclamation, puzzled as to why they had yet to receive their clearance rating. Logically, the demon mage Cassio should be the final boss of this dungeon realm, should he not? Baijia's question suddenly illuminated Lin Yi's mind. Immersed in the joy of his recent achievements, he had inadvertently overlooked this detail. The absence of a clearance rating filled him with a sense of foreboding. This could only indicate one thing: the dungeon realm was not yet truly concluded. Consequently, Lin Yi's gaze was drawn toward the altar. From the moment he entered, he sensed something was amiss. It now appeared that this altar served as a conduit for communication with abyssal creatures. A faint aura of necromancy was seeping into the underground altar from the spot where Cassio had fallen. Despite the demise of the demon mage Cassio, in his final moments, he had completed a sacrificial ritual. Buzz. As if sensing the attention of the onlookers, the long quiet altar ceased its concealment. The intricate magic array carved upon it erupted with blinding black light, and a stream of abyssal energy began to surge forth. Level 15 Black Iron Dungeon Realm has unexpectedly escalated to hellish difficulty due to unforeseen circumstances. The dungeon realm is now sealed by unknown forces, preventing adventurers from exiting. A series of log updates flashed before Lin Yi and the others, instantly clarifying the situation. The difficulty of the dungeon realm had indeed intensified. Cheng Muqing, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of despair. She merely sought a place to hone her skills, never anticipating such a misfortune as an abrupt increase in dungeon difficulty. Hellish level. Are we doomed? Faced with the inability to exit, both Cheng Muqing and Baijia were thrown into a state of panic. They had anticipated a successful clearance only to be confronted with this unforeseen turn of events. Before encountering Lin Yi, they struggled to complete even the difficulty level dungeons. Now, with the difficulty soaring to hellish, it was simply unimaginable. Cheng Muqing attempted to activate the golden teleportation talisman in her hand, only to discover that it was utterly ineffective, plunging her spirits into despair. Lin Yi, though grave and swift in his demeanor, remained composed. The hellish secret realm, terrifying as it was, could not be surrendered to without an attempt. The newfound formidable power he possessed instilled him with unwavering confidence. Gripping his staff tightly, Lin Yi gazed at the altar undergoing a bizarre transformation. The catalyst for this upheaval in the secret realm was the abyssal creature summoned by Cassio. What manner of beast could it be? The trio held their breaths, their anxious hearts unable to find solace as they fixated on the altar. Meanwhile, Qingda and the others awaited outside the secret realm. Suddenly, an unusual wave of energy shattered the surrounding tranquility. The teleportation vortex, once radiating white light, erupted with blinding brilliance, soon shrouded in a foreboding darkness. A flicker of panic crossed Qingda's eyes as he stepped forward, striving to decipher this sudden anomaly. This is bad. The lady is in danger. Upon realizing the escalating difficulty of the secret realm, Qingda's expression turned grave. He swiftly turned, urgently instructing, "Quick, we must enter at once." Although Qingda had suffered grave injuries in the past while protecting the patriarch Cheng Batian, leaving his level stagnated at 20. This nonetheless provided him with the opportunity to enter the instance. At this moment, the dense black light on the altar began to dissipate. From the magic circle beneath the altar came a series of low growls and grinding sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Then, an unknown creature leaped into the air, revealing its true form. This creature radiated a dark purple glow, with curved horns atop its head and a tail covered in sharp spines that writhed incessantly. It bore bat-like wings upon its back. The Nether Fiend. Cheng Muqing gasped in recognition of this unknown entity. "Insignificant humans, did you slay my servant Cassio?" The Nether Fiend roared, its voice resonating like thunder. Twisting her expression in horror. Nether Fiend. Level 15 Lord Grade, Gold, Health 534,907, Skills, Dragon's Roar, Nether Flame, Violent Assault. Gazing at these terrifying statistics, Cheng Muqing felt her heart sink. This Nether Fiend was far more formidable than any foe she had encountered previously, especially with its health exceeding 500,000. An intimidating sight indeed. Just then, Lin Yi was about to speak when a rift tore open in the sky, and a new group of adventurers was transported into the fray. "Uncle Da." Seeing this, Cheng Muqing exclaimed with joy, recognizing Qingda and his party. "Lady, are you unharmed?" Qingda breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Cheng Muqing safe and sound. He then fixed his gaze upon the Nether Fiend, resolutely positioning himself in front of the others, warning, "This is an abyssal creature, everyone must exercise caution." "Excellent." The Nether Fiend flapped its wings, sneering. "Another batch of humans seeking their doom, today, they shall relish the feast." Without waiting for Lin Yi to respond, Qingda gestured for him to retreat. Subsequently, Qingda and the other 9 swiftly arranged themselves into a battle formation. Various enhancement auras rapidly accumulated around them. These level 20 Black Iron warriors had attributes exceeding 1,000. Qingda was acutely aware of the formidable threat posed by the Golden Lord monster. Yet at this moment, they had no choice but to engage in combat. Otherwise, should misfortune befall the lady here, he would have no face to return to the family master. Taking a deep breath, Qingda bellowed, "Kill." With the command given, the warriors' weapons shimmered with brilliance as they charged forward in unison. The assassins concealed themselves, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the mages and archers in the rear stood poised for action. The 2 priests, beads of sweat forming on their brows, were ready to cast healing spells at any moment. Boom! A dazzling array of skills converged like a flood, crashing forth. However, the spectral demon stood arrogantly with arms crossed, awaiting the onslaught. Lin Yi had intended to launch an attack, but Qingda's arrival disrupted his plans. Thus, he resolved to observe the battlefield first, assessing the demon's strength before proceeding. Bang! 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 Various skills rained down upon the spectral demon, yet the damage inflicted was minuscule. 453. 512. 397. This sequence of 3-digit damage figures left everyone astonished. After a round of attacks, they collectively caused merely over 2,000 points of damage. In comparison to the demon's colossal health pool, this was pathetically insignificant. This was indeed a demonic entity. A chill crept into Cheng Da's heart. The spectral demon's constitution was more formidable than anticipated. Its defenses and resistances far exceeded rational expectations. What a predicament this was. What should be done? Anxiety surged within Cheng Da, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. They repeatedly unleashed their skills, but the damage remained pitifully low. The spectral demon opened its arms, unreservedly welcoming these assaults, a look of enjoyment gracing its face. Haha! You pitiful ants, have you not eaten? Even scratching an itch seems beyond your capability. Fear not. I shall savor you slowly, it has been far too long since I feasted on something delectable. To eat adventurers were the ultimate delicacies. Furthermore, after devouring them, its power would ascend to greater heights. Whoosh! With a sudden clap of its wings, the meticulously prepared spells of several mages were instantly rendered null. Immediately afterward, the spectral demon retaliated, unleashing a fireball that struck Cheng Da and his companions. 2137. 2095. 2071. 2286. The damage erupted instantaneously, nearly depleting Cheng Da and the others' health points. This was not merely because the spectral demon could inflict such damage, rather, it was relishing the hunt. Toying with its prey, the ghostly flames burned upon Cheng Da and his comrades. Any health they regained was swiftly consumed by the inferno. Fresh, living prey was the true delicacy. The spectral demon inhaled deeply, then charged directly at Cheng Da. Fear flickered in Cheng Da's eyes. But more than that was a profound regret for his inability to protect the lady. Uncle Da! Cheng Muqing cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. As despair enveloped the crowd and the infernal creature prepared to feast, a thunderous roar erupted. Accompanied by the hissing sound of igniting air, the fireball, as large as a grinding stone, soared forth in an instant. Lin Yi had finally made his move. The sheer magnitude of this youth's power was utterly terrifying. Cheng Da and the others were left speechless, their eyes fixated on the remarkably exaggerated fireball. Prior to this moment, Cheng Da had unconsciously underestimated Lin Yi. Considering that a newly ascended black iron practitioner could hardly possess formidable strength. Thus, he had not contemplated including Lin in the fray. Now, however, he realized the folly of his previous thoughts. Boom! The infernal beast was equally bewildered as the colossal fireball struck its chest, evaporating its blood almost instantly. A staggering damage value of 25,739 left Cheng Da and the others at a loss for words. One single fireball spell had inflicted over 20,000 points of damage. This was utterly inconceivable. A glimmer of hope flickered in Cheng Da's eyes, perhaps today would bring an opportunity for escape. Witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Muqing was overwhelmed with joy. Tears of gratitude streaming down her face, thankful for Lin Yi's presence. In the following moment, Lin Yi produced a vial of mental potion. Upon consuming it, his mental energy surged by 300 points in an instant. Cheng Da reacted swiftly, urging all support classes to bolster Lin Yi with their enhancements. Swish, swish, swish. A kaleidoscope of radiant lights intertwined, causing Lin Yi's mental attributes to exceed 1,500 points. This was an extraordinary improvement. Furthermore, he gained a plethora of enhancements, including reduced casting time, diminished skill cooldowns, and increased movement speed. Lin Yi truly experienced the formidable strength that teamwork could bestow. Feeling the surging power within him, a smile crept across his lips. Harnessing the levitation spell granted by the infernal robe, Lin Yi leapt into the air, his agility heightened by the lightness technique. Bone spike technique. With numerous enhancements at his disposal, his already swift spellcasting became even more rapid. Observing this, the mages behind Cheng Da were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that spells could be released with such velocity. Whoosh! The skeletal spear whistled forth, instantly piercing through the shoulder of the infernal creature. Splatter! Dark purple blood erupted like raindrops, hissing as it struck the ground. A staggering 51,853 damage. In that fleeting moment, the infernal beast howled to the heavens. Yet, Lin Yi's onslaught continued unabated, leaving no room for retaliation. Ice Spear Technique. Bolstered by tremendous mental force. The ice spear seemed poised to freeze the surrounding air, its power surpassing all previous thresholds. Cheng Muqing and Baijiu trembled uncontrollably, their astonishment evident in their wide-eyed gazes. The ice spear tore through the demon's wounded shoulder, ripping it apart with brutal force. Slicing through. The demon's wing was severed, with only a few tendons remaining intact. A sight that sent chills down spines. A staggering 127,863. The combination of the bone spike and ice spear techniques unleashed a terrifying level of destruction. Qingda and the others were beyond shocked. Was this truly the work of a mere black iron practitioner? Gulp. The synchronized sound of swallowing resonated, humorously juxtaposed to the gravity of the situation. In just 3 spells, nearly a third of the infernal creature's health had evaporated. Even though it possesses remarkable vitality, it cannot withstand such a devastating blow. At this moment, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with astonishment and disbelief. They speculated about Lin Yi's profession. Could he be an ordinary mage? It simply could not be that straightforward. How dare this wretched human injure me? You shall perish, I will extract your soul. The abyssal monster was engulfed in towering black flames, the surge of demonic fire more ferocious than before, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. Lin Yi merely scoffed, lightly waving his staff. Stun. In an instant, a radiant beam of magical light erupted from the tip of the staff. Before the abyssal monster could complete its utterance, it fell into a state of bewilderment. Despite having some resistance to being stunned, the halo above its head indicated it would be ensnared in slumber for 5 seconds. 5 seconds was more than sufficient. Lin Yi darted through the air, seeking the optimal position for his incantation. Bone spike. The skeletal spear emerged, bolstered by his formidable mental strength. The spear tip glimmered with an ethereal light sharp beyond compare. Whoosh! The spear shot through the air like a meteor, plunging deep into the gaping maw of the abyssal monster. The next moment, it awakened from its stupor, yet it was already beyond redemption. The spear pierced through its mouth and emerged from the nape of its neck. 91,753. A tremendous amount of damage erupted, purple blood splattering everywhere and nearly severing its head. Flesh and shattered bone mingled, twisting half of its face into a grotesque visage. The abyssal monster howled in agony, but the spear lodged in its mouth rendered it incapable of vocalization. Ice spear. Following closely, an ice spear, imbued with the power of extreme cold, surged towards the abyssal monster. At that moment, the remaining half of its face was etched with boundless terror. The pain from the previous ice spear seemed to linger in its mind. Abyssal shield. The rising black flames coalesced into a fiery barrier, attempting to withstand the oncoming ice spear. Although it absorbed some damage, it could not completely obstruct the attack. Sizzle. The ice spear penetrated the flame shield, striking heavily against the abyssal monster's cranium. 124,580. Had it not been for the shield's damage reduction, the outcome would have been even more catastrophic. In less than a minute, its health plummeted to a mere 30%. Confusion rippled through Qingda and the others. Was this feeble abyssal monster truly the lord creature they had struggled against before? Why was Lin Yi able to handle it with such ease? A disgruntled mage attempted to cast an ice spear. 861. The paltry damage left him feeling embarrassed, wishing to sink into the ground. In comparison to Lin Yi, it was a chasm apart. He was merely inviting ridicule upon himself. Lin Yi offered the abyssal monster no respite. Delay. The fleeing figure of the abyssal monster suddenly became sluggish. Who says humans are weak? Why must I encounter such a freak of nature? It longed to drag the summoner, Cassio, out and whip its corpse 1,000 times. Why did you summon me? At this moment, Lin Yi's spells flowed incessantly. Frost, flames, and the diverse powers of thunder intertwined upon the abyssal monster. Its once mighty form was now riddled with wounds, and its health had plunged to a critical point. Suddenly, a colossal ice spear pierced through its body, pinning it to the altar wall, and it fell instantly. Defeated a level 15 nether demon, gaining 38,951 experience points. Lin Yi gazed at his nearly full experience bar, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Whoosh! Immediately, Beneath the carcass of the nether demon, a vibrant array of colors erupted. A dazzling assortment of equipment and skill books lay before him. There was even golden gear. As they beheld the heap of radiant treasures, envy glimmered in the eyes of the onlookers, especially among the young mages, whose gazes burned with fervor. Yet, none dared to act rashly. All these spoils belonged solely to Lin Yi, the testament to his glory. He began to examine them one by one. The first item to catch his eye was a resplendent golden piece of equipment. Abyssal Demon Cloak, grade gold attributes, stamina 150, agility 150, movement speed increased by 5. With the added skill Abyssal Eye capable of detecting the location of those concealed below the silver tier. Although it was not tailored for mages, Lin Yi could still wield it. The accompanying skill, Abyssal Eye, filled him with joy. The ability to detect hidden foes. This was undoubtedly a formidable aid. Particularly effective against adversaries below silver rank. Henceforth, any would-be stealthy assailant would find themselves utterly exposed before Lin Yi. Upon donning the new cloak, Lin Yi felt as light as a feather. Coupled with his agility-enhancing spell, he was swifter than even an assassin. He then turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Flame Ring, grade, silver attributes, spirit 80, adds 20 burn damage upon casting. Witnessing this, Lin Yi could hardly contain his delight. Not only did it provide a significant boost to his spirit, but it also imbued his attacks with burn damage. This elevated Lin Yi's combat prowess to an entirely new echelon. Storm Dragon Tonguebow, grade, silver attributes, strength 120, agility 60. Each attack fires an additional arrow that deals 25 damage. Undoubtedly, this was a weapon of legend for archers. Lin Yi decided to store it away, knowing that battering would be the wisest choice. Silver equipment was perpetually in high demand in the market. The remaining 2 bronze items, though not top tier, each easily surpassed a market value of 1 million. After inventorying all the equipment, he discovered 2 treasures. One was a gem the size of a dragon's eye, exuding a potent aura of the abyss. Abyss Core Stone, grade, gold attributes, can be embedded, granting equipment the power of the abyss, significantly enhancing its level. Applicable only to silver tier and below. An enhancement of equipment levels. Lin Yi had just lamented not acquiring a golden staff, only to find a solution at hand. Should he succeed in upgrading the demon staff to golden tier, his strength would surely soar to new heights. He carefully stored it away, planning to consult a blacksmith on his next visit to the treasure pavilion. The final treasure was a ticket leading to the abyss. Abyss Pass, first layer, grade, special attribute, the user can enter the first layer of the abyss requiring a strength of silver rank or above. It is said that the abyss consists of 18 layers, with the power of demons growing stronger the further one descends. That ethereal creature we encountered just now likely hails from the first layer of the abyss. Once I ascend to silver rank, I shall inevitably venture into the depths of the abyss to uncover its mysteries. The spoils from this expedition are extraordinarily bountiful. Even Lin Yi, accustomed to grand spectacles, finds it difficult to suppress the excitement within. At last, his gaze settles upon 2 skill tomes. Each tome is an invaluable treasure to him. Hell's Brand. Wings of the Nether. Hell's Brand is a black iron skill that Lin Yi can learn immediately. As for Wings of the Nether, it is a rare flying skill, albeit a bronze skill that Lin Yi cannot yet grasp. He promptly stores away the tome for Wings of the Nether and lightly touches the tome for Hell's Brand. The pages transform into a shooting star, merging into Lin Yi's mind, and in an instant he comprehends it. With his talent activated, Hell's Brand reaches maximum level in a heartbeat. Hell's Brand imprints a mark on the target, the next casting triggers the mark, dealing 5 times the damage. With a cooldown of 1 minute. After perusing the skill description, Lin Yi feels an exhilarating thrill. This is undoubtedly a trump card, a formidable asset for future confrontations. Having counted his gains, Lin Yi exhales contentedly. This adventure has been immensely rewarding. Initially, his objective was merely to defeat the Blood Pattern Wolf King. Who would have anticipated such fortuitous encounters, stumbling into a challenging dungeon and even ascending to hellish difficulty? The rewards are truly astounding. Lin Yi gazes at the equipment within the special pendant, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. At this moment, Chengda approaches slowly with Cheng Muqing and others. He does not dare to underestimate this black iron youth. With sheer force, he has slain a golden lord beast, showcasing a terrifying potential. Undoubtedly, Lin is destined to become an unparalleled master. His future is boundless, making it essential to cultivate a good relationship now. Young hero Lin Yi, we are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Without you, we would have faced dire consequences. Chengda is astounded to learn from Cheng Muqing that Lin is a student from the Interstellar Technology University, having only recently awakened his abilities. In just 2 days, he has surpassed Chengda's strength, truly a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi waves his hand, smiling. It was but a trifling effort. Besides, I had a promise to assist Miss Cheng in clearing the dungeon. Cheng Muqing chuckles softly, feeling she has stumbled upon a great fortune. Just with that special pendant, she has traversed a hell-level dungeon. Although she spent most of the time merely observing, resulting in a lower score, the rewards she received are still considerable. All of this is thanks to Lin Yi, whom she regards with profound respect. Baijia also shares this sentiment. Lin Yi's impeccable spell bombardment has left a deep impression on her. While it may not be love, the sense of fondness naturally blossoms. Chengda hastily interjects. The compensation offered by the young lady is truly inadequate for the value of this dungeon. Upon returning home, I shall surely report to the family head. You are cordially invited to visit the Cheng family, where a generous gift awaits you. Do not decline. Chengda possesses a suave demeanor, exhibiting great humility. Although Lin is mentally mature, he finds himself rather pleased by this invitation. He is curious about what splendid gift the Cheng family might prepare as a token of gratitude. Could it be the betrothal of Cheng Muqing to himself? Amused by his own fanciful thoughts, Lin Yi chuckles self-deprecatingly. At that moment, the dungeon realm suddenly dazzles with radiant golden light. As the will of the world begins to evaluate their performances, the golden rays soar into the heavens, converging into a colossal luminous screen. Subsequently, the scores of each individual are revealed one by one. First up are Chengda and his companions, who, upon descending before the underworld demons, nearly succumb to a swift defeat. Chengda's face flushes with embarrassment, as this is a blatant slap in the face. Ultimately, they receive the lowest possible score, though the accompanying reward is somewhat satisfactory. Next, Cheng Muqing and Baijia, who spent most of their time merely observing, occasionally providing Lin Yi with enhancements, experience the entire dungeon as if it were a leisurely holiday. The two shyly shield their eyes, receiving a commendable score. Their rewards surpass those of Chengda and his group, a joy evident in their expressions. Finally, it is Lin Yi's turn, and everyone holds their breath in anticipation. The screen displays Lin Yi taking on 100 foes single-handedly. Regardless of whether they are Casio or underworld demons, he sends them soaring into the sky. Chengda and the others watch in astonishment, having previously only witnessed him tackle the underworld demons. Now, they comprehend the extent of his extraordinary prowess. The golden screen gradually freezes, and under the astonished gazes of all, his score glimmers brilliantly. My goodness, it's a score of 3. Witnessing this scene, everyone is left in shock. Achieving a score of this caliber is exceedingly rare, let alone the unattainable score of 5. Congratulations on conquering the hell-level dungeon. Earning a score of 5. Reward 30,000 experience points. Acquired platinum treasures, skill fusion stone. Acquired platinum treasures, Hawaiian spirit card. Lin Yi's throat tightens as astonishment washes over him at such bountiful rewards. The magnitude of these prizes surpasses all expectations. Suddenly, a brilliant white light bursts forth from Lin Yi. Level upgraded to 16. He has leveled up once more. The next 2 platinum treasures are the true highlights. Initially, he thought it a rarity to receive golden equipment, yet here he is with 2 platinum items. First is the skill fusion stone, about the size of a fist, radiating a golden sheen from the red stone, which passes with wondrous energy. Skill fusion stone, grade platinum. Attribute capable of merging 2 bronze skills into a higher level skill, bypassing level restrictions for early mastery. Typically, practitioners can only learn skills corresponding to their own levels, making cross-level learning exceedingly challenging, unless one possesses special treasures. And the skill fusion stone is indeed one such item. Lin Yi can hardly contain his eagerness as he carefully stores this treasure away. Spirit of the Wind card, grade platinum attribute, the bearer can win the favor of the Spirit of the Wind, which can be exchanged for moon water. What a remarkable token. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Their worth hinges upon the acumen of the practitioner. Moonwater, you say? It is rumored to permanently enhance the mental attributes of mages. For me, it is truly priceless. It seems I must seize the opportunity to glean information regarding the elven lineage. Lin Yi committed this matter to memory, planning to inquire during his visit to the Cheng family. As a prestigious clan in Jiang City, the Cheng family boasts extensive connections, far surpassing the efficiency of individual exploration. At this moment, the onlookers also emerged from their astonishment, gazing at Lin Yi with a mixture of awe and reverence. This young man's future achievements are boundless. Chengda's regard for Lin Yi deepened, prompting him to extend another invitation. Young hero Lin, upon your return to Jiang City, you must visit the Cheng family. Beside him, Cheng Muqing chimed in, I look forward to our next encounter. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, certainly. Shortly thereafter, the Cheng Muqing and her companions transformed into streaks of light, departing the instant space. Given the imminent collapse of the secret realm, lingering was ill-advised. Whoosh! Lin Yi and Baijia reappeared in the lair of the blood-stained Wolf King. Baijia let out a long sigh. The twists and turns of this journey far surpassed all her previous experiences, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. She gazed at Lin Yi beside her, her eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. What kind of exceptional person could possibly match him? Let us depart. This expedition not only propelled Lin Yi to a remarkable level 16 but also resulted in a comprehensive upgrade of his equipment and skills, amplifying his power by multiples. Even the fireball spell he casually cast now boasted a devastating force of 20 to 30,000 points, a truly monstrous increase. This bolstered Lin Yi's confidence immensely. In this world, strength remains the ultimate safeguard, all else is mere illusion. On the journey home, every creature in the swamp plains fell before him effortlessly. Regrettably, due to Lin Yi's elevated level, hunting the monsters of the swamp plains no longer yielded experience. Occasionally encountering adventurers, they sensed the ominous aura emanating from Lin Yi and prudently chose to steer clear. The advantages conferred by strength are unparalleled, and none dared to provoke him lightly. With an occasional application of a lightness spell, their speed doubled. Before long, the quaint sight of Wulong Town came into view. Lin Yi, until next time. After exchanging contact information, Lin Yi made his way directly to the treasure pavilion, eager to sell the treasures he possessed. Upon entering the doors of the treasure pavilion, he was once again greeted by the same rabbit-eared attendant. An expression of intrigue flickered in her eyes, evidently surprised by Lin Yi's return in such a short span. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. How may I assist you today? The rabbit-eared girl maintained her professional smile, bowing gracefully. Lin Yi responded with a calm smile, intending to dispose of some superfluous treasures while also seeking mage skill tomes and information regarding blacksmiths. Let us first attend to some equipment. No sooner had he spoken than the rabbit-eared attendant was left momentarily speechless. Clatter. A plethora of equipment and materials cascaded onto the polished surface, a dazzling display of colors. Numerous pieces of black iron gear and an abundance of bronze equipment were laid out alongside a singular piece of silver gear. Esteemed guest, please bear with me for a moment. Such a significant transaction is beyond my authority. I shall summon the manager immediately. Kindly wait in the VIP lounge for a brief respite, the bunny girl said, her voice slightly trembling, her soft bosom gently swaying with the movement. The sight was utterly breathtaking, the extravagant gear piled up as if they were mere cabbages. Even she, despite her extensive experience, found it hard to believe. Lin Yi observed this spectacle, stifling a chuckle within. Should he unveil golden gear, or even platinum treasures, it would likely leave her utterly astounded, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Following this display of prowess, Lin Yi was swiftly ushered into a lavishly adorned private booth. The chairs were crafted from the bones of high-level magical beasts. Not only was there a dedicated attendant for massages, but even the tea served was the exceptionally valuable white jade spiritual tea. Compared to what he had consumed earlier, its worth was immeasurable. Such was the privilege and enjoyment bestowed by strength. Lin Yi accepted all these thoughtful services with grace. Before long, a lean middle-aged man hurried into the booth, slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed over upon receiving news of Lin Yi's arrival. Esteemed guest, I apologize for not being able to welcome you properly, it is indeed a grave oversight. Let us dispense with the idle chatter and commence our transaction directly. With that, Batches of equipment and materials poured forth once more from the special pendant. The astonishment in Manager Zhong's eyes was unmistakable. He quickly made a decision: he must befriend this young man. Only then could his own performance reach new heights, enabling him to escape the modest confines of Wulong Town and relocate to the bustling Jiang city. With this thought in mind, Manager Zhong began meticulously counting the items Lin Yi intended to sell. 20 pieces of gear below level 10 amounted to 4.91 million. Let me round it up. Let us say 5 million. Just from this batch of equipment, Lin Yi's face radiated a satisfied smile. As Manager Zhong continued to tally, his excitement grew, and his speech quickened uncontrollably. There were 13 pieces of black iron gear above level 11, totaling 8 million. 7 pieces of bronze gear, amounting to 16 million. As for the skill book, shadow evasion, and the silver equipment, the storm dragon tongue bow, I cannot provide an estimate at this moment. Perhaps we could consider an exchange for other items. What say you? Such treasures often have a price yet lack a market, making them difficult to convert into Huaxia currency. Manager Zhong's tone grew increasingly respectful. This was an extraordinary deal. The youth before him either possessed an impressive background or unfathomable strength. Regardless of which it was, neither could be underestimated. Lin Yi was filled with elation. This haul was nothing short of extraordinary. If he included the equipment and treasures he currently bore, his assets would easily surpass 100 million. After exchanging these two items for the bronze promotion orbs, he would still have a surplus, perfectly suited for replenishing some gear and skills. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, declaring that a barter would ensue. He required a bronze promotion pearl. Furthermore, he requested assistance in locating suitable equipment and skills for mages. Should anything appropriate be found, he would exchange these items. The attendant nearby was deeply captivated by Lin Yi's charismatic demeanor. Handsome and affluent, he embodied the ideal romantic partner. As Lin Yi's words settled, Supervisor Jiang was filled with joy. Please take a moment to rest, he said, turning to signal the bunny girl behind him to prepare a detailed list of goods. Jiang smiled warmly as he savored tea alongside Lin Yi, their conversation flowing freely and casually. During their idle chat, Lin Yi learned that Supervisor Jiang's name was Jiang Fu. Upon discovering that Lin Yi had only recently awakened as a freshman, Jiang Fu was taken aback, struggling to contain his astonishment. Achieving such feats in merely 2 days was virtually unheard of. Amidst his admiration, Jiang Fu made a bold decision. I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Lin from now on, given that the value of the items Lin Yi was selling met the requisite standard. Wanbao Pavilion bestowed upon him a black gold card. Henceforth, he would enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases at Wanbao Pavilion. Jiang Fu beamed with warmth, clearly viewing this as a long-term investment. Traditionally, only transactions exceeding 100 million could earn a black gold card, yet Jiang Fu recognized the boundless potential within Lin Yi. Firm in his belief that Lin Yi would undoubtedly achieve greatness, he made this exception. He sensed that cultivating a relationship with this individual could potentially elevate him to a senior position within Wanbao Pavilion in Jiang City. Lin Yi, perceptive as he was, smiled and replied, Brother Zhong's kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Shortly thereafter, the bunny girl approached, holding the list in her hands and balancing a black sandalwood box with her right hand. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as the box revealed a pearl the size of a longan within. Jiang Fu elaborated, Brother Lin, this bronze promotion pearl typically retails for 20 million in the market. However, considering our friendship and your exclusive discount with the black gold card, I shall offer it to you for only 16 million. This transaction saved Lin Yi 4 million. Thank you, Brother Jiang. In the future, should I have any items to dispose of, I will certainly think of you first. Jiang Fu laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the sentiment. After presenting the list, he leisurely resumed sipping tea. Brother Lin, take your time selecting, there is no need to rush. The more Lin Yi examined the list, the more exhilarated he became, recognizing the extensive privileges granted to him. Each piece of equipment and skill stirred his anticipation. According to his needs, Lin Yi swiftly made a decision. He first exchanged the Storm Dragon tongue bow for a piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Mage's Crown, grade, silver attributes, magic resistance 80. Defense bypass 50, with a 15 chance to replicate the current spell upon casting. Swift gloves, grade bronze attributes, spirit 5. Casting speed increase 10, resilient bracers, grade bronze attributes, health 600, mana 650. The attributes of these pieces of equipment were all of superior quality. Especially the Mage's crown. When Lin Yi casts the Ice Spear technique, triggers a replication effect that can inflict unexpectedly severe damage upon his adversaries. The acceleration effect of the swift gloves in casting should not be underestimated either. Although the resilient bracers are rather ordinary, they have significantly enhanced Lin Yi's other gear. Thus, all of Lin Yi's equipment has been elevated to at least bronze level. Such a configuration, if revealed to the world, would undoubtedly attract countless envious gazes. After updating his equipment, Lin Yi exchanged for a skill book titled Immunity Barrier. The other two books, costing a total of 6 million, were Thunderbolt Technique and Rapid Aura. Ultimately, Lin Yi was left with 7 million, yet he did not intend to squander it all at once. For his current strength, this sum of money will not yield a qualitative change. With financial backing now available, Lin Yi wished to purchase a high-end residence for his mother, ensuring her a comfortable life in her later years. With a gentle clap of his hands, he instantly comprehended the 3 new skills and elevated them all to their maximum level. Immunity Barrier, capable of resisting all control skills, including stun, electrification, fear, etc. With a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Thunderbolt Technique summons lightning within a 50-meter radius of the target, with a cooldown time of 3 seconds. Rapid Aura grants the target an aura that increases speed by 200, with a cooldown time of 5 seconds. Initially, Lin Yi yearned to find a teleportation skill for mages. Regrettably, such skills are not easily attainable at the Black Iron level. Therefore, Lin Yi settled for the Rapid Aura instead. Suddenly, he recalled the Abyss Core Stone and promptly inquired, "Brother Jiong, are there any high-level blacksmiths in Wulong Town?" Coincidentally, the Golden Blacksmith Kong Yuan has been gathering materials in this area recently. You can find him at the Emerald Courtyard to the east, simply mention my name. A glimmer of starlight flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the greater the success rate of gem embedding. He quickly expressed his gratitude, and after a brief conversation, took his leave. Jiangfu watched Lin Yi depart, exclaiming, "This individual is no ordinary person. He is bound to make a name for himself in Jiangcheng and even throughout the entire nation of China." As night deepened, Lin Yi planned to visit Kongyuan the following day. He sought out an inn, and after bathing and resting, he fell into a deep slumber. At dawn, Lin Yi headed straight for the Emerald Courtyard. This place served as a tranquil corner within the gathering hub for adventurers. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms made it feel like a paradise on earth. 2 burly men stood by the entrance with clearly formidable melee fighters. Lin Yi approached calmly, stating, "I wish to ask Master Kong Yuan to embed a gem manager Jiang from the Wanbao Pavilion recommended me. I would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival." One of the large men's eyes flickered slightly, and he waved his hand, saying, "Please, come in." Not long after entering the courtyard, Lin Yi encountered Master Kong Yuan. "Haha, that old sly Jiangfu really did send someone to me. Young man, what sort of gem do you wish to embed?" "I am Lin Yi, paying my respects to Master Kong," Lin Yi replied with a smile. Then produced the demon staff and the Abyss Core Stone. In an instant, the aura of the abyss enveloped them. A spark of unusual interest lit up Kong Yuan's calm eyes. Golden level gems. As a golden blacksmith, opportunities to handle such treasures are quite rare. Originally, Lin Yi was merely considered a junior recommended by Jiangfu, merely expected to trade a favor. However, at this moment, he altered his perspective. Kong Yuan's professional instincts were awakened, and his mind raced with ideas on how to enhance the equipment to a higher level. After a brief pause, Kong Yuan suddenly proposed, "Young brother, shall we engage in a transaction?" Lin Yi exhibited a hint of skepticism, to which Master Kong encouraged him to speak freely. Taking a deep breath, Kong Yuan slowly stated, "I am willing to assist you in upgrading your equipment at no charge. I will even utilize my private stash of ores to augment its power. But in return, I require a small favor from you." "What favor?" Lin Yi inquired, maintaining his composure. The allure of golden equipment was undeniable. Yet he was wary of incurring excessive risks. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To be frank, I possess a creation that is just one step away from completion. The key material I need is the fangs of the thunder crocodile beast. If you can retrieve them for me, I shall enhance your equipment. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. The thunder crocodile beast lurked deep within the thunder ruins, a formidable leader-level monster boasting an estimated level of 18. Moreover, the creature was incredibly cunning, often evading high-level professionals. There had been silver-tier experts who pursued it for an entire month, only to return empty-handed. Kong Yuan was quite distressed, as this task had lingered on the mercenary board for quite some time without completion. Upon sensing the immense power hidden within Lin Yi, he hastily proposed this collaboration. I accept your offer, but please assist me in modifying my staff first. Should I fail to procure the thunder crocodile beast fangs, I will compensate you for the ores and expenses at market price. Lin Yi had already intended to delve into the thunder ruins, seizing the opportunity to level up and strive to become a bronze tier professional within the final days. Observing the remarkable calmness and steadfast confidence emanating from the youth, Kong Yuan decided to take a gamble. Very well, follow me, and I shall upgrade your staff. Before long, a roaring blaze erupted in the backyard, accompanied by the steady and powerful sounds of forging, creating a scene of grandeur. It is important to note that whether one is a blacksmith, alchemist, or enchanter, these professions are immensely sought after. In fact, one could argue that high-end support professionals are even rarer than combat professionals. Throughout Jiang City, there may be nearly 100 golden combat professionals, yet only about 20 support professionals have reached the golden tier. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Young brother, the finished product exceeds our expectations. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi leaped to his feet in excitement. It was a success. Kong Yuan emerged from the forge with a radiant smile, holding a newly transformed staff. The once monotonous black staff was now adorned with intricate golden patterns. Lin Yi accepted the staff and felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. The numbers on his attribute panel dazzled his eyes. Abyssal staff, quality, golden attributes, spirit 330, attack power 1800, grants the spirit decay skill, capable of diminishing the target's spirit strength by 35. The newly acquired skill Abyssal Mark temporarily increases mental value by 350 points for a duration of 20 seconds. With a cooldown of 24 hours. The enhancement level of the staff far surpassed Lin Yi's expectations, particularly the skill Abyssal Mark. Though it lasts a mere 20 seconds and can only be employed once a day, undoubtedly serves as Lin Yi's secret trump card, akin to a portable elixir for mental acuity. Kong Yuan gazed at Lin Yi, a flicker of concern crossing his brow. Little brother, you must assist me in locating the fangs of the thunder crocodile beast. In order to maximize the potential of this staff, I have even resorted to utilizing precious mithril. Lin Yi, filled with gratitude, resolutely assured him, rest assured, Master Kong Yuan. Within 5 days, I shall certainly deliver. With that, Lin Yi wasted no time and turned to depart. The following 5 days were a relentless sprint for him, with the aim of ascending to the bronze level before the trial. Although he currently had no intention of joining any faction, the trial undeniably represented a rare opportunity. Should he perform exceptionally, the rewards would be substantial. Such a chance was one Lin Yi would not let slip by easily. As he strode along the bluestone path of Wulong Town, Lin Yi's state of mind contrasted starkly with that of 2 days prior. At that time, he was merely a novice at level 1. Now, even if faced with a bronze professional, he believed he could handle the situation with ease. At least within Wulong Town, Lin Yi had become one of the foremost formidable individuals. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the outskirts of the town, only to find a throng of professionals gathered at the entrance. They were clad in uniform attire, with a fierce wolf's head emblem prominently embroidered on their chests. Excuse me. Have you seen a young warrior dressed in purple, approximately 1.8 meters tall, around 23 years of age? The leader inquired with a grave expression, relentlessly questioning the incoming adventurers. I have not seen him, Lin Yi replied calmly, despite a tightening sensation in his heart. The leader's tone was uncompromising. Think carefully. If you can provide clues about that individual, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps will offer a generous reward. However, should you dare to conceal information, you will experience the consequences of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yi felt a flicker of anger within. Even though the person they sought had indeed perished at his hands, the taste of such threats was far from pleasant. He shook his head slightly, remaining silent as he moved directly toward the exit. This was not a place to provoke trouble, it was wise to hold back for now. The leader's expression darkened. And with a final cold snort, he turned to interrogate the next individual. Internally, he cursed, "Arrogant brat, if we cross paths in the wilderness, you shall beg for mercy on your knees." Numerous adventurers were intercepted and questioned one by one, daring to harbor their anger but refraining from voicing it. Only after leaving the town did they begin to complain. That was Lin Yi, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. "I've heard he is the son of our leader. Yesterday, he met a gruesome fate in the wilderness. Truly, evil begets evil, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, notorious for their arrogance, will inevitably face retribution." "Shoot, lower your voice. Do you wish to court death? Their leader is a bronze professional. If the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps hears you, you can expect dire consequences." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a profound silence, subsequently hastening towards the wilderness. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had been able to act with such audacity in the region, relying solely on their formidable strength. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he contemplated his strategy. What of the bronze professionals? Those who dared to provoke him must be prepared to endure his wrath. With Lin Yi's current capabilities, the bronze professionals were hardly a challenge. Having already forged a deep-seated enmity, why not take the initiative and strike first? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi swiftly messaged Jiang Fu. "Brother Jiang, could you share any information regarding the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" Upon receiving the message, Jiang Fu's heart tightened. It was no wonder that some of the equipment Lin Yi had used yesterday appeared strikingly familiar. He was beginning to understand the situation more clearly. Nevertheless, Jiang Fu was determined to stand by Lin Yi's side. "Brother Lin, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps consists of 82 members, all of whom are iron professionals. The leader is a 27th level bronze professional, and he has 7 or 8 bronze experts under him. Do not act recklessly, think twice before proceeding." In Jiang Fu's eyes, although Lin Yi possessed considerable strength, he was still not a match for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps at this moment. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Reckless? Brother Jiang, you seem to underestimate my capabilities." With a fleeting glance towards the direction of the small town, he then turned away, his eyes glimmering with a faint, fiery intensity. As the abyssal eye activated, the two pursuing shadows were laid bare. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy, calm, for he would ensnare them all. Having spoken, he feigned ignorance and continued towards the Thunder Ruins. The deeper Lin Yi ventured, the higher the level of monsters he encountered. When he found himself surrounded by creatures such as level 18 or higher, like the Azure Serpent and Giant Lizard, he finally paused. With his current abilities, challenging monsters beyond his level was the quickest way to amass experience points. Activating the abyssal eye once more, he noticed that his pursuers had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi steadied his mind, there was no need to conceal his strength any longer. With a gentle tap of his staff, a faint white light materialized into a shield enveloping his entire form. Enhanced by the speed aura, the previously sluggish levitation spell became remarkably agile. Light Shield. The current iteration of the Light Shield was capable of withstanding over 110,000 points of damage. Even bronze professionals would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Thus began his path to advancement. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation after a significant enhancement in strength. This would be the first true test of his abilities. Soon, a large throng of monsters, approximately 30 to 40, gathered behind him. Thunderbolt. Chaotic currents surged through the abyssal staff. And in an instant, a massive sphere of lightning, the size of a grown adult, took form. With a resounding crash, the thunderbolt plummeted into the horde of monsters. The scorching lightning raged, illuminating the desolate ruins with dazzling purple light. The air became thick with the stench of charred flesh, as the monsters were instantaneously obliterated. Damage values of 51, 376. 50, 425. 51, 294. 52, 383. Astonishing figures cascaded before him. Indeed, for Lin Yi, vanquishing this lesser force had become as effortless as quenching one's thirst. With merely a wave of monsters, he garnered nearly 5,000 experience points. Given my current level, I require an additional 80,000 experience points to level up, which means I will likely need to vanquish another 16 or 17 waves of adversaries. Each wave consumes approximately 15 minutes, and today I am hopeful of ascending 2 levels in one go. Such speed is undeniably extraordinary, surpassing the efficiency of ordinary individuals by 100-fold. At this pace, reaching the bronze rank before the trial commences is but a matter of time. Lin Yi was filled with fervor, unleashing spells such as the Fire Meteor technique and the Thunderlight technique in the thunderous ruins. The monsters, engulfed in terror and lamentation, became mere stepping stones for his advancement. Despite the vast wilderness and the time it took to lure monsters, Lin Yi's progress remained astonishing. While leveling up, he also kept a vigilant eye on the whereabouts of the thunder crocodile beast. Suddenly, the brilliant white light erupted from within Lin Yi. Level increased to 17. He had successfully leveled up. His heart brimmed with joy, the exhilarating sensation of continuous ascent providing him immense satisfaction. Unlike others who toiled in teams for countless days, only to see minimal gains in experience, the disparity between their experiences was akin to heaven and earth. At that moment, a violent upheaval occurred ahead, with green sludge splattering everywhere, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he beheld a massive thunder crocodile bellowing with its head held high. This creature measured over 20 meters in length, its barrel-like body exuding a fierce presence, while its purple scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The repugnant sludge dripped from its form, evoking disgust. However, upon witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. The boss monster, the Thunder Crocodile Beast, had revealed itself. Thunder Crocodile Beast, level 19 boss monster, health 227, 835, skills, Thunder Flash, Crocodile Tail Charge, Death Roll. Lin Yi grinned broadly, ready to test his Hell's Mark skill against you. Previous battles had concluded in mere moments, leaving many of his newly acquired skills untested. Suddenly, a raucous laughter echoed from afar, growing closer. Haha, at last, I've caught you, little rascal. Oh, and you've even brought along a boss monster, what a delightful surprise. Lin Yi maintained his composure, his gaze calmly locking onto the Blood Wolf mercenary group ahead. At the forefront of the group, Lin Yi led nearly 20 subordinates. Slowly stepping into view, a glint of greed flashed in Lin Yi's eyes upon spotting the Thunder Crocodile Beast. When he turned his gaze to Lin Yi, a hint of mockery emerged. Previously, Lin Yi's demeanor at the town gate had greatly displeased him, prompting him to secretly dispatch 2 Black Iron assassins to trail Lin Yi. Most importantly, Lin Yi keenly perceived that Lin Yi's equipment was far from ordinary. Even with an effort to conceal its brilliance, its exceptional nature could not be hidden. Judging by appearances alone, he possessed at least several pieces of bronze equipment. This clearly ignited his avarice. At such a tender age, daring to flaunt bronze gear in public displayed a complete lack of awareness of the dangers that lay ahead. The Blood Wolf mercenary group had rapidly risen to prominence over the years, relying on their nefarious plundering activities. They deliberately avoided targeting the major families, instead focusing their efforts on the scions of smaller clans. Lin Yi grinned menacingly, weaving accusations with casual disdain. You killed the son of our captain, and you think you can escape unscathed? Lin Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. Have you finished? Any last words? Speak quickly, or you shall have no chance left. The murderous intent within Lin Yi gradually intensified. Moreover, weakening the Blood Wolf mercenary corps had always been part of his plan. Such an opportunity was too fortuitous to dismiss lightly. Lin Yi licked his lips and scornfully remarked, "You are rather audacious, aren't you? Let us see whether your bravado holds or if my subordinates prove to be more formidable." The mercenaries erupted in laughter, well aware of the deputy captain's temperament. This handsome youth was likely in for a rough time. They swiftly dispersed, cutting off all of Lin Yi's escape routes. A surge of revulsion filled Lin Yi's heart, amplifying his murderous resolve. These individuals must be eradicated. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yi caught sight of the Thunder Crocodile Beast attempting to slip away unnoticed. It could not be allowed to escape. Finding it later would pose great complications. For now, let them survive for a few moments longer. With that thought, Lin Yi moved with unparalleled swiftness, the abyssal magic wand in his hand emanating a potent demonic aura. Hell's Mark. With a hum, dark energy coalesced into an illusory demonic rune, charging toward the Thunder Crocodile Beast. Whoosh! The black mark was firmly branded upon the creature's body, which writhed anxiously, sensing an impending doom. Lin Yi showed no signs of halting, unleashing spells in rapid succession. Empowered by the rapid glove, his casting speed was nearly instantaneous. Ice Spear Technique. Whoosh! The ice spear sliced through the air, producing a heavy thud that sent ripples through the atmosphere. The power of the ice spear had significantly increased, delivering over 60,000 points of damage. In the next moment, the spear pierced deeply into the marked area of the Hell's mark. Boom! The effect of Hell's mark triggered, amplifying the damage fivefold. The ice spear grew immensely larger, effortlessly penetrating the thunder crocodile beast's skull, ultimately embedding itself deep within the swamp. 312, 574. 61, 057. Even Lin Yi could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Under the enhancement of Hell's mark, an astonishing total of 310,000 damage had been inflicted. The scorching flame ring also proved formidable, erupting with an additional 20,000 burn effect, contributing another 60,000 points of damage. With only a little over 200,000 life points, the creature was instantly obliterated. The level 19 Lord creature. The thunder crocodile beast had been dispatched in a heartbeat. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock, his legs trembling in fear. Who on earth is this guy? How could he possibly be so powerful? The previously arrogant mercenaries were now filled with dread. This can't be real, can it? They swallowed hard, recalling how they had just threatened this young man. All eyes turned towards Lin Yi. The convergence of their gazes causing him to feel an unsettling chill crawl up his spine. In an instant, he forced a smile, stammering that this is merely a misunderstanding. You are clearly not the murderer, I must have been mistaken. We should leave at once. Lin Yi sneered inwardly, recognizing the advantage that power bestows. Prior to revealing his strength, he had been regarded as a mere lamb. Now, however, he was met with reverence. It is your turn. Lin Yi's gaze deepened. The dark light swirling ominously around the abyssal staff intensified. Bone Spike Technique. With that incantation, the shimmering white bone spear materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Lin Yi with a chilling ferocity. Lin Yi's heart quaked at the sight. As a level 23 bronze practitioner, even at peak condition, his health barely exceeded 30,000 points. Despite possessing skills to mitigate damage, he found it nearly impossible to withstand such a lethal blow. You fools! What are you waiting for? Attack this brat at once. He shouted hoarsely, hastily drawing a longbow from behind. An arrow infused with fire elements shot forth, aimed directly at the bone spear. Whoosh! A nearby priest acted swiftly, casting a protective shield over Lin Yi. Yet this did little to assuage his dread. The incoming spear sent chills down his spine, and his pupils constricted in terror. In the blink of an eye, the fiery arrow was effortlessly pierced, its tip splintering into fragments. The bone spear, unyielding, continued its relentless advance, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Boom! The shield shattered in less than a second, unable to withstand the spear's incredible speed. Thud! Lin Yi's throat was brutally torn open, blood gushing forth. 681. Under Lin Yi's precise control. While Lin Yi did not perish immediately, he was firmly pinned to the ground, howling in agony. Such suffering was a torment far worse than instant death. Lin Yi's eyes were icy, and though he took no pleasure in slaughter, the principle of retribution was always his guiding tenet. The observing mercenaries, witnessing this scene, felt an uncontrollable surge of fear, swallowing hard. Brothers, let us charge together. This guy won't spare us. Avenge Deputy Captain Du. Kill. Perhaps the shared fury temporarily overshadowed their fear as they unleashed their skills upon Lin Yi. Nearly 20 black iron practitioners combined their attacks, resulting in a formidable total damage output. Fiery fireballs, sharp arrows, and dazzling greatswords, skills from various classes descended upon Lin Yi like a torrential storm. Levitate. Lin Yi remained unfazed, gracefully maneuvering in the air to evade nearly half of the assaults. The remaining attacks, however, were unavoidable. The mercenary members beamed with hope at the sight. Yet, that hope was fleeting. The barrage of attacks collided with Lin Yi's light shield, inflicting not a single point of damage. How is this possible? Disbelief washed over the crowd. Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, it is my turn to strike. Fire meteor technique. The abyssal staff erupted in a brilliant red glow as fire elements surged violently. A colossal fireball, reminiscent of a celestial meteor, plummeted from the heavens, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions that reverberated through the air. The searing heat emanating from the fireballs was so intense that it raised the hairs on their skin. They sought to flee, yet the fireballs rained down in dense clusters, leaving no escape. 38,153. 40,173. 37,952. Damage figures continuously flickered, rendering any attempt to raise shields utterly futile. Such devastation was far beyond what mere black iron practitioners could withstand. In the blink of an eye, they had already suffered catastrophic losses. Should the onslaught intensify further, annihilation would be imminent. The eyes of the survivors were filled with profound dread. Flee, escape swiftly. The remaining individuals were paralyzed with terror. A single spell had instantaneously obliterated Lin Yi. Immediately following was another strike, and most of their companions fell lifelessly to the ground. This fiend was nothing short of a demon reincarnate. Desiring to escape, Lin Yi smirked coldly, invoking the Thunderlight technique. Once again, he unleashed a devastating area attack. The blazing orb of lightning, as large as a millstone, crackled with frenzied currents within. Boom! The orb surged forth, striking at the heart of the crowd, unleashing a terrifying explosion of electricity. The mercenaries found themselves ensnared in the electric fury, their wails echoing in despair. The few remaining were reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. One assassin, eyes filled with terror, attempted to slip away unnoticed. Lin Yi activated the abyssal eye. No stealth could evade him. Whoosh! An ice crystal arrow, akin to a silent harbinger of death, pierced through the assassin's heart in an instant. At this moment, the entire area was engulfed in silence. Nearly 20 Blood Wolf mercenaries under Lin Yi's command had perished in unison. The ground was littered with charred, contorted corpses, each assuming a unique pose of death. Yet within Lin Yi's heart, tranquility reigned supreme. He never showed mercy to his foes. Exhaling softly, his eyes shimmered with fervent light. Upon the death of the Thunder Alligator beast, several treasures had fallen. Amidst the countless corpses, numerous pieces of equipment awaited his collection. Mask of the Recluse, grade silver attribute, 50 reduction in spell interruption probability, blocks reconnaissance skills below gold level. This mask, as delicate as a gossamer wing, was interwoven with eerie red threads, exuding an aura of sinister allure. When Lin Yi donned it, he felt no weight whatsoever. Under the influence of his magical power, the mask melded with his skin, revealing his handsome visage. The reduction in the likelihood of spell interruption was an exceedingly rare trait. Even more enticing was the second attribute, which could obstruct reconnaissance skills below the gold level. Generally speaking, higher-level reconnaissance skills yield increasingly detailed information on adversaries. With this mask, most individuals would be unable to perceive Lin Yi's true circumstances. Indeed, it was perfectly suited to counter the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. As a vast mercenary organization, it boasted an array of talents within its ranks. Lin Yi had to ensure he presented no vulnerabilities. Additionally, he had acquired 4 or 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Some were retrieved from Lin Yi, while others were dropped by the Thunder Alligator beast. As for black iron equipment, he amassed as many as 50 pieces. With this bounty, Lin Yi found himself once again enriched beyond measure. The mere value of these items amounts to at least 25 million. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that one of the bronze rings could perfectly replace the blood pattern ring. Mana absorption ring, grade the bronze attribute, mana 600. With an additional mana absorption effect of 0. 2. Although the mana absorption ring does not confer the mental power bonus that the blood pattern ring does, its attributes align flawlessly with Lin Yi. The enhancement of mana speaks for itself, but the critical factor lies in the mana absorption effect. For other mages, this may seem somewhat trivial. However, Lin Yi's situation is vastly different. This effect is akin to a divine artifact for him. With a single spell, he can inflict tens of thousands of points of damage. Through this effect, he can recover dozens of points of mana, while the mana required to cast a spell is merely a few dozen points. With adept management, Lin Yi could potentially maintain his mana at full capacity. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Nevertheless, the Blood Wolf mercenary group remained a lingering threat. Lin Yi resolved to take the initiative and eradicate the root of the problem. However, finding the leader Renmingshon and his accomplices alone would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi sent a message to Jiangfu. Brother Jiang, could you please inquire about Renmingshon's exact whereabouts? Additionally, how has the Blood Wolf mercenary group fared in the soul-breaking mountains? I shall return to town today with a surprise for you. Upon reading Lin Yi's message, Jiangfu's heart jolted. Could it be that Lin Yi intends to take action against the Blood Wolf mercenary group? He involuntarily gasped, yet he acquiesced to Lin Yi's request. Brother Lin, let us discuss this further when you return. After their brief exchange, Lin Yi returned to his training. Meanwhile, at the fringes of the soul-breaking mountains, a tempest of unease brewed. Rumors spoke of countless unknown terrors lurking within. At this moment, a group of robust and fierce adventurers rested against ancient trees. Numbering around 40 to 50, unmistakably the Blood Wolf mercenary group. At the forefront stood their leader, Renmingshon, whose skin, barely visible beneath his armor, bore a grayish hue. A testament to his fortunate fusion with the bloodline of the stone giant. Beside him, the scar-faced man, vice leader Su Huai, seethed with anger as they conversed. Brother, the third has died. Having a close bond with Du Lingyi, the news of this tragedy ignited his fury. Renmingshon's expression hardened as he inquired what exactly transpired. It is said that he encountered an incident while intercepting a mage. This individual may be linked to Xiaozhuo's death. Brother, let us seek revenge immediately. Su Huai clenched his fist tightly. Xiaozhuo was the purple-clad youth slain by Lin Yi. Hearing this, a wave of murderous intent surged in Renmingshon's eyes. So it was this person who caused the deaths of the third and Xiaozhuo. It seems the world has forgotten our Blood Wolf mercenary group's prowess during our time of inactivity. Once this matter is settled, I shall personally tear him to shreds. Su Huai, unwilling to relent, argued, Brother, why do we not take action at once? That young dragon is as elusive as a mirage. I have lingered at the periphery of the Soulbreak Mountains for several days, and several of my brothers have already sacrificed themselves for this cause. The Gao family is clearly toying with us. With a resounding slap, Renmingshon struck Su Huai across the face, leaving a vivid, swollen imprint. Instantly, the attention of the surrounding team members was drawn to the commotion. Renmingshon rose to his feet, his formidable figure towering over Su Huai, and declared, Let us resolve this matter fast. Do you not comprehend? This concerns my ascension as a silver-class practitioner. Whoever obstructs me, even if you are my second brother, I shall show no mercy. The news of Du Lingyi and his son's demise ignited a conflagration of fury within Renmingshon. Yet, in his heart, the quest for the sacred dragon cub remained paramount. As for children, he thought it would not be too late to have more once he ascended to silver. Regarding Du Lingyi, had it not been for the consideration of the other team members' emotions, he would have long since delivered a stern rebuke. It was clear he had been instructed to quickly provide reinforcements, yet he had chosen to engage in an ambush. The result was not only failure but also the loss of his life, an utter display of incompetence. Su Huai, bearing the weight of immense pressure, felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his elder brother's ruthless nature and hastily swallowed hard, offering a forced smile as he said, Elder brother, it was my oversight, I apologize. Renmingshon's tone softened somewhat. The Gao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jincheng, was leaving no stone unturned in preparation for their legitimate heir's upcoming trials. They had summoned numerous mercenary groups, thus it was inconceivable that they would deceive us. Based on the intelligence we have received, we shall continue our search. Once I ascend to silver, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps will undoubtedly reach new heights. At that time, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in your ascension to silver. Follow me. Renmingshon's brothers, then I assure you a life of luxury, free from want. Rest assured, those who dare to provoke the Blood Wolf mercenary corps shall face my wrath, ensuring they live in torment. Renmingshon's words acted as a potent tonic, instantly invigorating the somewhat despondent morale of the team. The captain is wise. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep within the thunderous ruins, Lin Yi was tirelessly enhancing his strength, alternating between the fivefold technique and the thunderlight technique. with his experience points soaring like a rocket. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted beside Lin Yi. Level up to 18. At last, he had leveled up. Noticing that dusk had fallen, Lin Yi decided to return to Wulong Town. Firstly, to manage his equipment, secondly, to investigate the latest movements of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Concerned that the notorious Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps might implicate his mother, he resolved to eradicate them completely. Lin Yi activated his speed aura and hurried back. As he passed the entrance of the town, he inadvertently overheard a few adventurers discussing why the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had not come out to inspect. Lin Yi smirked inwardly. They had long since met their demise. At this moment, Jiangfu was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, he let out a long sigh of relief and quickly led Lin Yi into a private room. Brother Lin, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is no ordinary foe. Do not act impulsively. Lin Yi smiled faintly and casually dumped 4 or 5 dozen pieces of equipment onto the table. Elder brother, take a look at these treasures. Jiang Fushen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment and his eyelids quivering uncontrollably. Good heavens, brother Lin, you haven't resorted to robbery, have you? Lin Yi merely raised an eyebrow, recounting how Du Lingyi had brought trouble to his doorstep, and the outcome was his. Upon hearing Lin Yi's account, Jiang Fushen inhaled sharply. A lad who had only awakened 3 days prior could dispatch black iron professionals with the ease of chopping vegetables. Even bronze professionals were not spared. This was utterly unprecedented. Brother Jiang, could you first provide me with an appraisal? Then, let us discuss the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. To garner respect, one must display sufficient prowess. Jiang Fushen suppressed his astonishment and immediately began to tally the items. After a considerable pause, he looked up. Brother Lin, there are a total of 47 pieces of equipment, 7 of which are of bronze quality. Based on market value, they are worth approximately 37,200,000. I shall round it up for you to 38 million. How does that sound? Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. 35 million will suffice. The excess can serve as a reward for the information provided. Jiang Fushen appeared momentarily stunned, then replied with a smile, all right, I'll heed your suggestion. With that, he handed over a parchment densely filled with notes. Lin Yi examined it closely, his expression turning grave. While the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was formidable, he felt confident in his ability to confront them. What were they scheming at the periphery of the soul-breaking mountains? Lin Yi understood that even in the outskirts, danger lurked. With high-level magical beasts potentially emerging at any moment, the Gao family of Jiang City had invested heavily, hiring the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps at a premium to assist in locating a young sacred dragon. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, puzzled. The Gao family. What are they up to? Jiang Fushen cleared his throat and continued. I have heard that the novice professional trial tower in Jiang City is not only connected with other cities in the country but may even link to other nations. The 4 great families of Jiang City have long been aware and are secretly preparing. The eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Jipeng, has awakened as a transcendent beast master, commanding a number of pets 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary beast master. This young sacred dragon is intended for him. As Jiang Fushen spoke, Lin Yi's heart surged with emotion. To connect with other cities, even nations. This trial event seemed to have taken on an exhilarating dimension. With your strength, brother, you shall undoubtedly shine brightly in the trials. At that time, you can easily choose a powerful faction to join. And the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps would dare not lay a finger on you. Jiang Fushen continued to advise caution, despite having witnessed Lin Yi's capabilities. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. Brother, there is no need for further words. Just keep an eye on their movements for me. Once you have their precise location, inform me immediately. By the way, do you have any books on beast mastery? His eyes gleamed with fervor, equally intrigued by the young sacred dragon. If he could tame it, it would serve as a formidable shield while he cast spells from a distance. Jiang Fushen ceased his urging and simply cautioned, very well, brother Lin, do take care. It may take 2 or 3 days to uncover their whereabouts. No matter. Lin Yi let out a light chuckle and then inquired, aside from beast mastery, are there any other skills you would recommend? Please hold on for a moment, I happen to have 2 excellent skill books here. With that, Jiangfu promptly instructed someone to fetch them. Soon after, the bunny girl approached gracefully, carrying a wooden box. She didn't forget to cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly skimmed through the introductions of the skill books and immediately decided to purchase them all. Beast Mastery enables the mage to tame a pet. The higher the level, the greater the control, and the consumption for pet growth decreases accordingly. Reflection Technique, capable of reflecting all types of attacks, whether physical or cast, back to the attacker. Antidote removes the poison state. These 3 skill books were no ordinary items, totaling a staggering 17 million. The wealth he had just acquired diminished by nearly half in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed. Once he eliminated the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, even greater riches would come rolling in. Perhaps he might even surpass the 100 million mark in one fell swoop. With a gentle pat on the skill books, his talent was instantly activated. And the 3 skills ascended to their maximum levels in an instant. Consequently, Lin Yi's strength became even more balanced. He merely awaited the opportune moment to act. Next, he only needed to focus on leveling up in the thunderous ruins, patiently anticipating news from Zhongfu. Zhongfu gazed at Lin Yi's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he decided to gather information for Lin Yi. The following day, after a thorough rest, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Levitation Technique. Once again, he executed the familiar maneuver, shouting, Meteor Fire Technique. Thunderbolt Technique. The conflagration of fire and lightning erupted in this area, immediately sending tremors through the surrounding creatures. Defeated a level 20 Thunder Serpent, gaining 237 experience points. Defeated a level 20 Giant Lizard, gaining 251 experience points. Each wave of monsters granted Lin Yi 4,000 to 5,000 experience points. Distant Adventurers. Witnessing Lin Yi's frenzied hunting style, mistook him for a silver-tier professional seeking amusement in a low-level zone. They all hastily avoided him, fearing the repercussions. As Lin Yi felt his experience steadily rise, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Yet, what excited him most was the formidable aura that lurked deep within the swamp, intermittently revealing itself. Today, perhaps he could level up once more. Boom. Suddenly, a thick column of lightning surged violently from beneath the swamp. Lin Yi was well prepared. With a flick of his wand, he cast the reflection technique. A transparent mirror coalesced instantly before him. The lightning column collided with the mirror, immediately being absorbed as if entering another realm. Boom. Following that, a robust purple lightning bolt reflected back from the mirror at an even greater speed, striking fiercely at the crocodile creature ahead. 38,531. The newly acquired reflection technique proved to be quite impressive. At that moment, the true form of the crocodile monster was finally revealed. It was 5 times the size of an ordinary thunder crocodile, measuring 20 meters in length. Its body was not only covered in purple scales but its claws were also exceptionally sharp. Giant Crocodile Leviathan. Level, 20 Lord Monster, Purple, Health, 389,252, Skills, Thunder Beam. Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Confronted with the formidable attributes of the giant crocodile, Leviathan, Lin Yi's eyes shimmered with a unique brilliance. If he could tame it, his chances against the Blood Wolf mercenary corps would undoubtedly increase. Even if he could not locate the Holy Dragon Cub, this giant crocodile would serve as an excellent alternative. In fact, the Gao family had previously attempted to capture it, but due to its cunning nature, they ultimately had to abandon their efforts. Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon the Leviathan, the dark energy swirling around his wand. Hell's Mark, he uttered. Roaring, the giant crocodile thrashed its tail furiously. However, the mark was not a tangible entity. It emitted a faint sound and firmly adhered to its head. Instantly enraged, the Leviathan lunged at Lin Yi. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind was potent enough to rend any ordinary mage. Yet Lin Yi was far from an average individual. A shield of white light enveloped him, steadfastly absorbing the impact of its assault. Moreover, with the effect of the Seer's Mask, Lin Yi's spellcasting remained uninterrupted. Typically, such a ferocious attack would suffice to disrupt any mage's incantation. However, with all of Lin Yi's skills maxed out, coupled with the Seer's Mask, which reduced the likelihood of being interrupted by 50, he successfully completed the casting of the Ice Spear spell. In the next moment, an ice spear crystallized in the void, radiating an intense chill. Bolstered by the Hell's Mark, this strike would inflict damage exceeding 400,000 points. Without any defensive skills, it could even obliterate certain silver-tier professionals. Even considering the magical resistance of the Leviathan, this ice spear would still deliver a devastating blow. At that moment, it was the perfect opportunity to employ beast control. Whoosh! The ice spear sliced through the air, tracing a frosty trajectory, its might awe-inspiring. The Leviathan's eyes narrowed sharply as it hastily cast thunder armor. In an instant, arcs of electricity coalesced into a suit of armor, enveloping it completely. Boom! Crack! Despite the protective thunder armor, the Leviathan's body was still torn asunder under the influence of the Hell's Mark, revealing its raw, crimson flesh. 215,769. Roar. Fear flickered in the Leviathan's eyes as it emitted a deafening roar. Its tail lashed violently, releasing a toxic mist before it attempted to submerge into the depths of the swamp. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Lin Yi smirked disdainfully, his wand gleaming with energy. Stun spell. In an instant, the Leviathan halted abruptly. Gazing at the 5-second stun aura, Lin Yi devised a strategy. He first cast detoxification to dispel the minor poisoning afflicting him. Then, with calm composure, Lin Yi approached the Leviathan, his wand pointed directly at its massive jaws. Ice Spear. Magical energy surged, awakening the stunned Leviathan. But in the blink of an eye, terror filled its eyes as the ice spear erupted within its mouth. Boom. 127,951. Lin Yi had held back, or else the Leviathan's health would have been reduced to 0 in that moment. The time was ripe, and Lin Yi hesitated no longer. Beast control. Buzz. The wand erupted with a soul-binding power, leaving an indelible mark deep within the essence of Leviathan. Leviathan struggled desperately, intense agony gnawing at its soul. For an ordinary practitioner, employing beast taming to subdue a purple lord creature would pose an immense challenge. However, Lin Yi's skills had reached their zenith, significantly enhancing his success rate. As time passed, Leviathan's struggles gradually waned, its resistance fading away. At that moment, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Leviathan's vertical pupils. Yet it had no choice but to yield due to the beast taming mark. Lin Yi paid it no mind. Taming such a mature creature inherently made loyalty difficult to achieve. After all, it was merely a transitional phase. Should it prove disobedient, he could always eliminate it for equipment drops. With that thought, Lin Yi meticulously examined Leviathan's attributes. Great Crocodile Leviathan. Level, 20 Purple Lord Creature, Health, 23, 571, 389, 252, Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor. Bloodthirsty Bite, Note, attributes enhanced by 20 due to beast taming. A glimmer of delight danced in Lin Yi's eyes. Indeed, the mastery of beast taming was formidable. Currently, Leviathan's attributes had been augmented by 20, its power comparable to certain lower-tier Golden Lord creatures. Despite its current health being relatively low, it posed no significant concern. After all, Lord creatures were renowned for their resilience and astonishing recovery speed. In mere moments, it had already regained approximately 40,000 health. Within an hour, Leviathan would be restored to its peak form. Excellent. Lin Yi's gaze turned steely, the subtle smirk gracing his lips. Soon, he will present a grand gift to the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. As the sky gradually dimmed, the considerable amount of time remained before nightfall. Lin Yi then immersed himself in the fray of combat, unleashing Firefall and Thunderlight. Flames and lightning flickered once more, Lin Yi's movements becoming increasingly agile, akin to a dancer upon the battlefield. An hour later, whoosh! A surge of blinding white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level increased to 19. He had leveled up again. Ever since Leviathan joined his ranks, Lin Yi's leveling speed had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. This creature merely needed to exert its pressure to compel monsters to flock towards Lin Yi. Just then, news arrived from Jiangfu. Lin. We have leads on the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Where are they currently? They are active near the outskirts of the Soulbreak Mountains, close to Camp 178. Brother, be exceedingly cautious, retreat immediately if things seem amiss. Jiangfu reiterated his warning and promptly sent over a map. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Leviathan, a quiet chuckle bubbling within him. It was they who ought to be wary. Onward. Lin Yi declared, setting his sights on the camp's direction, riding atop Leviathan. Leviathan moved with astonishing speed, its robust claws leaving deep impressions upon the ground. The oppressive aura it exuded deterred ordinary creatures from approaching. The path was clear, and Lin Yi managed to reach the outskirts of Camp 178 before nightfall. To avoid revealing his trump card, he swiftly returned Leviathan to the beast's aiming space and stealthily approached alone. Before long, a settlement came into view. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where clusters of diminutive grey stone houses were scattered irregularly. These stone abodes were available for free, unoccupied, and ready for habitation. Numerous adventurers had set up stalls before the stone houses, trading the spoils of their daytime hunts. Lin Yi's arrival drew little attention. He casually chose a stone house to rest, as per Jiang Fu's intelligence, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps would come here to recuperate each night. This evening, however, was clearly unsuitable for action. The priority lay in ascertaining their precise location. As night fell, the wilderness was occasionally pierced by the low growls of monsters. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside. Lin Yi's spirit sharpened, and he held his breath to listen. Quick, get inside. We've lost another brother. The nights out here are perilously dangerous. A group of blood-stained figures rushed in, cursing under their breath. They were all formidable, at least black iron professionals, with several bronze experts among them. The man at the forefront was tall and robust, his muscles resembling solid rock. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Renming, a giant rock warrior. Indeed impressive. Yet I wonder if he can withstand my ice spear technique. A fleeting glint of cold light appeared in Lin Yi's gaze. But he swiftly averted his eyes to avoid drawing attention. The members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were exceedingly arrogant, their dialogues laden with information. Finding this holy dragon cub is no easy feat. If it was simple, why would the Gao family offer such a hefty bounty? Luckily, our leader is capable. He even managed to locate the cub's excrement. How far can capturing it be now? Ha ha ha, once our leader becomes a silver professional, our standing in Jiang City will rise accordingly. Such remarks were made without restraint, and Renming showed no inclination to intervene. His spirits were high, having finally uncovered a lead after days of arduous searching. This camp lacked formidable warriors, and the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was the most dominant force here. Spreading this news would not only deter prying eyes but also bolster their reputation. Lin Yi smiled wryly. What incredible fortune to have been discovered by you all. However, this holy dragon cub shall be mine. Having said this, Lin Yi closed his eyes to conserve his energy, preparing for the arduous battle ahead. As the sun rose, adventurers busily packed their belongings, setting off towards their respective objectives. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Let us continue yesterday's exploration, brothers, put in more effort. Let us strive to find the Holy Dragon Cub today, then I'll take you to the finest club in Jiang City for some entertainment. The members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were brimming with confidence, as if victory were assured. A cold smile lingered at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. He had cleverly sprinkled tracking powder on one of the team members the previous night. Once activated, it would allow him to trace their movements. For now, let them prance about a little longer. Once I locate the Holy Dragon Cub, I shall deal with you all in due course. Once the members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps moved away, Lin Yi followed them at a leisurely pace. Renming led the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps swiftly along the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Before long, they arrived at the site of yesterday's exploration. Hongniang, come here for a moment. As Renming concluded his words, a woman clad in a red dress with short hair stepped forth in response. She promptly donned gloves and began to collect the droppings of the sacred dragon cub, her lips moving rapidly as she recited an incantation. In an instant, a faint trace manifested in the air. The matchmaker's eyes brightened with excitement. There. Following her, Renming felt a surge of exhilaration. Let us embark. The group advanced along the revealed path. However, they remained oblivious to the pair of ghostly eyes lurking in the shadows, fixating intently on their movements. This was the spectral boots of swift movement, endowed with reconnaissance abilities, allowing Lin Yi to share vision with the spectral entities. Brother, we will soon capture the sacred dragon cub. Su Huai anxiously scanned the surroundings, then forced a smile. It seems your ascension to a silver tier practitioner is imminent. The corners of Renmengshan's mouth lifted in a smile of satisfaction. This is a rare opportunity, we must not falter. Moments later, a colossal cave, towering approximately 30 meters, came into view. Brothers, take a moment to regroup and prepare. A formidable battle may lie ahead. Just as the group began to lower their guard, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lin Yi made his move. With a gentle wave of his wand, the flames coalesced instantly at its tip. Despite Renmengshan's quick reflexes, it was too late. Be cautious. We have enemies. Renmengshan's muscles tensed, raising his shield to protect his head. Meteor fire. Boom. Fiery meteors rained down, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries as the scent of charred flesh filled the air. 57,341. 53,622. 51,673. 49,035. In a single casting of meteor fire, the Blood Wolf mercenary group suffered the loss of half its members. The remaining members glanced to the right, where a figure clad in a long robe wielding a wand stood silently. Renmengshan furrowed his brow, seething with indignation. Who are you? When have we, the Blood Wolf mercenary group, defended you? Lin Yi, however, offered no reply. Lightning bolt. A violent flash of electricity erupted from the tip of his wand, akin to a serpent of lightning surging forth. Scatter. Renmengshan's body swelled, a grey aura enveloping him as he charged towards Lin Yi. Boom. Another wave of deafening explosions ensued as the lightning orbs detonated amongst the crowd. 51,275. 53,904. 49,156. 50,358. Fortunately, this time they were prepared, resulting in significantly fewer casualties than before. Even so, the consecutive magical assault still cost the Blood Wolf mercenary group over 30 members. The remaining few were left shaken and fearful. At this moment, the group seemed to awaken from a dream, ready to counterattack. Renmengshan brandished his broadsword, recklessly charging forward. Su Huai, as a mage, began to chant spells as well. The other members focused their sights on Lin Yi and launched a fierce assault. A barrage of arrows, blades of wind, and spikes of earth converged into a torrent, showcasing the battle prowess of this seasoned mercenary group. Were they ordinary individuals? They might have crumbled under such relentless onslaught. Lin Yi gazed at the charging Renmengshan, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Come forth, giant crocodile levels. In an instant, a colossal crocodile adorned with purple scales materialized, leaving Renmengshan and his companions utterly astonished. With a thunderous roar, the giant crocodile levels surged into the fray like a war chariot, granting Lin Yi precious moments to cast his spells. With a gentle tap of his wand, radiance blossomed around him. Levitation. Light shield. As the incantations concluded, Lin Yi found himself suspended midair. Waves of ranged attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the impenetrable shield of light. Witnessing this spectacle, Renmengshan felt a jolt of awe. This individual seemed anything but an ordinary silver tier practitioner. How could he possess such formidable prowess? As Lin Yi soared through the air, deftly evading a barrage of magical assaults, it became evident that he must first neutralize the mage. Failure to do so would only exacerbate his predicament. Resolving this in his mind, Lin Yi abruptly directed his wand towards Su Huai. Hell's mark. In a panicked response, Su Huai conjured a protective barrier, only to discover that the mark pierced through it, branding his very being. Fear flooded Su Huai's heart. Was this a damage amplification skill? Ice Spear. In the blink of an eye, a massive ice spear took shape, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. The mages were left dumbfounded. Could this truly be the ice spear technique that I too wield? Brother, save me. Su Huai's eyes brimmed with terror, and the shield he had raised offered him no semblance of safety. Renmengshan gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging as he charged to Su Huai's side. Rock shield. Should Su Huai fall, their chances of victory would plummet. With a sickening thud, Renmengshan could scarcely believe his eyes as the seemingly ordinary ice spear effortlessly pierced through his flesh. A horrific wound appeared on his left chest. The flesh crystallized by the freezing force. 51,732. His health plummeted by half, sending him hurtling backwards like a severed kite. Levos, sensing Lin Yi's intent, immediately lunged at Renmengshan. The fierce clash between man and beast shook the very earth. Witnessing their leader in such dire straits left the onlookers in stunned silence. Now, no one can shield you. Lin Yi brandished his wand and a dark radiance erupted forth. Bone spike. Whoosh. Just as Su Huai's spell began to take form. A sturdy yellow earth shield surged forth before him, only for the skeletal spear to pierce through it. Bang. The yellow shield was instantly breached. Followed by another layer of magical protection, which too succumbed to the onslaught. 93,172. In a heartbeat, Su Huai's body was impaled, the overwhelming force shattering him into fragments. His innards strewn across the ground, a life extinguished entirely. What? In the eyes of every spectator, a terror reigned supreme. Meanwhile, their captain was locked in a relentless struggle with levels. For the first time, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group entertained thoughts of retreat. Yet, how could Lin Yi permit such an escape? Not a single one shall flee, the roots must be eradicated. Meteor fire. Fiery meteors rained down once more, enveloping the landscape in a 50-meter radius. Even those who attempted to scatter and evade were met with agonizing cries as mercenaries fell to the ground. 61,835. 63,972. Thunderbolt. The tempestuous orbs of lightning surged forth in rapid succession, sweeping across the battlefield once more. The Black Iron Warriors stood no chance against Lin Yi, swiftly falling to the ground, slain in an instant. Among them were several specialized combatants, yet in the face of overwhelming might, all efforts appeared futile. After 2 rounds of arcane storms, tranquility reclaimed the area, leaving only the distant roars of Renmingshon and the growls of Laiwosi echoing through the air. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of scorched flame and crackling thunder. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps lay sprawled in a pool of blood, none surviving the onslaught. However, Lin Yi did not relent in the slightest. The eye of the abyss awakened. Black flame surged from his eyes, rendering all hidden from sight. Sensing a chill approaching, 2 assassins panicked, attempting to flee in different directions. Lin Yi's gaze sparkled with mockery as he bellowed, "Frost Arrow Technique." The spell was unleashed almost instantaneously. Despite being a fundamental skill, its power at full mastery remained formidable. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, 2 ice arrows extinguished their lives. Thus, apart from the leader Renmingshon, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps faced total annihilation. Lin Yi stood alone, a solitary force against a multitude, vanquishing all with an overwhelming prowess. He turned his attention to Renmingshon, declaring, "Only you remain. Eliminate him, and I shall reap a fortune that is truly staggering." At that moment, astonishment filled Renmingshon's eyes. In mere moments, his Blood Wolf mercenary corps had been utterly obliterated. Such efficiency was swifter than the slaughter of fowl. Gulp. Renmingshon instinctively swallowed hard, hastily increasing the distance between himself and Lin Yi, his voice trembling. Who are you?" Lin Yi gazed at him steadily, his tone indifferent. "You have provoked whom? You shall discern the answer in due time. Speaking further would be a display of foolishness." Upon hearing this, the flicker of madness began to emerge in Renmingshon's eyes. "If you seek my life, you shall pay the price." Before the words had fully left his lips, he produced a vial filled with a vibrant crimson elixir, bubbling ominously. It was a berserker potion. It could instantaneously amplify strength by 20, but at the cost of 2 weeks of frailty. Upon consuming the potion, Renmingshon's brownish muscles glowed a deep crimson. His already robust physique swelled like a small mountain. "Die!" he roared, brandishing his great sword, transforming into a whirlwind as he charged at Lin Yi. Observing the scene, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Though Renmingshon was formidable at present, he had long been calculated into Lin Yi's strategy. Roar! At Lin Yi's command, Laiwosi unleashed a beam of lightning from its gaping maw. The bolt collided violently with Renmingshon's great sword. Delayed spell. A greyish-white light flickered, and Renmingshon's movements were suddenly hindered, his attack and movement speeds plummeting. Boom! Laiwosi's paw descended, and the unprepared Renmingshon was sent hurtling backward. 16,321. Laiwosi flailed its limbs and leapt into the air once more. Bone spike technique. Before Renmingshon could lift his great sword, he was struck by a sudden bone spear, causing him to lose grip of his weapon. The bone spear then continued to pierce through his armor, tearing into his flesh. The accompanying potent corrosion rendered half of Renmingshon's body a deep shade of black. At this moment, Renmingshon was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Lin Yi's eyes held no pity as the light from his wand shimmered once more. Ice arrow technique. With a whoosh, Renmingshon, filled with dread, struggled to evade the attack. However, the effects of the delay spell, coupled with the agony from the corrosion, left him nearly incapacitated. The ice crystal arrow magnified in his vision until it obscured all light. With a soft thud, the ice crystal arrow pierced through his eyeball, emerging from the back of his head, leaving behind droplets of blood. Renmingshon's body convulsed, and the colossal crocodile, Levos, seized the opportunity to strike, cleaving him in two and ensuring his immediate demise. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. From this moment forth, Jiangqiong would no longer suffer from the threat of the blood wolves. He felt no trepidation regarding the blood wolf mercenary potential retaliation. With my current strength, dealing with those lowly silver tier practitioners would be more than sufficient. Now, Lin Yi possessed a clearer understanding of his abilities. Achieving such remarkable feats within mere days was nothing short of extraordinary. His journey as a practitioner had only just commenced. In the woods, remnants of the battle ignited a fierce blaze that rapidly spread, resembling a prairie fire. Yet, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, confident that nature's rain would soon extinguish the flames. Before long, life would flourish here once again. At present, he had pressing matters to attend to, namely assessing the spoils of war. The equipment of 50 to 60 practitioners promised an immense fortune, a thought so staggering that Lin Yi could scarcely fathom it. Even accounting for some minor damages from the battle, the overall value remained astonishing. He had indeed struck gold. Without hesitation, Lin Yi began to search through the bodies one by one. At this moment, Levos proved invaluable with a flick of his massive tail. The equipment was neatly stacked into a pile, saving Lin Yi the trouble of scouring the area. As the spoils came into view, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, the bounty exceeding his wildest expectations. Firstly, there were nearly 100 pieces of black iron equipment valued at no less than 50 million. Next, he discovered 23 pieces of bronze equipment. Although most were of lesser quality, they still amounted to over 60 million. Yet, what delighted Lin Yi the most were undoubtedly two pieces of silver equipment. One was the great sword wielded by Renmingshon. Green flame great sword, grade silver attributes, strength 600. Ignores defense 350 with a skill rampaging charge. The other was the battle armor worn by Renmingshon. Shadowlight armor, grade silver attributes, stamina 650, defense 400. With the skill guardian shield capable of resisting 30 of damage. This fellow truly hoarded all the excellent gear. The others collectively failed to possess even a single decent piece of equipment. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied. These items alone were worth 2 to 300 million. In addition to the equipment, a skill book and a treasure also piqued Lin Yi's interest. Song of the Wind Spirits. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he learned it, instantly reaching maximum level. The Song of the Wind Spirit, the passive skill black iron upon learning will bestow the blessing of the Wind Spirit, enhancing wind-based spells by 40. Lin Yi exclaimed in awe, realizing that he must delve deeper into the study of wind spells. Another treasure caught his eye, a green pendant shaped like a teardrop. Tears of the Spirit, grade special attribute, wearing it increases the comprehension speed of wind skills by 10. Note, this item is formed from the tears of the wind spirit, and wearing it may evoke the spirit's disdain. The ability to accelerate skill acquisition is indeed remarkable. This item is an exceedingly precious treasure, truly priceless in the market. Although it holds little immediate utility for him, it is a veritable boon for members of esteemed families. If sold, it could effortlessly yield millions. Suddenly, a shadow of doubt crossed Lin Yi's face. Could Renmingshon have slain a wind spirit? If that were the case, the area surrounding the soul-disrupted mountains might conceal a settlement of wind spirits. He recalled the wind spirit card he had previously acquired, which could be exchanged for moon water. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi carefully secured the tears of the spirit. This treasure could serve as an exceptional breakthrough. After inventorying all his gains, Lin Yi stretched his body. Next, he needed to seek out the holy dragon cub. With that, he cast a glance at the colossal crocodile, Leviathus. A glint of menace flashing in his eyes, If not for the Beastmaster's mark continuously suppressing it, this creature would have retaliated long ago. Should its soul endure a grievous blow one day, it might retaliate fiercely. However, the cub was a different matter. Due to its immature intellect, it would be more susceptible to the influence of the Beastmaster's mark, ultimately achieving complete loyalty. With a flick of his finger, the flame ignited, instantly illuminating the dim cave. Leviathan forged ahead, creating a path, while Lin Yi followed closely behind. The Phantom Scout skill was activated once again, conjuring a ghostly spectre that hovered in the air. Though devoid of combat prowess, it proved indispensable for reconnaissance. The sound of Lin Yi's footsteps occasionally disturbed scattered rubble, producing a crisp clatter against the rocky walls. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from ahead. The Holy Dragon Cub. Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he enveloped himself in a hastened aura, swiftly advancing. Before long, a figure emerged within his field of vision. The depths of the cave emanated brilliant light. The Holy Dragon Cub, fond of collecting ores, was surrounded by a plethora of gleaming minerals. Adulthood resounded as Leviathan engaged in close combat with it. Lin Yi focused intently. The Holy Dragon, though still in its juvenile stage, was only slightly smaller than Leviathan, measuring approximately 15 meters in length. Its pale golden scales glistened brilliantly, reflecting the colorful minerals around it, with sharp claws gleaming ominously. Despite its lower level compared to Leviathan, the Holy Dragon Cub held the upper hand. At that moment, Leviathan bore several gaping wounds, bloodied and battered. Lin Yi clicked his tongue in wonder, admiration filling his gaze. Holy Dragon Cub. Level 15 Lord Beast, Golden, Health Points, 561,793, Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Rolling Charge. Earthspike Assault, Claw Tear. These attributes are impressive. It is destined to be a formidable ally in the future. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between the two beasts, Lin initially intended to cast a spell to swiftly conclude the battle. However, after some contemplation, he chose to observe instead, for reasons that were self-evident. Firstly, he aimed to diminish the Holy Dragon Cub's hostility towards him, facilitating its eventual taming. Secondly, he sought to take advantage of the opportunity to severely injure the giant crocodile Livos before delivering a decisive blow. After all, Lin Yi's beast taming technique could only bind a single pet. Should he later dissolve his contract with Livos, there was no guarantee it wouldn't retaliate. At this moment, Livos was battered and bruised, its purple scales littering the ground. Nevertheless, the Holy Dragon Cub had not gained an absolute upper hand as Livos continued to resist tenaciously. This was precisely the scenario Lin Yi had anticipated. The battle intensified, causing the cave to tremble as boulders fell from above. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon Cub's lair was exceptionally sturdy, otherwise it would have collapsed by now. With a desperate roar, Livos' tail was brutally severed. The Holy Dragon Cub, with a fierce glint in its eyes, swallowed the severed tail whole. It was also severely injured, its body marred with burn marks and its light golden scales curling inwards. The moment had arrived. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he immediately dissolved his contract with Livos. Ice Spear Technique. Livos was momentarily stunned, unable to savor the joy of survival. The familiar chill coursed through it, causing it to tremble as fear rapidly spread across its eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, an ice spear pierced through Livos' skull, pinning it firmly to the ground. 87,935. The damage value appeared vividly, and Livos' health points plummeted to 0. A flash of light erupted, scattering several pieces of equipment, some of which gleamed with a silvery radiance. Lin Yi's face lit up with delight, yet he refrained from immediately collecting the spoils. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Cub appeared somewhat bewildered. Initially resting peacefully in its lair, it had not anticipated the intrusion of a monstrous beast. Following a fierce battle with the intruder, a human suddenly emerged to resolve the conflict, causing its wariness to diminish. Lin Yi gazed at the Holy Dragon Cub, a smile spreading across his face. Come with me, and I shall help you become a dragon emperor in the future. What do you say? Before it could respond, Lin Yi gently tapped his wand. A halo of pale white light swiftly materialized, enveloping the Holy Dragon Cub. Daze Technique. The Holy Dragon Cub succumbed to the effects of the spell. Yet the halo above its head only indicated 3 seconds of dizziness, which surprised Lin Yi. Truly, The resistance to such techniques was remarkable in one of the holy dragon lineage. However, the more powerful the cub appeared, the more exhilarated he became. Beast taming technique. Waves of energy emanated from the tip of his wand, enveloping the holy dragon cub in an instant. It recovered from its dazed state and began to struggle. Its massive claws raked across the ground, carving deep furrows. Soon after, however, the holy dragon cub ceased its resistance. When it opened its eyes again, there was a hint of docility within its gaze, a stark contrast to the earlier resentment displayed by Levos. No wonder the Gao family preferred capturing juvenile monsters. They were indeed much easier to control. Regrettably, the young divine dragon has already fallen into my grasp. Lin Yi, filled with satisfaction, reached out to caress the young dragon's head. Go on, devour it. The young divine dragon requires the consumption of the flesh and blood of formidable beings, supplemented with various precious resources to continue its growth. Lin Yi stowed away the fangs of Levos, and the young dragon began to feast heartily. These fangs are far more valuable than those of the thunder crocodile beast. The promise made to Kong Yuan has been exceeded. Heaving and panting, it wasn't long before the young divine dragon consumed every last bit of Levos. Lin Yi marveled at its astonishing appetite. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the young dragon. The level of the young divine dragon has risen to 16. It had directly leveled up. Clearly, the giant crocodile Levos served as an exceptional tonic. Before his eyes, the young dragon's wounds began to heal, and its body grew by over a meter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi promptly opened the young divine dragon's attribute panel. Young divine dragon. Level at 16. Lord Beast, Golden, Health is 675,173, Skills, Divine Dragon Breath. Rolling Charge, Earth Spike Ambush, Claw Tear. Upon advancing to level 16, the young dragon's attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement, coupled with a 20 attribute bonus from Beast Mastery. The results were nothing short of astounding. Roaring with a low, resonant growl, the young dragon felt the surge of power within. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth as he waved to summon it into the Beast Mastery space. This would be a formidable ally in future trials. It would surely astonish all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi began to tally the equipment dropped by Levos. 1 silver item, 3 bronze items, and 2 black iron items, the bountiful haul indeed. Crocodile Tooth Bracers, Grade, Silver Attributes, Health 1200, Passive Skill Thunder Shield, absorbs 1 instance of skill damage. Equipped with a defensive skill, it proved to be quite practical. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and donned it. He was one step closer to achieving his goal of a full set of silver equipment. The other 3 bronze items also possessed their unique characteristics. Though not specifically designed for mages, they could fetch a good price in the market. Wanderer S Hood, Grade, Bronze Attributes, Agility 60. Ignos Defense 40, Runic Battle Boots, Grade, Bronze Attributes, Agility 80, Movement Speed 5, Dark Phantom Cloak, Grade, Bronze Attributes, Strength 40. Backstab Skill Level 1. This Dark Phantom Cloak was truly a treasure for assassins. Equipment that can enhance skill levels is exceedingly rare. When it appears, it can significantly increase the value of the gear. Lin Yi was exhilarated, stuffing all these items into his special pendant. His journey through the soul-disrupting mountains had been immensely rewarding. Not only had he successfully eliminated the Blood Wolf mercenary group, but he had also acquired a wealth of equipment and captured the young divine dragon. Moreover, he had unexpectedly uncovered a clue regarding the wind spirit. After the trials concluded, he would be able to commence his search. Just as Lin Yi prepared to depart, the young divine dragon in the Beast Mastery space began to stir restlessly. In truth, the seemingly inconspicuous ores deep within the cavern concealed profound mysteries. As Lin Yi examined them closely, a smile illuminated his face. Amidst a pile of ordinary stones, he discovered several rare ores, including 2 gleaming pieces of gold ore and 5 or 6 pieces of silver ore. Lava Purple Gold, Grade, Gold Attribute, the precious ore infused with formidable fire elemental power. Earth Emperor's Secret Silver, Grade, Gold Attribute, effectively suppresses magical patterns, enhancing output. The Gravity Crystal and Black Sandstone, along with various rare ores, rendered Lin Yi unable to contain his joy. Without hesitation, he gathered all these ores and prepared to take them with him. Once he returned to Wulong Town, he could promptly reforge his bronze equipment. upgrading it all to silver grade. At this moment, the cave was barren, littered only with weeds and rubble. With a smile, Lin Yi exited the cavern, enveloped in a swift aura, racing towards Wulong Town. Not long after, a party of adventurers was drawn to the flickering flames and the pungent scent of blood outside the cave. "Captain, look over there," exclaimed a sharp-eyed archer in the group. Following his gaze, the others beheld a scene reminiscent of a savage beast rampaged, with severed limbs and disarray strewn about. "It's the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. That appears to be Renming Shon. Who could possess such prowess to utterly annihilate the entire Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps?" The group exchanged glances, deducing from the evidence left behind that the assailant must be a formidable mage. "Shanshan, utilize your shadow projection technique to discern the specifics." At the captain's command, a young woman in a white robe stepped forward and began to chant an incantation. Swish! An invisible ripple spread out, distorting the sky into a warped image. They beheld a black-robed mage wielding a wand, engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Who is this person? Although the image was somewhat blurred, it could not obscure the mage's overwhelming aura. This was merely a rudimentary shadow projection technique, capable of capturing only the general outline. Yet, even so, the onlookers were left in awe. Particularly, several female practitioners revealed a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. "This gentleman has eradicated the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Truly reading junction of a significant menace. We must disseminate this news swiftly. Shall we refer to him as the Shadow Mage Lord for now?" In an instant, the name Shadow Mage Lord swiftly circulated within the mercenary circles of Jiangcheng. Although the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was not a top-tier force, it was nonetheless quite notorious in the industry. Its sudden demise piqued everyone's curiosity regarding the true identity of the Shadow Mage Lord. Moreover, the scene of Lin Yi's battle was crafted into a projection crystal, unexpectedly becoming a hot-selling item. His exquisite mastery of spellcasting captivated countless mages. Many novice practitioners even regarded the Shadow Mage Lord as their idol. After all, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had committed numerous heinous acts, and anyone with a sense of justice longed for its swift disappearance. Speculations ran rampant, suggesting he was at least a silver-grade practitioner, or perhaps even a gold-grade one. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was riding a young holy dragon, galloping across the wilderness. The moment he stepped into Wulong Town, he immediately felt the peculiar gazes directed at him from all around. The arrival of yet another pretender to the title of Shadow Demon Lord elicited a bemused reaction from Lin Yi, who had encountered several such individuals before. This particular impersonator, however, appeared relatively credible. "Shadow Demon Lord?" he pondered, utterly confounded by the discussions around him. Little did he realize that his triumph over the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had spread throughout the entirety of Wulong Town. Initially, some individuals sought to emulate the Shadow Demon Lord by donning similar dark cloaks. Gradually, a growing legion of admirers began to mimic this garb. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this phenomenon inadvertently aided Lin Yi by concealing his true identity. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and proceeded directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, Zhongfu greeted him with an effusive smile. "Haha." As they reached a private chamber, Zhongfu could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed Shadow Demon Lord. You have become the talk of Wulong Town, and soon you shall capture the attention of Jiang City." Zhongfu's eyes sparkled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence, as he regarded Lin Yi as a rare treasure. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. This small Jiang City could scarcely contain his greatness. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what on earth is going on?" Jiangfu chuckled but refrained from immediately answering, instead retrieving a projection crystal and gradually elucidating the situation. After absorbing the information, Lin Yi was left utterly astounded. He had unwittingly earned the moniker of Shadow Demon Lord for eliminating the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Moreover, others were imitating his attire. Initially taken aback, he soon chuckled at himself, remarking, "I merely avenged a wrong, it's not that grand. By the way, I have gathered quite a bounty this time. I wonder if you can handle it." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi emptied the contents of his special pendant onto the table. With a resounding clatter, the equipment quickly piled into a small mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiangfu was left utterly speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Even though he had anticipated Lin Yi's significant haul, the sheer volume before him still left him momentarily stunned. The dazzling array of colors shimmered brilliantly. A sight to behold. Receiving such an abundance of equipment at once was a first for Jiangfu. A hasty estimation revealed the total value to comfortably exceed 100 million. In an instant, Jiangfu's breathing quickened. Recently, he had been lauded by his superiors for his outstanding performance, and upon the completion of this transaction, his transfer to Jiang City seemed all but assured. At that moment, his gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with gratitude. Lin Yi, with a playful smile, remarked teasingly, "Brother, why do you keep staring at me? Hurry and start counting." Yes. Jiangfu promptly replied, diving headfirst into the tedious task of inventorying. As time passed, he eventually looked up to report, "Young brother, we have accounted for 108 pieces of black iron equipment, 25 pieces of bronze equipment, along with various materials from different levels of beasts. That should tally up to around 150 million. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. The bounty was even more abundant than he had anticipated. Jiangfu continued, "As for the 2 pieces of silver equipment, the green flame greatsword and the shadow battle armor, according to our usual practice, they can be exchanged for gear or treasures that suit you. What do you think?" "Absolutely." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Could you assist me in finding suitable bronze skill books and level 21 equipment? I will come by to collect them next time." With only 3 days remaining until the novice adventurer trial, Lin Yi was confident that he would ascend to the rank of a bronze practitioner before then. Thus, it was essential to prepare in advance for the skills he would require. Lin Yi speculated that, even though this trial might differ from previous ones, the scions of prominent families would find it challenging to surpass him. Historically, the most exceptional genius adventurers in Jiang City had barely reached the black iron level. Even with their current frantic investment of resources, by the time the trial commenced, they would likely only achieve levels 14 or 15. Even those with specialized roles would have to concede defeat. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiangfu's eyes widened in astonishment. "In just a few days, you are on the verge of another breakthrough." Jiangfu marveled internally, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. "Rest assured, my brother, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged for you." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Although their friendship was still in its infancy, he was quite pleased with Jiangfu's competence. His rapid progression was undoubtedly aided by Jiangfu's efforts. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yi made his way directly to the Emerald Courtyard. "What brings you here?" Kong Yuan, who was hammering away in the backyard, looked surprised at Lin Yi's unexpected visit. "Have you completed your task already?" The thunder crocodile beast hidden deep within the thunder ruins is not something that can be dealt with in just a day or two. However, in the next moment, Kong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly drooling in awe. Lin Yi held in his hand a collection of purple fangs, perfectly aligned, crackling with electric energy. "By the heavens! These are the fangs of the Thunderverse, worth at least 10 times that of the thunder crocodile beast." Kong Yuan dropped his hammer and hurried over to Lin Yi. Carefully accepting the fangs, Lin Yi chuckled, "Master Kong, I found the fangs. How about helping me upgrade a few pieces of equipment? I brought the materials myself." "Absolutely." Kong Yuan was already lost in excitement, readily agreeing, "Don't just say upgrade a few, I can forge several if needed." Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. "That won't be necessary." With that, he poured out a heap of raw materials. Kong Yuan, witnessing the scene, transitioned from excitement to sheer astonishment. Magma purple gold, Earth sovereign secret silver, gravity crystals, black sandstone. Have you possibly raided a lair of some lordly beast? He thought to himself, realizing that even the ores he had hoarded could not compare to what Lin Yi had brought forth. At that moment, Kong Yuan regretted boasting earlier. With this abundance of ore, he could have made quite a profit with a modest handling fee. Yet, the words had escaped him, and there was no turning back. Pretending to be annoyed, he said, "You little rascal, are you playing tricks on me?" Lin Yi chuckled mischievously and then removed the few remaining bronze pieces of equipment from his person. "Just these 5 items, I must trouble Master Kong." Kong Yuan was quite straightforward, taking the equipment and examining it carefully, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "My goodness, they are all bronze equipment. This fellow is truly a tycoon. The quality of this ores is exceedingly high. Not only can these 5 items be upgraded to silver grade, but if there are more silver items, it is possible to attempt promotion to gold. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly removed his dark phantom robe. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan waved his hand, assuring him that he would do his utmost. After speaking, he hurriedly carried the equipment and ores toward the backyard. Lin Yi understood that forging this batch of equipment would not be accomplished in a short time. Thus, he settled down in his room, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, rhythmic hammering sounds echoed from the backyard. Time passed quietly, and occasional flashes of silver light appeared in the rear yard. Accompanied by a final gleam of golden light, Kong Yuan's resounding voice rang out. You are indeed fortunate, all 6 pieces of equipment have been successfully upgraded. Jiang Fu strode over, the aura of the equipment in his hands significantly enhanced. Lin Yi opened his eyes and began to examine the attributes of each item. Dark Phantom Robe, Grade, Gold Attributes, Spirit 200, Magic Resistance 300, Fire Spell Power Increase 20, Accompanied Skill, Levitation, allowing the caster to hover in the air with a maximum altitude of 50 meters. At this moment, the robe had undergone a remarkable transformation. The originally plain black fabric was now interwoven with golden red patterns. Most importantly, due to the fusion of lava purple gold, an additional 20 fire spell enhancement was granted. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the new dark phantom robe, his aura becoming even more formidable. He meticulously inspected the other equipment, all of which had risen from bronze to silver. Swift gloves, grade the silver attributes, Spirit 20. Casting speed increase 20, Chill pants, grade the silver attributes, skill cooldown reduction 30, Bones ring, grade bronze attributes, Spirit 120. Magic value 1000, mana absorption ring, grade the silver attributes, mana value 1500, with a 0.3 mana absorption effect following the upgrades. Not only did the levels of all equipment increase, but their attributes also surged exponentially. Now, a simple fireball spell could inflict damage of 40 to 50,000. The most formidable ice spear spell could reach as high as 150,000. Lin Yi felt an elation within as he donned each item in succession. Thanking Master Kong. Kong Yuan gently waved his hand, a hint of envy barely concealed in his gaze. If you come across any good items in the future, do not forget your old brother. If I could forge platinum equipment, perhaps I would have the chance to ascend to the rank of platinum blacksmith. He had lingered at the golden bottleneck for far too long and was eager to elevate his status. Rest assured, I will certainly not forget you. Lin Yi was well aware of what befriending a platinum blacksmith meant and silently etched this matter into his heart. After a brief farewell, he did not linger but turned to leave. Kong Yuan watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, the dark phantom robe swaying in the wind, and could not help but marvel. This lad is indeed a devoted follower of the Shadow Demon Lord. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Could he be the Shadow Demon Lord? He recalled that the individual had mentioned awakening not long ago. Kong Yuan gasped in disbelief. This revelation left him utterly astonished. It appeared that the 4 great families could no longer dominate the upcoming novice practitioner trial competition. Gao Jipeng aiming for the top spot. He must be overly ambitious. As a son-in-law of the Gao family, Kong Yuan had previously been marginalized due to his lowly status. It was not until he ascended to the rank of golden blacksmith that he was called back, only to resolutely decline. Thus, he relished the prospect of the Gao family stumbling. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to the inn and fell into a deep slumber. Within a single day, he had tracked the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, faced life and death battles, processed his spoils at the Wonbao Pavilion, and finally upgraded his equipment. Even with his remarkable stamina, Lin Yi could not help but feel a tinge of fatigue. The next day, at dawn, Lin Yi tidied himself up and proceeded directly to the Thunder Ruins for leveling. With the addition of the Holy Dragon hatchling, his leveling speed accelerated. Although the experience points from individual monsters gradually diminished as his level increased, his overall efficiency improved. The little Holy Dragon was not idle either. It devoured a substantial amount of thunder crocodile flesh, growing increasingly robust. Fire Meteor Technique. Lightning Technique. These 2 wide-ranging attack skills unfolded in Lin Yi's hands, ripping the lives of monsters. The log bars information surged in a frenzy. Slayed a level 20 thunder crocodile. Gained 197 experience points. Slade a level 20 Thunder Serpent gained 156 experience points. Slade a level 20 Giant Mosquito gained 173 experience points. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted around Lin Yi. Level increased to 20. Haha. Lin Yi could hardly conceal his joy, he had finally leveled up. Next, he needed to accumulate another 120,000 experience points to ascend to the rank of Bronze Practitioner. His goal was within reach, and Lin Yi was filled with fighting spirit. Thus, he plunged back into combat. In the past 2 days, the number of monsters in the Thunder Ruins had drastically declined, as if a catastrophe had swept through. Rumors circulated about a powerful mage in the area using low-level monsters as punching bags, frightening other adventurers into taking detours, fearing they might inadvertently provoke this formidable individual. Upon hearing this rumor, Lin Yi found it amusing. I am merely leveling up in peace. Is there truly a need for such tension? Time passed swiftly, and Lin Yi's progress was remarkably smooth. During this period, he also had a brief exchange with his friend Wang Dong via mobile, learning that the latter had also reached level 5. As the trial competition approached, various rumors spread like wildfire. It was said that this trial tower would connect other cities. Furthermore, victors would have the opportunity to represent Huaxia in contests against the elites of 4 other nations. There were even whispers that the City Lord's mansion and the 4 great families had prepared platinum treasures as rewards for the champion of the Jiang City trial competition. Perhaps there was much more in store. The officials would unveil the mystery at the last moment, igniting fervor in everyone's hearts. All were eager to showcase their prowess, unleashing unprecedented enthusiasm for leveling up. This cohort of awakened professionals generally boasts levels surpassing those of their predecessors. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Although he was unaware of the specific format of the trials, he felt no trepidation. 5-4. Thanks to the spectral robe, which conferred a 20 enhancement to fire spells, Lin Yi's 5-fold became even more formidable. Defeated a level 20 Thunder Crocodile, gaining 127 experience points. Defeated a level 20 Thunder Serpent, gaining 131 experience points. Current experience has reached the limit, excess experience will be transferred to the experience storage pool. Capped at 240,000. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Over the past days, he had nearly become numb to monster slaying, but fortunately, with the assistance of the little holy dragon to attract foes, he had managed to persevere. Now, Lin Yi was finally ready to embark on his journey to ascend to the rank of Bronze Professional. It is worth noting that most of his classmates were still languishing at levels 3 or 4. Even the elite talents from the 4 prominent families or top universities had only recently attained the status of Iron Professionals, while he was poised to advance to Bronze. The disparity was not merely tenfold. With determination, Lin Yi produced the Bronze Ascension Pearl and unhesitatingly absorbed its energy. Buzz. Instantly, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his being. Successfully advanced to Bronze Professional. Level increased to 21. New skills unlocked: Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame 5-fold, Sky Shield. I am now a Bronze Professional. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as he eagerly examined his attribute panel. Profession: Mage, level 21, 030 million, attributes: Strength 1200, Spirit 3500. Stamina 1300, Agility 1250, Health 24,000, Mana 36,000. Following his ascension to Bronze, Lin Yi experienced a qualitative leap in all his attributes. Splendid. 3 new skills have been unlocked. Let me see their effects. Upon becoming a Bronze Professional, he automatically unlocked 3 bronze skills: Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame 5-fold, and Sky Shield. Due to his innate talents, these skills had already reached their maximum level of 30. Generally speaking, the higher the skill level, even a level 1 ability possesses power far exceeding that of lower tier skills. Whirlwind Slash harnesses the winds of nature to create a spinning blade, delivering a fatal strike to the enemy, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. With Lin Yi's current spirit attribute of 3,500, a single strike could inflict over 300,000 damage. Just 2 or 3 whirlwind slashes would suffice to fell the little holy dragon. Moreover, with the enhancement from the Song of the Wind Spirits, the power of wind spells could be increased by 40. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, realizing he was becoming increasingly formidable. Although, with level progression, Both professionals and monsters would possess various defensive and shielding techniques, making it unlikely that all attacks would deal raw damage. He remained exceptionally powerful. The Purple Flame Firefall, on the other hand, represented an evolved version of Firefall. Purple Flame Firefall summons a meteor shower of flames within a radius of 120 meters around the target, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. In terms of both coverage and damage, it far surpassed its predecessor. If the enemy gathers closely, a single strike could effortlessly rip hundreds of lives. As for the Sky Shield, it is equally indomitable. Sky Shield summons a solid magical barrier of light elements with a cooldown of 2 seconds. This shield can withstand damage exceeding 600,000. Even a coalition of hundreds of adversaries at the same level would find it exceedingly challenging to breach. Lin Yi's survivability has soared to new heights. The casting and cooldown times of these 3 skills are even shorter than those of the previous ones. A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he uncovered this secret. His fully leveled talents were already formidable in the early stages, and with each ascending level, they became even more monstrous. And the Wings of the Nether. Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he recalled the skill book obtained after vanquishing the Nether Demon. This is a rare and invaluable flight skill. Being of bronze grade, he had not learned it until now. Now is the moment. He retrieved the cherished skill book, clasped it between his hands, and a mark instantly emerged, merging into Lin Yi's consciousness. His talent activated automatically, and the Wings of the Nether reached full mastery. Wings of the Nether summons demonic wings to soar through the skies, achieving a maximum flight altitude of 3,000 meters. With a tenfold increase in speed and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Lin Yi could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was extraordinarily powerful. These fully mastered Wings of the Nether far surpassed the floating spell of the Nether Robe. Eager to try it out, energy surged from his dark wand, and the incantation was completed in an instant. Whoosh! A pair of 5-meter-wide wings unfurled instantaneously, as if organically sprouting from Lin Yi's back, exuding an impressive aura. With a powerful flap of his wings, he shot forth at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. What a thrill! Lin Yi soared into the sky, instantly reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, vastly superior to the previous floating spell. Though the Wings of the Nether are merely of bronze grade, they are exceedingly precious. If appraised in Huoshio currency, they might be valued at no less than 100 million, if not more. Subsequently, Lin Yi sped toward Wulong Town, hoping that the skill book Brother Zhong procured for him would also prove to be beneficial. As he approached Wulong Town, Lin Yi retracted his Wings of the Nether in advance. In such safe zones, the use of skills is strictly prohibited. Lin Yi gazed around, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Along the roadside, roughly 1 in every 10 mages was accompanied by a shadow demon lord. A plethora of black cloaks dazzled the eye. In merely 2 days, the entire Jiang city had been abuzz with tales of the shadow demon lord. Consequently, the fervor surrounding the shadow demon lord not only persisted but intensified. A multitude of adventurers began to emulate him, especially among the newly awakened professionals in Jiang city. Among every 3 mages, one was an ardent admirer of the Shadow Demon Lord. Some delved into the crystalline images of that day's battle, speculating that the Shadow Demon Lord was quite young, perhaps only 18 or 19 years old. However, this assertion was swiftly met with widespread rebuttal, as many believed the Shadow Demon Lord's prowess rivaled that of high-ranking silver professionals, making it implausible for him to be a mere youth. Upon learning of this, Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation. Can they truly discern such details? With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yi once again stepped through the grand entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. The moment the bunny girl caught sight of him, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. She nearly pressed herself against Lin Yi, exuding an unmistakable warmth. In just a few visits, Lin Yi had already become the most esteemed guest of the Wanbao Pavilion. Before long, Jiang Fu, wearing a beaming smile, appeared before Lin Yi. Brother Jiang, I have arrived. Lin Yi greeted him with a smile. Jiang Fu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Little brother Lin, you have ascended to the bronze profession. This is nearly inconceivable. To rise from a novice to a bronze professional in merely 7 days. It is utterly preposterous. Jiang Fu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his breath becoming slightly hurried. Though he had long known of Lin Yi's extraordinary prowess, witnessing this moment firsthand was a shock that words could scarcely encapsulate. Come. Jiangfu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Little brother, please take a seat, I shall fetch the skill books for you right away. Lin Yi could distinctly sense Jiangfu's fervor intensifying. This was not merely a matter of human warmth but rather the unvarnished rules of the game in this reality. Only by elevating one's own worth could one earn respect and assistance in this world. Lin Yi's resolve solidified further, it was only through strength that one could command everything. In the blink of an eye, Jiangfu returned hurriedly, cradling a large stack of skill books. Little brother, choose as you wish. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Yi's eyes as he began to meticulously select. His gaze darted, and he swiftly made his decision: rapid teleportation, fog formation, and immunity dispersion. These 3 skill books were of immense value, costing an additional 80 million. Even with a black gold card granting a 10% discount. The price remained steep. Yet, Lin Yi felt no remorse, the expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Upon completing the transaction, Lin Yi quickly perused the books. Mastering all 3 skills with remarkable speed. Rapid teleportation reached level 30. Fog formation attained level 30. Immunity dispersion achieved level 30. Rapid teleportation instantly moved to a designated direction. With a maximum distance of 100 meters, cooldown time of 3 seconds. This exceedingly rare mage teleportation skill, coupled with a range of 100 meters, significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. Together with the Sky Shield, which could withstand over 600,000 damage, alternating between the two made him nearly invincible. Fog formation, a coverage radius of 60 meters, plunging enemies into confusion and causing them to randomly attack those nearby, lasting 3 seconds with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Had he possessed this skill earlier, Lin Yi would not have struggled so against the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Immunity dispersion, conjure a magical aura that automatically dispels control skills of gold rank and below, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. By maintaining this aura daily, Lin Yi inherently gained immunity against control effects. Thus, Lin Yi's power reached a steady state. As a newly minted bronze professional wielding 7 bronze skills, it was nothing short of astonishing. He was prepared to face the Trials Tower's challenges single-handedly. All was in readiness, only the novice trial competition awaited its commencement. Returning to reality, Lin Yi turned to Jiangfu and said, "Brother Jiang, I shall return to Jiang City today." Jiangfu grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Thanks to your good fortune. I am about to be reassigned to Jiang City. When the time comes, I shall personally be there to cheer for you." Lin Yi, without indulging in excessive sentimentality, exchanged a few casual words before heading straight for the teleportation array. Whoosh! A dazzling white light enveloped Lin Yi, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. What greeted his eyes was an entirely different scene, evoking a sense of disconnection from time itself. The relentless days of intense combat had kept Lin Yi's spirit taut and vigilant. At last, he could return home and have a well-deserved rest. Pushing the door open, he called out into the house, "Mom, I'm back." Young Mei, her face lighting up with surprise, peeked out from the kitchen. "Shou-yi, why didn't you let me know you were coming back? I'll start cooking right away." Upon seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly interjected, "Mom, don't bother. Let us go out to eat." A smile of uncontainable joy graced Lin Yi's face as he was eager to share his accomplishments with his mother. After all, he now had plenty of money. "What are you going to do with all this money?" "Mom, worry not, we are not short on cash anymore." With that, Lin Yi casually produced a black gold card. Young Mei curiously took it, her eyes widening in astonishment. 80 million. She gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. For this was a sum she could scarcely dream of. Working hard, her monthly income barely reached 2,000 or 3,000 in a year. She made only a few tens of thousands. The money in that card was enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. "Shou-yi, you didn't sign some sort of contract, did you?" Lin Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. "Mom, where are your thoughts wandering? Your son is a genius. This is merely a small reward from a novice dungeon." Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead, recalling the purple orchid grass he had discovered with Baijia. "Alright, Mom. Eat this." The glowing purple herb piqued young Mei's curiosity. Trusting her son would not harm her, she swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a soft glow emanated from within her body. Waves of energy surged, sweeping away the ailments that had accumulated over the years. gazing into the mirror. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. How is this possible? The silver strands in her hair had vanished without a trace. And her physical condition was gradually improving. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as he urged, "Come on, Mom, let us eat and chat." This time, young Mei did not refuse, allowing Lin Yi to lead her straight to the Zhongcheng Grand Hotel. Its exterior exuded opulence and the interior was resplendent, making one feel as though they were in a royal palace. Such a scenario would have been inconceivable in the past, yet now Lin Yi possessed the means to indulge. Young Mei felt immensely fortunate, not solely for the material pleasures but also for her son's remarkable achievements. If your father could see how outstanding you are, he would surely be delighted. Lin Yi paused momentarily before asking, "Mom, could you tell me more about him?" To be honest, he held little emotional attachment towards his father, despite the fact that he had left behind a powerful scroll for an arcane mage. How could a formidable practitioner allow his wife and child to suffer? Young Mei fell into reminiscence, speaking slowly. "At that time, I was unaware of your father's true identity. He seemed to have suffered severe injuries, concealing his strength and wandering into this small town. We fell in love at first sight and quickly became enamored. In truth, I didn't care whether he was powerful. I wished he were an ordinary man who could stay by my side to raise you, sparing you from the hardships I endured." Seeing her mother's eyes glistening with tears, Lin Yi hurriedly offered gentle comfort. "Mother, do not be saddened, you still have me." Young Mei, with reddened eyes, continued, "I understand, your father must have perished in battle. Previously, I clung to the hope of uncertainty, unwilling to face the truth." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Mother, perhaps he is still alive, please do not grieve." Young Mei shook her head. "If your father was safe, those individuals would not dare to act so brazenly. Before your birth, intruders invaded our home to search. Fortunately, I had hidden that arcane scroll. At that moment, I sensed your father might be in peril." Upon hearing this, a fierce glint of vengeance flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Who are they? He was eager to uncover the truth behind their intrusion and the treatment of his mother. One could only imagine the terror she must have felt at that time. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Young Mei quickly grasped Lin Yi's hand. "Shao-Yi, it is all in the past, there is no need to dwell on it. Look at how well we are faring now, our possessions remain intact." Yet, Lin Yi was relentless. He yearned to know their identities. "Mother, please tell me." Observing her son's determination, Young Mei regretted her careless words, anxious about his impulsiveness. "Shao-Yi, they are formidable. Do not concern yourself, but I cannot bear to lose you again." Her concern was not merely a pretense. She feared Lin Yi's youthful fervor might lead him into danger. He was her sole pillar of support, and she could not allow any unforeseen misfortune to befall him. "Mother, I will not act recklessly. Inform me, I shall use this knowledge as motivation for my growth." Young Mei, moved by his conviction, sighed after a moment. "Shao-Yi, if you truly wish to know, you may. However, only if you secure first place in the trial competition will I feel at ease to disclose the truth." She understood that if Lin Yi could claim the title of Zhongcheng's best, he would naturally have a powerful backing. Conversely, if he failed, she could justifiably refuse to divulge any information. Seeing this, Lin Yi ceased his inquiries and nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is a promise." Achieving first place in Zhongcheng was not a daunting task for him. Subsequently, they shifted the conversation, and the atmosphere became gradually more relaxed. "By the way, Shao-Yi, a girl named Lu Wanqing has been looking for you frequently these past few days. She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she?" Young Mei had a favorable impression of Lu Wanqing, appreciating her willingness to assist. Lin Yi was taken aback, uncertain why Lu Wanqing sought him out. "She is my classmate. I shall inquire about her intentions later. As for a girlfriend, I believe in letting fate take its course." Young Mei smiled and nodded, her intuition suggesting that her son's relationship with the girl was not simple. After their meal, they casually hailed a cab to return home. Lin Yi had initially planned to handle the sale of their property today and secure a new residence. However, noticing the day's waning light, he decided to postpone the matter until tomorrow. At that moment, his list of professional acquaintances flickered to life. It was Cheng Muqing. "Lin Yi, have you returned to Zhongcheng? If so, remember to come to my house tomorrow." My father wishes to treat you to a meal to express his gratitude for saving my life. Such messages were not a novelty. Approximately 2 days prior, Cheng Muqing had begun inquiring intermittently if Lin Yi had returned. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. I just arrived today. What time tomorrow? I shall be there punctually. How about 10 in the morning? I will come to pick you up. All right. After gladly acquiescing, Lin Yi gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Muqing tightly clenched her fists in excitement. Ever since Lin Yi had accompanied her on a dungeon run, his striking figure wielding a staff had continually surfaced in her mind. This sensation filled her with both anticipation and anxiety. Cheng Muqing realized that she seemed to have developed a peculiar affection for Lin Yi. At that moment, she was rolling about on her pink bed, brimming with excitement. Tomorrow, she would finally see Lin Yi once more. The following morning, as Lin Yi meticulously arranged his attire, Cheng Muqing had already mounted a phantom tiger, eagerly awaiting him downstairs. The Cheng family possessed an array of luxurious vehicles, yet Cheng Muqing chose to ride the tiger to greet Lin Yi, the intention being unmistakable. Once they were both atop the phantom tiger, the atmosphere instantly turned intimate. The broad back of the tiger allowed for a comfortable ride, though the occasional brush of their bodies caused Cheng Muqing's cheeks to flush. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly and casually shifted the topic, inquiring whether the head of the Cheng family was a stern individual. In response, Cheng Muqing hurriedly clarified, "Rest assured, my father is very kind. He knows you saved me and has been eager to express his gratitude. He even mentioned that the 2 million he gave you was far too little." With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue. A subtle smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. The value of his equipment had already surpassed 100 million. To him, that 2 million was indeed negligible. "My father has prepared a surprise for you this time," Cheng Muqing added. Lin Yi nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. Moreover, he intended to inquire about the wind spirit from the Cheng family. Before long, the phantom tiger came to a halt in front of a private estate. The tiger was taken care of by attendants, and Lin Yi followed Cheng Muqing inside. Lush and rare plants adorned the grounds, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and a magical fountain sparkled under the sunlight, all showcasing the opulence of the Cheng family. Soon, Lin Yi encountered Cheng Batian, the head of the Cheng family. As a bloodthirsty warrior, he was one of the platinum powerhouses of Zhong City. "Haha, so this is Lin Yi. Indeed, a striking figure, reminiscent of my own youth," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Muqing frowned slightly. "Dad, please tone it down." Lin Yi internally chuckled, sensing that Cheng Batian was a genial man. After meeting the head of the Cheng family, he remarked, "There is no need to stand on ceremony, just call me Uncle Cheng." Cheng Batian, having heard of Lin Yi's solo challenge against a Golden Lord monster, was filled with curiosity. Upon witnessing Lin Yi firsthand, his admiration soared even higher. The reasons were evident. The equipment Lin Yi bore spoke volumes. To his knowledge, Lin Yi hailed from an ordinary single-parent family, yet he had reached such heights in a remarkably short time. He had even surpassed the talents of the 4 great families, showcasing immense potential. This young man's profession is no ordinary one, a mere magician. Don't be absurd. There must have been extraordinary circumstances during his awakening ceremony. Cheng Batian pondered in astonishment, secretly deducing, "I shall be the first to uncover this gem. I cannot allow anyone else to seize this opportunity. I shall call you Shao Yi from now on. Come, let us dine and converse," he invited warmly. Lin Yi smiled and took a seat with Cheng Batian and his daughter. "Shao Yi, do you have a girlfriend?" The opening remark almost caused Lin Yi to spit out his drink, while the subsequent statement left him utterly astounded. "If not, what do you think of Cheng Muqing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's gaze momentarily froze. Could this be the surprise that Cheng Batian had alluded to? To betroth his daughter to himself? Cheng Muqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she instantly became incensed, giving her father a sharp kick. "Dad, what are you saying?" Cheng Batian inhaled sharply, though it did not truly hurt. He feigned pain to placate his irate daughter. Observing the starkly different reactions of the 2 young individuals, he felt a sense of clarity. This could work. Cheng Batian chuckled, "I was merely jesting, this depends on the fate between the 2 of you." Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, offering a helpless smile. Fortunately, the ensuing conversation became significantly more normal. When the atmosphere reached an appropriate level, Cheng Batian clapped his hands. Immediately, the maid approached, carrying 3 wooden boxes. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Cheng Batian made slight adjustments to the originally intended gratitude gift. Shao Yi, why don't you take a look? Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous gift from Cheng Batian. This is to express my gratitude for saving Muqing and also a small token of appreciation from an elder. During their previous exchanges, Cheng Batian had discerned Lin Yi's boundless potential and decided to invest in him. Thus, he upgraded the originally singular gift into 3. Cheng Muqing, brimming with impatience, urged Lin Yi, quickly accept it. My dad has plenty of money, so don't worry about him. Her words left Cheng Batian momentarily speechless. Truly, a daughter grows beyond her father's control. After hearing this, Lin Yi ceased his refusals. As he lifted the lid of the first wooden box, he was astonished to find a property deed for a villa. His heart raced. This was worth several million. Cheng Batian chuckled. I heard you plan to move into a new house. I have yet to reside in this villa, so we can be neighbors. Young people often develop feelings over time when they spend prolonged periods together. Cheng Batian was creating a splendid opportunity for his daughter, firmly believing that Lin Yi was no ordinary individual and destined for greatness. Naturally, if he could become his son-in-law, it would be even better. Lin Yi sensed the goodwill emanating from Cheng Batian, his eyes filled with gratitude. This villa was indeed splendid, offering his mother a more comfortable living arrangement. Subsequently, Lin Yi turned to open the second box, revealing a bronze ascension pearl. Cheng Batian had thought ahead, estimating that Lin Yi was not far from level 20. Consequently, he prepared this second gift. Cheng Batian felt a sense of pride, but upon seeing Lin Yi's astonished expression, he could not help but inquire, have you already purchased it? Lin Yi let out a wry smile, offering no further explanation as he gently revealed his level. Since everyone would soon know tomorrow, there was no need for concealment. Bronze Practitioner, level 21. At this moment, Cheng Batian was rendered speechless, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This young man had actually become a bronze practitioner. With astonishment etched across his features, Cheng Batian gazed at Lin Yi. How long did it take me to ascend to bronze back in the day? Approximately half a year. If memory serves. You always boasted about it in my ear. Upon finishing his words, Cheng Muqing glanced at her own level, the mere 14. And felt a twinge of disappointment. Though she was aware of Lin Yi's high rank, she had not anticipated such an astonishing achievement. Admiration flickered in Cheng Muqing's eyes as she could not help but inquire, how did you accomplish this? Lin Yi shrugged slightly, responding, just defeating monsters and leveling up. At this, Cheng Muqing rolled her eyes. Ascending to a bronze profession was not as simple as merely meeting the experience threshold, the crux lay in skill levels. She had expended countless resources to elevate several basic skills to level 3 or above in a short span. There was no way Lin Yi could have ascended so effortlessly. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, realizing that this pertained to Lin Yi's secrets. At that moment, Cheng Batian snapped back to reality. Shao Yi, why didn't you mention you were already bronze? As he spoke, he waved his hand, dismissing the maid, go and bring that bronze skill book. Lin Yi immediately perceived that the third gift would also be a bronze skill book, and his eyes gleamed with joy as he anticipated yet another treasure. Upon opening the third wooden box, he found the skill binding of earth. The maid swiftly presented another skill book, Earth Stab. Both were earth-type spells. And when used in conjunction, their power was boundless. Moreover, these two skill books could be fused. He recalled the platinum treasure, the skill fusion stone, which allowed him to merge two bronze skills into silver and gain access to cross-level abilities ahead of time. Initially, he had pondered which skills would be most suitable for fusion, but now, the combination of these two earth spells, one for control and the other for attack, was a perfect match. Safeguarding the gifts, Lin Yi felt a burgeoning fondness for the Cheng family. The combined value of these gifts approached a staggering 100 million. Expressing his gratitude, he said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng. I truly appreciate these gifts." Cheng Batian nodded with a smile, "As long as you like them." This girl has been too shy to say it directly but has been mentioning how she wants to thank you ever since we got home. He cleverly aided his daughter, causing a faint blush to rise on Cheng Muqing's cheeks. Not at all. Yet her soft voice lacked conviction. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's lips. He did not find this sentiment unwelcome. Cheng Moqing was not only stunningly beautiful but also hailed from a prestigious family, making her the ideal partner in the eyes of many men. Uncle Cheng, were you aware of the rumors regarding the wind spirits in the soul-breaking mountains? Lin Yi inquired, his thoughts lingering on the platinum treasure, the wind spirit card. He intended to embark on a quest in search of it once the trial competition concluded. Cheng Batian furrowed his brow. Wind spirits. I am not familiar with that. However, I can inquire on your behalf and notify you as soon as I have any news. Shao Yi, the most pressing matter at hand is the upcoming trial competition. Cheng Batian kindly reminded, concerned that this young prodigy might become overly confident. This assessment was crucial, comprising multiple stages. The initial stage unfolds at our Zhongcheng Trial Tower, where those who excel may compete alongside elites from across the nation. It is rumored that not only the Huaxiao nation but also the Eastern India, White Bear, Eagle Source, and Cherry Blossom nations are poised for significant movements. The world is on the brink of complete integration. The Great Game Invasion a century ago, along with the second integration 50 years prior, has already merged the two realms by over 80%. Should another such event occur, total amalgamation would follow. This would render the ascension of professionals considerably easier and increase the frequency of dungeon mysteries. However, simultaneously, waves of terrifying monsters may once again assail us. Even more formidable deities could descend upon the land. For humanity, this represents both a golden opportunity for growth and a severe challenge. If handled adeptly, the strength of humanity may experience a qualitative leap, yet a single misstep could lead to catastrophic extinction. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, realizing why this year's assessment bore such significant changes. Is the nation intent on vigorously cultivating our cohort of professionals? Indeed. Cheng Batian nodded affirmatively. Speaking gravely, your generation of professionals bears the dual fate of the realms, advancing at a pace far surpassing that of the past. For instance, you have ascended to the rank of copper-tier professional in merely a week, an unfathomable feat in bygone days. With your prowess, you are bound to distinguish yourself in Zhongcheng. And securing first place is well within your reach. Yet, remain vigilant of others and do not falter. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired specifically, who do you refer to? Cheng Batian cleared his throat and replied deliberately, the Gao Jiping of the Gao family awakens as an extraordinary beast master. Although his level may be slightly inferior, the Gao family will undoubtedly spare no expense to equip him with top-tier juvenile beasts, making his combat capability formidable. Additionally, there is Nangong Ling from the Nangong family, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, and whose specific profession has never been disclosed. Most critically, there is the city lord's son, Hon Fong. It is widely known that the strongest in Zhongcheng is the city lord Hon Boyon. Through extraordinary means, he has facilitated his son's job change 6 months ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was utterly astonished. One can advance ahead of schedule. Cheng Batian chuckled lightly. This world is full of wonders, there exists an abundance of rare treasures. Some can even restore youth and reawaken one's profession. Cheng Batian enumerated various precious artifacts, broadening Lin Yi's horizons. So, do you have confidence? Cheng Batian's intent was not to dishearten but to ensure Lin Yi comprehended the nature of his future adversaries. Rest assured, Uncle Cheng. Tomorrow, I shall present my finest state, so I await the spectacle. No problem. After a lively conversation, the afternoon slipped away, and Lin Yi took his leave. Gazing at his departing figure, Cheng Batian waved to his daughter with a smile. Come back to your senses, he has left. Cheng Moqing blushed, playfully chasing after her father. Upon returning home, Lin Yi eagerly retrieved 2 skill books and instantly mastered them. Next, he produced a skill fusion stone. Skill fusion completed, earning silver skill Earth Prison. His talent activated automatically, and the Earth Prison reached level 40 in an instant. Earth Prison summons Earth elements to form a prison with a diameter of 200 meters, lasting 9 seconds. During which it can summon Earth spikes every 3 seconds to assault enemies within the prison. Cooldown time in 18 seconds. Wow! Lin Yi gasped, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, the prowess of the silver skill is truly remarkable. Lin Yi discerned that once the Earth Prison was fully formed, it would be no easy feat to dismantle. The skill alone could unleash 3 astonishing strikes, each inflicting damage exceeding 500,000. With a threefold accumulation, it was nothing short of monstrous. Furthermore, Lin Yi could still cast other skills during this time. Lin Yi gasped had he possessed this ability earlier. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps would have been trivial to obliterate with a mere wave of his hand. 3 attacks could yield a staggering 1,500,000 in damage. Who could withstand such might? This skill was his trump card, not to be deployed lightly. Lin Yi pondered to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. After all, his strength was growing increasingly formidable, and his methods were becoming ever more diverse. With the knowledge that the world would eventually merge, Lin Yi felt a hint of urgency. Should deities truly descend, the world would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Yet, his confidence remained unwavering. Given time, even the divine would tremble beneath the weight of his maxed-out skills. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi remembered that he needed to move today. He promptly headed to the convenience store where Young Mei worked, extravagantly purchasing the establishment outright. This act left Young Mei's colleagues filled with envy. With Lin Yi's current wealth, she could easily afford to be idle at home. However, having mentioned this matter the previous night, Young Mei insisted she did not wish to waste time in idleness. Thus, they reached a consensus to acquire the convenience store, allowing Young Mei to have meaningful engagement without overexerting herself. On their way home, Young Mei's eyes sparkled with pride. Her son had truly matured. The envious gazes from her colleagues felt like sweet nectar. Lin Yi chuckled, "Come on, let us move. Indeed, money is a splendid thing." Aside from a few changes of clothes and a few precious items of special significance, everything else would be brand new. As neighbors observed the spectacle of Lin Yi's move, many stepped out to watch. "Mei, you have a wonderful son. You both have finally triumphed," they exclaimed. "Be sure to learn from your brother Lin Yi and strive to become a formidable professional. Mei, do visit us when you have time." Amidst the envious gazes, Lin Yi led Young Mei away from their long-time residence. Soon, the magical vehicle came to a halt in front of a luxurious villa. Cheng Batian was indeed efficient in his dealings. The villa was centrally located on Baiguelin Street, not far from the Cheng family estate. Cheng Muqing had been waiting there for quite some time, and upon seeing Young Mei, she promptly greeted her, "Hello, Auntie. I am Cheng Muqing, Lin Yi's classmate. Here to help with the move." Young Mei was taken aback. This young girl was truly radiant, rivaling Lu Wanqing. It seemed her son was quite popular with the younger ladies. "Thank you for your help, Muqing. Please stay for a meal." "Certainly." Cheng Muqing's eyes sparkled. Her smile as radiant as a crescent moon. The plan succeeded. With the proximity to the source of the water, winning over Young Mei meant Lin Yi was virtually in the bag. Before long, the monumental task of moving was successfully completed. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. "Thank you, classmate Cheng." Cheng Muqing handed him a cup of water, smiling, "Oh, I be so polite. You saved me. Helping you move is the least I could do. Just call me Muqing." Lin Yi smiled faintly, and their relationship grew considerably closer. Observing the scene, Young Mei's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Perhaps marrying both wouldn't be such a bad idea. Initially disdainful of fickle-hearted men, she chose to be lenient with her exceptional son. "Auntie, your dishes are simply exquisite." Cheng Muqing exclaimed, her face alight with delight, causing Young Mei's heart to swell with joy. "Muqing, your compliments are so sweet. Feel free to visit anytime. No need for formality." "All right. I shall remember that." Cheng Muqing replied, her heart elated, as it was the affirmation she had been eagerly awaiting. "Lin Yi, I must take my leave now. I shall see you at the trial competition tomorrow." "Very well, see you tomorrow." Lin Yi thought highly of Cheng Muqing, appreciating her kindness, especially as she assisted Young Mei with the dishes, a gesture that touched him. Young Mei, smiling and shaking her head, retreated to her room to rest. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief as he lay down, beginning to plan for the events of the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang City was already abuzz with excitement. This was a grand occasion for the entire city and even for the whole of Wuxia. Particularly exhilarating was the announcement released today by the authorities to the city lord's mansion, which sent ripples of enthusiasm through the populace. The officials had confirmed a significant reform in the professional trial competition. The champion from Jiang City would be awarded a platinum treasure. Moreover, the top 100 ranked participants would represent Jiang City in further competitions against other cities, vying for the title of national champion. Upon the announcement, all awakened professionals were stirred with fervor. Lin Yi's friend Wang Dong inundated him with countless messages expressing his excitement. Lin Yi's heart raced as well. The prospect of standing out nationally was thrilling. To surpass the prodigies of neighboring nations would be the pinnacle of achievement. If he were to claim the national title, would there be diamond-level treasures at stake? The allure of fame was undeniable, yet he was more concerned with tangible rewards. The so-called professional trials were to showcase one's abilities within the trial tower. This tower, crafted by the nation's top experts, was modeled after the legendary Tower of Babel. Jiang City's trial tower comprised 30 levels, with previous best performances hovering around the 10th level. If he could reach beyond the 20th level, securing the top spot in Jiang City would be a certainty. This was not beyond his capabilities. He had heard that as the levels increased, the number and difficulty of monsters escalated exponentially. Should anyone manage to conquer all 30 levels, whispers suggested they would receive a mysterious reward, which was truly his ultimate goal. Thus, he was determined not only to seize the title of Jiang City's finest but also to muster all his strength to challenge the 30th level. Clenching his fists, he drifted into slumber with this ambitious resolve. The next morning, Jiang City buzzed with a lively atmosphere as countless individuals brimmed with excitement. The trial competition was set to be broadcast live, with the entire city on holiday to watch. Lin Yi arrived early at the trial tower plaza, which rivaled the size of hundreds of football fields, adorned with numerous magical screens suspended in the air to ensure hundreds of thousands of spectators could clearly witness each budding professional. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal tower, nearly 1,000 meters high, with a base so expansive it measured about 100 meters in diameter. The number of aspiring professionals poised to participate in the trials was staggering, amounting to 40 or 50,000. They were organized in formations by school and class, standing in the central area of the plaza. At this moment, Lin Yi found himself among the ranks of the first-year Class 5 from Interstellar Technology University, awaiting the official commencement of the trials. Beside him, Wang Dong chattered incessantly. Wang Dong's ascension in rank has been remarkably swift, reaching level 6. A considerable advantage over the average individual who hovers around level 3. As he caressed the shadowy robe draped across Lin Yi's back, he exclaimed, "Brother Yi, this cloak is truly magnificent. Where did you procure such a replica?" To his surprise, he discovered that Lin Yi also harbored an admiration for the Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile, muttering to himself that this was indeed the authentic version. However, one could hardly blame Wang Dong. For a glance across the crowd revealed an abundance of shadowy robes. It was nothing short of extravagant, with nearly 1 in every 3 mages adorned in such attire. Lin Yi chose to ignore Wang Dong, patiently awaiting the commencement of the trial. At that moment, Li Kuang intrusively approached. His own shadowy robe modified to suit a fire mage, embellished with a striking gold and crimson pattern. Li Kuang strolled over to Lin Yi, circling him twice while emitting a series of irritating clicks of his tongue. So our great genius Lin is also a devotee of the Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi's lips twitched in annoyance, unwilling to engage. Little did he expect to have such a foolish admirer in Li Kuang. Nonetheless, Li Kuang persisted, his words dripping with condescension. "Yet, your robe appears rather inferior. Did your mother lack the funds to purchase a worthy one for you? Perhaps I could assist her in finding a better job, enabling her to afford a decent robe for you." In a flash, a concentrated fire serpent erupted from Lin Yi's fingertips, igniting Li Kuang in an instant. "You fool, are you courting death?" Lin Yi seethed. For his mother was a sensitive topic, and Li Kuang's jest was utterly unacceptable. "Help! Someone save me!" Li Kuang screamed, engulfed in flames. The class teacher rushed over, demanding, "What on earth are you doing?" A swift incantation extinguished the flames, yet Li Kuang remained in a pitiable state. The searing pain in his body transformed his gaze towards Lin Yi into one filled with sheer terror. "He wants to kill me," suppressing the surge of murderous intent within. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, "Teacher, we were merely jesting. It was just a little demonstration for Li Kuang." He knew that once they entered the trial tower, it would be Li Kuang's reckoning. Under Lin Yi's menacing glare, Li Kuang shivered, an inexplicable fear washing over him. Cursing under his breath, he hastily retreated to his own class. Observing this, the teacher scanned the crowd, reminding everyone that the trial was about to commence and urged them to be prepared and avoid unnecessary conflicts. As time slipped away, the clock struck 9. A clear chime resonated across the trial tower plaza, silencing the once boisterous crowd. All heads turned skyward to behold a grand figure suspended above them. It was none other than Hon Boyon, the platinum-ranked city lord of Jeong City. Behind him loomed the silhouettes of numerous formidable individuals. In summary, nearly all the prominent figures of Jeong City had gathered for the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of this trial should be clear to you all. I urge you to give your utmost effort and leave no regrets. He proclaimed. Now, I request all universities to orderly proceed to the waiting area of the trial tower. Preparing for collective teleportation. As Hon Boyon's voice faded, a cascade of brilliant white light surged down from the apex of the trial tower. Instantly, it transformed into luminous halos, suspended in the air. Following this, nearly 50,000 students orderly stepped into the circles of light. A humming sound resonated as beams of light swept over each student, validating their identities and information in preparation for the forthcoming ranking display. Attention all participants, the trial tower permits a maximum of 3 individuals to form a team. Please assemble your groups promptly. The announcement echoed. Those who fail to form a team within 10 minutes will be deemed to undertake the challenge solo. This rule was well understood by all. In many respects, the trial tower served as a significant boon for newly awakened individuals, as it not only offered abundant experience points but also lacked punitive measures. Even defeating weaker foes below 1's level would yield experience. The crowd swiftly formed teams, stepping into the luminous circles for transportation. Look, that's Gao Jipeng, the heir of the Gao family. I've heard he is an extraordinary beast master. I wager he will claim the top spot. Observers gasped at the sight of a cold-faced young man on the screen. The scene shifted to reveal another youth, his lips curled in a smile appearing on the large display. It was Nangong Ling, the heir of the Nangong family. This individual is cunning, despite his sunny demeanor. It is said that he is a shadow assassin, adept at ambushing enemies from the darkness. Furthermore, rumor has it he has already reached level 16. One wonders about the veracity of such claims. Next, the prodigy Hon Fong made his appearance. Hon Fong was known to be a player who had harnessed his potential ahead of time. Those in the know were well aware. Sure, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want the city lord to hear. The crowd jested, yet they all understood the underlying truth. Having advanced his class 6 months early, Hon Fong was undoubtedly the most qualified to become the foremost in Jiangcheng. Subsequently, various talents from prestigious universities showcased themselves on the large screen. Each time a familiar face appeared, exuberant cheers erupted from different corners of the square. Oh, is that Cheng Muqing, the illustrious daughter of the Cheng family? I recall she is a holy priest. Why does she lack teammates? Observers were intrigued as they beheld Cheng Muqing standing alone. She then rose and seemed to head in the direction of the Interstellar Technology University. At this moment, a substantial number of students had been teleported into the tower. Yet the challenge had not commenced. Li Kuang gazed mockingly at the solitary Lin Yi. You flaunt your bravado all the time, and now you can't even gather a teammate. You truly deserve this. But suddenly, Li Kuang's expression froze in disbelief. He witnessed Lu Wanqing approaching Lin Yi. Following her, another young woman, seemingly the campus belle from Donghai University, appeared to be Cheng Muqing. Li Kuang furrowed his brows, perplexed. What could this guy possibly have to warrant such attention? To the astonishment of the onlookers, both Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing simultaneously extended invitations to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, may I join you in a team? As their words fell, the previously bustling area fell into an eerie silence. Surrounding students gaped in astonishment at this unprecedented scene. What was happening? 2 campus beauties were inviting Lin Yi at the same time. And their tone, was it not akin to pleading with him? My goddess has inexplicably become someone else's devoted admirer. The crowd is taken aback, for the scene is utterly shocking. Li Kuang, feeling deeply frustrated and dissatisfied, questions the rationale behind it all. Previously, I could understand when he excelled academically. Now, he is merely an ordinary mage, likely not beyond level 5. Are their eyes deceived? Is it merely because Lin Yi possesses striking good looks? Jealousy reddens Li Kuang's eyes, his back teeth grinding audibly. This sentiment resonates with many, as most perceive Lin Yi as just an average mage. Lin Yi gazes at the 2 women before him, feeling a sudden headache. Forming a party poses no issue, as it could even be beneficial. However, the fiery glances exchanged between the two seem explosive. If he includes both, will it ignite chaos? Yet, taking only one does not sit well with him. Lin Yi hesitates, while Cheng Muqing displays greater boldness. She gently bites her lower lip and steps forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Yi's, swaying slightly. Lin Yi, will you please? Her eyes brim with anticipation, eager to join him in conquering the trial tower. A tremor runs through Lin Yi's heart, such a scene would overwhelm anyone. At this moment, every male gaze around them ignites with fervor. Lu Wanqing's eyes widen. Her cheeks flushed with crimson, inwardly musing, what a game. In the next instant, she too entwines her arm with Lin Yi's, gently swaying. Shall we act together, please? Lin Yi feels the palpable tension, as if the very air were filled with the sounds of grinding teeth. If gazes could kill, he would be riddled with wounds. With two beauties vying for his attention, who could withstand such a trial? Lin Yi smiles and proposes, then, let us three join forces. All right. Upon hearing his consent, the two women nod vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain, fearful that he might retract his agreement. At that moment, the teleportation circle finally beckons Lin Yi. He steps into the light with the two women, vanishing instantaneously. Meanwhile, the millions of spectators witness this spectacle through their screens, equally astounded. Gao Onping looks towards Cheng Batian and Lu Jieliang, mockingly remarking, your methods of raising daughters are quite impressive. Previously, in an attempt to unite Cheng Muqing with his son, he had personally visited the Cheng family, only to be rebuffed by Cheng Batian. He had anticipated that the Nangong family or the city lord's manor would intervene first. To his surprise, it was an obscure young man who captured her interest, inciting Gao Onping's ire. Lu Jieliang, bewildered, is unaware when his daughter had quietly found such a young boyfriend. However, upon hearing Gao Onping's words, he is instantly enraged. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Say that again, and I swear I will have your head. Cheng Batian also retorts angrily, speak again, then you shall face both me and old Lu. Gao Onping, bombarded by their rebukes, finds his pride wounded. What have I said wrong? You two rough men have raised a daughter without sense, choosing an ordinary mage over an illustrious family's genius. I doubt they could even pass the 10th level. He concedes that Lin is handsome, yet in this world, good looks alone cannot prevent monsters from attacking. Lu Jieliang, momentarily at a loss for words, finds himself unable to counter, for he knows nothing of Lin Yi's true capabilities. However, unlike Cheng Batian, who is aware that Lin is a bronze-level practitioner, my daughter possesses keen discernment and recognizes true genius. Naturally, she would never select someone as ineffectual as Gao Jipeng. Cheng Batian's sardonic demeanor only serves to infuriate Gao Onping. Very well. Since you are so obstinate, let us engage in a wager. We shall bet on which of our children ascends higher. Do you dare? I propose a platinum equipment. Gao Onping declared through clenched teeth, placing a substantial bet. The bystanders gasped in astonishment. In Jiangcheng, platinum equipment is exceedingly rare, and even the four great clans are reluctant to part with it. Cheng Batian remained unfazed, sneering, look at your pitiful state. I shall wager 2 pieces of platinum equipment. If you win, I will grant you 2 pieces of Beastmaster gear. If I win, you will provide me with 1 piece of mage and 1 piece of priest equipment. What say you? Lu Jieliang, sensing Cheng Batian's unwavering confidence, interjected, count me in. 4 pieces of platinum equipment, identical terms as Cheng. He continued, if I win, you shall give me 1 piece of mage and 1 piece of archer equipment. Do you dare accept? The conflict escalated instantaneously, leaving the prominent figures around them in a state of shock. Such a fierce contest for pride with such significant stakes. Hon Boyan hastily urged everyone, please remain calm. The trial is about to commence. Yet at that moment, Gao Onping was consumed by his rage. A wager is a wager, do I fear you? If someone offers platinum equipment for my son, why should I decline? With these 4 pieces of equipment, Jipeng could achieve a commendable ranking nationwide. Come on. Those who do not participate are cowards. Although the source of Cheng Batian's confidence was unclear, he remained steadfast in his belief in his son. Very well. Let us establish a contract with the lord of the city as our witness. Hon Boyan could only smile wryly and reluctantly agree. Shortly thereafter, the three established their agreement. Dao Onping smirked repeatedly before turning to converse with the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Ze, as their families often intermarried and maintained a close relationship. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuliang's bravado began to wane when he felt a twinge of insecurity. He nudged Cheng Batian and whispered, "Old Cheng, what is going on? Do you have any insider information that could reassure me?" Cheng Batian, secretly delighted, feigned seriousness. "What insider information? I simply cannot abide that old fool Gao Onping. He dares to claim my daughter is dim-witted. Let it be." Lu Jiuliang's expression soured as he thought, "Damn it, this is going to end badly." Cheng Batian smiled. "Just watch, perhaps a miracle will unfold. We must have faith in our daughters." At that moment, as the final student stepped into the light, the trial tower erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, even obscuring the blazing sun above. The practitioner trial officially commenced. Only when someone surpasses the 10th level and enters the 11th will the tower display rankings and broadcast live footage. It was exhilarating. Who would be the first to conquer the 10th level? If only the live stream could begin from the first level, but that would take several hours. Just then, with a flash of light, Lin Yi, Lu Wanqing, and Cheng Muqing found themselves in a dense forest. The first level of the trial tower. Cheng Muqing took the initiative. "Lin Yi, what shall be our course of action?" Lu Wanqing also turned her gaze toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression turned cold, yet he did not rush. Instead, he stated, "First, let us deal with one individual." Deal with one individual. Upon hearing this, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. Typically, Lin Yi was gentle and refined, rarely revealing his sharp edge. Lu Wanqing pressed further, "Who? Just say the word if you need assistance." "Li Kuang." Lin Yi's gaze returned to its usual calmness, yet he added, "He has insulted my mother, a crime that is utterly unforgivable." Both women had crossed paths with young Mei. And as their eyes met, the glimmer of little intent flickered between them. Cheng Muqing suggested, "Shall we split up to find him? It is imperative to resolve this before reaching the 11th floor. Otherwise, once the live broadcast begins, his father may come looking for trouble." The interior of the trial tower was vast, with each level expansive, making the search for someone a challenging task. However, Lin Yi shook his head. "There is no need. I have already made arrangements." Earlier, he had scattered tracking powder on Li Kuang. Buzz. He lightly tapped his wand, and an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. In the void, a faint white light traced a path into the distance. "Let us proceed, I will take you there." With that, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from Lin Yi's back. Utilizing this power, even while carrying two individuals, his speed was astonishing. Before the two could react, Lin Yi embraced them and soared into the sky, racing along that luminous trajectory. The wind howled in their ears, leaving Lu Wanqing in a state of astonishment. Unlike Cheng Muqing, who had some understanding of Lin Yi, she was entirely unaware of his current strength, still believing him to be merely an ordinary mage. On the first level of the trial tower, Li Kuang, accompanied by two bodyguards dispatched from his family, landed steadily in a dense forest. At this moment, Li Kuang was seething with anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what use is that pretty boy? Why would I choose not to select a dignified level 10 fire mage? Have Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing lost their minds? Especially that Lin Yi, how dare he intimidate me? Once the trial concludes, I will make him understand the power of authority." Li Kuang had intended to mock Lin Yi, but was startled into a scream when Lin Yi unleashed a fireball. Utterly humiliated, he did not believe Lin Yi's strength could surpass his own. He simply had not anticipated Lin Yi would act in such a setting. Li Kuang casually cast a fireball, effortlessly eliminating a level 1 long-haired rabbit, and his confidence began to rise. "I am a genius. How could that mere Lin Yi compare to me?" The two bodyguards, witnessing this, eagerly offered suggestions. "Young master, I noticed that Lin Yi seems quite concerned about his mother. Why not capture that woman after we exit? Just imagine confronting him with her." Li Kuang's eyes lit up, licking his lips as he exclaimed, "Excellent idea. I shall reward you with a fine piece of equipment." "Thank you, young master. I hear that woman is quite beautiful. Don't forget to leave us some soup to savor." "Haha." Li Kuang laughed heartily. "Of course, I want to infuriate Lin Yi thoroughly. Let us see if he dares oppose me again." The trio erupted into raucous laughter. their eyes gleaming with malice. To them, Lin Yi was merely a lowly individual, easily manipulated at their whim. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the air as a crystalline arrow shot forth. One bodyguard stood frozen in shock, with fear etched across his face. He wished to cry out for help, but it was already too late. The speed of the ice arrow was astonishing. With a swift thrust, the crystalline projectile pierced through his throat, and before blood could spurt forth, it had already frozen. Under the control of magical forces, he did not meet his demise immediately, but instead endured the excruciating torment of his throat being encased in ice. The strange sound of air escaping from his throat sent waves of terror through Li Kuang and another bodyguard. A level 8 warrior felled in a single strike. Who could it be? Suddenly, before a cry could escape his lips, another sharp whistle pierced the air as another ice arrow struck. The bodyguard raised his shield, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Yet, the ice arrow pierced through all defenses, penetrating the bodyguard's throat, causing him to collapse in convulsions. Fear-filled Li Kuang's eyes as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Who are you? Come out and face me. Li Kuang roared in fury, his staff igniting with crimson flames. In that instant, his pupils dilated in shock. There, against the horizon, the figure descended slowly, flanked by two enchanting women on either side. Lin Yi. The relentless slaughter of the bodyguards had pushed Li Kuang's psychological defenses to the brink of collapse. How could this be? You are merely a lowly mage. The chill emanating from the ice arrow still sent shivers down his spine. Lin Yi, regarding this petty fool with indifference, suddenly swung his wand. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted forth, a stark contrast to the small fireball Li Kuang conjured. Li Kuang's face turned ashen, utterly astonished. What kind of fireball spell is this? What profession does he belong to? Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Li Kuang's mind from the projection crystal, and his pupils constricted in horror. Why, you are the Shadow Mage Lord. At that moment, regret surged through him like a tidal wave, as if he could see his own destruction looming. Agonizing pain tore at his soul, his body feeling as if it were being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder. Air. The chilling screams echoed through the forest, sending the surrounding monsters fleeing in panic. When defeated, professionals could choose to surrender and retreat. However, Lin Yi would never grant such an opportunity. Gazing at the ashes of Li Kuang, the murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes gradually dissipated. Young Mei was a line he would not allow to be crossed, which explained his ruthless actions. Cheng Wuqing exchanged a glance with Lu Wanqing and softly inquired, Lin Yi, are you all right? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then turned to depart. Observing this, the tension in the hearts of the two girls eased slightly. The Lin Yi they had just witnessed seemed a far cry from the person they knew. Their understanding of him deepened, and the sense of security he exuded captivated them. At that moment, Lin Yi proposed, shall we go level up fast? The trial tower was a treasure trove, even as bronze professionals. Defeating low-level monsters could still yield experience points. Such an opportunity was rare to find outside. Although each level allowed only a 30-minute stay, the accumulation could potentially elevate him by 1 or 2 levels. Cheng Wuqing, puzzled, asked, Lin Yi, don't you want to secure first place? What if someone else beats you to it? The rules of the trial tower dictated that participants on the same level would be ranked according to their completion time. Thus, those genius contenders aiming for the leaderboard. It is generally unwise to squander time leveling up in the initial stages. Lin Yi smiled serenely. Who said I lack interest? Ultimately, I must succeed, so does it truly matter when? This tranquility is a testament to strength. Lin Yi does not belittle others. Even if given a year, they might not clear the 30th level of the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. Thus, he remains unhurried. Allowing others to temporarily take the lead is inconsequential. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be him. You are confident in clearing it? Cheng Wuqing gasped, her eyes filled with admiration. To her, Lin Yi never undertakes endeavors without certainty. Hence, he must have a well-formed plan. Beside them, Lu Wanqing appeared utterly perplexed. What are you discussing? Clearing the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. Initially, she had teamed up with Lin Yi due to her secret infatuation, wishing to lend him support. After all, she too was a level 15 storm archer. However, everything now seemed to exceed her expectations. Lin Yi aspired to conquer the entire trial tower, the feat unmatched for decades. Wasn't he merely a newly transitioned, ordinary mage? At that moment, Chen Muqing suddenly burst into a melodious laugh. Miss Lu, your perception seems quite lacking. Upon saying this, she pointed at the team information interface. And Lu Wanqing instinctively glanced over. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yi, level 21 mage. Lin Yi, you have already ascended to a bronze professional. Lu Wanqing turned her head mechanically, her face a picture of shock. Lin Yi nodded lightly, finding her astonished expression somewhat amusing. Indeed. This is the fruit of my diligent leveling over these past days. Lu Wanqing was utterly bewildered. To rise to bronze within 7 days, what sort of prodigy was her beloved? She pouted, humph, such significant news, then you didn't tell me. Lin Yi could only smile wryly, shrugging his shoulders. Well, I just hadn't the chance yet. All right. Muqing, Wanqing, we must hasten our pace. We have merely 20 minutes left on the first level. Humph. Call me Wanqing. Upon hearing this different form of address, Lu Wanqing felt a pang of sweetness in her heart. Very well. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Wanqing, Muqing. You two are responsible for luring the monsters to meet. Bring as many as you can. Chen Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded, swiftly dispersing to either side. They appreciated Lin Yi's demeanor, which was neither indulgent nor dismissive, yet exuded a sense of reliability. Those who solely sought to please were the most off-putting. Though the level 1 monsters yielded little experience individually, clearing hundreds or even thousands at once would inevitably accumulate a substantial amount of experience. Lin Yi could already envision the scene of his level soaring once more. Charge! Lin Yi's wings unfurled violently behind him, propelling his speed to its zenith. At that moment, he found himself pursued by a throng of over 1,000 monsters, all frantically chasing him. Not far off, Chen Muqing and Lu Wanqing were similarly shadowed by a dense mass of dark figures. Although their numbers were not as vast as Lin Yi's, they remained considerable. With approximately 600 to 700 monsters, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, grateful to have included the two of them in his team. Otherwise, his efficiency would likely have suffered drastically. Lin Yi shouted loudly, Muqing, Wanqing, step aside. The two women promptly moved to the sides, filled with anticipation to witness Lin Yi's prowess. Instantly, 3 waves of monsters converged into a colossal mass, their numbers exceeding 2,000. The abyssal magic wand emitted a dazzling red light as the fire element coalesced in an instant. The speed of casting was astonishing, almost instantaneous. The two women gasped in awe at the sight. With a flourish of his wand, Lin Yi unleashed the fire meteor spell. Boom! From the edge of the sky, enormous flaming meteors quickly formed, releasing terrifying heat as they plummeted towards the lesser foes below. To deal with level 1 monsters, such a fearsome spell was employed. 113,576. 124,253. 113,724. The 6-digit damage left the two women utterly astounded. Defeated a level 1 long-haired rabbit, they gained 1 experience point. Defeated a level 1 tabby cat. Gained 1 experience point. Defeated a level 1 small green snake, regained 1 experience point. In an instant, the system notifications flooded the screen over 2,000 times. With just 1 strike, Lin Yi accrued over 2,000 experience points. Although leveling up still required 200,000 experience points, it was of no concern. Every little bit adds up. The further they progressed through the tower, the more abundant the experience became. Don't just stand there. Prepare for the next wave. Lin Yi calculated the time, realizing that 1 more strike would lead them to consider clearing the level. Muqing and Lu Wanqing nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with admiration for Lin Yi. The spectacle they had just witnessed was truly breathtaking. Moreover, the experience they gained, while not as substantial as Lin Yi's, still amounted to around 200 each. Calculating this, if they could clear the level, perhaps they would level up several times. Having tasted the sweetness of success, the two immediately took the initiative to attract the monsters. Fire meteor. The terrifying fireballs engulfed everything, once again harvesting over 2,000 experience points. With only a few minutes left before the half-hour limit, Lin Yi cheerfully scooped up the two women and soared into the air, effortlessly dispatching the boss of the first level with a swift fireball. Whoosh! A brilliant white light enveloped the 3. transporting them not only to the second level but also restoring their states to peak condition. After clearing each level, the challengers' health and magic were fully replenished. Onward. Without Lin Yi needing to say more, the two women had already become adept at splitting up to take action. Their movements grew increasingly practiced. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, the square of the trial tower finally started with activity. According to past performances, challengers would soon break through the 10th level. The crowd waited patiently, their eyes glued to the magical screens, fearful of missing any detail. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire trial tower radiated a gentle glow. Who could it be? Everyone eagerly anticipated which team would first conquer the 10th level. On hundreds of magical screens, the figures of 3 individuals simultaneously appeared. The leader's gaze was brimming with confidence. It was the young master of Jiang City, Hon Feng. He led his team, being the first to step into the 11th level. Meanwhile, the colossal golden light board appeared above the trial tower. Wind and Cloud Rankings, first place, Captain Hon Feng. Bronze Swordsman, 21, Hon Chong, Flame Mage, 14, Hon Li, Chain Archer, 13. Second place, the progress of the challengers and their basic information instantly ascended the Wind and Cloud Rankings. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness! Master Hon Feng is actually a bronze profession with a score of 21. How extraordinary! Moreover, both of his companions boast special professions, they are sure to secure first place. It is said that this time the platinum treasure is predetermined. Individuals of high stature were equally stunned, silently cursing, this Hon Boyan is truly a cunning old fox. Gao Onping beamed with delight, complimenting, congratulations, City Lord Hon, your prodigy's talent is exceptional. Achieving bronze status in such a short time. He is bound to become an epic powerhouse in the future. Hon Boyan shook his head with a light chuckle, stating, Little Feng. It is merely due to an early awakening. Cheng Batian smirked internally, reveling in his pride. Wait until you see Lin Yi as a bronze profession. You might just drop your jaw. At this moment, on the magical screen, Hon Feng's team swiftly approached the position of the 11th floor's boss monster. The occasional burst of combat elicited excited cheers from the audience. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the venue. Subsequently, the challengers' team information was displayed on the screen. Following closely was Gao Jipeng's team. Relying on several lord monsters under his command, his progress lagged just a step behind Hon Feng. Second place, Captain Gao Jipeng. Extraordinary Beast Tamer, 16, Gao Yongfu, Shield Warrior, 14, Gao Hua, Scout, 13. Gao Onping felt an immense sense of pride from the displayed prowess on the screen. It seemed his son had yet to exert his full strength. Otherwise, he might have been the first to break through the 10th level. The mere potential of this possibility thrilled him, prompting a provocative glance towards Cheng Batian and Lu Jioliang. Gentlemen, behold my son's strength, are you not awestruck? Lu Jioliang glared furiously, while Cheng Batian feigned indifference. Just wait, the surprises are yet to come. Shortly thereafter, the third place was revealed. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling. Shadow Assassin, 17, Nangong Zhon, Ghana, 15, Nangong Shuet, Priest, 14. The Nangong family's lineup was extravagantly splendid, drawing continuous gasps from the crowd. Initially, when Hon Feng first breached the 10th level, showcasing his bronze-level prowess, everyone believed he was destined for the top. However, as Gao Jipeng and Nangong Ling subsequently broke through, it became apparent that the battle was far from settled. These two appeared to possess the capacity to contend with Hon Feng. The mounting suspense stirred the hearts of all present as they fervently cheered for their favored champions. Soon, an increasing number of successful challengers emerged. As long as a team possessed 2 black iron professionals, they could essentially advance to the 11th level. 4th place. 5th place. Teams continued to arrive. The list of names expanding rapidly, yet the presence of Lin Yi's team remained conspicuously absent. Gao Onping laughed uncontrollably, utterly unable to contain himself. Even going so far as to directly provoke, it is Cheng Batian, what audacity do you possess to wager against me? Lu Jioliang, are you foolishly joining in as well? With your current strength, having been stuck on the 10th level for over 3 hours. Humph. Could it be that your daughter and that unknown lad are indulging in romance inside, unable to even pass the 10th level? Gao Onping burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery. I shall gladly accept your 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jiuliang was infuriated. You. He intended to retort but felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Given the prolonged duration without progress, could it be that the lad was merely a pretty face? Utterly useless. Cheng Batian too was engulfed in confusion, pondering what Lin Yi was truly up to. Was he concealing his strength? What a disaster. Could it be that the 2 young ladies were experiencing internal discord? Noticing Cheng Batian's silence, Gao Onping chuckled coldly, interpreting it as a sign of the other's insecurity. He turned his gaze to the screen, a pride illuminating his eyes. Gao Jipeng had approached the 13th level, directly challenging Hon Feng. Meanwhile, at the 7th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi wielded his staff, dispatching the last wave of minor monsters. Fire meteor. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from within Lin Yi. Level increased to 22. He had leveled up. Lin Yi was filled with joy, exhilarated by the swift pace. If he were outside it would have taken several days of arduous effort. The efficiency was more than tenfold. The trial tower was simply delightful. It seemed he could ascend another level at the 10th. Lin Yi felt invigorated, thoroughly satisfied with his strategy. Although his initial progress was somewhat sluggish, he had managed to ascend 2 levels in succession. Let us proceed to challenge the 8th level, he declared with spirited enthusiasm, while the 2 young ladies looked at him with admiration. In a short span, they too had leveled up. Lin Yi had completely won them over with his prowess, deepening their subtle affections for him. In the blink of an eye, the trial tower had been open for nearly 5 hours. At this moment, Hon Feng topped the leaderboard, having reached the 16th level. Gao Jipeng closely followed, also at the 16th level. The 3rd place was still Nan Gongling, slightly behind at the 15th level. Currently, there were 34 individuals on the leaderboard. It is no exaggeration to say that these were the elite among nearly 50,000 newly awakened professionals in Jiangcheng. To advance to Black Iron within a week signifies either substantial backing or extraordinary talent. With the 5-hour limit approaching, it indicated that only these 34 teams had managed to surpass the 10th level. Gao Onping wore a confident expression, though the derision in his eyes unmistakable. Oh dear. I almost feel embarrassed about taking your 4 pieces of platinum equipment. If you are feeling heartbroken, let it show, no one will mock you. Lu Jiuliang was utterly exasperated, allowing Gao Onping's taunts to wash over him. He regretted his impulsiveness in competing with Cheng Batian and Gao Onping. Meanwhile, Cheng Batian's heart raced with apprehension. In just a few minutes, the 5-hour deadline would arrive. Those who failed to advance would lose their opportunity. Damn it, would this lad falter at such a critical moment? He looked up at the sky, anxiety gnawing at him as he observed Gao Onping's smug demeanor, gritting his teeth in frustration. Simultaneously, at the 10th level of the trial tower, after another fiery strike obliterated the last group of monsters, a brilliant white light once again enveloped Lin Yi. Level has risen to 23. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy within. In merely 5 hours, he had advanced 2 levels, nearly doubling his strength. It was time to venture into the 11th layer. With a swift ice spear spell, he swiftly dispatched a level 10 lord monster, and the trio stepped into the 11th layer. Meanwhile, the trial tower's leaderboard radiated a faint golden glow. Someone had infiltrated the rankings, and the crowd instinctively turned to look. A new line of rankings stood prominently displayed. 35th place, Captain Lin Yi, Mage, 23, Cheng Muqing, Holy Priest, 16, Lim Wan, Storm Archer, 17. Wow. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Just at the final moment of the 5 hours, Lin Yi had breached the 11th layer. Subsequently, the multitude of eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bouncing from their seats. A level 23 mage. Just those simple words rendered them incredulous. It was hard to believe. He had surpassed Hon Feng, and by a full 2 levels. Undoubtedly, he was a dark horse. Who on earth is Lin Yi? He has reached level 23. This is utterly outrageous. I am merely at level 3. I know this person, I heard he had a mishap during awakening, just an ordinary mage. And yet now he has made a stunning comeback. How did this ordinary mage achieve such an extraordinary level? At that moment, countless curious gazes converged upon the large screen. Everyone yearned to know how Lin Yi, an ordinary mage, had attained such an astonishing prowess. At this instant, Lin Yi's team captivated all attention. In the footage, Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, ventured into the 11th layer. Seeing this, Cheng Batian felt a weight lift from his heart and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon witnessing Lin Yi and his daughter soar 2 levels, he finally comprehended what the three had been up to. Leveling up. Moreover, they had done so at the utmost limits of each layer. This lad has boundless potential ahead. Cheng Batian marveled inwardly and wholeheartedly approved of Lin Yi's choices. To forsake immediate fame and fortune in favor of long-term growth is a feat not easily accomplished. Even with this realization, he remained astounded. To rise 2 levels entails the vanquishing of countless monsters. Lu Jioliang observed Lin Yi's level, and the tension in his muscles eased. "You all fool, feigning ignorance." Cheng Batian exclaimed jovially, "Leave some suspense, what if you startled the head of the Gao family?" He remarked playfully, "Don't you think so, head Gao?" 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jioliang and Cheng Batian exchanged knowing glances, mischievously raising 4 fingers before Gao Onping. Gao Onping's face turned ashen. He had believed victory was assured. Little did he expect the situation to reverse in the final moments, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Gao Onping snorted coldly. "Don't celebrate too early, the outcome is still uncertain. He is merely an ordinary profession, what does it matter if he is bronze? Just wait until he encounters my son, let us see how he copes." After lingering through the first 10 layers for so long, his combat prowess must be lacking. With that thought, Gao Onping became increasingly convinced of his reasoning. Although one may possess a high rank, lacking the understanding of battle renders it futile. Contemplating the trump cards prepared for his son, a sense of assurance swelled within. Cheng Batian remained silent, knowing that upon Lin Yi's encounter with Gao Jipeng, the old man would soon realize the gravity of the situation. The other dignitaries were equally astounded by Lin Yi's rank, particularly the city lord Hon Boyon. Had he awakened prematurely? Hon Boyon immediately dismissed this notion. He was well aware that Lin Yi had only transitioned to a new class a week prior. Beside him, the president of the Mage Association, Ku Yuenda, shook his head in frustration. During the awakening ceremony, upon seeing Lin Yi as merely an ordinary mage, he had departed without a second thought. Little did he anticipate Lin Yi's remarkable rise, transforming into a bronze-class practitioner in just a few days. Could it be that his talent was so radiant that the will of the world, out of envy, only granted him an ordinary profession? The more Ku Yuenda pondered, the more pronounced his regret became. He wished he could return to a week ago and give himself a couple of slaps for allowing such a genius to slip through his fingers. Undoubtedly, the majority of those present were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Yi, eager to uncover the secrets behind this sudden dark horse. With bated breath, they gazed at the large screen, where real-time projections promised to unveil the truth. As Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, stepped into the 11th level of the trial tower, he immediately sensed a difference. Before them lay an expansive canyon, as if cleaved by the hand of a deity. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, the density of monsters appeared significantly reduced. Taking to the sky with his phantom wings, he noticed that the number of monsters was far less than in the previous 10 levels. Cheng Muqing remarked, "Of course, the monsters at level 11 undergo a qualitative transformation. If they were as numerous as before, if you would manage to pass, not everyone could be as monstrous as you." Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a soft scoff, acknowledging the truth in her words. The rules of the trial tower were straightforward: advance along the designated route to defeat the Lord Monster guarding the checkpoint. Countless monsters would intercept along the way, and overcoming them to defeat the boss would signify success. However, this was no simple task for an average practitioner. The baseline attributes of the smaller monsters were comparable to their own. Even with a team of 3, vanquishing monsters of the same level was no easy feat. Moreover, they would also face the Lord monsters of the same rank. Without special classes, hidden professions, or formidable equipment and skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to clear the same level tiers, let alone ascend further. As a result, among the 35 remaining teams, most were still struggling at the 11th level, with some already eliminated due to time constraints. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He adhered to his usual strategy, seizing every moment. Although the quantity of monsters here was somewhat diminished, it was of little consequence. Lin Yi sensed that once he broke through the 30-level barrier, his rank would soar to astonishing heights. Faced with Lin Yi's unwavering commitment to his prior strategy, the two women were momentarily taken aback. Cheng Wuqing spoke up, should we reserve more time for the final Lord Monster? After all, the level 11 Lord Monster is not easily dealt with. Yet Lin Yi, brimming with confidence, waved his hand dismissively, urging them to continue forward without concern. With that, he soared into the air, his agile form shooting towards the heavens. The 11th level Lord Monster possesses merely 60 to 70,000 health points. How could it possibly withstand a single fireball? The two women gazed at Lin Yi's silhouette, their eyes filled with admiration. They then continued to lead the monsters forward. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of eyes followed the trio's path, filled with confusion. What is this? A division of labor? What kind of performance is this? Minutes later, the screen revealed a multitude of monsters gathering behind Lin Yi. 11th level ironback wolves, white bear monsters, frost goblins, an array of creatures, abundant and diverse. When the audience noticed that a similar horde had amassed behind Cheng Wuqing and Lu Wanqing, they were utterly astonished. What was happening? Monsters that others would avoid were being attracted for leveling purposes. Did they find the challenge insufficient? Now I understand. They are drawing monsters to level up rapidly. No wonder their progress through the first 10 layers was so slow, they were preparing for this. In that moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. Yet, as they beheld the hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters trailing behind the trio, doubts lingered. With such a multitude of monsters, even bronze-tier adventurers would struggle, wouldn't they? However, Lin Yi swiftly dispelled all skepticism through his actions. The crowd gasped, witnessing what seemed like a miracle. On the screen, Lin Yi began to chant his incantation with remarkable speed. Buzz. A massive surge of fire element coalesced around Lin Yi. Purple flame meteor. Boom. The astonishing fireball erupted instantaneously, weaving a dense tapestry of fiery rain. The terrifying heat seemed to penetrate the screen, evoking a shared sensation of parched throats. The area it covered was nothing short of breathtaking. Boom. Boom. The resonating roars echoed clearly from the screen. The concentrated fire meteors engulfed the horde of monsters in an instant. 421, 546. 410, 571. 413, 427. A staggering damage output exceeding 400,000 was sufficient to obliterate countless lesser monsters, each possessing only a few thousand health points. At that moment, the once serene trial tower plaza was plunged into silence. Though they were not Lin Yi's teammates and could not see the terrifying damage numbers, the sight of the reduced to ashes monsters indicated that the destructive power of this fire meteor had far surpassed the monster's endurance limits. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in uproar. My heavens, is this the Mage I once knew? This is unbelievable. The experience gained from this wave of annihilation must be astronomical, surely exceeding 10,000. I am utterly envious. Earning such experience will take me months of hard work, yet for him, it was just a flick of the wrist. No wonder he could ascend to bronze in just a week. The disparity is immense. Everyone gazed in shock at the young, handsome Mage. A mixture of astonishment, envy, and admiration surged through the crowd. In this moment, Lin Yi revealed a mere glimpse at the tip of the iceberg of his terrifying prowess. Even this small display was enough to leave a profound impact. At this instant, nearly everyone's attention shifted from the other challengers, fixating on Lin Yi. Watching others struggle through challenges paled in comparison to witnessing Lin Yi level up with such ease. Boom. The flame meteorites erupted continuously, harvesting wave after wave of monsters. The audience was entranced, captivated by this dazzling performance that never ceased to amaze. After more than 20 minutes, with only a minute or two remaining before the half-hour limit, Lin Yi, cradling two young women in his arms, raced swiftly towards the gatekeeper Lord Monster, drawing astonished gazes from the onlookers. His speed, aided by his ethereal wings, left many seasoned observers in awe. At this moment, the truth became evident. The reason Lin Yi appeared so leisurely was due to his precise timing in leveling up. Upon realizing this, the crowd collectively gasped. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening, especially for the eliminated challengers who had exerted their utmost to evade the monsters, only to become mere tools for others to level up. This was almost too much to bear. Ultimately, Lin Yi and his companions arrived before the gatekeeper Lord Monster. The level 11 Ironback Wolf King boasted over 70,000 hit points, a formidable peak for ordinary Black Iron professionals. Just as everyone anticipated a challenge for Lin Yi, the screen revealed that he had not even paused. With a gentle flick of his wand, he cast Fireball. A blazing crimson orb shot forth, striking the Ironback Wolf King with tremendous force. The Wolf King, poised to pounce, was sent flying as if struck by a 1,000-ton truck. The searing fireball ignited it completely, reducing its health to 0 in an instant. Witnessing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Could such a monstrous fireball truly be a mere fireball spell? One skeptical mage, unwilling to believe, conjured a fireball the size of an egg in his palm. The gasps of disbelief echoed, and the air seemed to warm several degrees. As they watched Lin Yi stride towards the 12th level, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. This young man was undoubtedly the most astonishing dark horse in this year's professional trials. At this moment, anticipation filled the air. What would unfold when Nangong Ling, Gao Jipeng, Len Honfeng encountered Lin Yi? The crowd eagerly awaited the clash of various prodigies. Moreover, Lin Yi epitomized the grassroots ascent. In a short span, his humble beginnings had become legendary throughout Jiang City. Growing up in a single-parent household, he rose step by step to his current status through exceptional talent and relentless effort, becoming a perfect example of a triumphant turnaround in the hearts of many. This inspirational story moved countless individuals to tears. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi resonated deeply with the masses, who often find themselves in ordinary circumstances. Thus, there was an immense yearning for Lin Yi to triumph over his rivals in a head-to-head confrontation, making a remarkable impression. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to embody the aspirations of everyone's dreams. A comeback, seizing the title of Jiang City's best. In an instant, Jiang City erupted with fervor. Whether among the online viewers or those present at the venue, the vast majority became fervent supporters of Lin Yi. The audience member Yang Mei was already in tears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of pride, feeling that years of hardship had finally borne fruit. At this moment, all eyes in Jiang City were fixated on Lin Yi. People are eagerly anticipating the surprises that this young man will unveil. What are the limits of his abilities? At this moment, Lin Yi is immersed in the exhilaration of rapidly accumulating experience points. If it weren't for Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing occasionally reminding him that time is running short, he might have continued leveling up indefinitely, pushing himself to his utmost limits. Level 11. Level 12. Level 13. Level 14. Just when everyone expects him to pause at the next level, he consistently defies their expectations. Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, relentlessly slays monsters. My goodness, how fearsome is his output. It feels as though there is no upper limit. Oh, if only I had half of his prowess. Even after hours of watching Lin Yi level up, the crowd remains in awe. Level 11 Puppeteer, annihilated. Level 12 Dragon Man, obliterated. Level 13 Treant, dispatched in an instant. Level 14 Dark Cultist, similarly vanquished. Suddenly, the brilliant white light envelopes the trio. They have leveled up once more. Wow. This leveling up seems almost effortless. No wonder the two school beauties want to team up with Lin Yi, they long to cling to his coattails. Witnessing the trio's ascension, the crowd is filled with envy, especially those who see how Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing can reap immense experience merely by drawing monsters. Wang Dong is filled with regret, lamenting that if he had teamed up with Igu from the beginning, he could have been enjoying all of this. He slaps his thigh in frustration. As Lin Yi levels up again, a single fireball spell can now deal damage exceeding 100,000. At this moment, the trial tower leaderboard updates once more. First place, Captain Hon Feng, Rampaging Dragon Swordsman, 21, Hon Chong, Fire Mage, 14, Hon Li, Chain Shooter, 13. Second place, Captain Gao Jipeng, Extraordinary Beast Tamer, 17. Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, 15, Gao Hua, Scout, 14. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, 17, Nangong Zhon, Gunner, 15, Nangong Shui, Priest, 14. At this juncture, aside from Hon Feng, Gao Jipeng, Nangong Ling, and Lin Yi's team, the remaining teams have been eliminated. After all, as one progresses, the challenges within the trial tower become increasingly formidable. The minor monsters grow stronger, elite monsters emerge, and the attributes of the boss monsters escalate continually. clearly. Although some members of the top 3 teams have leveled up, their pace has noticeably slowed. Were it not for the opportunity to challenge the Guardian boss monster starting from level 15, which extends the challenge time, the teams ranked 4th to 6th would have already been ousted. As Lin Yi and his group step into level 15, the tension among all is palpable. This signifies that Lin Yi's team is about to confront other teams head-on. While they may not be among the top 3, they are still a force to be reckoned with. Unlike the previous 14 levels, there are multiple paths to progress. However, upon reaching level 15, only one passage remains. Furthermore, the difficulty of the boss monster has escalated from ordinary to a purple lord monster. Currently, the 3 teams ranked 4th to 6th are making relentless attempts. Nearly driven to despair and on the verge of giving up. At last, the much-anticipated confrontation between Lin Yi and his adversaries unfolds. The onlookers gaze expectantly as Lin Yi, accompanied by 2 women, steps into the 15th level. However, Lin Yi finds himself grappling with a headache. He notices that the number of monsters has significantly dwindled. Among the lesser creatures, numerous elite monsters have emerged. For others, this escalates the difficulty tremendously. Reaching the Guardian Lord monster within half an hour is imperative. Even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. It can be said that most teams that advance to the 15th level falter on their way to the Guardian Lord monster, often never even laying eyes upon it. Even if they are fortunate enough to encounter a level 15 purple lord monster, it would be enough to leave these professionals gasping for breath. The previous best record lingered between the 15th and 16th levels. This year, however, due to the emergence of prodigies, particularly Honfeng, the historical record has been shattered. Yet, for Lin Yi, this may not be an advantage. Although elite monsters crumble before the purple flame meteor, yielding substantial experience points, the decreased monster density results in a significant reduction in overall experience gains. Once again, Lin Yi unleashes the purple flame meteor, clearing the monstrous horde before him while silently contemplating. At this rate, the experience anticipated from each subsequent level of the trial tower is estimated to be between 100,000 to 150,000. If I can conquer 30 levels, I might soar directly to level 27 or even higher. A smile graces Lin Yi's lips. Traversing the trial tower will take no more than a day. The prospect of surging 7 or 8 levels in just one day is truly astonishing. Lin Yi, however, is not greedy and feels quite satisfied. Here it comes. Lin Yi is about to encounter other teams for the first time. And the formidable purple lord monster is finally poised to present a challenge to him. For reasons unknown, I find myself inexplicably eager to see Lin Yi face adversity. Haha. I share the sentiment. Perhaps it is because Lin Yi appears so invincible that it feels so real. Although everyone anticipates Lin Yi will continue to carve his path through, the level 15 Lord monster will undoubtedly not allow him to proceed with ease. Moreover, the other teams will not readily grant him passage. Want to clear the level first, then showcase your prowess. At this moment, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanning nestle in the crook of his arm, their eyes glistening with sweetness. They have gradually grown accustomed to such flight. Soon, the trio reaches the final checkpoint. In an expansive plain, a vast golden light gate stands majestically. Crossing it will lead them to the 16th level. But this is clearly no simple task. Beneath the light gate looms a mountain-like figure, exuding an intense sense of oppression. Two-headed troll, level 15 Lord monster, purple, health 295. 217, skills, heavy club sweep, double-headed bite, bloodthirsty smash. At this moment, a team is engaged in a fierce battle with the two-headed troll. Yet they are clearly at a disadvantage. With a single swing of its club, the troll nearly annihilates the foremost shield warrior, barely saved by the frantic healing of the priest. With all skills on cooldown, the three are powerless to resist. They fled in disarray from the pale golden halo, only for the trolls to cease their pursuit and return to guard the portal. The leading youth sighed and shook his head, lamenting, alas, this is exceedingly difficult. How did the 3 previous teams manage to succeed? This marked their 20th attempt, yet they swiftly met with defeat once more. Gazing at the 3 emblems etched upon the portal, symbols of glory indicating that 3 teams had triumphed, they could only infer their standing through these marks. Unable to view the rankings of the trial tower, the other teams observing the scene could only shake their heads in resigned amusement. Let us make this our final attempt. If we fail, we shall withdraw. As they prepared to step into the light-enshrouded entrance, Lin Yi descended rapidly, cradling 2 enchanting women in his arms. Who is this fellow? So audacious. They are just dropped in astonishment upon realizing the identities of the 2 women. Goodness, is that not Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing? How could they possibly be embraced by the same man? Who is this young man? Seeing the 2 goddesses in such a docile state left the onlookers astounded. Was this truly the aloof ice queen they had always known? Unperturbed by their astonishment, Lin Yi calmly addressed them, "Since you remain hesitant, may I proceed first?" At this, the remaining 9 exchanged glances, incredulous at his audacity. How brazen. Typically, before reaching this juncture, who does not first observe the boss's attack patterns and skills before daring to engage? Who approaches so recklessly? Had it been anyone else, they might have offered a word of caution. Yet, seeing Lin Yi with a goddess in each arm stirred a tidal wave of jealousy within them. You wish to show off, do you? We shall eagerly await your downfall. They shared a knowing smile and replied, "Very well, you may go ahead." In the outside world, as the crowd witnessed Lin Yi and the 2 women boldly enter the challenge zone of the level 15 two-headed troll, disbelief spread across their faces. Is Lin Yi truly so fearless? Has he completely disregarded the formidable purple boss? Let us not forget that Nan Guoling and her team invested considerable time to conquer this very challenge. A sense of foreboding washed over them. They could not shake the feeling that Lin Yi might soon face a setback. On the magical screen, the 2-headed troll let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves reverberating through the void. Lin Yi smiled lightly, fully aware of the spectators' anticipation for his failure. But was the level 15 purple boss truly that formidable? As the monstrous troll approached, Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident smile. A dense concentration of ice elements gathered upon his wand. Ice Spear. A colossal ice spear materialized in the void, accompanied by a deafening explosion as it hurtled toward the 2-headed troll. In the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the troll's heart with tremendous force. The massive body crumbled like a mountain, flung backward by the sheer power, and was firmly impaled into the ground, swiftly encased in frost. 375,612. The 2-headed troll's life force was instantaneously extinguished. A one-hit kill. At this moment, everyone stood transfixed, as if turned to stone. In the center of the screen, the 2-headed ogre was suddenly pierced through, its blood not even having the chance to flow before it rapidly congealed. Bang! Following the crisp sound, the crowd awoke from their stupor, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Whether present at the trial tower or watching the live broadcast, all gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated that Lin Yi would falter before the 2-headed giant. Yet they were utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Another instant kill. The extreme silence was followed by fervent excitement as the atmosphere soared to its peak. Each individual, overwhelmed with exhilaration, shared their astonishment with those around them. Goodness, is that truly the ice spear technique? How does it differ so greatly from mine? As a fellow mage, how can the disparity between Lin Yi and myself be so vast? Lin Yi could eliminate the 2-headed ogre in a heartbeat. Something even Hon Fong had failed to achieve. This suggests that Lin Yi surpasses those who came before him. Or perhaps not. High damage is one thing, but true strength can only be gauged through battle. The crowd's emotions surged, their throats raw from shouting, yet they did not care. It seemed that only this release could express their profound shock. Above, the eyes of the esteemed figures sharpened. Beside them, Kuyuenda began to discern the truth. Lin Yi's skills were immensely powerful, far exceeding ordinary spells, perhaps by several times or more. Was it due to a higher skill level, or some other reason? Kuyuenda pondered, yet dared not make a definitive conclusion. After all, the integration of game and reality had only occurred for a century, and many domains remained uncharted. Occasionally, an extraordinary talent would awaken among practitioners. Though rare, it was by no means impossible. Regret washed over Kuyuenda's face. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was no ordinary mage. Had he only brought him into the Zhongcheng Mage Association, he might have aided him in ascending to the position of council member in the Mage General Association. As for now, Lin Yi's astonishing potential displayed in the trials left no room for his influence. The more Kuyuenda considered it, the angrier he became, delivering himself a sharp slap. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Jioliong laughed heartily, as Lin Yi's performance repeatedly shattered his expectations. This lad, aside from being a bit of a flat, would make quite a commendable son-in-law. Cheng Batian observed Gao Onping's grim countenance and then gestured 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Oh. Gao Onping nearly retaliated but was timely restrained by Nan Gongze, though he still managed to utter a harsh retort. Old man, just you wait. Let you revel now. My son will silence you later. Cheng Batian chuckled. Why not wager again? Upon hearing this, Gao Onping immediately fell silent. Although he retained some confidence in Gao Jipeng, Lin Yi's exhibited strength made him hesitant to make any guarantees. Meanwhile, after Lin Yi executed the ice spear technique, dispatching the 2-headed ogre, the gasps from behind him caused a slight smile to play on his lips, his mood exceptionally buoyant. You think you can catch me at a disadvantage? Not a chance. Lin Yi chuckled softly, leading the 2 women into the radiance, stepping towards the 16th level. The team that had struggled for hours, facing repeated failures, exchanged incredulous glances, reading the extraordinary from each other's eyes. Even the sound of swallowing could be heard. Could it be that the clown was none other than myself? How could this be possible? A level 15 purple lord monster felled in an instant. I refused to believe it. A team, undeterred by superstition, gritted their teeth and approached the resurrected 2-headed troll. Boom. The spiked club came crashing down, instantly ringing in their ears as the 3 tumbled and scrambled to escape. Enough of this. With such a freak in play, what's the point of continuing? You all carry on. We shall withdraw for now. Let us depart as well. One by one, they relinquished the challenge, transforming into beams of light and vanishing. At this moment, they were eager to uncover the true nature of that aberrant mage. In the blink of an eye, the original 7 teams dwindled to 4. Lin Yi had indirectly eliminated 3 teams, much to the amusement of the spectators. After striving for so long, it was indeed a tragedy to concede due to Lin Yi's overwhelming prowess. Now, only 4 teams remained. The leader, Hon Fong, continued to lead, having ascended to the 21st level. This was a record unseen in the Jiangcheng Trial Tower for decades. Just as he was on the verge of breaking the Jiangcheng record and stepping into the 22nd level, he found himself stymied. The Guardian Lord Monster of the 21st level had undergone a qualitative leap, a Golden Lord Monster. The fierce Dragon Swordsman excelled in offense but lacked in defense. Hon Fong led his teammates in repeated attempts to conquer the Guardian Lord Monster. A dazzling array of skills unfolded, akin to a dance upon a tightrope, yet yielded little effect. This was his 3rd attempt, the first 2 having ended in failure. Hon Feng's gaze burned with fervor, his fighting spirit unwavering. I must surpass everyone and transcend my limits. Apart from Lin Yi, he garnered the most attention. After all, Hon Fong was poised to break the historical record of Jiangcheng. Following him was Gao Jipeng, who, despite his lower level, reached the 20th level with the assistance of several Lord Monster pets. Observing this scene, Gao Onping nodded in satisfaction. Jipeng, give it your all. In contrast, Nan Gongling, who followed, appeared somewhat inferior. The Shadow Assassin was more adept at assassination, and when faced with Lord Monsters, he inevitably found himself outmatched. Moreover, his 2 teammates were not of top-tier caliber. They had only reached the 18th level and seemed unlikely to advance further. At this moment, on the 16th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi and his companions materialized, their eyes filled with anticipation. Surely, this time it would be a swift resolution. However, the 3 on screen dispersed, executing their familiar monster drawing strategy once again. Lin Yi was not one to squander this prime leveling ground easily. He remained unhurried. After all, the ultimate goal was to clear the stage, whether sooner or later was inconsequential. Fiery meteor of purple flames. In an instant, the fiery meteors consumed wave after wave of monsters as Lin Yi's experience bar ascended. Defeated a level 16 Blood Wolf, gaining 10 experience points. Defeated a level 16 Demon, gaining 10 experience points. Defeated a level 16 Knight, gaining 10 experience points. The log interface flickered continuously, bringing immense satisfaction to Lin Yi. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the Ice Spear technique once again annihilated the Guardian Lord Monster, propelling Lin Yi and his companions to the 17th level. Lin Yi felt a tinge of regret, as per the rules of the trial tower. The gatekeeper monsters were mere projections, and only the challengers who defeated them for the first time could obtain equipment or skill rewards. The monsters of the earlier floors had been vanquished countless times, rendering any chance of rare loot impossible. However, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, after all. The current highest record in Jiang City was merely the 21st floor. The subsequent gatekeeper monsters were entirely new, and the rewards were bound to be substantial. Before long, the trio arrived at the 18th floor. At that very moment, Nangong Ling was also on the 18th floor, still engaged in a fierce battle with the gatekeeper monster. Nangong Ling couldn't help but sit up straight, feeling a pang of anxiety for his son. Everyone understood that the upcoming challenge was not solely a confrontation with the gatekeeper monster, but also a fierce clash between the two teams. Nangong Ling was acutely aware that he ranked third, thus he would certainly not allow Lin Yi to breeze past him. The top 3 positions signified generous rewards. More importantly, it granted direct entry into the subsequent national trials, which were the true battleground. Attracting the attention of the upper echelon could yield immeasurable benefits, far surpassing the value of mere treasures. Hence, everyone recognized this as a contest of opportunity, and no one was willing to yield an inch. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were fixed on the magical screen, fearing they might miss any detail. It was anticipated that Lin Yi would feel a sense of urgency. Yet to everyone else's astonishment, he continued to level up at a leisurely pace. I admire Lin Yi's calm and unflappable confidence. Indeed, it left me nearly speechless. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Lin Yi remained undeterred, steadfastly pursuing his leveling journey. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from Lin Yi. Level increased to 25. He leveled up again. The admiration for Lin Yi grew even stronger. This was the demeanor expected of a formidable warrior. Unfazed by praise or blame, he showcased his profound potential. Lin Yi was destined for greatness. At this rate, his level would surely rise further, and he would create an unprecedented miracle. With such anticipation, the crowd wished they could fast forward time tenfold. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and the other female companion, approached the gatekeeper monster. On the 18th floor, Nangong Ling continued his relentless attempts. Confronted by the level 18 purple gatekeeper monster, the dark tree spirit within the circle, his eyes brimmed with frustration. Nangong Ling had no choice but to conclude this trial journey prematurely. Glancing at the golden portal behind him, he observed the emblems of 2 teams. He knew they must belong to Hongfeng and Wang Jipeng. Don't get too complacent. The national trials will be my true stage. Nangong Ling clenched his fists. The trial tower overly constrained his profession, preventing him from fully demonstrating his prowess. It was said that the national trials would feature diverse formats, and he was confident of achieving better results then. Yet for now, securing a place in the top 3 was of utmost importance. This not only signified substantial treasure rewards but also served as a direct ticket to advancement, sparing him the need to participate in preliminary rounds. For those who followed, it was simply a matter of regret. Subsequently, Nangong Ling and his 2 teammates fortified the entrance. With him present, no one would pass the 18th floor's trial today. Even internally, he believed that aside from Wang Jipeng and Hongfeng, no third contender could reach the 18th floor. In a precautionary measure, he refrained from directly exiting the trial's observation and opted instead to block the path. Witnessing Nangong Ling's actions, the wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Blocking the way was not a novel tactic. Any prominent family would make a similar choice. What mattered most was that the grand spectacle was about to unfold. At that moment, the attention of all in Jiang City was riveted on this scene. The confrontation between Lin Yi and Nangong Ling promised to be a breathtaking sight. Soon, Lin Yi and his 2 companions arrived swiftly at the final challenge site on the 18th floor. In the midst of a dense, dark forest, a massive dark tree spirit stood out conspicuously. Lin Yi descended gently, only to be met by 3 individuals approaching him. Leading the way was none other than the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Ling. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Want to block the way? You ought to consider my opinion first." At that moment, Nangong Ling, accompanied by his 2 allies, obstructed the path of Lin Yi and his companions. This confrontation was undoubtedly one of the most riveting scenes in the professional trial. Despite Lin Yi's astonishing prowess that had swept through the challenges with ease, The spectators remained eager for the clash between the two formidable teams. This was due to the undeniable strength of Ling, who had demonstrated his capabilities by reaching the 18th floor of the trial tower. Moreover, the matchup of an assassin against a mage inherently suggested a natural advantage. Ling was a rare shadow assassin, skilled in executing silent maneuvers from the darkness. Thus, the outcome of this battle became the focal point of fervent discussion among all present. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ling gradually came to a halt opposite Lin Yi. He scrutinized the trio, the flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Although he was unfamiliar with Lin Yi, he was well acquainted with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing. Observing the camaraderie among the three, Ling's imagination wondered, could this be a pretty boy? His eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he were not a suitor of the two women, a sense of displeasure inevitably stirred within him. After all, he had painstakingly reached a standstill at the 18th floor, while this handsome man, accompanied by two ladies, had achieved the same height, an undeniable mockery of his efforts. Stand down, Ling commanded sharply. The 18th floor is not a place for you to tread, it would be wise to withdraw promptly. Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise, soon realizing that Ling was evidently unable to advance beyond the 18th floor. Thus, he resorted to interception to safeguard his third-place position. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips as he disdainfully replied, "Oh. So it's your own inability to progress that leads you to obstruct others. Since when have nameless underlings dared to belittle me, Ling? I offer you one last chance, vacate the trial tower immediately, or I shall show no mercy." With a wave of his hand, Ling's teammates assumed battle stances. Though the trial tower had been live-streamed since the 11th floor, and violence was prohibited under the watchful eyes of the public, being defeated before thousands would also lead to a loss of face. 10 seconds. The countdown from Ling ignited anticipation among the audience, who clenched their fists in eager expectation of Lin Yi's counterattack. How dare he count down against me? Such arrogance is unfathomable. You two, step back, Lin Yi instructed, instinctively wishing to shield the two women. However, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing exchanged a knowing smile and resolutely shook their heads. Lin Yi, allow us this time. You take a moment to rest, there are far more significant matters awaiting your attention. Indeed, they were eager to contribute, asserting that they were not mere ornaments. Since entering the trial tower, the two had consistently played the role of attracting monsters. They felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, fearing they might be perceived as mere accessories. Now was their chance to prove their worth. With Cheng Muqing having ascended to level 18 and Lu Wanqing reaching 19, they had surpassed Ling and Gao Jipeng. Sensing their determination, Lin Yi stepped aside, relishing the opportunity to relax without needing to engage directly. The audience's anticipation hung in the air, quickly erupting into a buzz of conversation. My goodness, Lin Yi actually allows both school beauties to face Ling's entire team alone. Can they manage? After all, with Lin Yi as a safety net, if it doesn't work out, he can always intervene, right? Don't underestimate these two goddesses, just look at their current levels. And everything becomes clear. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. They suddenly realized that Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing had experienced a remarkable leap in their levels. Although they could only earn 1/5 of Lin Yi's experience, the accumulated gains were still substantial. Previously, their brilliance had been overshadowed by Lin Yi. Even without witnessing Lin in action, the audience's excitement remained undiminished. Lu Jioliang and Cheng Batian also looked on with eager anticipation. As Ling observed Lin Yi stepping back, his confidence in his judgment solidified. This guy is nothing but a freeloader. Very well, since you have chosen to oppose me, prepare to experience true suffering. I shall first deal with these two women, that pretty boy can wait. Ling melded into the shadows, activating his shadow stealth. In this dark forest, despite being constrained by the dark tree spirit, the environment proved advantageous for the shadow assassin. Shadow stealth. Meanwhile, the priestess Nangong Shui quickly layered buffs. While Gana Nangongjon initiated a charge, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing shared a tacit smile if their rivals had unexpectedly become partners in battle. Holy blessing. Cheng Muqing chanted an incantation, enveloping the three in a golden shield. Even Lin Yi, positioned far behind, felt warmth as he was surrounded by the protective barrier. Following their level up, the power of the holy priest began to reveal itself far beyond that of an ordinary priest. Holy light enhancement. Sacred radiance. Layers of buffs cascaded upon Lu Wanning, who felt her strength and agility significantly augment. Nangong-ling is yours, I shall handle the gunner. Although the holy priest leaned towards support, she was not without combat prowess. She was more than capable of dealing with a level 15 gunner. The sacred light rendered the assassin visible, and even Nangong-ling revealed a faint shadow beneath its brilliance. Though fleeting, it was sufficient. Lin Yi silently praised. Realizing that with the eye of the abyss, he could clearly track Nangong-ling's every move. To his surprise, Cheng Muqing possessed similar abilities. The cooperation between the two women was remarkably harmonious. They responded to each other seamlessly, maneuvering with agility, maintaining maximum distance from their melee opponents. They sought to secure ample space for casting spells. Eye of the Storm. Lu Wanqing's eyes shimmered with a vibrant azure light, her vision suddenly enhanced. The shadow that had already materialized became even more pronounced. Found you. Lu Wanqing smiled confidently, grasping her emerald longbow and nocking an arrow. Storm arrow. Whoosh. In an instant, the piercing sound of sonic booms echoed as several long arrows surged towards Nangong-ling's concealed position. Nangong-ling's expression tightened. How is this possible? In a moment of desperation, he quickly cast a shadow clone technique, scattering 4 clones in various directions. Unfazed, Lu Wanqing deftly redirected her arrows to pursue the 4 clones. Bang! Bang! The clones exploded upon impact, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong-ling closed in on Lu Wanqing, brandishing a blood-red dagger. You insolent girl. Once I get close, you'll regret it. Lu Wanqing shifted her gaze slightly and retorted, just a clown. Previously, Nangong-ling's disdainful gaze towards Lin Yi had irked her, and she sought to avenge him. Explosive arrow. A robust arrow hurtled towards Nangong-ling, its sonic blast intensifying as if the air itself rippled. The sharpness of the arrow sent tingling sensations across his exposed skin. Nangong-ling was taken aback. What level is she? How can her skills be so formidable? Having conducted prior investigations, he knew that Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were not high-level players and should not possess such overwhelming power. Confusion enveloped him. Boom. A fierce gust of wind erupted, forcefully ejecting Nangong-ling from his stealth, causing him to retreat 100 meters. 4193. Despite the growth coefficient enhancing the Storm Archer's abilities, even at level 19, its attack power exceeded 2000. With the skill's augmentation, the inflicting tens of thousands of damage was not an insurmountable feat however. Nangong-ling hailed from one of the 4 prestigious families of Jiangcheng, naturally equipped with rare gear and skills. It was precisely due to his life-saving abilities that he was able to mitigate substantial damage. Lu Wanqing remained undeterred, a provocative smile dancing on her lips, brimming with confidence. An assassin unable to approach their target is but a mere waste. From this moment on, the Nangong-ling was thoroughly ensnared within Lu Wanqing's grasp. He exhausted every ounce of effort to close in on the two, yet all attempts were in vain. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing showcased their extraordinary talents, employing a dazzling array of techniques. As long as Lu Wanqing maintained her distance, Nangong-ling posed no threat whatsoever. The onlookers were left astounded, unable to believe Lu Wanqing's ferocity, previously overshadowed by Lin Yi. Wow, so the goddess Lu is this powerful. I thought she was weak. After all, she was a level 19 Storm Archer, far from an ordinary contender. Perhaps it was because Lin Yi was simply too strong. A revelation dawned on the crowd, awakening them from their stupor. Gazing at the calm young man, questions began to arise in their hearts. Just how powerful is Lin Yi? Even Lu Wanqing's brilliance seems to pale in comparison. This seemingly fierce clash of talents appeared through Lin Yi's tranquil demeanor as mere child's play. I can't wait to see Lin in action. I wonder if Gao Jipeng can force Lin Yi to reveal his true prowess. Lu Wanqing's emergence into battle not only heightened anticipation but also intensified curiosity regarding Lin Yi's strength. Thus far, he had only demonstrated fireball techniques, high spear skills, and purple flame meteorites. They were filled with curiosity about the limits of Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his arms crossed, exuding an air of leisure. At that moment, Cheng Muqing had already dealt with the gunner and the priest beside them, both of whom lay on the ground, gravely injured and filled with resentment. After Cheng Muqing joined the fray, Nangong-ling, who had already been under pressure, appeared even more disheveled. In merely a minute, the holy spear pierced through his shadow shield. His health plummeted, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. At that moment, Nangong-ling's appearance was pitiful. He was covered in wounds, his exquisite black armor in tatters, with a gaping hole in his chest spouting blood. He looked toward Lu Wanqing and the others, utterly shocked. The two women, whom he had initially dismissed, were unexpectedly formidable. How could they be so strong? Nangong-ling was perplexed, and what frustrated him the most was the indifferent Lin Yi observing from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing, after their victory, were as joyful as little birds, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's praise. Lin Yi, I apologize for making you wait, he said with a subtle smile. It wasn't too long, and you both performed splendidly. Let us proceed inside. The two women exchanged knowing smiles and playfully stuck out their tongues, both thinking in unison, if it were Lin Yi, perhaps he could instantly defeat Nangong-ling. As the three stepped into the challenge halo, the dark tree spirit began to awaken slowly. Nangong-ling shouted defiantly, "Even defeating me may not allow you to pass the 18th level. The power of the dark tree spirit is beyond what you pretty boys can imagine." He hoped that Lin Yi and the others would fail, thus preserving his position as third. Lin Yi turned back, his voice cold. "Is the dark tree spirit truly formidable?" Dark tree spirit. Level, 18 Lord Monster, Purple, Health, 849,723, Skills, Dual Life, Vine Whip, Night Glow, Rapid Regeneration, in a certain sense. The Dark Tree Spirit was indeed a formidable being. Its health could rival that of Golden Lord monsters of the same tier. However, this was only applicable to ordinary individuals. And Lin Yi was anything but ordinary. Sensing Nangong-ling's resentment, a smirk spread across Lin Yi's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. He resolved to demonstrate greater strength, making Nangong-ling comprehend the true meaning of disparity. To Nangong-ling's astonishment, the previously dominant Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing retreated to stand behind Lin Yi. What was happening? Were they really allowing this pretty boy to face the dark tree spirit alone? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he saw a rich black glow emanating from Lin Yi's staff. The astonishing casting speed made Nangong-ling's pupils constrict in shock. Could it be that this individual was the true powerhouse of the team? Witnessing this scene, enlightenment struck him like a lightning bolt. Nangong-ling fixated on Lin Yi's movements as a dark mark surged toward the dark tree spirit. Hell's mark. In an instant, the towering dark tree spirit trembled uncontrollably. Its tendrils, stretching several meters long, flashed out at the mark like constricting serpents, but it was all in vain. In the blink of an eye, the mark was imprinted onto the dark tree spirit. Lin Yi cast his spell with fluid grace, leaving all onlookers enthralled and dazzled. He was a natural-born mage genius. Kuyuenda slapped himself in regret, causing the influential figures nearby to instinctively distance themselves. Ice spear technique. Whoosh. In the wide eyes of Nangong-ling, the frosty giant spear shot through the air in an instant. He instinctively swallowed hard, even at several hundred meters away. He could feel the piercing chill contained within the icy lance. With a rustling sound, the dark treant seemed to sense the impending danger, its numerous vines thrashing wildly in an attempt to intercept the spear. Whoosh! The icy lance pierced through one thick vine after another, embedding itself into the treant's body in the blink of an eye. This activated the hellish brand, resulting in a 5-fold damage amplification. The third of the lance penetrating the wooden trunk echoed, unleashing a torrent of black liquid that gushed forth, only to be instantly frozen by the spear's chilling aura. Crack. Crack. The sound of ice forming resonated throughout the dark forest, sending shivers down the spine. The towering 100-meter dark treant was soon enveloped in a rapidly spreading layer of white frost. The closer it got to the spear, the thicker the frost became. Bang! With a crisp explosion, the treant's once ebony body transformed into a shimmering silver. 127, 593. The terrifying damage surged forth in an instant, causing the dark treant to collapse, leaving Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing in utter shock. Despite being accustomed to Lin Yi's extraordinary prowess, the manifestation of such immense damage left them in a state of disbelief. Each time they thought they had reached Lin Yi's limits, he always managed to deliver an unexpected shock. Nangong-ling's jaw dropped in disbelief. How could the dark treant, with its 840,000 health points, be slain in an instant? It was utterly inconceivable. Beside him, Nangong Shui and her companions shared the same astonishment, the articulating Nangong Ling's thoughts. They had fought through the 18th level, fully aware of the trend's capabilities. Thus, they could more acutely appreciate the terrifying nature of that ice spear technique. Is this truly the ice spear technique? Hiss. In the next moment, the three simultaneously inhaled sharply. They never anticipated that this seemingly delicate young man was, in fact, the true powerhouse. A single ice spear technique annihilated the dark giant. If he was considered a pretty boy, what did that make them? Worthless. Not even worth that. A wave of frustration surged through Nangong Ling's heart. It became clear that it was not Lu Wanqing and Cheng Muqing who had brought him along. He had simply been reluctant to intervene. The truth was cruel, he didn't even possess the qualification to compel Lin Yi to act. Nangong Ling's eyes dimmed, as if he had lost all strength in an instant. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood onto the ground, but utterly defeated. Lin Yi's strike with the ice spear not only obliterated the dark giant but also crushed Nangong Ling's pride into dust. "Let us depart," he uttered. At that moment, the specifics of ranking became inconsequential. All Nangong Ling desired was to escape this place. The onlookers were equally astounded. The chorus of gasps served as testament to the moment. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Moreover, it was against the immensely resilient dark giant. How could this be possible? Just how high was Lin Yi's damage output? In that instant, the question swirling in everyone's minds reached a crescendo. Some began to surmise that, based on the damage dealt, Lin Yi had surpassed the ranks of silver-tier professionals. It was important to note that typically, a 35-level silver-tier professional needed to have their primary attributes reach 60,000 in order to unleash skills that could deal hundreds of thousands in damage. Lin Yi, a first-tier bronze professional, has achieved this remarkable feat, showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. Even more astonishing, it seems that this is not the pinnacle of Lin Yi's potential. The mere thought of this leaves the onlookers in awe. Such prowess transcends the realm of normalcy. Even a hidden profession should not possess such strength. The prominent figures exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with skepticism. Hon Boyon exhaled slowly, recognizing that the two worlds were on the verge of merging, giving rise to numerous destined individuals whose power surpasses that of ordinary folk. Lin Yi could very well be the fabled child of destiny. It is said that those associated with the child of destiny are granted a sliver of fortune. As the saying goes, when one ascends, all associated with them shall rise. Many influential figures entertained this hypothesis, most of whom agreed with it. Ku Yuanda could not help but strike himself several times. It is widely acknowledged that he almost succeeded in bringing Lin Yi into the Mage Association's fold. Had that come to fruition, Ku Yuanda would have undoubtedly reaped immense benefits. Yet now, all of that has turned to naught. How could he not feel regret and resentment? Gao Onping, witnessing the growing conviction among the crowd, imprudently doused their enthusiasm with cold water. How could the child of destiny merely be an ordinary mage? Perhaps the city lord Hon has misjudged. I believe my son is the child of destiny. Without a doubt, he is the one who most wishes to see Lin Yi falter. The wager of 4 pieces of platinum equipment, though not enough to severely injure the Gao family's vitality, will certainly incur significant losses. Hon Boyle nodded slightly in agreement, responding. Indeed, there is a possibility of misjudgment. Let us observe further. Cheng Batian wore a displeased expression, even if Lin Yi were not the child of destiny. Could Gao Jipeng possibly be? What a foolish dream. Gao Onping let out a cold laugh, his confidence gradually returning. If he were not the child of destiny, how could Gao Jipeng contract 2 level 17 Golden Lord monsters? Gao Onping cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Batian, thinking to himself, let the ignorant be astonished soon. Though Lin Yi is strong, my son also has a chance. Only he knew that Gao Jipeng, currently battling on the 20th floor, had not yet unleashed his full potential. Gao Onping was determined to astound everyone. At that moment, Lin Yi, accompanied by 2 women, entered the 19th level of the trial tower. Everyone had become accustomed to Lin Yi's habits and began to wait patiently. In the familiar upgrading phase, the trio moved with fluidity and harmony. As usual, Lin Yi sent the flesh of some elite monsters into the Beast Master space for the little holy dragon to consume and grow. Observing the little holy dragon nearing level 21 filled him with joy. After devouring tens of thousands of monsters, if the little holy dragon did not level up, it would undoubtedly be deemed worthless. Having just emerged from the trial tower, Ling and others were left speechless at the sight of Lin Yi's trio leveling up. No wonder they were so powerful yet took so long to reach the 18th level. It turns out they were busy upgrading. At this moment, Ling felt even more convinced. Half an hour slipped by in an instant, and the Guardian Lord monster of the 19th level still posed no challenge to Lin Yi. For him, the difficulty was even less than that of the Dark Tree Spirit, as its health was not as substantial. Subsequently, the trio ascended to the 20th level. Once again, the hearts of the crowd raced with anticipation, for Gao Jiping was still battling on the 20th level. The Beastmaster's prowess can rival the world. Yet their weakness renders them akin to mere dust, a true embodiment of their identity and background. An ordinary Beastmaster possessing a formidable companion may even stand a chance against clandestine professions. However, devoid of a pet, they would fall short of even the weakest of priests. Gao Jiping undoubtedly stands as a paragon among Beastmasters. As a transcendent Beastmaster, he commands thrice the number of pets compared to his ordinary counterparts. In a bid to enable Gao Jiping to shatter records during the trials, the Gao family spared no expense, offering bounties for the young of lordly beasts, all to maximize his strength. The ability to simultaneously control 6 lordly beasts is a testament to Gao Jiping's might. Alas, had he been able to obtain the Holy Dragon Pap, he would command 3 golden lordly beasts, amplifying his power even further. The Blood Wolf mercenary corps, truly inept, was obliterated by the Shadow Demon Lord. A flicker of regret crossed Gao Jiping's eyes, quickly replaced by unwavering confidence that it mattered not. For breaking the record in Jiang City was assured. The assault of 6 lordly beasts could easily overwhelm even a bronze-class practitioner like Hongfeng. At that moment, save for 2 golden lordly beasts yet to be summoned, the remaining 4 beasts had already emerged, collectively besieging the guardian lordly beast of the 20th level. The battle evenly matched. Hongfeng resolved to reveal some of his trump cards. He would summon the Shadow Wolf to swiftly conquer the 20th level. With a flash of golden light, the formidable Shadow Silver Wolf appeared, joining the fray. Those observing Gao Jiping gasped in astonishment, all rising to their feet. A golden lordly beast. The spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Yi was compelled to intervene. The 5 lordly beast companions were simply too formidable. Who will prove stronger? Gao Jiping or Lin Yi? The crowd burst with excitement. Ling had failed to compel Lin Yi into action, yet this time she would undoubtedly prevail. Lin Yi gazed at the Holy Dragon Pap, his eyes brimming with elation. A young holy dragon that could grow alongside him was the epitome of fortune. Let us advance. Once we conquer the 20th level, we can begin our quest for equipment. Countless eager eyes fixated on the magical display screen, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. At this juncture, Gao Jiping remained engaged in battle, and Lin Yi was finally poised for a direct confrontation. With the augmentation of a golden lordly beast, the impact brought forth by Gao Jiping far surpassed that of Ling. Could Lin Yi still assert his dominance? The crowd held their breath, hearts pounding like drums. Despite Lin Yi's performance consistently appearing extraordinary, whether facing ferocious monsters or guardian lordly beasts, even the colossal Dark Treant fell with a single blow. Yet, Gao Jiping was no ordinary adversary. Currently, he showcased the prowess of a level 17 lordly beast companion, a lavishly formidable ensemble of 1 gold, 2 purple, and 2 ordinary beasts. At this moment, they were united in their assault against the guardian lordly beast of the 20th level. Suddenly, the Shadow Silver Wolf exhaled a silver radiance, sharp and lethal. Gao Jiping stood at the rear, arms crossed, fully concentrated on orchestrating the battle. Although these pets possessed extraordinary intelligence and could autonomously respond to threats without guidance, a skilled Beastmaster could adeptly coordinate their synergy in combat. The efficiency and power of battle will ascend to an entirely new echelon. If we were to discuss the singular vulnerability of beast tamers, it lies within themselves. Due to their relatively frail self-defense capabilities, should an adversary circumvent their pets and target the beast tamer directly, even the mightiest of companions would be rendered helpless. From this perspective, Ling, as a shadow assassin, holds a distinct advantage over beast tamers. Once he closes the distance, no amount of powerful Lord-class pets possessed by Gao Jiping would avail him. Thus, the shield warrior Gao Yongfu remains steadfastly by his side, ever vigilant against unforeseen threats. Young master, at this pace, we shall soon conquer the 20th level. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Gao Jipeng's mouth. That girl, Cheng Muqing, though her level is slightly lower, as a sacred priestess. She could significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of my pets. If she were to join my ranks, perhaps I could breach the 22nd level or even venture further. How dare she refuse me, Gao Jipeng? Truly a woman blind to her own fortune. In the future, when I seize control of the Gao family, the first to be eliminated shall be the Cheng family. At that time, they shall have her begging for mercy on her knees. As Gao Jipeng gazed upon the Lord-class guardian creature with its health dwindling below 15, his smile became even more pronounced. He envisioned himself triumphantly clearing the 20th level, surpassing Hon Fong and shattering the record in Zhongcheng. Just then, a faint silhouette appeared beside him. It was the scout, Gao Hua. Young master. A group of individuals is approaching this way. In battles of this caliber, scouts are of little assistance. Thus, Gao Hua remained on high alert, allowing him to detect the presence of Lin Yi and his companions. Gao Jipeng raised an eyebrow. Could it be Nangong Ling and his crew? Alas, I have only just reached the 20th level. Soon, I shall ascend to the 21st. Gao Hua hesitated momentarily, then shook his head in denial. Young master. It is not Nangong Ling. It is Cheng Muqing, Lu Wanqing, and another man I do not recognize. Gao Jipeng was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to believe his ears. Cheng Muqing? Just her alone? Even with Lu Wanqing, they wouldn't amount to much, would they? How dare she reject me, Gao Jipeng? It seems she has found another man. That wretched woman, how infuriating. Gao Jipeng gritted his teeth. Despite no tangible incident having occurred, he felt a profound sense of betrayal. Let us go investigate. Gao Yongfu glanced at the imminent demise of the guardian creature, anxiety creeping into his voice. Young master, shouldn't we clear the level quickly? Gao Jipeng rebuked. What is the hurry? It is merely a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. Since Cheng Muqing dares to refuse me, I shall personally shatter her hopes. The 20th level will be her terminus. Does she dare to aspire to advance further? As long as I, Gao Jipeng, am here, she may as well dream. Gao Yongfu and Gao Hua exchanged knowing smiles. Their young master was exceptionally gifted and treated his subordinates fairly. However, he was overly indulged by the family head, allowing no room for grievances. To put it bluntly, he was a colossal infant who refused to grow up. With no other choice, the two followed Gao Jipeng as he strode outward. Outside, onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed Gao Jipeng choose to abandon his imminent victory at the threshold of the 20th level, causing a commotion throughout the Trial Tower Plaza. Does the young master of the Gao family harbor a deep-seated grudge against Lin Yi? At such a critical juncture, he has chosen to withdraw from the challenge. I had anticipated that upon witnessing Gao Jipeng nearing victory, this confrontation would be postponed to the next level. To my surprise, Gao Jipeng has taken the initiative to provoke Lin Yi. The impending clash between Lin Yi and Gao Jipeng's legion of pets will soon yield an answer regarding their superiority. He must be aware that our patience is wearing thin, hence his audacious approach. As far as I know, Gao Jipeng possesses a rather childish temperament in school. If anyone offended him, he would pursue the matter relentlessly. It is likely that Lin Yi has committed an affront against him. The crowd burst with speculation, while the esteemed figures in the sky exhibited a range of expressions. Gao Onping struggled to catch his breath, his vision darkening, and he exclaimed, "This ungrateful child. Do you not realize that by stepping out, you may very well lose your equipment? It is all your mother's fault for being overly indulgent." Gao Onping shook his head repeatedly, regretting that his preoccupation with family affairs had led to negligence in disciplining Gao Jipeng. Although his son might not necessarily be defeated, it is rather naive to provoke others when in a position of advantage without seizing the moment to advance. Lu Jioliang and Qing Batian erupted in laughter, unabashedly slapping their thighs, reveling in their delight. "Old Gao, your son is truly lacking in common sense. What a foolish act." Just as he was on the verge of triumph, he goes and stirs up trouble. Is he not being utterly ridiculous? At that moment, on the 20th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi had just descended with the two women when they encountered 3 individuals blocking their path. "Here to obstruct us again?" Lin Yi mused as he frowned at the familiar scene. First it was Nangong Ling, and now it was Gao Jipeng. Were they truly so idle? Gao Jipeng did not address Lin Yi directly, instead, he sneered at Cheng Muqing. Cheng Muqing, did you expect to see me here? Rejecting me, Gao Jipeng. And yet wishing to pass through the 20th level smoothly. Dream on. Cheng Muqing was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion. She had explained her reasons previously and had formed a new team. How had it come to this, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired curiously, your admirer. Cheng Muqing hastily shook her head, resembling a bobblehead. No, he is just a peculiar individual. I suspect he is here to cause trouble because I did not team up with him. Apologies, Lin Yi. Her eyes reflected a hint of remorse, alongside a trace of grievance. Lu Wanqing sighed in resignation. I have heard that the young master of the Gao family acts impulsively. It appears the rumors hold true. Lin Yi then smiled knowingly at Cheng Muqing. No worries, it is but a trifling matter. When faced with trash, one simply needs to kick it aside. He regarded Gao Jipeng with indifference, perceiving this merely as a minor interlude in the challenge tower. What grandiose words! Today, I shall personally ensure your elimination. As he spoke, a star mark flickered on Gao Jipeng's forehead, and summoning arrays materialized on the ground one after another. A succession of pets burst forth from the breach, the house of the shadow silver wolf, the striped giant tiger, the frost giant python, the demon claw black bear, and the cyclopean giant, the 5 level 17 lord class monster pets in total. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in fervor. Although Gao Jipeng acted with immaturity, his prowess was indisputable, and his actions were anything but half-hearted. With such a formidable lineup before him, Lin Yi had no choice but to engage. Gao Jipeng waved his hand and coldly commanded. Charge! Crush them beneath your feet, let them taste despair. A chorus of beastly roars filled the air as 5 formidable lord-class monsters surged towards Lin Yi and his companions. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing's expressions shifted, astonished by Gao Jipeng's unexpected strength. Lu Wanqing knocked an arrow in her bow, while Cheng Muqing gathered radiant energy in his staff, both poised for battle. Yet Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. After all, who could not wield beast-taming skills? As he spoke, his wand shimmered with starlight, and a colossal summoning circle materialized on the ground, astonishing all present. In the midst of the audience's astonishment, the roar akin to a dragon's echoed through the skies. From the magic circle, a massive figure began to ascend. Towering at 20 meters, its body was clad in thick golden scales. It was none other than the level 21 Holy Dragon. Holy Dragon, growth stage. Level, 21 Lord Monster, Gold, Health Points, 2, 523, 971, Skills, Sacred Dragon Breath. Rolling Charge, Earth Spike Assault, Rending Claws, with over 2 million health points, bolstered by the maximum beast taming enhancement, it soared to an astonishing 2.5 million. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Shaojin, go forth and obliterate them. While he could not take lives, annihilating these monsters would certainly exact a heavy toll on Gao Jipeng. The ferocious Holy Dragon surged forth, sending shivers down the spines of the Lord-class monsters, with only the Shadow Silver Wolf remaining unperturbed. Blood sprayed as the battle among the creatures turned brutal, a spectacle that quickened the pulse. Gao Jipeng could scarcely believe that Lin Yi could summon such a powerful beast. Gradually, he recognized the form of the Holy Dragon. Adventurers had previously published illustrations of this majestic creature while tracking its whereabouts. Despite the Holy Dragon's ascended level and altered appearance, remnants of its former self were evident. How is this possible? How could the Holy Dragon be in his possession? Gao Jipeng's eyes widened in bewilderment. Following Lin Yi's summoning of the Holy Dragon, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Even spectators who dropped their snacks and drinks were oblivious to their surroundings. This shock struck at the very core of their souls. Everyone had anticipated Lin Yi to employ some other spell. Who could have foreseen him summoning such a terrifying Lord-class monster? The ferocity of the clash clearly surpassed that of Gao Jipeng's beasts, undoubtedly a golden Lord-class creature. Finally, someone recognized the identity of the Holy Dragon. Is that the Holy Dragon that recently appeared in the Soulbreaker Mountains? How has it grown so powerful? It is said that the Blood Wolf mercenary group sought to capture this Holy Dragon, only to be annihilated by the Shadow Demon Lord. With the Holy Dragon in Lin Yi's grasp, this implied that Lin Yi was none other than the Shadow Demon Lord. In that moment, shockwaves rippled through the crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief. The fearsome Shadow Demon Lord was, in fact, Lin Yi. This conjecture detonated like a bomb, deeply resonating within the souls of all present. Have you ever noticed how remarkably swift Lin Yi's spellcasting is, akin to that of the Shadow Demon Lord? Previously, some speculated, based on the projection crystal, that the Shadow Demon Lord was quite young, no more than 20 years of age, and I was somewhat skeptical. However, the moment Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon, my doubts were entirely dispelled. The onlookers pondered this further, finding it increasingly plausible. After all, in light of the abundant evidence, there could only be one conclusion: Lin Yi is undoubtedly the Shadow Demon Lord. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary prowess of Lin Yi, who single-handedly vanquished the Blood Wolf mercenary corps with such ease. Moreover, you may have overlooked that Lin Yi has been steadily advancing. Within a mere 10 hours in the trial tower, he ascended 4 levels. I have a premonition that Jiang City is on the brink of an unprecedented celebration. At this moment, in the plaza of the trial tower, the fervor and excitement were palpable, nearly reaching the heavens. Wang Dong's eyes were wide with astonishment, ultimately transforming into deep admiration for Lin Yi. Brother Yi, you are simply astounding. The prominent figures present felt the overwhelming cheers, exchanging knowing glances among themselves. The revelation that the Shadow Demon Lord is indeed Lin Yi left them equally astounded. Hon Boyon, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, lamented. Just how many surprises does this young man still have in store for us? At this point, he had to concede that even with his considerable investment to have his son advance his class 6 months early, it paled in comparison to Lin Yi's capabilities. They were simply not in the same league, the disparity was far too vast. Yet, it is a blessing for Jiang City. It appears that the long-standing records of Jiang City will be shattered today. I wonder how far Lin Yi will progress. Will it be to the 26th level? The 27th? Or perhaps even higher? Hon Boyon adjusted his mindset swiftly. Since his own son could not compete, there was little more to be said. Better to anticipate Lin Yi's triumph for Jiang City. After all, in the forthcoming national trials, Lin Yi will represent Jiang City. Such a grand perspective is essential. In contrast, Gao Onping's demeanor was far less favorable. Upon witnessing Lin Yi summon the Holy Dragon, he sprang to his feet in shock. It dawned on him that this individual had obliterated the Blood Wolf mercenary corps and snatched away the Holy Dragon's offspring. How infuriating! Had it not been for him, such a formidable Holy Dragon would rightfully belong to Japan. Gao Onping was engulfed in a profound gloom, his dissatisfaction reaching a crescendo. Sensing the tension, Hon Boyon scanned the crowd meaningfully, asserting, "Ladies and gentlemen, the prodigies who have breached the top 3 of the trial tower today will represent Jiang City in the national trials. It is our duty to protect them. I hope they remain safe during this period, do you understand?" Hon Boyon's commanding presence instantly filled the air, making it difficult for those around him to breathe. Even among platinum professionals, there exists a hierarchy. As a formidable 58th level platinum warrior, Hon Boyon firmly held the position of Jiang City's mayor. Consequently, the crowd quickly expressed their commitment. "Rest assured, Lord Mayor. Whoever dares to harm Lin Yi and his companions will be opposing all of us and shall pay a heavy price." Cheng Batian and Lu Jioliang pounded their chests in assurance, casting displeased glances at Gao Onping. Gao Onping felt a tightness in his chest, suppressing the unsavory thoughts that had just begun to emerge. A moment's carelessness could lead the Gao family to irreparable ruin. He took a deep breath, hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, he would have to surrender 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor of the trial tower, the battle between the Holy Dragon and 5 elite monsters continued unabated. The scene was gruesome, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. 2 of the weaker ordinary elite monsters were already on the brink of death. The Holy Dragon, displaying remarkable intelligence, targeted the weaker foes. With a hiss, the Shadow Silver Wolf unleashed crescent-shaped blades of light, striking the Holy Dragon's golden scales and leaving faint traces of blood, inflicting over 10,000 points of damage. Yet, to the Holy Dragon, this was merely a trivial annoyance, insignificant compared to its staggering health of 2.5 million. With a roar, the Holy Dragon charged forward, its golden claws tearing into the Cyclops, creating a terrifying gash. Muscles and shattered bones flew apart, revealing the monster's innards. What a horrifying sight! Such brutality elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. Gao Jiping snapped back to reality, horrified by the Cyclops' plight, and realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he summoned another pet. A level 17 golden elite monster appeared, instantly igniting the crowd's astonishment. Heavens, another golden elite monster. Although the young master of the Gao family seemed momentarily taken aback, the strength of this creature was undeniably formidable. Were it not for Lin Yi's presence, he might have trampled the competition to claim first place. Even the young city lord Honfeng might not have been able to surpass him. Alas, having provoked Lin Yi, it seemed he would be halted at the 20th floor. Even with Gao Jipeng revealing his trump card, the crowd remained confident in Lin Yi. After all, he had yet to demonstrate any of his spells. Knowing Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord gave them assurance. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Lin Yi would seize first place, setting a historic record for Jiangcheng. The only mystery that remained was how far he could advance within the trial tower. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Leopard dashed into the fray like an arrow, posing a significant threat to the Holy Dragon. More critically, the convergence of these 6 elite monsters formed a hexagram power matrix, an exclusive skill of extraordinary beast masters. This remarkable ability enhanced all pet attributes by a full 10%. If cultivated to a higher level, the effects would be even more astounding. Seething with rage, Gao Jipeng growled, "How dare you steal my holy dragon? I will make you pay." The power of the hexagram activated. In an instant, the 6 elite pets radiated brilliant starlight. The intense glow of the stars intertwined, dramatically elevating their aura. Roar! The 6 elite pets united in a fierce assault against the holy dragon. The two sides were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Observing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that Gao Jipeng had such a hidden card. Although the holy dragon could win through sheer force, it was not a wise strategy. It would consume time and likely leave the holy dragon severely injured. With a graceful step, Lin Yi moved forward lightly. This seemingly simple step stirred the hearts of the onlookers. Here it comes. Lin Yi is finally going to take action himself. After such a long anticipation, we are about to witness Lin Yi showcase his prowess. In previous battles, whether slaying monsters to level up or swiftly defeating the gatekeeping overlords, none could accurately gauge the true extent of Lin Yi's formidable strength. At this moment, Gao Jipeng undoubtedly serves as the most fitting test stone. Beside him, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing's eyes brimmed with expectation. Particularly Lu Wanqing, who until today had only perceived Lin Yi during his initial stages of becoming a mage. Lin Yi remained calm. While Gao Jipeng might be considered formidable among his peers, to Lin Yi he was merely a fleeting cloud. How dare these mere overlord pets flaunt their power before me? Allow me to strip you of that arrogant entitlement. With a cold smirk, Lin Yi summoned the mysterious, mist-like glow that coiled around his abyssal staff. The mist formation. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi's spell was quietly completed. The grey mist surged forward like a rising tide, enveloping the 6 pets with an aura of deathly silence. Whoosh! The 6 pets, once in perfect synchrony, instantly froze, their eyes igniting with a blood-red hue. What followed was a scene of utter astonishment. The 6 overlord pets began to turn on one another. The shadow leopard, with lightning speed, tore at the wound of the Cyclops, exacerbating its injuries. The phantom silver wolf unleashed a flurry of silver blades, ruthlessly cleaving towards the frost giant python, nearly severing it in half. In an instant, chaos reigned supreme. All the pets seemed to have lost their sanity, relentlessly attacking their companions without regard. What is happening here? Such a monstrous crowd control skill? It can actually induce them to turn against each other. Truly, Lin is astonishing. The shock reverberates endlessly. The spectators' internal astonishment was palpable. Gao Jipeng was thoroughly flustered, desperately attempting to assert control over the pets with his thoughts, yet to no avail. The once docile pets had suddenly turned ferocious, resisting every command he issued. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? Watching his beloved pets clash, Gao Jipeng felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Lin Yi chuckled derisively, commanding the holy dragon to retreat. His wand erupted with a dazzling crimson light as fire elements surged like a tide, painting the sky in a deep red hue. Purple flame meteor. In an instant, massive fire meteors coalesced. Boom. 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 An unprecedented torrent of terrifying fire rained down from the heavens, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. 613,250. 624,512. 602,781. This strike dealt over 600,000 points of damage. Not to mention, under the baptism of these fiery meteors, the 6 overlord pets were almost instantly buried underground. The raging flames mercilessly devoured their vitality. Even the 2 golden overlord pets were obliterated in an instant. The scene left all present utterly astounded. Previously, the purple flame meteor was utilized to eliminate minor creatures, and people had yet to grasp its terrifying potential. However, the scene of effortlessly annihilating elite pets now vividly illustrates its devastating power. The apocalyptic spectacle, reflected in the remnants of several lord pets, appears particularly chilling. The Trial Tower Plaza is filled with a cacophony of swallowing sounds, as Lin Yi becomes the focal point of admiration among the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Jiping is utterly inconsolable. The onlookers are both amused and bewildered, for the heir of one of Zhengqiong's 4 prominent families has been brought to tears by Lin Yi. This scene is truly absurd. Woe is me, my shadow silver wolf and shadow leopard. At this moment, Gao Jiping weeps profusely. It is no exaggeration to say that these pets mean more to him than anything else. The Gao family had spared no expense in preparing 6 lord pets for him, worth as much as several pieces of platinum equipment. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd is momentarily stunned before erupting into raucous laughter. One of Zhengqiong's 4 great families has produced a giant baby. It's utterly comical. What on earth am I witnessing? Gao Jiping has actually been brought to tears by Lin Yi. How absurd. I can hardly breathe from laughter. This is undoubtedly the most amusing event of the year. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. Who wouldn't be devastated if all their meticulously nurtured lord pets were annihilated? At this moment, the atmosphere in the Trial Tower Plaza is exceptionally joyous. The series of shocks has left the crowd nearly numb, and this unexpected interlude has greatly alleviated the tension. Gao Onping's expression darkens. He did not anticipate his son would possess such a temperament. Even in childhood, when his needs were unmet, he would cry. But he would never display such disgraceful behavior in public. Unfilial. Unfilial. A surge of blood wells up in Gao Onping's chest, nearly causing him to choke. At this juncture, Lu Jioliang and Cheng Batian feign seriousness, mimicking Gao Onping's tone. My son Jiping will surely astonish you all. Old Gao, your son indeed surprises us. But we did not expect it to be in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Gao Onping feels a lump in his throat, nearly fainting. He shoots a fierce glare at Lu Jioliang and Cheng Batian before mounting his steed and departing in anger, unable to bear staying any longer. Noticing Gao Onping's desire to leave, Cheng Batian urgently calls out, "You owe us 4 pieces of platinum equipment, do not think you can renege." Upon hearing this, Gao Onping feels darkness encroaching upon his vision, almost plummeting from the air. This wager is a catastrophic loss. 6 lord pets gone to waste. And he must also part with 4 pieces of platinum equipment. This would set the Gao family back a decade, leaving them at the bottom among Zhengqiong's 4 prominent families. Humph. Do not fret, I shall send them over immediately. With a heavy voice, Gao Onping vanishes into the horizon. At this moment, Lu Jioliang and Cheng Batian are in high spirits. Indeed, Lin Yi has secured 2 pieces, and our daughters each one. They laugh heartily, while the observing dignitaries look on with envy. Clearly, Lin Yi shares a profound bond with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, and he is likely to become a favored son-in-law of both families. Given Lin Yi's displayed potential, he is destined to be at least a legendary strongman, if not a divine one. At that time, the Cheng and Lu families would truly soar to greatness. In the Trial Tower's 20th level, Lin Yi found himself rather helpless in the face of Gao Jiping's anguished cries. It was quite unbecoming for a grown man to weep so openly. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had no intention of showing mercy to Gao Jiping. He must pay a heavy price. With a surge of electric arc impact, the blue lightning dancing upon the abyssal wand surged forth, its long dormant power now magnified. Ziz. The electric arc swiftly traversed, ensnaring Gao Jiping and his companions. As the lightning's force, meticulously controlled by Lin Yi, gnawed away at their vitality, Gao Jiping, filled with terror, hastily stifled his sobs and employed his life-saving items and skills. Yet, all was in vain. The strength of that electric arc far surpassed the bronze level, capable of inflicting over 100,000 points of damage. The precise damage control left the trio on the brink of death, teetering in a state of severe injury. Occasionally, the electric arc flickered, instantly evaporating any health they had managed to recover. Gao Jipeng's heart brimmed with bitterness. Should this continue, his only option would be to withdraw from the trial tower, lest he suffer irreparable harm. Regret consumed him as he longed to turn back time by just a few minutes, wishing to slap himself repeatedly for his foolishness. What folly it was to play the part of the big bad wolf and court disaster. He had intended to breeze through the 21st level, hoping to make Cheng Muqing regret her refusal, only to find himself drowning in remorse, truly a case of self-inflicted misery. As Gao Jipeng and his companions vanished in a burst of light, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The admiration of the two women for Lin Yi reached its zenith, and their fondness for him quietly ascended. A man as dashing, powerful, and kind-hearted as Lin Yi was exceedingly rare in Zhongcheng and even throughout the entirety of Huaxia, making it imperative for them to seize the opportunity. Exchanging glances, the two women silently acknowledged each other's resolve. "Humph, Lin Yi is mine." Sensing something amiss, Lin Yi quickly smiled and said, "Let us continue." With Gao Jipeng's obstruction removed, the guardian boss of the 20th level posed no threat to Lin Yi. The holy dragon could compel it to kneel in submission, not to mention Lin Yi's presence. After casting a spell or two, they successfully cleared the level. This time, the group was not overly astonished, after all. The previous feat of annihilating 6 boss pets had set a high bar, making the 20th level's clearance seem less impressive. However, anticipation soon rekindled among the onlookers, as the 21st level stood as Zhongcheng's current highest record. Presently, the young Lord Honfeng was battling fiercely at the 21st level, the formidable hidden class. The fierce dragon swordsman indeed possessed great power, yet facing a level 21 golden boss alone remained a daunting challenge. Typically, the attributes of ordinary boss monsters are 30 times those of lesser creatures, while purple boss monsters boast a staggering 50-fold attribute disparity. As for golden boss monsters, their attributes exceed those of lesser creatures by 100 times. Thus, challenging a golden boss of the same level is undeniably arduous. Those capable of such feats are truly exceptional individuals. Honfeng seemed to be on the verge of touching the heavens, yet always fell just short. He could scarcely recall how many times he had challenged the guardian boss. His best attempt had only managed to deplete 50% of its health. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but express their sentiments. To transcend the 21st layer is indeed a formidable challenge. On another note, had Gao Jipeng not ensnared himself in his own web, he would have had a greater chance than the young Lord of Shocheng to breach this level. The mention of Gao Jipeng resonated among the crowd. This assertion holds true, an extraordinary beast master undeniably possesses significant advantages. Otherwise, Gao Jipeng would not have ventured so far with merely a 17th level prowess. Now, all hopes rest upon Lin Yi. Given Lin Yi's current display of strength, the 21st layer is but a trifling obstacle. His ability to surpass Gao Jipeng would suffice to validate everything. However, one cannot help but wonder if Honfeng will emerge to obstruct the path once more. The crowd instinctively shifted their focus back to Lin Yi. As anticipated, he continued to methodically accumulate experience. With the escalating difficulty of the challenges, relying solely on the two women to draw aggro was becoming increasingly taxing. Thus, Lin Yi summoned the Holy Dragon to join the fray. The 4 of them, alongside the dragon, exerted their utmost efforts as purple flames rained down relentlessly. The information stream in the logbar was incessantly refreshed. Defeated the 21st level Bloodclaw Tiger, gained 19 experience points. Defeated the 21st level Earth Brown Bear, gained 23 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar surged at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, the brilliant white light erupted from him. Level increased to 26. Lin Yi's mental attributes soared once more, and the potency of all his skills underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing also leveled up, both reaching level 20. Witnessing this spectacle, envy gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers. For Lin Yi, leveling up appeared almost effortless. In a mere span of time, he had reached level 26, even propelling Cheng Muqing and Lu to level 20, inciting a desire among others to take his place. A short-haired woman could not help but exclaim, if only Lin Yi would be my boyfriend. I could help him find 100 girlfriends. The surrounding men were filled with envy, lamenting the disparity. While they struggled to find even a single girlfriend, he effortlessly attracted countless admirers. Such thoughts were not rare. Should Lin Yi wish it, a mere call would summon innumerable women in Jiangchen eager to follow him. The discussion surged and ebbed, with every action of Lin Yi drawing profound attention. Even the most trivial gestures incited waves of excitement. As he soared towards the finish line with Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, he garnered envious glances. At this moment, Lin Yi finally set forth towards the lair of the gatekeeper monster. This scene tugged at the heartstrings of every onlooker. There, the young Lord Honfeng was still battling fiercely. Would these two final teams ignite sparks of conflict? With Lin Yi's swift movements, the distance to the conclusion of the 21st layer diminished. It was a unique locale, an ice field blanketed in impenetrable frost, seemingly eternal. Walking upon it, one could distinctly observe their own reflection. Upon entering, a thin layer of frost adhered to Lin Yi and his companions, inducing slight deceleration and rigidity. Beneath the solid ice lay the ultimate gatekeeper monster, the ice worm. Lin Yi had initially anticipated encountering other competitors obstructing his path, yet unexpectedly found himself navigating through without hindrance. As he, alongside Cheng Muqing, stepped onto the icy expanse, they fortuitously stumbled upon Honfeng and his two companions resting. Honfeng, indulging in a life potion, sensed an approaching presence but paid it no heed. His mindset was straightforward: if one wished to break through, they should strive with their own strength. Impeding others was no mark of a true hero. If you possess the ability, then come forth and test your mettle. He closed his eyes to rejuvenate until Lin Yi and his companions drew near, at which point he opened them. Upon beholding the trio of two women and one man, a flicker of surprise flashed across Honfeng's eyes. Cautiously, he mused over Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, pondering the identity of the man accompanying them. He was acutely aware of the prowess of Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, although they belonged to clandestine professions. Their levels were insufficient for them to have arrived at this juncture alone. The only conclusion was that the man before him was extraordinarily formidable. When had such a figure emerged in Jiang City? Was he perhaps a genius nurtured in secrecy by a prominent family? Contemplating this, Honfeng took the initiative to extend a cordial greeting. I am Honfeng, may I inquire your esteemed name? As the young lord of Jiang City and a prospective leader, Honfeng's intellect surpassed that of Gao Jiping. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback that Honfeng had not sought to create trouble for him, having recently encountered the provocations of Nangong Ling and Gao Jiping. It was indeed unexpected to meet a man of reason. To secure his position among the top three, Nangong Ling had resorted to blockading others, while Gao Jiping was merely a spoiled child who instigated conflict upon discovering Cheng Muqing's presence. In contrast, Honfeng was more discerning, disdainful of employing underhanded tactics to hinder others. Clearly, Hon Boyon had demonstrated far greater foresight in his son's upbringing than Gao Onping. Lin Yi had long heard of the young lord's reputation. Following a brief exchange of mutual compliments, it became apparent that Honfeng had never before heard of Lin Yi, while Lin Yi had only gleaned a few details about Honfeng from Cheng Batian. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Hon Boyon sighed in exasperation, relieved that his son was not as oblivious as Gao Jiping. Ultimately, Honfeng broke the silence, suggesting, Lin, why not test your skills as well? Having recently completed his own challenge and not yet fully recovered, he saw this as an opportunity to observe Lin Yi's abilities. Though Honfeng appeared humble, he bore an unwavering sense of pride. In his view, having advanced his class 6 months early, he was undoubtedly the best in Jiang City. If he himself could not break through, then Lin Yi would undoubtedly have no hope. Nevertheless, Honfeng kindly cautioned, the attacks of the ice worm are particularly cunning. They may suddenly emerge from beneath the ice. Lin, you must be vigilant in your evasion. Lin Yi nodded in gratitude, forming a favorable impression of Honfeng. Thank you for your guidance, Hon. I shall proceed to test my skills. At this moment, even Lin Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. Should he succeed in surpassing this level, it would signify the shattering of Jiang City's historical records. Moreover, starting from the 21st level, no one had ever defeated the Guardian Lord monster. By the established rules, successfully overcoming each level would grant the challenger a piece of equipment suited to their capabilities. As Lin Yi rapidly ascended in rank, the equipment he possessed began to appear somewhat antiquated. Hence, the imperative for an upgrade became evident. Gazing across the seemingly boundless ice expanse, it felt as though a colossal entity lurked beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi softly instructed Cheng Muqing and the other woman, "Let us proceed." The two women obediently followed as the trio stepped into the circle of challenge. Hon Feng and the others were taken aback, with Hon Chong exclaiming, "How audacious! To charge in without any preparation is utterly foolish." Hon Li nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed. Even the young lord dares not enter recklessly. As an ordinary mage, what courage does he possess to confront this challenge directly? I wager, within a minute, he will surely be defeated." Hon Feng slowly shook his head, countering, "Not necessarily. Lin Yi gives me a feeling of exceptional capability. Perhaps he is even stronger than Nangong Ling and Gao Jipeng. Even in his initial attempt, he could at least diminish the ice worm's health by 30. Hon Chong and the others were astonished. They had not anticipated such high praise for Lin Yi from the young lord. It is worth noting that during Hon Feng's first challenge, he only managed to reduce the ice worm's health by 35. After numerous trials, he gradually improved. Yet even at his best, he could only diminish it by 60, still far from victory. After all, as the health of a lordly creature decreases, it becomes more susceptible to frenzy, which is the most arduous phase to endure. Hon Chong declared, "Impossible. At most, 20. Young lord, you exaggerate." Hon Feng chuckled lightly. "Let us wait and see the outcome." Although they were unaware of Lin Yi's true prowess, the audience had their suspicions. Lin Yi would undoubtedly conquer the 21st level. The crucial question remained, how much time would it take? As discussion swirled in the trial tower plaza, various speculations arose. "I bet within a minute." With typical data for a level 20 Golden Lord creature possessing around 2 million health and high magical resistance, it seemed implausible for Lin Yi to dispatch it swiftly. Do not forget the Holy Dragon, the ice worm is bound to suffer. I predict 30 seconds. Numerous conjectures flooded in, with the overwhelming majority convinced of Lin Yi's eventual triumph, save for a few dissenting voices. At this moment, Lin Yi and his companions had reached the heart of the icy plain. Hiss. Cheng Muqing involuntarily gasped. The cold here was even more intense. Thankfully, a warm and comforting holy light enveloped them, providing a semblance of solace. "Exercise caution," Lin Yi warned as the brilliance from his staff surged, forming the sky shield that enveloped him like a fragile eggshell. He sensed the ice worm lurking beneath the ice, poised to emerge at any moment. With deliberate steps, Lin Yi advanced towards the center, intending to lure out the ice worm. To Hon Feng's astonishment, Lin Yi appeared utterly unguarded, exposing himself to the ice worm. How could he dare to act so recklessly? Previously, the trio had always maintained a defensive stance, waiting for the ice worm to lose its patience. Lin Yi's proactive approach risked rendering him defenseless at the slightest misstep. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, his expression betraying his astonishment. Beneath his feet, the sound of shattering ice echoed, resembling a colossal hammer striking down. The thick ice surface suddenly shattered, and a massive white figure, accompanied by a piercing roar, lunged directly at Lin Yi. Stretching 20 meters long and stout enough to require 4 people to embrace, it resembled a white train. Dense, short tentacles right beneath its body. Dozens of compound eyes glinted with a cruel light, and the bulging, segmented body was unsettling to behold. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing were nearly startled into exclamations. Just as Hon Feng believed Lin Yi was on the brink of peril, a vast array of light suddenly erupted beneath his feet. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry reverberated, launching towards the ice worm. The divine dragon's tail flicked, sending it soaring into the air. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the ice worm's attributes. Ice worm, level 21 Lord Monster, Gold, Health 2, 138. 247, Skills, Ice Breath, Worm Sonic Wave, Frost Resistance. This ice worm might pose a headache for others, but for me, the greatest challenge lies in revealing its presence. If it conceals itself beneath the ice layer, it could indeed become troublesome. Lin Yi's hands did not pause, the abyssal magic staff gathered a rich essence of wind elements. Strands of emerald green wind intertwined together, and in the blink of an eye a terrifying wind blade, stretching 10 meters in length, materialized. More astonishingly, The wind blade spun at high speed, its mere sight sending chills down one's spine. With an awestruck gaze, the onlookers beheld the emerald whirlwind slicing through the air. As if the void had been cleaved in two. In an instant, it hurtled towards the ice worm, which was locked in battle with the divine dragon. A resounding rip echoed across the ice plain as the ice worm was nearly bisected. An exaggerated gash opened on its body, and a rain of white liquid erupted forth. The ice worm's shriek grew increasingly wretched. The astonishing damage number of 915, 312 flickered, almost halving the ice worm's health. Fortunately, the worm possessed considerable magical resistance and could withstand lethal strikes, otherwise the damage would have far exceeded 900,000. Lin Yi pursed his lips, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. However, the onlookers outside the circle were utterly astonished. Hon Feng's sword slowly drooped, inadvertently prodding Hon Chong's foot, yet he remained oblivious. It was not until Hon Chong let out a cry of pain that the three finally snapped back to reality. When did the ice worm become so feeble? The severity of that gash was a testament to Lin Yi's strike, reducing the ice worm's health by at least 45. Is this creature even human? Coughing lightly, Hon Feng inquired, Hon Chong, what was it you said earlier? That Lin Yi could at most reduce the worm's health by 20. Hon Chong forced a smile. Did you not also say it would be a maximum of 30? Did I ever say that? Hon Feng replied, feigning confusion as if suffering from amnesia. Beside them, Hon Li hastily interjected, I remember the young lord didn't say that, it was you, Hon Chong, who claimed it. Upon hearing this, Hon Chong's eyes nearly bulged out. You slippery old fox, to curry favor, you dare to distort the truth. Hon Chong understood that this was merely the young lord's way of expressing astonishment. They battled valiantly for half a day, only managing to diminish the icy worm's health slightly. In stark contrast, others could effortlessly strip away nearly half in a single blow. The disparity was as vast as a chasm. Hon Feng's gaze became intricate, he had believed himself to be the undisputed champion of this year's Jiang city. Yet, Lin Yi's sudden emergence shattered his pride. Reflecting on his previous judgment that Lin Yi would fail to progress, he now found it utterly laughable. Lin Yi's stunning performance once again dismantled the defenses of Jiang city's prodigies. If I am not mistaken, is Lin Yi about to conquer the 21st level? Perhaps even higher. At that moment, Hon Feng's heart was a tumult of envy and admiration. Despite having advanced his class 6 months early, he still found himself outmatched. What more could he say? Simply that he was inferior. The onlookers outside were equally astonished, though having endured prior tribulations, their composure was somewhat stabilized. Observing Hon Feng's despondency, Nangong Ling felt a sense of relief wash over him, even accepting the reality of defeat. After all, happiness is often a matter of comparison. Seeing Hon Feng in such a state, he thought to himself, I sense this quite normal for me. Apart from the extraordinary Lin Yi, I am still a genius of Jiang City. With this thought, Nangong Ling's gaze grew increasingly resolute and luminous. The audience, captivated by the ongoing battle, rose to their feet in excitement. It was evident that Lin Yi was on the verge of shattering Jiang City's record. Even the influential figures struggled to conceal their rapid breaths. After so many years, someone was finally poised to break the record. In this moment, Lin Yi became the beacon of light in everyone's eyes. As the crowd held its breath, the holy dragon unleashed a tempestuous assault, preventing the worm from retreating into the ice. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's spellcasting was executed with effortless grace. Hell's Mark. Whirlwind Slash. In the next instant, the wind blades howled and twisted, slicing through the air. Enhanced by Hell's Mark, the wind blades extended an astonishing 20 meters, nearly matching the length of the worm's colossal body. This time, the spiraling wind blade descended not horizontally, but vertically. The 20-meter-long blade was unparalleled in sharpness, leaving a 100-meter scar upon the ice before striking the icy worm directly. With a sound akin to fabric tearing, the worm's immense form was cleaved in half along its spine under the blade's might. 1,813,517. A staggering damage of 1,813,000 was dealt, instantly depleting the worm's life force. A mist of white liquid erupted, blanketing the entire ice field in a layer of frost flowers. In under 10 seconds, amidst the gaze of thousands, Lin Yi fiercely struck down the icy worm. The challenge on the 21st level of the trial tower was successfully completed. breaking a record that had stood for decades in Jiang City. This was truly remarkable. At that moment, an unparalleled cheer erupted throughout the city. Whether among the spectators in the Trial Tower Plaza or the citizens of Jiang City watching the live broadcast, every face radiated with fervent excitement. The historical record of the Trial Tower had finally been shattered. The Trial Tower in every city not only symbolizes its identity but also signifies its strength. A higher record in the Trial Tower indicates that the city's prodigies are exceptional, heralding a future of great power for the city. They may become the guardians of the city. For a prolonged duration, the record of the Trial Tower in Jiangcheng had stagnated at the 21st level. For decades, it remained unchanged, languishing at the bottom among neighboring cities. Upon his appointment, Hon Boyon dedicated himself to altering this dismal reality, investing heavily and even arranging for his son, Hon Feng, to advance his profession prematurely, hoping to restore Jiangcheng's prestige. Yet today, the aspirations that Hon Feng could not fulfill were unexpectedly realized by Lin Yi. Splendid. Truly magnificent. Hon Boyon was unreservedly delighted, his eyes brimming with joy as he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Regardless of who shattered the record, Jiangcheng shone all the more brightly because of it. In this era rife with monstrous threats, the presence of formidable guardians is undeniably the most reassuring aspect. Lin Yi, such an extraordinary talent, is indeed the champion of the future. Lin God. Lin God. Shadow Demon Lord. Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, the city reverberated with jubilant cheers celebrating Lin Yi's record-breaking achievement. No matter where one stood, the fervor was palpable. Some were moved to tears, while others embraced in laughter, unable to contain their elation. I knew it. I knew that Lin God would succeed. It has truly come to pass. I never imagined I would witness in my lifetime the breaking of the Trial Tower record in Jiangcheng. This young man is exceptional. Remarkable indeed. From this day forth, Lin God shall be my sole idol. Yes, whoever dares to defame Lin God shall have to contend with me. The crowd exuberantly expressed their emotions for Jiangcheng. This was a momentous occasion. Witnessing her son attain such lofty honor, young Mei's eyes glistened with tears. Shao Yi, you are incredible. Cheng Batian exchanged smiles with Lu Jialiang, while Jiang Fu trembled with excitement and Wang Dong's face flashed crimson. Meanwhile, on the 21st level of the Trial Tower, Hon Feng, witnessing the ice worm fall at Lin Yi's feet, he felt an emptiness engulf him. They truly triumphed. Although Hon Feng had sensed the possibility of Lin Yi surpassing the 21st level the moment he unleashed the first whirlwind blade, witnessing the scene before him still left him utterly astounded. For the first time, Hon Feng felt admiration, even a hint of reverence, for a peer. Having previously battled the ice worm, he was acutely aware of its terrifying prowess. Yet, before Lin Yi, such a formidable adversary was rendered powerless. The disparity between them was unmistakable. After a brief moment, the glimmer of relief flashed in Hon Feng's eyes. It was finally over. The invisible burden had been lifted. His father had sacrificed so much for Jiangcheng's record-breaking endeavor. Hon Feng himself had exerted every effort to surpass it, a pressure that had at times been nearly suffocating. Now, with Lin Yi's success, Hon Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. He even felt that perhaps he too had the opportunity to challenge the 21st level. Beside him, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqin were equally elated. Gazing at the invincible figure of the youth, their eyes were filled with awe. In this moment, Lin Yi occupied their hearts entirely. As for Lin Yi, he did not feel overly exhilarated, yet he was not devoid of emotion. After all, he had broken Jiangcheng's historical record. However, in comparison to his ambition of conquering the entire Trial Tower, it seemed he had yet to reach the zenith of euphoria. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning. Suddenly, a piece of equipment enveloped in golden light hovered in midair. This was the Trial Tower's reward for those who cleared it for the first time. Lin Yi eagerly removed the boots, which were adorned with intricate black and gold cloud patterns. Boots of the victor, rarity, gold attributes, agility 600, movement speed 20, 75 reduction in spell interruption chance, and an additional skill, barrow. Upon seeing the boots of the victor, Lin Yi's eyes instantly sparkled. A significant boost of 600 in agility was akin to leveling up, while the substantial increase in movement speed and the remarkable reduction in spell interruption chance were invaluable. Furthermore, the added skill of Burrow enhanced Lin Yi's survivability even further. Without hesitation, he swapped out his spectral speed boots. Although the spectral reconnaissance was a commendable skill, it paled in comparison to the prowess of the boots of the victor. To encounter such formidable equipment on the 21st floor filled Lin Yi with anticipation for what lay ahead. A surge of ambition to ascend further ignited within him as he prepared to venture to the next level in search of more gear. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi turned to Hon Feng outside the circle, smiling, "Brother Hon, thou shalt proceed ahead." Hon Feng, having regained his composure from the shock, replied with renewed vigor, "Brother Lin, thou shalt catch up shortly." Lin Yi responded with a calm smile and, accompanied by Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, stepped into the next layer of the trial tower. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of Jiang City, who had been immersed in a jubilant atmosphere, gradually came to their senses. What are the limits of the divine Lin? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. Could it be the 26th floor or even further, perhaps a complete conquest? The mere thought of this near miraculous possibility stirred a dreamlike expectation within them, only to be met with fervent headshakes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They wouldn't dare to dream such extravagant dreams. Yet, a flicker of hope remained buried deep within. Let us bear witness together to discover the limits of the divine Lin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi led his two companions into the 22nd layer. The familiar routine of leveling up continued, even though Lin Yi yearned to conquer the challenge and acquire more equipment. He understood well that the gear was there, waiting for him. This time, the people of Jiang City exhibited greater patience, for they recognized that the more Lin Yi accumulated at this moment, the stronger he would become, enabling him to ascend even higher. Everyone eagerly anticipated that climactic moment of eventual triumph. Drawing monsters, purple flame meteor. Again, drawing monsters, purple flame meteor. The cycle continued. A monotonous path of leveling transformed by Lin Yi into something uniquely captivating. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. After 21 layers of harmonious cooperation, the trio had established an unspoken bond, collaborating effortlessly. Each increment in the experience bar brought a smile to Lin Yi's lips. Every bit of accumulation now was a stepping stone towards surpassing limits in the future, and he relished this journey of growth. The guardian boss of the 22nd layer, the flame-armored beast, inevitably fell at Lin Yi's feet amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd. After all, while the flame-armored beast was stronger than the ice worm, its enhancement was not excessively exaggerated. Given Lin Yi's displayed prowess, this battle held no uncertainty. He has succeeded. He has succeeded. The divine Lin continues to advance. The crowd trembled with excitement, each breakthrough eliciting cheers and thunderous roars that resonated throughout the realm. Lin Yi, too, felt a surge of joy. Upon successfully conquering the 22nd level, he had acquired a piece of golden equipment that he cherished dearly. Wrist of the victor, quality, gold attribute, a health 12, 000, mana 12. 000, with the skill Victory Guardian, automatically triggers, absorbing 1 instance of damage. Clearly, the attributes of this wrist of the victor surpassed those of the crocodile tooth armlet by a significant margin. The enhancement to health and mana was a staggering tenfold. Moreover, the accompanying skill, Victory Guardian, held a higher priority than the Thunder Shield. Most importantly, Lin Yi realized that every piece of equipment rewarded for clearing each level was part of the victor set. A set signifies strength. While a single piece of equipment may not reveal its full potential, assembling a complete set would yield substantial enhancements and grant formidable skills, surpassing the capabilities of individual items. To some extent, the golden set was even more precious than platinum gear. To amass the entire set, one must conquer the levels. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. He now had even more reasons to press onward. Donning the wrist of the victor, his strength surged once more. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Lin Yi advanced at a steady pace. Defeating monsters, clearing levels, again defeating monsters, again clearing levels. With each successful completion, the city of Jiang erupted in thunderous cheers. Although the spectators had been watching for countless hours, their enthusiasm remained unwavering. From dawn to dusk, the silvery moonlight bathed the trial tower. The 23rd, 24th, and 25th levels fell before him as he surged forward, his experience points reaching their zenith once again. Suddenly, the brilliant white light erupted from Lin Yi. prompting jubilant celebrations from the crowd who marveled at Lin Yi's wise decisions. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to achieve such heights. Level increased to 27. A smile graced Lin Yi's lips. At this moment, his skill damage would ascend yet another tier. Furthermore, clearing 3 levels consecutively had rewarded him with 3 additional pieces of the Victor set. The Victor gloves, Victor hat, and Victor belt. It was anticipated that he would soon activate some of the set's attributes. Victor gloves, quality, gold attribute, defense 600, magic resistance 600. Casting speed 50, Victor hat, quality, gold attribute, magic resistance 600, ignoring defense 600, with the skill trick of the hat, no cost, replicates the current skill once. Dealing 50 of the original skill's damage, Victor belt, quality, gold attribute, a health 12,000, mana 12,000, with the skill Victory Guardian, automatically triggers, absorbing 1 instance of damage. Stackable with the effects of the wristband. Gazing at the formidable attributes of these 3 new pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with delight. The base attributes were, without question, extraordinary. Being golden gear and of high quality, they represented nearly a 10-fold enhancement over his previous low-level silver equipment. The skill trick of the hat would significantly augment Lin Yi's short-term burst potential by another 50. Moreover, the stacking effect of Victory Guardian would further bolster his defenses. Most importantly, Lin Yi sensed that he merely required 1 more piece. The Victory set can be unlocked, and the effects of the first phase of the set fill him with anticipation. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi, accompanied by Cheng Wuqing and another, steps into the 26th layer. Before long, they stand before the Guardian Lord monster. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers cannot help but feel a surge of tension. For this level presents an additional Lord monster, revealing not 1, but 2 26th level Golden Lord monsters. Flame Sawtooth Tiger, male and female, level 26 Lord monster, gold, health 7, 135, 631, skills, flame assault, cutting erosion, flame protection circle. Scorching claws, the male and female flame sawtooth tigers, united, possess a strength that transcends mere numerical addition. The health of each stands impressively high, reaching over 7 million. To challenge even one of them is already quite daunting, let alone facing both. The citizens of Zhong City, observing the flames beneath the feet of the sawtooth tigers, feel a tightening in their chests. Can Lin Yi possibly contend with 2 sawtooth tigers? Contrary to the crowd's apprehension, Lin Yi remains undaunted. In fact, he feels a thrill of excitement. It is no exaggeration to say that he has previously conquered every Lord monster with absolute prowess. Now, he finally has the chance to unleash his full potential. 2 26th level Golden Lord monsters present an intriguing challenge. With a serene smile, Lin Yi softly instructs Cheng Wuqing and the others to remain on the periphery for the time being. Having spoken, he strides forward alone. The colossal beasts roar menacingly at Lin Yi, moving to encircle him from both sides. With a thunderous growl, the sawtooth tiger displays its fearsome fangs. In the next instant, a powerful sound wave surges forth. Should a regular individual be subjected to such an assault, they would undoubtedly become easy prey, requiring at least a life-saving skill to withstand it. However, Lin is no ordinary person. His array of countermeasures is extensive. Just as a hint of dizziness washes over him, his spell is instantaneously completed. Immunity Dispel. A radiant white light envelopes Lin Yi, swiftly reviving him from his daze. A smile graces his lips. The effect of the Immunity Dispel skill is immediate. Wings of the Netherworld. With a broad sweep of his black wings, Lin Yi ascends into the air, evading the combined strike of the 2 tigers. The density of attack from these sawtooth tigers is exponentially greater than that of previous opponents. The 26th layer indeed proves to be a watershed moment, with difficulty multiplying several times. Yet Lin Yi remains unperturbed. The fiery onslaught approaches, but the shield of the sky stands resolute. The silver-white barrier steadfastly protects him, warding off the flames. The subsequent barrage of attacks, capable of suffocating an ordinary person, is deftly navigated by Lin Yi. At last, Lin Yi seizes an opportunity to create distance. Now it's my turn to counterattack, little tigers. A cold smile spreads across his face as the massive, pale golden form of the Holy Dragon materializes. After devouring the monsters from the 6th layer, its level has soared to 23. With the attribute enhancement of Beast Mastery at level 20, its strength rivals that of a 24th level Golden Lord monster. Although it may not match the Flame Sawtooth Tigers, it is more than sufficient to buy time. That is all that is required. Lin Yi casts his spells with remarkable speed, the swirl of grey mist emanating from his wand, invigorating the spectators. This skill once revealed itself in the confrontation with Gao Jipeng, enabling foes to descend into a scene of mutual annihilation. Particularly, Gao Jipeng trembled involuntarily as painful memories resurfaced. Fog formation. Lin Yi bellowed, and a shroud of grey mist instantly enveloped the two tigers. Their crimson pupils deepened with a dreadful hue, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Yet, this time, their savage targets were not Lin Yi, but each other. Raw. Once close combat companions, they now tore at one another with a ferocity more brutal than that of sworn enemies. Large chunks of flesh were savagely ripped away, and bright red blood splattered upon the searing earth, evaporating in an instant. The infernal heat of Fire Mountain was equally terrifying, harsher than the icy plains inhabited by the ice worms. As one ascended the trial tower, it was not merely a battle against various lordly monsters, but also a need to adapt to drastically changing environments. Observing the chaotic Sawtooth Tigers, Lin Yi maintained a cold smile, the crimson glow coalescing upon his wand. Purple flame meteor. Boom. A fireball, several meters in diameter, descended with devastating force upon the battling Sawtooth Tigers. 715, 256. 709, 215. Over 700,000 points of damage erupted from above the Sawtooth Tigers, instantly reducing their health by a tenth. Coupled with their mutual devastation, the damage was further exacerbated. Such exaggerated damage, if inflicted by another, would surely elicit satisfaction. Yet, Lin Yi merely shook his head. The true trump card lay in the previously merged silver skill. Earth Prison. Although gradually depleting, the Sawtooth Tiger's life forces were still vulnerable. However, Lin Yi was unwilling to squander any further time. At this moment, the Sawtooth Tigers remained in a state of confusion, their vitality visibly waning. Without hesitation, Lin Yi summoned the Abyssal Wand, gathering dense earth elements to form a faint golden curtain. Witnessing this awe-inspiring portent, everyone was stirred with excitement. The knowledgeable ones felt the terrifying potency of the skill, gasping in astonishment. Hiss. The speed at which the elements converged far exceeded that of bronze skills. The silver skill was undeniably potent, and of a notably high level. Lin Yi had remarkably mastered a silver skill in advance. Haha, there is hope. As they beheld this spectacle, joy radiated from the crowd. Haha. Hon Boyon, previously anxious, felt an immediate release as he exclaimed, "This lad, Lin Yi, is truly brimming with potential." Even Hon Fong, upon surpassing his limits and breaking through the 21st level, had not felt such elation. Just as Lin Yi's assault surged forward like a tidal wave, a heavy sense of oppression dissipated from Hon Feng's heart. After 2 hours of fierce combat, he had finally vanquished the ice worm. Once again, a historical record was shattered by a genius. Although he could not rival Lin Yi, this achievement was equally exhilarating. Seed contestant. The moment Hon Boyon's words fell, influential figures in attendance were left in shock. The glimmer in their eyes reflected not only astonishment but also profound awe. Immersed in the thrill of Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs, they nearly overlooked this significant moment. Hon Boyon's remark awakened the crowd from their reverie, then their thoughts swiftly converged. As the signs of the fusion between realms began to manifest, our nation, China, promptly responded, deciding to hold a national trial aimed at selecting unparalleled talents. Hon Boyon continued, stating that the trials in Zhongcheng were merely the prologue, followed by the Grand City Professionals competition, culminating in the national trials. If Lin Yi could conquer the 26th level, he would ascend directly to the status of a seed player, bypassing the competitive fray of the Grand City and advancing straight to the national finals. Upon hearing this, the excitement among the crowd was palpable. The Huaxiao nation is divided into 5 major cities: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin, each governing nearly 1/5 of the territory. Jiangcheng, a small city under the jurisdiction of Baihu, was poised to nurture a prodigious talent capable of participating in the national trials. This notion would have been deemed fantastical in the past. Although Wang Jinyan and Hon Fong had opportunities to continue battling in the Grand City Professionals competition, Whether they could ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Lin Yi, you must succeed. At this moment, the tension among the influential figures swiftly permeated the atmosphere. Time seemed to freeze as Lin Yi executed his earth prison skill in an instant. Boom. In a 200-meter radius, dense earth elements coalesced into sharp, protruding spikes of earth. In a heartbeat, they formed a menacing and terrifying cage, enveloping the area completely. Not only that, but colossal, earthen hands emerged from the ground, each spanning several dozen meters. In comparison, the sawtooth tigers appeared diminutive, trapped within the grasp of these massive hands, with no avenue for escape. The earth prison's confinement lasted for 9 seconds. Unless the titanic hands could be broken. PCH. The sharp earth spikes erupted from all directions, piercing deeply into the bodies of the two blazing sawtooth tigers, leaving behind ghastly wounds. And this was merely the initial wave of the 3 earth strikes. 140-2153. 141-9127. 139-5794. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing, upon witnessing this string of numbers, widened their eyes in astonishment. Every time people believed Lin Yi had reached his limit, he would invariably deliver an unimaginable surprise. The two of them were rendered speechless, gazing in awe at his imposing figure. Meanwhile, Lin Yi himself was secretly astonished. The power of the earth prison, utilized for the first time, exceeded all expectations. Initially concerned that the 9 seconds of confinement would be insufficient to ensure the stability of the cage, it now seemed he had overthought it. Unless the opponent possessed extraordinary strength, they would be compelled to endure the full brunt of the 3 earth strikes. However, this also implied that Lin Yi could not launch direct attacks during those 9 seconds. Nevertheless, after enduring a series of assaults, the health of the two sawtooth tigers was nearly depleted. As the earth prison dissipated, Lin Yi unleashed the purple flame meteor once more. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery meteors obliterated the sawtooth tigers, who had just escaped, instantly reducing their health to 0, turning them to ashes. A slight smile graced Lin Yi's lips. Everything felt so effortless. The crowd transitioned from initial silence to witnessing Lin Yi's overwhelming triumph over the two golden elite monsters, elevating their admiration for him to unprecedented heights. Lin God is truly formidable. My heavens. I can hardly believe my eyes. Who would have thought that Zhengcheng would produce a true dragon like Lin God? As the crowd pondered whether Lin could achieve a miracle and conquer the entire trial tower, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Could such an event truly transpire? I place my unwavering faith in Lin. To me, he embodies the very essence of miracles. The audience buzzed with anticipation, silently hoping that Lin Yi would indeed perform the extraordinary. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi ascended to the 26th level, the Trial Tower Management Center in the White Tiger main city housed a grand hall reminiscent of a starry sky. Here, an array of small trial towers stood in disarray at the center, some towering nearly a meter high while others barely reached half that. The total count reached into the thousands. Surrounding the trial towers, 100 formidable trial officials diligently attended to their duties, each one a platinum-level powerhouse. They meticulously monitored the dynamics of every trial tower. This annual event drew representatives from various factions to oversee the proceedings. The moment a remarkable talent was discovered, efforts would be swiftly made to recruit them. This year, however, marked a period of unprecedented upheaval, with the Elder Council of the Huaxiao Nation issuing strict orders to unearth talent at any cost, thereby elevating the significance of this year's trials to an unprecedented level. Occasionally, a trial tower would erupt in radiant brilliance, capturing the attention of all present. This phenomenon signified that a challenger within had attained a certain level. At least the 26th tier, for this was the threshold required to ignite the tower's glow. As soon as such an occurrence was noted, reports would be dispatched, and personnel sent to the city to confer the status of seed candidate upon the exceptional individual, even considering their recruitment. However, it was predominantly the taller towers that manifested this radiant display, with the shorter ones rarely drawing attention. Until, amidst the cluster of trial towers, an unassuming small tower also burst forth in dazzling light, capturing the gaze of numerous trial officials. How could this be? Is this not the trial tower of Jiang City? At this moment, whispers of astonishment rippled through the officials. Jiang City. Is that not the small town near the soul-breaking mountains? It seemed to have stagnated at the 21st level for years. Yet now, someone has managed to reach the 26th level. Could it be a malfunction of the trial tower? They quickly shook their heads in denial. Impossible. The trial tower is the cornerstone of our Huaxia nation, forged by several demigod-level experts in imitation of the celestial tower. Its stability beyond question. It appears that Jiang City has indeed produced a rising star. A glimmer of admiration shone in the eyes of the trial officials, though they remained composed. After all, such an achievement is not particularly remarkable beneath the auspices of White Tiger City. He is entirely deserving of the status of seed candidate for White Tiger City. The crowd rejoiced internally. The emergence of exceptional talents within White Tiger City would enhance the likelihood of achieving remarkable results. Consequently, the distribution of resources would also become more abundant. In this fiercely competitive era, valuable resources are exceedingly scarce. Should we send a few individuals to investigate further? The foundational prowess of talents from smaller locales may not be as robust as that of larger cities, yet they often possess boundless potential, and with careful cultivation, they are destined for greatness. The assembly nodded in agreement. There was merit to this notion. Achieving similar success under resource constraints only attests to their extraordinary talent. While discussing the selection of candidates for dispatch, an elderly man, sprightly with flowing silver hair, entered the room. Clad in a simple battle uniform, he bore a massive sword on his back and spoke in a booming voice. Jiang City, is it? I shall personally make the journey. The crowd promptly stood to pay their respects, exclaiming, we have the honor of meeting the Martial Academy's dean. They were puzzled as to why this venerable figure had suddenly taken an interest in Jiang City. It is worth noting that this man's identity was far from ordinary. He was Wu Weilong, the vice dean of the Baihu Academy, one of the 5 premier institutions of the Huaxia nation, a legendary peak powerhouse. Wu Weilong waved his hand dismissively, casting his gaze upon the gleaming emblem of Jiang City, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Beside him, another elder clad in black jested, Old Wu, are you so idle that you must venture to such a remote place? The trial officials present were taken aback. Such familiarity could only be afforded by someone of equal stature. A few discreetly glanced up, their hearts racing, as they recognized the figure as Sebin, the 6th elder of the Mage Association. The Mage Association stands as the pinnacle of power in the Huaxia nation, spanning 5 core regions. Sebin was indeed a figure perched atop this hierarchical pyramid, his strength likely surpassing even that of Wu Weilong. Wu Weilong, unfazed by Sebin's informal address, chuckled coincidentally. I have a disciple in Jiang City. Since I have some free time, why not seize the opportunity to take a look together? Sebin, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Very well, it will only take an hour or two. With that, the staff in Sebin's hand radiated a faint golden light, and a 2-meter-high portal materialized before them. Let us depart. Wu Weilong marveled, you mages have it easy, no need to step outside for the teleportationary. Together, he and Sebin stepped into the portal, leaving a stunned audience in their wake. This was the art of fixed-point teleportation. Truly, the Mage Association possessed profound depth. After a moment of astonishment, the onlookers returned to their respective duties. With Wu Weilong and Sebin personally intervening, there was no need for further arrangements. Jiang City, Trial Tower, 26th floor. Lin Yi, having vanquished 2 flame-sawtooth tigers, remained blissfully unaware that the higher-ups of Baihu City had taken a keen interest in him. At this time, he was examining the victor's set of equipment before him. Victor's cloak. Rarity, gold attributes, spirit 1200, stamina 1200. Additional skill, a victory pact, allows the establishment of a temporary pact with living beings, ensuring mutual non-harm. A radiant smile adorned Lin Yi's face. Indeed, it was high-tier gold equipment. The skill victory pact was also commendable, likely to prove invaluable in critical moments. After donning the victor's cloak, the attributes of the victor's set finally activated the first feature. Attribute 1, 69 Mage Spirit attribute increased by 10. Upon seeing this attribute, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the most crucial attribute was undoubtedly Spirit. The full-level skill conferred upon him an astonishing skill enhancement. Every increment of Spirit was of paramount importance. With the victor's cloak, Lin Yi's Spirit attribute soared to 12,000. Adding the 10, it reached 13,200. Such values were typically only attainable by silver-tier professionals, filling Lin Yi's heart with sweet elation. Consequently, his speed in overcoming challenges would ascend to new heights. It is undeniable that Lin Yi's every venture into the innovation zone has fostered a positive cycle. The greater his strength, the higher the levels he surpasses, and the more bountiful the rewards he reaps. Consequently, his power escalates, propelling him to even loftier heights. Onward. With just 3 pieces of equipment remaining, he is on the verge of completing the full set. Lin Yi, brimming with vigor, leads Cheng Wuqing and another companion through the luminous portal to the next level. As they watch Lin Yi step into the subsequent tier, a flicker of excitement gleams in the eyes of all present. At this moment, only 4 layers remain before the ultimate challenge. The once elusive dream is gradually becoming tangible. The influential figures within Jiang City are no exception, their fists clenched in anticipation. Despite having weathered countless storms, they still feel a suffocating tension. Should the previous record be shattered, it would undoubtedly bring them immense joy. However, conquering the 30 levels of the trial tower is a myth they scarcely dare to imagine. Just as everyone is wholly engrossed in the competition, a faint golden light suddenly illuminates the void beside them. A portal materializes, accompanied by subtle magical fluctuations. Following this, 2 imposing figures emerge from the doorway, moving with the ease of walking upon solid ground, standing poised in the ether. The many magnates of Jiang City are drawn to this magical aura, their heads turning in unison, disbelief etched upon their faces. A teleportation portal. This is a sophisticated spell that even typical epic-level mages cannot master. Only the elite among the epic or even more formidable legendary beings can wield such power. Master, what brings you here? Hon Boyon respectfully descends before Wu Weilong on his griffin, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. He had once studied at the White Tiger Academy and, by fortunate circumstances, became a disciple of Wu Weilong. One could say that his achievements today are significantly attributed to the guidance and support of his master. Seeing his disciple, Wu Weilong's heart swells with joy as he pats Hon Boyon's shoulder. Well done, Xiao Hon. When I appointed you as the Lord of which city? You insisted on returning to Jiang City, claiming you would shatter the trial tower's record. I never anticipated you would not only achieve this but exceed all expectations. Overwhelmed by his master's praise, Hon Boyon's eyes brim with excitement, his chest puffed with pride. However, he bashfully scratches his head and admits, in truth, Lin Yi's emergence was purely serendipitous, and I merely happened to benefit from it. Oh, Lin is the young man currently challenging the tower. Hon Boyon realizes that his master likely learned of someone from Jiang City who had surpassed the 26th level. He hastily elaborates on Lin Yi's current situation to the 2 figures. The surrounding magnates of Jiang City, upon realizing this man is the city lord's master, exhibit utmost respect. In this world, the hierarchy is exceedingly rigid. Though legendary is but 1 tier above epic, the difference is monumental. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin display interest. A raw talent. This certainly piques curiosity. Their gaze shifts to the screen, where Lin Yi is skillfully luring monsters on the 27th level. A smile plays upon Wu Weilong's lips. This clever child understands how to seize every opportunity to enhance himself. However, this tactic had been attempted before, yielding limited growth. Before the words were fully spoken, Wu Weilong's expression changed dramatically. On the screen, the fiery meteor instantly obliterated the monster. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he turned to his old friend, Xie Bin, who likewise was filled with confusion. Is this the purple flame meteor? Xie Bin naturally recognized this technique, but the sheer power of the purple flame meteor seemed excessively formidable. Wasn't he an ordinary golden mage merely so? Unconsciously, both men glanced at the adjacent leaderboard. Lin Yi, Mage, level 27. Merely an ordinary mage. The 2 were utterly taken aback. Initially, they believed that Jiang Qing had merely produced a genius, not giving it much thought. After all, they had traversed through such tiers in the past, perhaps even further. Yet, at this moment, having witnessed the extraordinary purple flame meteor, their interest was thoroughly piqued. This genius from Jiang Qing appeared to be rather unexpected, indeed. Wu Weilong waved his hand to interrupt Hon Boyon's explanation, wishing to observe personally. On the screen, waves of monsters fell beneath the purple flame meteor. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin, witnessing this scene for the first time, were left in awe, turning to Hon Boyon to inquire if Lin Yi had always been like this. Hon Boyon promptly replied, yes, Lin Yi must have started from the first level. He spends half an hour on each level before progressing. By estimation, he has at least advanced 6 levels. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin inhaled sharply. 6 levels. Such efficiency, upon slight calculation, revealed the staggering number of monsters that had perished at Lin Yi's hands. This indirectly attested to Lin Yi's might. Their interest in Lin Yi reached unprecedented heights. Soon after, Lin Yi once again stood before the Guardian Lord monster of the 27th level. Still, there were 2. All the residents of Zhongcheng held their breath, albeit nervously. Yet, recalling the terror of the cage, confidence surged within them. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin were filled with curiosity, wondering how this young man would conquer the challenge. The battle commenced swiftly, with Lin Yi donning the victor's attire, his strength soaring to new heights. The damage inflicted by the Earth prison approached an astonishing 1,800,000. 3 waves in succession amounted to over 5 million in total damage. Such terrifying destructive power. The life value of the 27th level Golden Lord monster hovered around 8 million. Missed array. In the next instant, the 2 Lord monsters began to turn upon each other. Purple Flame Meteor. As the first wave of meteors fell, the life points of the Lord monsters visibly diminished. Earth Prison. A continuous barrage of spikes inflicted exaggerated damage, leaving immense wounds on both Lord monsters. Purple Flame Meteor. The final wave of meteors struck, and the 2 Lord monsters collapsed in unison. Level 27 cleared. Every individual in Zhongcheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin exchanged glances, both shocked beyond measure. What manner of monster is this young man? Hiss. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin shared a look, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. They had encountered numerous geniuses, but none so uniquely outstanding as Lin Yi. The recent battle scene unfolded before their very eyes, showcasing an extraordinary display of spellcasting speed that transcended the norm. Explosive damage output, and an almost uninterrupted cycle of abilities. The prolonged control effects only served to highlight Lin Yi's exceptional prowess. Wu Weilong could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Old Xie, you must find casting copper and silver level spells a mere trifle by now, right?" Xie Bin's astonishment was evidently deeper than that of Wu Weilong, prompting him to blurt out an expletive. "A mere trifle, my foot. At best, he can release them almost instantaneously." The intensity of their shock grew as they compared their expectations with the reality before them. The seemingly insurmountable 27th layer had been effortlessly breached by him. Most astonishing was the fact that this individual had not only mastered silver skills ahead of time but also exhibited a remarkable proficiency in their execution. This revelation left Xie Bin most astounded. While some could utilize treasures to gain advanced skills prematurely, a few could wield them with such finesse, let alone reach the level of mastery displayed by Lin Yi. With the keen insight of 2 epic-level powerhouses, they could undoubtedly recognize the formidable nature of the Earth Prison skill. "What a treasure we have found!" Xie Bin's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight at the thought of nurturing this young man within the Mage Association, envisioning a future where he could at least reach their heights, perhaps even ascend to legendary status. He had not anticipated that a mere outing with an old friend would lead him to encounter such a monstrous talent. Watching Lin Yi continue to conquer challenges, he could not help but laugh heartily, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, curious about how far Lin Yi could advance. The higher the levels he surpassed, the greater his potential was proven to be. Wu Weilong, with a stern expression, interjected, "What are you laughing about? This is a genius from our White Tiger City. He ought to join the White Tiger Academy. The Practitioner Academy is where the newly awakened should go," he added. "You old ghost, don't entertain any misguided notions." Xie Bin scoffed, "Nonsense. Those trained at the Practitioner Academy are merely ornamental. Which powerful individual has forged their strength through life and death struggles in the wild? Moreover, for a gifted mage like Lin Yi, the Mage Association is undoubtedly the superior choice." In contemporary Huaxia, the Practitioner Academy was a relatively new establishment, having emerged in the last 30 years, with the 5 major academies tracing their lineage back merely 3 decades. Nevertheless, public opinion remained divided regarding its value. One faction believed that newly awakened individuals would benefit from entering the academy, laying a solid foundation for future advancement. Conversely, the other side contended that the academy nurtured fragile blooms, lacking the practical combat abilities honed by adventurers in the wilderness. Ultimately, both sides found themselves evenly matched. Leading to a compromise, newly awakened practitioners were granted the freedom to choose their developmental paths. Whether to enter the academy, join an adventurers organization, or become free adventurers was left to individual preference. Upon hearing Xie Bin's words, Wu Weilong's beard bristled with indignation. Old Xie, are you looking for a fight? Regret washed over him as he lamented why he had invited Xie Bin to accompany him. How absurd it was for him to compete for talent. Gripping the massive sword behind him, he appeared ready for confrontation. Xie Bin smirked, the blue staff in his hand radiating a flickering light. Are you afraid? Let us see whose skills truly prevail. Who shall claim this young man? A gathering of prominent figures from Jiang City found themselves on edge as the two legendary titans clashed over Lin Yi's allegiance, their hearts quaking with trepidation. Simultaneously, they were filled with astonishment. Lin Yi's performance exceeded all expectations, compelling both formidable men to publicly vie for his favor, disregarding their own dignity. Hon Boyon felt a prickling unease. If these two were to engage in combat, how would Jiang City fare? Yet, he understood his teacher's temperament well enough to know that a physical altercation was unlikely. Thus, Hon Boyon hastily intervened. Teachers, esteemed Mage, please, let us not rush. Lin Yi is still navigating the tower. It is prudent to await his return before making any decisions. Ultimately, it is Lin Yi's choice that matters. Perhaps it would be best for you to converse with him directly upon his emergence. Hon Boyon carefully articulated, caught between his mentor and a pinnacle mage. He could not afford to offend either party, yet his allegiance naturally leaned towards his teacher. In his view, Lin Yi, being a native of Jiang City, would likely prefer to align with the White Tiger Academy. Upon hearing this, Wu Weilong and Xie Bin subdued their aggressive postures. This young man hails from Jiang City, and the city lord is a disciple of Master Wu. I hold no advantage here. It seems that in order to entice Lin Yi to join the Mage Association, substantial offerings will be required. Xie Bin's eyes flickered as he devised a plan, then turned to continue observing Lin Yi's progress. Wu Weilong mirrored his thoughts, contemplating the conditions he might propose to allure Lin Yi to his side. Their relationship was not one of genuine animosity. They were, after all, long-time friends. Yet, encountering such an extraordinary talent as Lin Yi inevitably ignited their desire to recruit him. As the tempest subsided, Hon Boyon exhaled a silent sigh of relief. A wry smile gracing his lips. After many years, his teacher's fiery temperament remained unchanged. A mere disagreement could lead to violence. Truly, he was a bloodthirsty warrior. For it was in his blood that the essence of battle coursed. At this moment, Lin Yi had penetrated the 20th level, progressing with a calm and orderly demeanor. The purple flame meteor continued to erupt in a dazzling display, intensifying Xie Bin's admiration. The meticulous control of his spells was something even Xie Bin, recalling his youth, could scarcely rival. It was indeed astonishing that such a prodigious talent could emerge from a small town. The dawn of a new era seemed imminent. Perhaps Lin Yi was the fated one. I must extend an invitation for him to join the Mage Association. Under Xie Bin's watchful gaze, Lin Yi cast his spells with a wild abandon. Whoosh! A brilliant surge of white light erupted from Lin Yi's being. Level increased to 28. Witnessing Lin Yi ascend once more, the crowd erupted in exuberance. The stronger Lin Yi became, the greater their hopes for success. God Lin, go for it. Their cheers resounded through the heavens, rallying behind Lin Yi. Nangong Ling and Hon Fong gazed upon this fervor, their eyes filled with envy. What young person has not dreamed of becoming the center of attention, standing atop the pinnacle? Yet, within their hearts, there was a deeper admiration. To climb silently in solitude, maximizing one's potential, even with Lin Yi's extraordinary strength, they did not dare to claim such resilience. Due to a restless mindset, one may unconsciously worry about being surpassed by others, hastening to complete challenges. Mist fog array. Purple flame meteor. Earth prison. Purple flame meteor. The familiar combination of skills enabled a seamless passage through the challenge of the 20th level. The crowd's excitement gradually reached a boiling point as they ascended to the 29th level. Here, they encountered 3 formidable Golden Lord monsters at level 29, significantly increasing the difficulty. However, for Lin Yi, the number of foes seemed inconsequential. After all, both Purple Flame Meteor and Earth Prison are area damage skills. An additional adversary would hardly pose a challenge. Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, they successfully cleared the 29th level. In that moment, the atmosphere erupted, reaching an unprecedented climax. This signified that with just one more level to conquer, Lin Yi would achieve an extraordinary feat by overcoming the Jiangcheng Trial Tower. What unparalleled glory this would bring! Unmatched by anyone in the vicinity. Now, Jiangcheng was on the brink of witnessing this moment. It was unbelievable that such a prodigious talent had emerged in their midst. In years to come, he could boast to his grandchildren, recounting how their grandfather witnessed Lin Yi, the unrivaled genius of Jiangcheng, conquer the Trial Tower. Everyone was filled with exhilaration, including the two epic powerhouses, particularly Wu Weilong. If he regretted inviting Sebin during Lin Yi's challenge of the 27th level. Now he wished he could turn back the clock 2 hours and give himself a good scolding. Why did he have to summon that shameless old fellow? Who now dared to compete with him for the title of genius? The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Sebin let out a cold huff. Brimming with confidence, he let each rely on their own abilities. He believed no ordinary mage could refuse his terms. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy. Having successfully navigated 3 levels, he once again acquired 3 pieces of the Victor's set. The Victor's staff, Victor's robe, and then Victor's pendant. The familiar intertwining of black and gold cloud patterns heightened their mystique. Victor's staff, grade, gold attributes, spirit 1200, ignore defense 1200, mana 12,000. Accompanying skill, Light of Victory, releases a holy light impact on the target, causing a knockback effect. Victor's robe, grade, gold attributes, spirit 1200, magic resistance 1200, defense 1200. Additional skill, Guardian of Victory, stackable. Victor's pendant, grade, special attributes, skill cooldown reduced by 20, contains storage space of 500 cubic meters, capable of holding lifeless items. These 3 pieces of equipment were extraordinarily powerful, truly befitting a set designed for mages. Without hesitation, Lin Yi replaced his previous gear. Adorned in the black and gold ensemble, he appeared strikingly handsome. His tall stature and perfect profile were consistently displayed on the magical screen, eliciting squeals from the young women. Wow! He is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. However, for Lin Yi, the most delightful aspect was the complete activation of the set attributes upon gathering the full 9 pieces. Victor set attribute I 69, total spirit attribute for mages increased by 20. Attributes of the victorious set 2 99 activates the set skill. Blessing of the Goddess of Victory, upon use, grants the blessing of the Goddess of Victory, entering an invincible state for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 days. Upon witnessing these 2 attributes of the set, Lin Yi could not help but gasp in awe. They were extraordinarily powerful. His eyes sparkled with delight. This was undoubtedly a top-tier survival skill. When paired with suitable teleportation artifacts, he could effortlessly escape from foes he could not overpower. Compared to before he entered the Trial Tower, Lin Yi's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. The increase in attributes far surpassed his expectations, prompting him to swiftly open his attribute panel. Level 28, attributes, strength 5100, spirit 14300, set bonus 20, endurance 5700. Agility 6300, health 89,000, magic 215,000. Although there were not significant changes in skills, only slight adjustments to the skills inherent to his equipment. The explosive growth of his fundamental attributes was astonishing. Now, even an ordinary fireball could effortlessly inflict over 300,000 damage. If he unleashed the Earth Prison, it could deal 3,200,000 damage in a single round. Over 3 rounds, the damage would soar to nearly 9 million. Such terrifying power was sufficient to obliterate a Golden Lord monster of equal level in an instant. Typically, those capable of battling against monsters of the same rank are rare super geniuses, perhaps not even a single one could be found in the entire city. For instance, Honfeng, after achieving a personal breakthrough, barely triumphed over a level 21 Golden Lord monster. In Jiangcheng, apart from Honfeng, only Lin Yi possessed such potential. However, Lin Yi's strength was even closer to annihilating a Golden Lord monster of the same level. The disparity between them was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. If Honfeng was a super genius, then Lin Yi was undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy, the genius among geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. His prudent strategy had yielded rich rewards, and the growth in strength was exhilarating. Such progress, if achieved in the outside world, would be unattainable even for those endowed with the talent for automatic skill leveling within a short span. This Trial Tower was undoubtedly a treasure trove for his rapid advancement. Only one layer remained. It was rumored that completing the Trial Tower challenge would yield astonishing rewards, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Anticipation surged within Lin Yi's heart. This was a long-standing legend in Jiangcheng, never before validated. Now he would personally unveil this mystery. Everyone in Jiangcheng was swept up in excitement. This moment was within reach. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi stepped into the 30th layer. An unprecedentedly dense golden light surged forth, enveloping him instantaneously. Under the astonished stares, Lin Yi seemed to vanish into thin air. Cheng Wuqing and another stood dumbfounded, as if the 30th layer was some kind of forbidden zone, disallowing others from partaking in its bounty. Everything depended solely on individual strength. The crowd erupted in commotion, and even Wu Weilong and Xie Bin wore grave expressions, fully aware of the uniqueness of the 30th layer. Through this passage, one might acquire rewards associated with the legendary Tower of Heaven. As the live stream shifted, Lin Yi's voice resonated once more, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the audience. In response to the unfolding scene, Lin Yi himself was taken aback. Unlike the layouts of the previous 29 levels, he now beheld a dark green marsh devoid of any small monsters. Above the marsh, deep green bubbles occasionally burst, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist that pervaded the entire area, exuding an ominous aura. The potency of the poison was formidable. Even with the protection of the sky shield, Lin Yi could faintly detect a whiff of decay. A sense of vigilance arose within Lin Yi. The absence of small monsters. The more peculiar the situation, the more it hinted at the formidable nature of the 30th level, which far surpassed the challenges faced previously. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the heavens. A true dragon. Wu Weilong and Xie Bin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. With their extensive experience, they discerned the truth solely from the dragon's roar. It was not a subspecies but a genuine dragon. The difficulty of the 30th level was astonishing. Both men exchanged dry smiles. In the early stages of their careers, the notion of contending with a dragon was utterly fantastical. Only by ascending to the realms of epics or legends, leveraging their professional attributes, could they hope to engage in such a battle. The audience in Jiangcheng collectively rose, their eyes filled with disbelief, even tinged with despair. How could it be a dragon? Following Lin Yi's gaze, the dark green figure gradually materialized against the horizon, accompanied by the resounding roar. It exceeded 50 meters in length, even a level 25 holy dragon appeared diminutive in its presence. Gasps of awe escaped the crowd, as the terror of this dragon was palpable even at first glance. Green Dragon carries. Level, 30 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health, 23, 572, 915, Skills, Corrosive Dragon Breath. Dragon Suppression, Toxic Mist, Green Dragon Roar. A chill ran through Lin Yi's heart. It was indeed a Purple Gold Lord Monster. The status of a Purple Gold Lord Monster eclipsed that of a Gold Lord Monster, boasting attributes that were double in magnitude. Yet in actual combat, even 10 Gold Lord Monsters of the same level would likely prove ineffectual. Although the final adversary was unexpectedly formidable, Lin Yi felt no fear. What of the dragon? With his current prowess, he too could strike it down. The desire for battle surged within him. The green dragon carry swooped down from the skies, its immense wings generating tremendous kinetic energy. In the blink of an eye, it was before Lin Yi. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the dragon spoke slowly, a human. I am the ultimate guardian of the Trial Tower. Defeat me, and you shall earn unparalleled honor. Please exert your utmost to demonstrate your strength without concern for my safety. Within this Trial Tower, I possess countless chances for rebirth. Similarly, I shall hold nothing back. Even if you inflict a fatal blow, the Trial Tower will resurrect you. So fear not. It was evident that this dragon had been tamed by human champions and placed here to aid in nurturing the talents among humans. Lin Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging the challenge laid before him. The green dragon raised its head and let out a long, piercing roar, causing a series of green bubbles above the swamp to burst, releasing toxic mist that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yi immediately succumbed to the effects of poisoning, while the green dragon appeared to revel in the chaos. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged towards Lin Yi, its tail whipping through the air and distorting the atmosphere. Lin Yi's current sky shield could withstand over 3 million points of damage, yet he dared not absorb the dragon's assault, which boasted an attack power of 200,000. A few strikes could shatter his shield. In a moment of decision, Lin Yi activated the speed aura. Though the enhancement from the ethereal wings was not as potent as before, it elevated his speed significantly. With a swift motion, Lin Yi reached his maximum velocity, effortlessly evading the dragon's dive and tail strike. The colossal creature, a natural-born warrior, instinctively turned its head post-dive and unleashed a stream of corrosive dragon breath. The dark green, viscous breath, laden with a nauseating stench, threatened to obliterate the sky shield with just a couple of hits. However, Lin Yi gradually acclimated to the rhythm of battle. In a flash, he executed a rapid teleportation, his figure vanishing and reappearing 100 meters away. Xiebin's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming internally, did he just instantaneously teleport? This guy is incredible. Lin Yi positioned himself 100 meters behind the green dragon, which lost sight of its target, confusion evident in its eyes. Sensing Lin Yi's aura behind it, the massive beast struggled to pivot quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi gathered a rich concentration of earth elements in his staff. The casting time astonishingly brief. The onlookers in Jiang City were electrified, eagerly anticipating this familiar maneuver. The moment had arrived for Lin Yi's signature move. With a commanding shout, he invoked the earth cage. Enormous earthen spikes erupted to form a prison, securely ensnaring the green dragon. The colossal earthy hands firmly restrained the dragon's powerful limbs, tail, and even its head, rendering it immobile. The green dragon let out a furious roar, spewing forth corrosive breath that left faint traces of erosion on the massive palm. Fortunately, it seemed capable of withstanding at least 2 strikes of the earth spike. The earth cage sprouted numerous formidable, jagged spikes, each spanning several meters in diameter. The relentless barrage pierced through the dragon's hide, creating a gaping wound that was utterly shocking to behold. The damage figures of 2 to 518, 629 and 2, 842, 154 erupted forth, totaling nearly 5 million points. In an instant, the green dragon lost 1/5 of its life force, followed by an even more thunderous roar. As its corrosive breath reached its zenith, the earth cage was shattered. The dragon's eyes became bloodshot, perceiving Lin Yi as its mortal adversary. Toxic mist enveloped Lin Yi, the dense green fog gnawing away at his sky shield. While the damage seemed trivial at first, its cumulative effect was staggering. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. His staff radiated a brilliant light, purifying magical energy washing over him. With a swift incantation, the poison removal spell was cast, and the layers of green mist visibly dissipated before his eyes. Indeed, the mastery of skills proves to be invaluable, substituting with a mere antidote would yield no results. Generally, lower-tier skills face overwhelming suppression when confronting higher-level monsters or practitioners, significantly diminishing their efficacy. The advantages of advanced practitioners over their lesser counterparts extend far beyond mere attributes. Lin Yi's fully developed skills minimize the constraints imposed upon him to the barest minimum. With lightning-fast teleportation, Lin Yi evades the dragon's dive once more. The 3-second cooldown of his rapid movement is nothing short of miraculous. Unless one can foresee Lin Yi's next position, he remains invincible. With the wings of the netherworld creating distance, the staff radiates a cerulean glow as an unprecedentedly massive blade of wind takes form. The whirlwind slash. This time, Lin Yi even activates the Song of the Wind Spirit, enhancing wind attribute spell damage by 40%. Whoosh! The colossal wind blade spins and cleaves through the air, leaving a distinct white trail before striking the green dragon's body with tremendous force. Tearing sounds echo as the dark green scales shatter. Even the dragon's high magical resistance cannot withstand this terrifying wind blade. The entire tail of the dragon nearly severed, a gruesome gash stretches across its body. A sight most harrowing. A staggering 972 or 531. Bolstered by the Song of the Wind Spirit, the damage from the whirlwind slash surpasses that of the Earth Prison single strike. In mere moments, Lin Yi has inflicted horrific damage upon the green dragon, Colis. Nearly a third of its total life force. Witnessing the dragon being relentlessly battered by Lin Yi's spells, yet Lin Yi navigates the battle with utmost ease, controlling the entire scenario. The crowd erupts in ecstatic cheers, signaling that victory is within reach. Even Wu Jiangwei and Xiebin find themselves holding their breath, consumed by a singular thought. Just what kind of prodigy is Lin Yi? Lin God? My Lin God? I feel faint, I cannot bear it. My goodness. The astonishment I have accumulated over decades pales in comparison to the marvel of today. It is simply unbelievable. Who could have predicted that before Lin God's emergence? Not only would Jiangcheng breach the trials, but also surpass the monumental 30th floor. It can only be said that Lin God is a super genius bestowed upon Jiangcheng by the heavens. Such words spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Jiangcheng. Particularly among the elder practitioners, their excitement exceeds that of the younger generation. Having witnessed so much, they yearn for miracles each year, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Lin God will put an end to all this. As they observe the green dragon's health steadily depleting, the conviction of Jiangcheng's people grows ever stronger. Even the once mighty dragon now faces inevitable defeat before Lin Yi. Roaring in fury, the green dragon Kalis attacks relentlessly, yet fails to make contact with Lin Yi. Even when its breath occasionally sweeps past, it cannot shatter the rock-solid sky shield. Its astonishment rivals that of anyone else. When did lower-tier human practitioners become so formidable? Humanity's foothold in this monster-laden world relies on those epic, legendary, and even demigod-level beings. The early humans were woefully inadequate in strength. Those unparalleled geniuses, as they advance, exhibit increasingly astonishing growth. When confronting foes of equal rank, they can often stand against multiple adversaries, which is the essence of humanity's resilience. Yet now, the young sorcerer before me possesses the ability to subdue a dragon of the same tier, truly terrifying. However, to defeat our dragon lineage solely based on this is no simple feat. The green dragon suddenly roared towards the heavens, its voice resounding beyond compare. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Immunity dispersion. The internal immunity dispersion aura activated automatically, swiftly dispelling the disorientation. In the next instant, the green dragon, under the astonished gaze of all present, visibly restored itself. The dragon reborn. In the blink of an eye, the green dragon reappeared in its prime, its might undiminished. The health that had been reduced by more than half was once again fully replenished. Witnessing this scene, Wu Weilong and Sebin could only shake their heads and smile wryly. This is the true essence of a dragon. To defeat it one-on-one is exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible in the lower ranks. Onlookers gazed at the rejuvenated green dragon, their eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? It can live again? This is utterly outrageous. Someone could not help but voice their disbelief. The elderly man, who had remained silent with a worried expression, slowly spoke. Not only can it be reborn once, but it is said that dragons possess extraordinary vitality, capable of regenerating at least 3 times. How many times can this green dragon be reborn? Hiss. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Once reborn is already quite outrageous, it can still regenerate several times. How shameless. In that moment, everyone yearned to rush in and lend Lin Yi their support, their eyes brimming with concern. Can Lin withstand this? Everyone knew that the spell resembling a cage was immensely powerful. Yet, such formidable magic comes at a great cost to the caster. Can Lin Yi's magical energy sustain this prolonged battle? The hearts of the onlookers hung in suspense once more. Lin Yi, witnessing the green dragon return to its peak state, felt a twinge of surprise. Young human, I acknowledge your strength, but the nobility of the dragon bloodline is beyond your comprehension. Come, let us continue our duel. The green dragon roared once more, lunging forward, pride evident in its roar. Sensing the familiar pattern of attack, Lin Yi's astonishment gradually faded. This is all? Do you think such tactics can wear me down? You underestimate me. If it were anyone else facing a dragon capable of multiple rebirths, despair might truly ensue. Yet Lin Yi felt an immense reservoir of magical energy within him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a staggering 210,000 magic points, he had enough to cast the Earth Prison spell 200 times, the highest consumption spell. You wish to engage in a battle of attrition? As long as you lack new tricks, I shall outlast you. I shall see how many times you can be reborn. Lin Yi's heart surged with ambition. Rapid teleportation. Earth Prison. The familiar scene unfolded once more, as the green dragon was instantaneously ensnared like a fledgling chick, only to be pierced repeatedly by a long sword. A series of wounds erupted, spilling green blood that dripped into the marsh, hissing as it fell. 951, 321. 2:713, 452. 6 seconds later, the green dragon broke free, unleashing another whirlwind slash. 3:157, 431. With deft maneuvering, Lin Yi swiftly diminished the green dragon's health by a third. Observing Lin Yi's effortless demeanor, the onlookers from Jiang City were taken aback. Goodness, why do I feel like Lin Shun appears rather at ease? Surely it can't be an illusion? One murmured. I told you, Lin Shun is always reliable, what are you all worried about? Another retorted. Nonsense. Who was just quaking in their boots and nearly soiling themselves? The crowd continued to watch, hopeful that Lin Shun would maintain such ferocity. Amidst their eager anticipation, Lin Yi activated his Earth Prison skill once more, instantly ensnaring the green dragon that sought to flee. It was firmly restrained by an unseen force. Sharp earth spikes piercing through. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's health plummeted by nearly 5 million. At that moment, the crowd was astounded to discover that Lin Yi's skill cooldown was remarkably brief. Xiebin gasped, nearly tearing at his own beard in excitement. Just with the Earth Prison, Lin Yi's efficiency in dispatching monsters surpassed that of golden-class professionals. It wasn't that his skill damage was more outrageous, rather, while others could cast a single skill, he could unleash 4 or 5 or even more in the same span. The cumulative might was extraordinarily formidable. This fellow, should he ever step onto the battlefield, would undoubtedly become a super reaper, a nightmare for monsters. Xiebin resolved to recruit Lin Yi into the Mage Association and even personally mentor him. The thought of nurturing a future titan filled him with delight. Beside him, Wu Wei long scoffed, disrupting Xiebin's reverie. Both men harbored their own thoughts, their gazes fixed on the magical display screen. The dragon resurrects. A radiant light erupted once more as the green dragon's battered form rapidly restored itself to its prime condition. This time, rather than being astonished, Lin Yi burst into laughter. Let us see how many times you can resurrect. The young maidens displayed expressions of rapture, with Cheng Muqing and others' eyes transforming into heart shapes. With swift teleportation, Lin Yi reappeared behind the green dragon, unleashing a barrage of frenzied spells. Soon, another earth prison struck at its vital points. The green dragon howled in agony. Despite its ability to regenerate health, the pain compelled it to roar incessantly. Were it not for the Trial Tower's rules mandating it to fight to the end, it would have fled long ago. At this moment, the green dragon even regretted its numerous resurrection opportunities. Fewer resurrections would have meant less suffering. The human youth before it was no mere mortal, he was a veritable aberration. Not only was his casting speed terrifying, but he appeared utterly unburdened, simply outrageous. Once, twice, thrice. The green dragon astonishingly resurrected 6 times. Had it been anyone else, despair would have surely set in. Yet Lin Yi was not weary, he seemed to revel in the challenge. With a whirlwind slash, a massive Asher wind blade howled and spun, slicing through the void, leaving deep white marks as it struck towards the green dragon's head. The terrifying wind blade, over 20 meters long, severed the dragon's head with brutal precision. Dark green blood erupted like a fountain, staining the entire sky. As the enormous, grotesque head soared away, it landed upon the marshland. Lin Yi appeared slightly astonished, even lingering in a state of anticipation. Is this truly the end? Upon hearing those words, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. Just a moment ago, they were silently counting the number of times the green dragon had been reborn, secretly worried for Lin Yi. Yet in the next instant, that terrifying green head soared high into the air. Is this truly over? Has he completed the trial? Could it be that the green dragon will rise again in the next moment? People stood in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. Their bodies trembled with restrained excitement, fearful that any sudden movement might shatter this dreamlike reality. It was only when golden light enveloped Lin entirely, that the trial tower emitted a deafening roar, that they finally accepted the truth. Lin Yi has indeed triumphed. The handsome youth, bathed in golden rain, has accomplished the unimaginable feat of conquering the trial tower. Since its establishment, the people of Jiang City had never dared to dream of such a possibility, yet this young man has made it a reality. Jiang City erupted in a frenzy. At this moment, the boy, cloaked in radiant golden light, became the singular hero in the hearts of the citizens. I always knew that Lin God would succeed. Lin God, you are my one and only deity. A miracle, this is indeed a miracle. The trial tower released a deep, resonant sound that echoed throughout Jiang City. People poured into the streets, sharing the joyous news with one another. This moment marked a celebration for the citizens of Jiang City. The trial tower erupted with resplendent golden light, enveloping every corner of the city. Beneath this golden glow, the weariness of ordinary people dissipated. Even ailments deep within their bodies experienced significant relief. Minor afflictions were cured, leaving their bodies in exceptional health. For professionals, the benefits were equally substantial. Some discovered they had leveled up, while others experienced bursts of inspiration, enhancing their skills. Whether ordinary citizens or professionals, everyone reaped immense rewards from this golden rain. All thanks to the young man named Lin Yi. Thank you, Lin God. May your future endeavors be smooth, and may you soon become an unparalleled powerhouse, safeguarding the prosperity of humanity. Some even knelt in gratitude towards the trial tower. Legendary figures Wu Weidlong and Xie Bin were also swept up by the atmosphere, unable to suppress their smiles. It was clear that, following this golden baptism, the future of Jiang City would undergo monumental changes. The emergence of talent will no longer be mere talk. This young man is undoubtedly the true child of destiny. The two exchanged determined glances, fully intent on bringing Lin Yi into their ranks upon his emergence. At this moment, the magical display had completely dimmed. It was evident that Lin Yi was receiving his post-trial rewards. Both were intensely curious about the nature of these rewards. As the magical screen gradually extinguished, curiosity among the crowd reached its zenith, yet nearly no one felt a twinge of greed. After all, to partake in the blessings of this golden rain was already a stroke of fortune bestowed by Lin Yi. On the 30th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi was alone, immersed in the golden rain. In the next moment, his experience bar surged upward at a visible pace. Level increased to 29. In the blink of an eye, he had leveled up. Level raised to 30. Soon, another upgrade. Not only that, the 1,200,000 experience required for level 30 was swiftly accumulated. In fact, the experience reserve pool of 2,400,000 also reached its limit. It was only at this moment that the golden radiance ceased to flow into Lin Yi's skin, transforming instead into gentle whirlwinds that circled around him, as if to celebrate or cheer. A surge of ecstasy filled Lin Yi's heart. He never expected that upon completing the trial, his experience bar would be completely filled. This signified that once Lin Yi accomplished the silver level promotion task, he would ascend to become a silver professional and leap directly to level 32. What astonishing speed! In just a single day, bolstered by the trial tower, Lin Yi had soared from level 21 to 30. Feeling the tumultuous power surging within him, a subtle smile graced Lin Yi's lips. It was no exaggeration to say that he could effortlessly overpower silver professionals as if they were mere leaves swept away by a tempest. Upon exiting, he would commence the promotion task to become a silver professional, bringing him one step closer to becoming a gold professional. At that time, he would finally be able to utilize the Arcane Masterclass transfer scroll. Moreover, this time, I would undoubtedly be the first in Jiang City. Perhaps my mother would reveal to me who intruded upon our home all those years ago. With this thought, a glint of coldness crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He was unhurried. His rate of growth far surpassed ordinary expectations. With just a little more time, he would personally deal with those villains, making them pay for their past transgressions. Swish, swish. Swish. The sound of items shooting through the air interrupted Lin Yi's reverie. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the nearest golden droplet of blood. Blood of the Earth Tyrant. Rarity, epic. Attribute, a sacred domain dragon, the essence of the Earth Tyrant, capable of inducing ancestral evolution in subspecies dragons. It was indeed a diamond-tier treasure. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had assumed the first 29 levels would yield golden equipment, and that the reward for the 30th level would be at most diamond tier. Yet he was utterly astounded to discover that it was an epic tier treasure. Moreover, it was a drop of sacred domain dragon blood. The Earth Tyrant was clearly an Earth Element dragon, and the Sacred Dragon was also an Earth Element subspecies, making them a perfect match. Haha. Lin Yi laughed heartily, addressing the Sacred Dragon beside him. Little Jin, the moment to change your destiny has arrived. At that moment, The sacred dragon, bathed in golden dew, had also reached level 30, its form dramatically swelling to 30 meters. Though it might not possess the ferocity of the previous green dragon, the level 30 golden lord creature was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Furthermore, with the blood of the earth tyrant right before him, Lin Yi eagerly anticipated how powerful Little Jin would become once it completed its transformation. Roar! A faint golden hue glimmered in Little Jin's eyes, and its growls echoed ceaselessly. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Go, Little Jin, do not let me down. Little Jin's body transformed into a streak of light, lunging fiercely towards the golden droplet of blood in the void, swallowing it instantaneously. Roar! The furious dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, stirring waves of air. As the drop of golden blood merged into its being, the dragon lineage within the young dragon began to awaken. Its already impressive 30-meter form started to elongate at an observable pace. Dragon blood and shattered bones splattered, reminiscent of a rubber band being forcefully stretched, yet quickly mended by the power of the blood of the earth tyrant. The forelimbs erupted with dragon blood, their strength and girth increasing, adorned with shimmering golden scales. The transformation of the hind limbs was even more dramatic, with robust muscles swelling, sufficient to support its colossal nearly 60-meter physique, while sharp claws extended from its toes, capable of slicing through a mage's shield with the slightest touch. The dragon's tail continued to lengthen, adorned with golden barbs that extended along the tail and at each joint of its body. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as a pair of golden wings unfurled from its back, even a gentle flap stirred a powerful current of air. One could only imagine the speed it would achieve with a full-force flap. With a mighty roar, the blood of the earth tyrant was completely digested, and the young dragon had undergone a remarkable transformation. Beholding the 60-meter-long creature, muscular and fearsome with its fangs bared, Lin Yi was filled with admiration. Unable to contain his laughter. Little Jin, you must strive to become a being that can rival the earth tyrant, no, even surpass it. With a series of roars, Little Jin responded, fully aware of its master's extraordinary nature and determined not to become complacent. Lin Yi then opened Little Jin's attribute panel. Earth Sacred Dragon, Growth Phase, Level, 30 Lord Monster, Purple Gold, Health, 26 million, Attack Power, 310,000, Skills, Sacred Dragon Breath, Rolling Impact, Earth Spike Assault, Claw Tier, undoubtedly. After transforming into the Earth Sacred Dragon, Little Jin had ascended into the ranks of the Purple Gold Lord Monsters. At this moment, even without accounting for the additional 20 enhancement from Beast Taming, its power had already surpassed that of the previous venomous Green Dragon. When considering this enhancement, its overwhelming superiority was evident. Wonderful. Lin Yi stood upon the expansive back of the dragon, envisioning the future of soaring through the skies atop his dragon, simply imagining it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. And this was merely the first treasure he had acquired. The next item was astonishingly a skill book. Fool's Mist. Grade Epic Attribute can be mastered upon acquisition, an epic level skill, Fool's Mist, blessed by the Trial Tower. Learnable at any level. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, yet another epic treasure. If auctioned, it would fetch an astronomical price, easily trading for dozens of epic equipment pieces. Of course, only a fool would choose to sell it. Lin Yi eagerly clasped his hands together, successfully mastering Fool's Mist. His talent automatically activated, instantly leveling Fool's Mist to its maximum. Fool's Mist level 70, passive effect, cloaks the user in an invisible Fool's Mist, shielding against the scrutiny of all beings below God level, encompassing all means of observation and prediction, such as insight and foreknowledge. Faced with the maxed out skill of Fool's Mist, Lin Yi was utterly stunned. Following this was an uncontrollable surge of elation. If one were to ponder Lin Yi's greatest concern, it would undoubtedly be the exposure of his fully developed talents. While it may not necessarily be a detrimental situation, the innate sense of unease compels him to shun the prying eyes of others. Although the mask of the recluse possesses remarkable efficacy, it becomes utterly futile in the presence of true powerhouses. At present, the full-fledged fog of fools bestows upon Lin Yi an immense sense of security. Not only are surveillance skills like insight rendered ineffective, but even the art of foresight fails to discern his future. At least in the current human realm, no one can perceive my attributes. Despite this skill not directly enhancing his combat prowess when faced with epic damage spells of equal rank, Lin Yi would unhesitatingly choose the Fog of Fools. After all, safety is paramount. He is unwilling to fall prey to any legendary or demigod figure who might suddenly ensnare him for inhumane experimentation. Lin Yi reflects once more on how worthwhile this trial tower challenge has proven to be. Subsequently, his gaze shifts to the final treasure. Invitation to the Celestial Tower, rarity, special attribute. The bearer of this invitation may enter the legendary Celestial Tower to undertake extreme trials. Requirement, epic level or higher professionals. Upon encountering this invitation, Lin Yi's breath quickens, and his mind momentarily goes blank. It is not due to a lack of composure, but rather because the shock is overwhelmingly profound. The Celestial Tower is the stuff of legends. It is said that those who pass the trials of the Celestial Tower may even ascend directly to become the fabled god of gods. It is widely known that the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, and indeed all trial towers in Huaxia, are mere imitations of the Celestial Tower. It is rumored that they were constructed by powerful individuals who once entered the Celestial Tower, merging the treasures they obtained. Lin Yi never imagined that after conquering the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, he would receive an invitation to the Celestial Tower. This is an opportunity that reaches for the heavens and must not be missed, although it cannot be utilized at present. Once he ascends to the rank of an epic professional, it will serve as a shortcut for his rapid advancement. Thus, with the inventory of treasures from the Jiangcheng Trial Tower complete, Lin Yi finds himself momentarily dazed. Each of these three treasures surpasses the last in value, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. It is time to depart. After a brief pause, Lin Yi takes a deep breath and strides towards the adjacent golden teleportation array. At this moment, in the plaza of the Trial Tower, the night has deepened, yet the crowd remains undispersed. Everyone eagerly anticipates, gazing at the flickering light of the Trial Tower. The hero of Jiangcheng, Lin Yi, is inside the tower receiving his rewards, and they yearn to witness the hero's return. Suddenly, the Trial Tower erupts in brilliant white light. Then, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a youthful figure materializes before the Trial Tower. In an instant, an unprecedented roar of jubilation reverberates through the air. Lin God! Lin God! The thunderous chants envelop the space like a tsunami. The entire city hears this call, aware that Lin Yi has emerged from the Trial Tower. The scene is breathtaking, even figures like Wu Weilong and Xie Bin find themselves momentarily entranced. The collective power of thousands of voices is beyond ordinary imagination. As Lin Yi makes his appearance, he is immediately engulfed by this overwhelming tide of cheers. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he is momentarily taken aback. A surge of exhilaration welled up within him, raising the victor's staff high. A smile radiated from the young man's lips. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the cheers of Jiang City began to gradually subside. Prominent figures observed the youth, enveloped by fervent gazes. Even Hon Boyon could hardly conceal his envy. It is no exaggeration to say that henceforth, Lin Yi shall stand as the most esteemed individual in Jiang City, even surpassing the city lord himself. As the cheers waned, two epic-level titans could no longer contain their excitement and swiftly approached Lin Yi. Who are these two venerable gentlemen? Someone mused. I have been watching, and it seems the city lord holds them in great esteem. Gosh! Even the city lord exhibits such regard. Could they be visitors from White Tiger City? My heavens! Has Lin Shon's renown reached such heights? Indeed, the feat of conquering the Trial Tower had not been heard of in surrounding cities. It was an extraordinary accomplishment. Lin Shon is truly remarkable. Undoubtedly, he is a once-in-a-century supernova in Jiang City. As the crowd witnessed Wu Weilang and Xie Bin advancing towards Lin Yi, murmurs erupted around them. The attention of such formidable figures clearly underscored Lin Yi's achievements. At that moment, Lin Yi was taken aback. Though he did not recognize the two elders, he could sense their extraordinary prowess. Before he could utter a word, the two elders, brimming with impatience, jostled to speak fast, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Greetings, young man. I am Wu Weilang, the Vice President of White Tiger Academy, here specifically for you. Should you choose to join White Tiger Academy, not only will all tuition fees be waived, but you will also receive a generous scholarship. Wu Weilang spoke fast, being an epic-level warrior, while Xie Bin struggled to interject. Lin Yi, I am Xie Bin, the sixth elder of the Mage Association. I trust you are wise enough to understand that the benefits from a vocational academy may be limited for you. As a mage, the Mage Association is undoubtedly a more suitable option than White Tiger Academy. Taken aback, Lin Yi paused. White Tiger Academy. Mage Association. He was somewhat familiar with White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 premier vocational academies in Huaxia affiliated with White Tiger City. Before awakening his talents, joining White Tiger Academy had been his greatest aspiration, for it boasted a formidable faculty, including numerous epic-level professionals, immensely beneficial for mastering vocational skills. It was the dream destination for countless practitioners, and Lin Yi had once shared that dream. As for the Mage Association, to be frank, he knew little about it. Only that it was renowned far and wide. He was aware that it was an organization gathering the top mages, celebrated throughout Huaxia. After all, Lin Yi had only recently become a practitioner, and much information remained elusive to him. Greetings, esteemed elders, Lin Yi politely nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Having just emerged from the trial tower, being approached by 2 unfamiliar individuals with invitations to join their factions naturally raised his suspicions. Who could say what schemes they harbored? The 2 elders were momentarily stunned. This script was unfolding differently than anticipated. Logically, with epic-level warriors personally intervening, the youth should be overwhelmed with excitement. Contemplating which faction to join. How could he remain so composed? In stark contrast, their favor seemed to be falling on deaf ears. The lord of the city, Hon Boyon, fearing an awkward atmosphere, hurriedly exchanged glances with Cheng Batian. Among those present, Cheng Batian was most familiar with Lin Yi, making him the most suitable representative. As Cheng Batian approached, Lin Yi smiled. The eyes of the 2 elders instantly lit up, and they quickly urged. You must explain to this young man that we harbor no ill intentions, we merely wish to extend an invitation to him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Batian felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that both parties sought to recruit Lin Yi, and they had nearly come to blows moments ago. Should he misinterpret the situation and provoke either side, the consequences would be dire. He carefully chose his words and gently stated, Lin Yi. Both Director Wu and Elder Xie are peak epic-level powerhouses. They have come to Junction because you have successfully passed the 26th level of the trial tower, thus earning the qualification of a seed candidate. You need not worry, both gentlemen sincerely invite you to join them. The White Tiger Academy is the dream institution for new professionals, while the Mage Association is equally a revered sanctuary for mages. The choice is entirely yours. Cheng Batian skillfully introduced both sides while highlighting the characteristics of the 2 major factions, ensuring neither would feel slighted. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. It turned out this was all because he had passed the 26th level and earned the seed qualification. This meant they had been waiting for him and had not anticipated his success in clearing the trials. At that moment, Wu Weilong spoke again. I shall call you Lin Yi. Being from Jiangcheng, you certainly understand the significance of the White Tiger Academy. Do not heed Elder Xie's nonsense. Our academy has a comprehensive training program. Should you join us, from this moment until you become an epic professional, we will meticulously plan your required equipment, skills, and even your advancement path. We guarantee you will at least become an epic powerhouse. With your diligence, achieving legendary status is not out of reach. Wu Weilong directly laid out the conditions. Instantly, Hon Boyon and the others gasped in awe, their eyes brimming with envy. All expenses related to reaching the epic level covered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. However, Xie scoffed coldly and waved his hand. The White Tiger Academy is so petty. Let me tell you. Lin Yi, joining the Mage Association means not only having all the resources for epic level advancement at your disposal. When you ascend to the epic level, we will even gift you 2 epic treasures, be it equipment or skills, the choice is yours. Among the many mages in our association, should you wish to collaborate on spells with anyone, just let me know, I can even personally guide you. Moreover, if your profession is merely an ordinary mage, that is of no concern. Once you advance to a golden professional, the association can directly provide you with the hidden class transfer scroll, the elemental mage. What do you say? With Xie proposition, Hon Boyon and the others were further astonished, their hearts filled with envy. This was truly something to covet. Epic treasures. Elemental mage transfer scrolls. My heavens! How utterly enticing. These terms were far more generous than those offered by Wu Weilong. Should Lin Yi accept, he could instantly surpass the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Xie was immensely pleased. It could be said he had laid all his cards on the table. Lin Yi was also somewhat dazed by this sudden attention. Xiebin smiled and said, "Young man, you should now comprehend the disparity between the White Tiger Academy and our Mage Association, correct? What is there left to hesitate about? If you miss this opportunity, there shall be no second chance." Beside him, Wu Weilong was seething with rage, nearly breathing fire. How could they propose even more favorable terms based on his foundation? Was this not a blatant show of dominance? Finally, unable to contain his fury, Wu Weilong shouted, "Old Xie, do you think I am easy to bully? I swear, I will not spare your old bones today." Wu Weilong drew his massive sword, but not before turning to Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Young man, our White Tiger Academy can also provide epic treasures. We can assist you in finding hidden class transfer scrolls. There is no need for you to rush your decision." Xiebin's eyes widened. "Do you think I fear you?" With that, the two epic powerhouses began to grapple. One would strike the other's rear with a sword while the other jabbed with a staff at the side. They pulled each other's beards and tugged at ears, resembling a chaotic brawl in the marketplace. Clearly, both titans were aware of their strength and refrained from using any extraordinary powers, for otherwise the entire plaza would be reduced to rubble. Heavens, what have I witnessed? The two epic figures are actually fighting over Lin Yi. This is quite astonishing. The allure of Lin Yi is evidently immense. The crowd marveled, gaining a more visceral understanding of Lin Yi's extraordinary prowess. He was a man capable of compelling epic figures to lower themselves to contention. The prominent and wealthy individuals of Jiangcheng stood frozen, at a loss. It was Hon Boyon who first regained his composure, quickly embracing his teacher and signaling for others to separate Xiebin. "Teacher, Elder Xie, please cease. If this continues, Lin Yi will surely be frightened away." At that moment, Wu Weilong and Xiebin remained entangled, their beards still in each other's grasp, when they abruptly turned at the sound of Hon Boyon's plea. Indeed, Lin Yi was retreating step by step, a flicker of panic in his eyes. However, Lin Yi was not fearful, he merely wished to avoid this tumultuous fray. Should either of these men become displeased and unleash their abilities, he would be finished in an instant. Upon realizing this, Wu Weilong and Xiebin immediately halted their scuffle, their forms flashing to stand before Lin Yi. "What do you say? Will you join our White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association?" Their eager gazes ignited envy among the onlookers, particularly among the young talents like Hon Feng and Nangong Ling, who wished they could take his place. Lin Yi took a deep breath and posed a crucial question. "Director Wu, Elder Xie, I wish to inquire, if I accept these terms, what price must I pay?" Naturally, Lin Yi was tempted by these conditions. Yet he understood the complexity of the situation. For a moment, both men were at a loss for words, until Xiebin spoke first. "You need not put your life on the line, a talent like you is undoubtedly a treasure for the Mage Association. Before reaching the epic level, you will be required to do nothing. However, thereafter, you will need to complete certain tasks assigned by the Mage Association. Additionally, you must serve in the Mage Association for 50 years, after which the obligations will be considerably relaxed. If you have concerns, there is no need. The association imposes few constraints. Only in critical situations will you be summoned back." Wu Weilong nodded in agreement, noting that the conditions of the White Tiger Academy were similar. Initially, one only needed to focus on enhancing their strength. In the future, one could teach at the academy for 50 years. Yet the curriculum would not consume an excessive amount of time. At crucial moments, one would be summoned to represent the academy, with the remainder of the time left free. Considering the 300-year lifespan of an epic powerhouse, these terms were not unreasonable. Both spoke candidly, for once a contract was signed, it could not be breached. The proper functioning of an organization necessitates rules, capriciousness cannot endure. Indeed, without kinship, no one would willingly cultivate another Ace potential. Lin Yi felt the turmoil within him settle. He did not perceive the terms as unjust. If one could not generate value, what justification existed for expending resources to nurture them? The conditions offered by the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association were undoubtedly alluring, yet held little appeal for him. Lin Yi's abilities far surpassed those of his peers, enabling him to venture into dungeons and secret realms independently, with resources he could secure for himself. Thus, surrendering 50 years of freedom for such resources was decidedly unwise. Moreover, the notion of being forcibly summoned at a crucial juncture, having his fate manipulated by others, was profoundly disconcerting. Once the contract was inked, how easy would it be to contravene it? With this in mind, Lin Yi no longer hesitated, expressing his gratitude to Director Wu and Elder Xie for their kindness. However, he had dreamed since childhood of becoming a free adventurer, and he implored their understanding. As these words left his lips, the room fell into stunned silence. Wu Long and Xie Bin exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. They had anticipated Lin Yi to choose either the White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association, yet he had opted for a complete rejection. Was he out of his mind? In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Yi in disbelief. Such enticing offers, then he had turned them down entirely. What on earth was Lin Yi thinking? For two of the foremost powers to extend their hands simultaneously, anyone else would have eagerly accepted. For Lin Yi, however, freedom reigned supreme. From the questions Lin Yi posed, it became clear to all that he sought to evade constraints. Hongfeng and the others felt a surge of frustration, wishing they could accept this fortuitous opportunity on Lin Yi's behalf. Alas, Wu Long and Xie Bin regarded only Lin Yi, dismissing the others entirely. Hon Boyon and the others were equally taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Lin Yi could forgo such a significant opportunity. This was a direct pathway to the epic tier. Given Lin Yi's extraordinary talent, he was nearly guaranteed to ascend to the epic level, with a substantial chance of touching the legendary realm. The countless years of arduous training he could circumvent by serving an organization for 50 years were trivial in comparison. If they were in his position, they would scarcely have a second option, at most vacillating between the two factions. Only Qing Batian sighed inwardly, having encountered Lin Yi up close. He gleaned insights from their previous interactions. This young man appeared humble and unassuming, yet within him burned an indomitable pride. Such a person, with resolute spirit, would not willingly be subjugated. From the moment Lin Yi posed that question, Qing Batian had an inkling of Lin Yi's ultimate choice. Wu Long and Xie Bin stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Lin Yi. Over the years, they had extended olive branches to other prodigies, many of whom stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi. Yet, none had ever displayed such unwavering resolve in their refusal. They naturally comprehend that Lin Yi's pursuit is freedom. In fact, when compared to the epic lifespan of at least 3 centuries, legends endure for no less than a millennium. 50 years truly pales in significance. The old man has traversed a similar path in his youth. Xie Bin could not refrain from offering counsel, his admiration for this prodigious mage evident. Wu Long added, indeed, the majority of tasks at the White Tiger Academy merely involve instructing disciples, with genuine parole being rather scarce. Lin Yi understood this well and held gratitude for the goodwill expressed by the two. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your kindness. But I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Should I achieve something significant one day, I may consider aligning with a certain force. Beside him, Hon Boyon and the others sighed in disappointment. Although it was Lin Yi's personal choice, they could do little but fret. Little did they know that these seemingly generous offers held no allure for Lin Yi. With his unparalleled talent, he had no need to further his studies at the academy. No matter how exceptional the mentor's teachings, they could not match the pace of his innate abilities. Indeed, it was possible that even the mentor's skills paled in comparison to Lin Yi's level. Moreover, with the arcane scroll in hand, the Mage Association's appeal diminished significantly for him. Lin Yi preferred to freely explore the wilderness and personally experience the wonders of this world. Well then, since you are resolute, I shall not press you. Should your mind change in the future, the Mage Association shall always welcome you. A hint of regret flickered in Xie Bin's eyes as he handed over an ancient parchment, subsequently opening a portal in the void, vanishing in an instant. Wu Old Ghost, you may return on your own. The epic level powerhouse possessed a certain pride. Having reached this point was already a considerable limit. How could he humbly implore a junior to join him? Observing Xie Bin depart alone, Wu Long cast under his breath, realizing that this old fox was vexed with him for previously contending for Lin Yi. Turning back, Wu Long sighed, I share the same sentiment as old Chao. Before the national trials, you are welcome to seek me out. The conditions are negotiable. With that, he too presented a token. In recent years, the White Tiger Academy had waned somewhat, and he genuinely yearned to attract more talents. Fortunately, Lin Yi was ultimately from Jiangcheng. During the national trials, he would still represent the White Tiger's main city. Wu Weilong recalled the purpose of this visit to the seed candidate slots. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Got right. As a reward for your success in passing the 26th level of the trial tower, you have been selected as a seed candidate for the White Tiger main city, allowing you to bypass the main city's professional competition entirely. This is your proof, keep it well." Lin Yi felt somewhat bewildered, holding both Sebin's parchment and Wu Weilong's token and proof in his hands. Upon hearing the news of being a seed candidate, he instantly grasped the significance and could not help but smile. He had anticipated this with the reawakening of the world maging. This cohort of awakened professionals would encounter an unprecedented grand event. The Jiangqing trials were merely the beginning. The elite would continue to participate in the main city's professional competition, followed by the national trials. This upcoming national trial promised exceptionally generous rewards, with the Elder Council even offering legendary and semi-divine treasures. Lin Yi's status as a seed candidate, granting him direct access to the national trials, was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. It is said that the outstanding individuals from the national trials will represent the nation and compete against the prodigies of the other 4 countries. Rumors suggest that this contest among the gifted may even determine the fate of the nation. Lin Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, thanking Din Wu. Wu Weilong waved his hand, indicating that the primary objective of their meeting had been achieved. Discovering Lin Yi's talent was merely an unexpected bonus. In 2 weeks, the grand event of the Professional Practitioners Tournament in the main city will commence. Although your personal participation is not required, the ranking battles among the seed players hold significant importance. Should you excel and secure a leading position, you will possess a considerable advantage in the national trials. This is something you must remember. Lin Yi readily acknowledged this, saying, "All right. I will remember." Wu Weilong sighed lightly, remarking that perhaps not joining the White Tiger Academy might actually be a blessing. If you can distinguish yourself in the national trials and become a shining star in the eyes of the masses, resources will certainly not be in short supply. Do your best. I look forward to your performance. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude in his heart, nodding earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance, Din Wu." "Very well. Until we meet again in the White Tiger main city," he added. "Shohon, I shall take my leave now. Why haven't you come to see me in the White Tiger main city? You make me come looking for you." Wu Weilong feigned anger, lightly kicking Hon Boyon's backside, clearly venting his frustration over Lin Yi's refusal. Hon Boyon could only smile helplessly. "Teacher, I will see you off." "No need, at your leisurely pace. Bring the little one along in a few days, and I will personally train him." With that, Wu Weilong's figure vanished in an instant. Truly, he was an epic powerhouse. Even as a warrior, he possessed mysterious means of teleportation. In a heartbeat, the 2 epic beings who had previously vied for Lin Yi's attention disappeared without a trace, leaving the surrounding crowd in a daze. Lin Yi remained unfazed, while the onlookers expressed a tinge of regret in their gazes directed at him. Hon Boyon hesitated to speak but ultimately chose silence, for this was Lin Yi's own decision. Moments later, Hon Boyon reaffixed his smile, saying, "Lin Yi, you have not only shattered the record of Jiang City but have also cleared the entire challenge, undeniably claiming the title of Jiang City's foremost individual." He then turned to face the hundreds of thousands of spectators, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I announce the triumphant conclusion of the Jiang City trials. We shall now present rewards to the top 3 teams. Lin Yi's team held the first position, Hon Feng's team secured second, and Gao Jipeng's team came in third." Under the gaze of the multitude, they ascended the podium that had long been prepared, with nearly all eyes fixated on Lin Yi, rendering the others mere embellishments. Typically, Hon Feng, who had reached the 22nd level, would have garnered countless cheers, yet in the radiance of Lin Yi, he appeared dimmed. The projection crystal captured this moment. And for a considerable time to come, Lin Yi's name would undoubtedly soar to the pinnacle of popularity. However, what delighted Lin Yi the most were the 2 epic grade treasures. Examining the ring and the runes in his hand, Lin Yi began to study them intently. Ring of early grade epic attributes, Spirit 5600, Mana 120,000. With spell life still 10. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was incredibly powerful. He had initially believed that an epic ring could only be worn by silver tier practitioners at the very least. To his astonishment, he discovered that the epic equipment could be donned at merely level 30, which was utterly incredible. He continued to scrutinize the next treasure, fixed teleportation rune, grade, epic attributes, capable of securing a location for instantaneous teleportation within a vast range. Impervious to any damage upon use, with a cooldown period of 5 days. A permanent teleportation rune. Lin Yi's heart soared with joy. Indeed, the Jiangcheng had spared no expense. And the first prize carried immense significance. For Lin Yi, this teleportation rune was exceptionally practical. Establishing a teleportation point at home would allow him to return effortlessly from future outdoor adventures, saving an abundance of time. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced. What a life-saving artifact. Shortly thereafter, all ceremonies concluded in succession. The night had deepened, and many processes were handled with simplicity. The audience gradually dispersed, marking the official end of the Jiangcheng trials. Lin Yi felt completely at ease, his body and mind weary from over 10 hours of intense competition and commemorative photographs. At last, everything settled into place. Hon Boyon honestly reminded him, Lin Yi, that I will notify you when the main city's professional competition commences. In the meantime, strive to level up once or twice more to excel in the seed ranking matches. Half a month later, Hon Feng, Gao Jipeng, and others would proceed to participate in the preliminary rounds for the White Tiger main city professionals, personally escorted by Hon Boyon. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi was currently level 28. It seemed improbable for him to ascend to a silver professional within half a month. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had quietly reached level 30. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, refraining from revealing that he was on the verge of completing his promotion task. Lu Wanqing blushed, shyly saying, Lin Yi, see you tomorrow. Cheng Moqing playfully added, Lin Yi, I'll come over to your house for a meal tomorrow. All right. Lin Yi nodded lightly in agreement. Cheng Batian and Lu Jioliang grinned broadly, telling Lin Yi, young lad, tomorrow you'll receive a surprise. Muqing and Wanqing will bring it on my behalf. The promised platinum equipment from the Gao family was en route and would arrive the following day. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Well, I shall await it eagerly. Thank you, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Lu. Having grown more familiar with Lu Jioliang during the award presentation, Lin Yi, after socializing with everyone, approached the ever-patient young maid, feeling a warm surge in his heart. No matter the time, his mother was always the one silently accompanying him. Shao Yi, I am so proud of you. Young Mei's eyes glistened with tears. Her excitement today surpassing that of the past several decades. It was even more intense than when she was in love with Lin Shannon years ago. Lin Yi was overjoyed. No amount of admiration from the outside world could compare to his mother's affirmation. Let us go home. MHM. Subsequently, the two boarded the special vehicle arranged by the Lord's mansion, which slowly departed. During the ride, young Mei incessantly recounted the praises Lin Yi received from everyone today. Her delight surpassing that of receiving compliments for herself. Lin Yi listened with a cheerful demeanor, his heart enveloped in tranquility. This was precisely the familial love he wished to protect. He chose not to broach past uncertainties at this moment, deeming it not the optimal time. Tomorrow would suffice for such inquiries, it was not too late. The following day, in the early morning, sunlight streamed through the glass window into the bedroom, gently awakening Lin Yi. Having relocated here, though merely for 2 fleeting days, he has swiftly acclimated to his new abode. Lin Yi opened his eyes, basking in an unprecedented sense of comfort. Yesterday, he had ascended 30 levels in the Jiangcheng Trial Tower, enduring a tremendous strain on both his physical and mental faculties. At this moment, a deeply relaxing slumber had rejuvenated his body and spirit. Shall Yi, come and have breakfast? With the sound of Lin Yi rising, a gentle call from young Mei floated in from outside the door. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, a delightful aroma wafting into his nostrils. His eyes brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Since the elevation of their living standards, both eggs and pork had ceased to be mere discounted items in the supermarket. These were specially sourced ingredients provided by the family, both delectable and rich in nutrition. He took a bite of the crispy yet tender fried egg, while his other hand expertly sprinkled chili powder and cumin on the roasted meat. Delicious. Young Mei's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she chuckled softly, slow down, dear. Don't choke. And remember to drink the fresh milk that Muqing brought the day before yesterday, don't forget. Lin Yi nodded and began to relish his breakfast. The two engaged in occasional light conversation, mostly young Mei recounting Lin Yi's valiant exploits in the trial tower the previous day. Upon waking, the city celebrated the golden rain spectacle from yesterday, with numerous businesses seizing the opportunity to offer discounts. There were even proposals to designate that day as a unique city festival for Jiangcheng. The citizens referred to it as Miracle Day, and relevant motions were being prepared. Young Mei's gaze brimmed with pride. Any mother would feel immense joy when faced with such an exceptional child. You'd best not venture out today, lest you be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. Also, Wen Qing and Mu Qing will be coming over shortly for lunch, Young Mei advised with a smile, before slowly taking the dishes to the kitchen. The sound of water splashing accompanied Young Mei's slightly heavy voice. Shao Yi, your mother promised that once you achieved first place in Jiangcheng, I would reveal the truth of the past. You have accomplished that, and naturally, I shall not go back on my word. Young Mei had long sensed Lin Yi's hesitation, and seizing this moment, she chose to unveil the mystery. Her previous silence had been rooted in concern for Lin Yi's safety. However, the series of remarkable feats he achieved yesterday proved his strength had become formidable enough to impress even epic champions. Promise me, no matter what you do, always think twice and refrain from acting impulsively. Lin Yi was taken aback, not expecting Young Mei to broach this subject. He nodded earnestly, assuring Mom, you know me well enough, don't you? I would never act recklessly without absolute confidence. Young Mei took a deep breath. One of the reasons she was willing to confide in Lin Yi was his maturity and steadiness that surpassed that of his peers. It was the Blood Kill Tower. The ones who invaded our home back then were members of the Blood Kill Tower. It was a certain deep night, 6 months after your father had left. I was pregnant with you, and your grandmother was taking care of me. Suddenly, several individuals donned in blood-red masks and cloaked in crimson burst in. Their presence was formidable. They disregarded us and searched the house frantically. Young Mei found herself engulfed in reminiscence, her body trembling slightly, her gaze betraying a hint of terror. The home was in disarray. Initially, I was oblivious to what they were seeking. It was only when I overheard them mention a scroll that I realized they were searching for the belongings your father had left for you. At that moment, I understood that your father might have encountered grave danger. Fortunately, I had concealed it so well that no one was aware of its existence. They even contemplated resorting to violence against us, yet it seemed some unseen force thwarted their intentions, compelling them to depart quietly. As Young Mei's narrative flowed more freely, the fear in her eyes gradually dissipated. She turned and retrieved a scroll from the room. At that time, I knew not their identities, but my memory was sharp enough to note the insignia on their garments. I later discerned that the blood-red mask and cloak were the emblems of the Blood Slaughter Tower. Lin Yi's spirit surged as he accepted the scroll. Upon it, the mask, drenched in crimson, bore intricate, serrated engravings. I distinctly recalled the leader. On the back of his blood-red cloak was a fearsome tiger emblem. He was likely one of the 5-star assassins of the Blood Slaughter Tower. Though I could not pinpoint his exact identity. Once Young Mei recounted everything, her weight seemed lifted from her heart. For years, since the passing of Lin Yi's grandmother, these secrets had burdened her. Now, she could finally unburden herself. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the blood-red mask and cloak in the painting, his eyes brimming with a lethal intent. To treat one's own mother in such a manner was utterly unforgivable. Had it not been for the unknown force that halted those assassins at the last moment, his own safe birth might have been in jeopardy. The Blood Slaughter Tower, a renowned underground organization in Huaxia, specializes in assassination. Its scale and influence rival, if not surpass, that of the Mage Association. The majority of its members are assassins. Yet it also includes practitioners of various other lethal trades. The Blood Slaughter Tower accepts all manner of bounty tasks without refusal. There are two possibilities. Firstly, someone might be concealing their identity by commissioning the Blood Slaughter Tower. That mastermind is the most despicable, likely harboring an inextricable connection to my father. Secondly, if the Blood Slaughter Tower itself is responsible, then the resolution would be more direct. I shall personally uproot the Blood Slaughter Tower in the future. Mother, do not worry. I shall take care of everything. Such occurrences shall not be repeated. Lin Yi then tempered his murderous intent and shifted the conversation to mundane matters, striving to foster a light-hearted atmosphere. Time swiftly passed, then before long, it was nearly noon. Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing arrived as promised. And they apologized for the intrusion. Lu Wanqing expressed her customary politeness. Cheng Muqing, with her vivacious demeanor, chirped, "And I'm here to mooch a meal again." Faced with these two charming and distinctly different girls, young Mei's eyes sparkled with joy. Clearly, both girls harbored a fondness for Lin Yi. And having them as potential daughters-in-law would be most delightful. Come in, Wanqing, Muqing. It's enough that you are here. You needn't have brought so many gifts. Young Mei welcomed the two with a beaming smile, and Lin Yi stood by, equally grinning. Throughout his school life, he seldom had friends with whom he could share his heart. Wang Dong was perhaps the only classmate he could converse with comfortably, let alone invite home. Cheng Muqing blinked her eyes playfully and inquired, "May I interview our genius Lin Yi? How do you feel about conquering the trial tower?" Lu Wanqing appeared more reserved. Her gaze quietly fixed on Lin Yi. He shrugged lightly, stating it was exceedingly simple, lacking any challenge. This pretentious response momentarily left the two girls speechless. They had anticipated a touch of humility, yet he remained so composed and unflustered. Giggling, the two girls could not contain their laughter. Much to the delight of young Mei in the kitchen, Lin Yi smiled and invited the girls to join him in casual conversation. Upon learning that Hong Fong would soon embark on a journey to White Tiger City, he expressed mild surprise, though it did not concern him greatly. After all, his path diverged from that of others. Lu Wanqing continued, "Tomorrow we shall also depart for White Tiger Academy to further our studies. I hope to have the opportunity to stand out in the professional competition in the main city." Despite having traversed the 29th level of the trial tower alongside Lin Yi, the tower employed a more precise evaluation mechanism to prevent unearned victories. Consequently, although Lu Wanqing and her companion had secured eligibility to compete, they were not seeded contenders like Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, saying, "Work hard at White Tiger Academy and strive to surpass the bronze level. Come closer to my standards." The cheeks of the two girls flashed with warmth simultaneously. After chatting for a while, seeing Lin Yi remain so composed, Cheng Muqing could not help but complain, "How boring. Aren't you at all curious about the surprise my father has prepared for you?" Lin Yi laughed heartily. He had long seen through their little scheme. Intentionally refraining from asking, it was Cheng Muqing who grew anxious. "Do tell," he urged. Cheng Muqing, realizing her teasing had failed, pouted and retrieved a ring from her storage bracelet. Lu Wanqing soon followed suit, producing a ring of her own. "Yesterday, the head of the Gao family made a bet with my father and Uncle Cheng." Lin Yi expressed his astonishment. The Gao family must have suffered a significant loss, having been defeated by me and losing 6 lord pets, along with 4 pieces of platinum equipment. He graciously accepted the gifts from both families, casually taking the rings. One was silver white, the other a fiery red, resembling a pear. Frost ring, grade platinum attributes, spirit 4200 with the skill Frost Heart upon activation. Ice magic damage increases by 30, lava ring, grade platinum attributes, spirit 4200 with the skill Lava Heart upon activation. Fire magic damage increases by 30. Don't you think these rings serve as proof that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Lu have sold you to me?" Lin Yi's blunt words caused even the vivacious Cheng Muqing to blush. The two girls scampered towards the kitchen like startled rabbits, while Lin Yi laughed heartily behind them. It seemed that being surrounded by two beauties was indeed a delightful choice. Throughout the lunch, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wanqing dared not meet Lin Yi's gaze directly. Nevertheless, the overall atmosphere remained harmonious, and young Mei grew increasingly fond of the two young ladies. "Do come often to visit me, dear." She smiled as she bid them farewell after lunch before they had to return and prepare their belongings for the journey to White Tiger City the next day. Lin Yi stretched lazily and subsequently stepped outside. His schedule for the day was packed, and he first donned a hermit's mask for precaution before heading to the Cheng family. Primarily, two matters required attention. First and foremost, Lin Yi entrusted Cheng Batian to discreetly dispatch guards to protect his mother. Despite his burgeoning fame following the trials at Jiangcheng, the potential for peril remained, and the protection from the Cheng family was undoubtedly secure. Secondly, he requested Cheng Batian's assistance in gathering intelligence regarding the Blood-Kill Tower. Although it was somewhat premature, it was always prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. Cheng Batian, without further inquiry, had already regarded Lin Yi as a future son-in-law, irrevocably intertwining the fate of the Cheng family with Lin Yi's own. After departing from the Qing family, Lin Yi proceeded to the Lu family, securing the same agreement, which Lu Jioliang readily accepted. With these arrangements finalized, a weight lifted from Lin Yi's heart. He could now ascend to the rank of a silver-tier professional without any lingering concerns. Without hesitation, he immediately set forth towards the promotion stone tablet in Jiangcheng. Advancing to silver status differed from that of black iron or bronze. In addition to the usual requirements, one must complete specific promotion tasks. This was a trial set forth by the world will, a test for human professionals. Early human professionals held no significant advantage over the monsters. To be frank, humanity triumphed over lower-tier monsters primarily due to their intelligence and skills. However, once one stepped into the realm of silver, the world will would bestow upon them the silver aura. The effects of the silver aura varied across different professions. Some would find their vitality multiplied. Others would experience a surge in magical energy, then certain skills would inflict devastating damage. Consequently, silver-tier professionals became a distinguished elite within humanity. Yet, the path of metamorphosis was fraught with challenges. The world will establish trials for ascending to silver status. Upon fulfilling the other three conditions, one could receive their task at the promotion stone tablet. Completing the task would secure advancement under the aegis of the world will. Lin Yi swiftly made his way towards the promotion tablet, donning his mask of a recluse. Before long, he arrived at the plaza of the promotion tablet. A colossal stone tablet loomed before him, intricately engraved with elaborate totems, radiating with a golden luminescence. There was no need for physical contact. A mere communion of the mind sufficed. Should the professionals' experience and skill levels meet the criteria, they could accept the silver promotion task. Would he like to accept it immediately? Without hesitation, Lin Yi affirmed his acceptance. However, in the next moment, instead of the anticipated announcement of the task, a query arose. Detection indicates that the professional possesses the platinum artifact, the Wind Spirit card. Promotion task has been altered. Completing this special promotion task will yield a more formidable silver aura. Do you agree to this change? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. But soon his eyes sparkled with ecstasy. He had encountered a special promotion task. Textbooks recorded that certain individuals possessed extraordinary fortune. During their promotion, they would attract special attention from the world will, resulting in the regular promotion task being supplanted by a special one. The difficulty would increase dramatically. Yet the rewards would be immensely bountiful. The aura granted upon ascending to silver would be even more potent, while others might receive a single enhancement. One could potentially attain dual or even triple bonuses. For Lin Yi, the difficulty had never been a deterrent. He resolutely declared, I choose to accept the task change. The professional opted for the altered promotion task, which was delivered, the redemption of the wind spirits. Within the soul-breaking mountains, a group of wind spirits now found themselves in dire straits. Rescuing them and earning their recognition would complete the task. The redemption of the wind spirits. Gaining the favor of the wind spirit. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Yi as he recalled the treasure at the tier of the spirit, which he had acquired after vanquishing the Blood Wolf mercenary group. It would expedite his comprehension of wind-based skills. However, of greater significance to Lin Yi was the affection he had garnered from the wind spirit. Fortuitously, he had not disposed of it. The immediate task at hand was to seek out clues regarding the wind spirit, and he had previously enlisted Brother Jiang and Uncle Cheng to remain vigilant for any developments. If the Blood Wolves could encounter the wind spirit on the outskirts of the soul-severing mountains, it should not pose a challenge to locate it. Patience was key. Lin Yi remained cautious, aware that this special promotion quest was fraught with both opportunities and risks. Comprehensive intelligence gathering was essential, for rash actions would only lead to his own demise. While ordinary individuals might require months or even years to accomplish standard promotion quests with no guarantee of success, he was prepared for the time investment. Departing from the promotion monument, Lin Yi turned toward the Wanbao Pavilion. This time, he would upgrade his equipment comprehensively, selling off his old gear to procure skill books and other supplies essential for his ascension to silver rank. Moreover, he needed to gather materials for his impending expedition to the soul-severing mountains, which included tracking powder, healing potions, and disposable protective formations. The Wanbao Pavilion in Jiang City was far more luxurious than its counterpart in Wulong Town. The golden dragon sculpture at the entrance appeared vividly lifelike. As if it was soaring and roaring, leaving Lin Yi in awe. Upon receiving the news, Jiangfu awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. After ensuring no one was around, he hurriedly ushered Lin Yi into a private room. Little brother, you are truly extraordinary. Not only have you shattered the historical record of Jiang City, but you also conquered the entire trial tower. I was present yesterday, and it left my blood boiling with excitement. Jiangfu's eyes gleamed with admiration. He felt fortunate to have invested in Lin Yi back in Wulong Town, otherwise, how could he have swiftly ascended to the second highest position in Jiang City? Last night, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion returned and, upon learning of Jiangfu's relationship with Lin Yi, directly promoted him to the second in command, specifically to serve Lin Yi. It was clear that, if this momentum continued, it would merely be a matter of time before Lin Yi ascended to the highest position. Lin Yi was undoubtedly Jiangfu's benefactor. Hearing Jiangfu's genuine admiration, Lin Yi responded with a smile. Brother Jiang, you overestimate me, that I merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Jiangfu's eyes brimmed with appreciation, declaring, without a doubt, to call you my brother Lin is a fortune for me. All that I am today is due to your light. He recognized his place, firmly clinging to Lin Yi's coattails. This individual was destined to become a legendary powerhouse, perhaps even divine. Jiangfu continued to express his allegiance. Do not hesitate. Whenever you require assistance, merely say the word. He added, the card I previously gave you. This time I used my highest authority to apply for the Black Gold Dragon card. Not only does it grant an 80% discount on purchases, but it also allows for an overdraft of 1 billion Huaxia coins. Furthermore, you will enjoy the confidentiality of information at Wanbao Pavilion. No intelligence concerning you will be sold henceforth. As a businessman, Jiangfu was unwaveringly serious. Each benefit of the Black Gold Dragon card left Lin Yi astounded. What he valued most was undoubtedly the final point: Wanbao Pavilion would cease selling any information regarding him. Moreover, Jiangfu added, there is one more matter. Earlier, did I not ask for your assistance in tracing the whereabouts of the wind spirit? I have just been promoted to deputy director and have utilized my authority to investigate. We have received some news. In this moment, Lin Yi was genuinely exhilarated. Initially intending to gather some information, he was unexpectedly presented with a lead by Jiangfu. Whereabouts of the wind spirit. Observing this, Jiangfu felt assured, as it seemed he had made the right move. There had been reports of an elven squad encountering conflict near Camp 88 of the Soul-Severing Mountains. Then I have managed to procure samples of their blood and hair. With this, Jiangfu produced a transparent crystal box from his side. Inside, the azure blood and dark green hair exuded a potent essence of wind elemental power. Lin Yi took it, his mind already conjuring various strategies to track the wind spirit. The most direct approach was, of course, magic. Just as he was about to inquire, Jiangfu cheerfully revealed a skill book. This tome, a tracking art, required merely a small amount of blood and hair to ascertain the general location of the target. If you need it, Brother Lin, feel free to take it. A warmth spread through Lin Yi's heart, and his appreciation for Jiangfu deepened. Having such a considerate assistant was indeed a blessing. He believed that the skill book should not be taken without offering something in return. And he happened to have a batch of equipment he needed to dispose of. While not extraordinarily wealthy, Lin Yi's assets were certainly commendable. He solemnly stored away the tracking art along with the wind spirit's blood and hair, resolved to act swiftly to avoid missing this lead on the wind spirit. This was crucial to his promotion task, leaving no room for error. Without further pleasantries, Lin Yi promptly retrieved various pieces of equipment from the winner's pendant, including the once renowned Netherworld robe. Are you planning to sell this entire batch? Jiangfu's arm trembled slightly, noticing that among them were not just golden items, but also a fair share of silver ones, representing a considerable fortune. Brother Lin, are you in such a hurry to part with them? Lin Yi felt a tad puzzled and gently shook his head. Jiangfu spoke rapidly, it's best not to rush. You may not realize the impact you wield. The Netherworld robe and such gear symbolize your identity as the Shadow Demon Lord, truly unique. I plan to host an auction in Jiang City. It will surely fetch an astonishing price. Perhaps you might even exchange it for epic gear. The prospect of golden gear selling for epic prices seemed unbelievable. Yet it was indeed the celebrity effect. As a once-in-a-century genius of Jiang City, people would be inclined to pay handsomely for it. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. And he immediately nodded. Brother, handle it as you see fit, and please prepare some silver spells for me. I will select them leisurely later. One more thing. Please investigate any intelligence regarding the blood-killing tower. Jiangfu's spirit jolted, and he nodded. I will keep an eye out and discreetly inquire during my meetings with the high-ranking officials of other cities in a few days, ensuring your whereabouts remain undisclosed. Lin Yi nodded. The expenses will be covered by the equipment I sell. There's no need to rush. Take your time. The two exchanged no further words. As wise men inherently understood their course of action. Subsequently, Lin Yi quietly departed after purchasing some outdoor exploration supplies from Jiangfu. Before embarking on his journey to the soul-severing mountains, he needed to return home. Unbeknownst to him, Jiangfu's role seemed to gradually evolve into that of a loyal retainer. Should Lin Yi establish a family and power in the future, Jiangfu would undoubtedly be among the first to follow. Just as Lin Yi prepared to head towards the soul-severing mountains. In a luxurious manor situated in Jiangcheng. Though lacking the profound heritage of Chengjia's Wang, it equally radiates opulence, reflecting the owner's wealth and status. It is essential to acknowledge that not every individual belonging to a prestigious profession can establish such a grand estate. At this moment, the members of the Li family trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word, as the oppressive atmosphere instilled unease in their hearts. Li Jun sat at the head of the table, his face etched with sorrow. Just yesterday, his only son tragically lost his life within the trial tower. A calamity that struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in emotional torment. Although his son, Kwanga, possessed a mischievous nature and mediocre abilities, the treasures he bestowed upon him were sufficient for self-preservation, thus it was inconceivable that he could perish within the trial tower. While it was true that trials had proven fatal for some in the past, these were primarily impoverished commoners. It was exceedingly rare for a noble scion to meet such a fate. There must be foul play involved. Someone has murdered Kwanga. A fierce glint flickered in Li Jun's eyes. Have we investigated everyone who had any conflicts with Kwanga in the past month? The steward beside him trembled, swallowing hard, and replied that Kwanga had encountered friction with 80 individuals over the last month. However, most of these conflicts were mere verbal disputes, and the number of individuals capable of slaying the young master was scant. Yet, one individual raised suspicion. Who? Li Jun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Lin Yi. The Lin Yi who shattered records yesterday. Indeed, witnesses reported that prior to entering the trial tower, Lin Yi had a confrontation with the young master. Lin Yi even resorted to using spells to attack him, seemingly provoked by an insult to his mother. Presently, Lin Yi appears to be the prime suspect, possessing both the capability and motive. Li Jun pronounced each word with deliberation. Very well, continue the investigation. If it truly is him, even if he is a hero of Jiangcheng, I shall ensure he pays the price. He ordered the steward to procure intelligence regarding Lin Yi from the Wanbao pavilion. The steward, appearing troubled, reluctantly stated that they had already visited that morning, but the Wanbao pavilion refused to sell any information. Li Jun narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before instructing, then enlist the blood-killing building. Have them track Lin Yi's whereabouts. Some matters are too delicate for me to handle directly. But if carried out by the assassins of the blood-killing building, there will be fewer reservations. At this moment, Lin Yi remained unaware that he had become the target of Li Jun's scrutiny. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely not be overly concerned. From the instant he took Kwanga's life, he anticipated an inevitable clash with this golden profession, which prompted him to seek protection for his mother from the Cheng family. After bidding farewell to young Mei, Lin Yi proceeded directly to the soul-severing mountains. Seated upon the broad back of the dragon, the biting wind was mitigated by Shaojin, creating a sensation akin to being in a tranquil harbor. The blood and hair of the wind spirit obtained from Jiangfu exuded an aura of wind power, carrying even a hint of an unusual fragrance. It is said that spirits hail from other realms, all female, propagating through the spirit mother tree. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Wind spirits are adept at manipulating wind elements, naturally gifted archers and mages. This time, in addition to completing the promotion task, acquiring treasures would be a delightful surprise. This world is inhabited by humans from 5 great nations, including Huaxia. Furthermore, numerous intelligent races exist, among which are formidable beings such as elves, gnomes, dwarves, dragons, and orcs. These races are remnants scattered across the lands from the fusion of two realms, their relationships with the five nations intricately complex, far beyond simple explanation. If this grand world truly resembles the legends, with realms merging and deities descending, what spectacle might it unveil? Lin Yi let out a soft sigh. Then set aside his musings. Those thoughts were too distant before the world had fully merged. He needed to amass sufficient strength to confront the unknown crisis ahead. He then examined the description of the tracking technique. Tracking technique by utilizing the blood or other related substances of the target organism. One can trace its trajectory within a maximum range of 1 kilometer with the target's level not exceeding 50. The 30-level tracking technique had significantly enhanced its capabilities, greatly increasing both the tracking distance and the upper limit of target levels. Lin Yi was confident he would find the traces of the wind spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Yi directed the azure blood in his hand to cast the spell. A wisp of faint light rippled, gradually forming a delicate shadow, revealing a vague path in the air. Shaojin, follow closely. With a gentle chirp, Shaojin flapped its wings, accelerating once more. Lin Yi closed his eyes to meditate, retaining only a sliver of spiritual awareness to observe his surroundings. Deep within the Soul Render Mountains, Lina gasped for breath, her long hair disheveled, and her alluring leather armor now torn, added to her charm. Her pointed ears and the azure glimmer in her eyes unmistakably revealed her identity as a wind spirit. Yet at that moment, Lina's face was etched with worry. A group of 5 had emerged from the tribe, and now she stood alone. Was the prophecy of the high priest truly accurate? Was the hope of our wind spirit tribe genuinely reliant upon that human in the direction indicated? Why were the humans I encountered either insatiably greedy, attempting to capture us, or utterly indifferent to our tokens? Lina's confidence began to waver. She had embarked on this journey in obedience to the Elven priestess's mission, yet she faced repeated setbacks. 4 companions had either fallen to human hunters or met their demise at the jaws of beasts within the Soul Render Mountains. Witnessing her companions perish helplessly filled her with anguish. No, the high priest's prophecy cannot be wrong. I must find that human, he is our savior. With gritted teeth, Lina regained her resolve. A hissing sound echoed behind her, and fear flickered in her eyes. Drawing her azure glass longbow, she released an arrow that soared through the air, and without hesitation, she fled forward with agility. As a naturally gifted elven archer, Lina's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. How infuriating! If it weren't for the corruption of the elven mother tree, causing my powers to diminish to level 30, how could I possibly be outmatched by these monsters? In her frantic escape, Lina occasionally glanced back. She saw a spider, the size of a man, rapidly pursuing her, leaping through the underbrush with astonishing speed. The level 28 venomous black-striped spider was formidable enough. But the real threat lay in the group of spiders, nearly 10 elite black-striped spiders of level 30, which bore down on her, intensifying her anxiety. Not to mention, at the rear of the spider horde, the howling level 30 purple lord beast, a venomous black-striped spider, made her complexion blanch. This was an adversary she would have approached with caution even at her peak. Despair surged within Lina, and her heart cried out, "Damn it. My mission is not yet complete, I cannot perish." Whoosh! A sharp strand of silk whizzed past, and Lina instinctively sidestepped, a fresh scar appearing on her pale face. Hauntingly beautiful. If this continued, she would inevitably become a delicacy in the spider's maw. What should I do? What am I to do? Great elven deity, please grant me insight and guide your humble follower. Lina, on the brink of despair, began to beseech the deities. It is worth noting that since her arrival in this new world, miracles had not graced the land for a century. Whoosh! Another volley of swift arrows pierced the air, obstructing her pursuers. The azure power of the wind enveloped her, hastening the cooldown of her abilities and instantly augmenting her speed. She was on the verge of escaping her foes. A smile blossomed on her face, only to freeze in an instant. Ahead, the enormous black spiders emerged from the thicket, unmistakably visible. Somehow, a swarm of black patterned spiders had circled around to block her path. Lina's heart plummeted into despair. It was over. Her eyes brimmed with desolation as she could only witness the ominous congregation of spiders closing in on her. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar erupted in her ears. Instinctively, she looked skyward, her azure eyes narrowing in shock and fear. Above, a figure radiating golden light came into view. Its massive form, sharp claws, and dragon horns, along with a tail lined with barbs, was unmistakable. A holy dragon. The Soulbreaker Mountains concealed a holy dragon. This was dire. It was approaching her. Fear surged through Lina like a chilling tide. Yet, in the next instant, her expression froze, her beautiful azure eyes filled with incredulity. For upon the back of that golden holy dragon stood a human. She rubbed her eyes to confirm it was not an illusion. How could the pride of the holy dragon allow a mortal to ride upon its back? The only explanation was that this individual must be the dragon's master. Lina speculated silently, the dragon rider. Suddenly, the wooden compass in her arms, akin to a guiding star, began to tremble violently. And a look of ecstatic joy spread across Lina's face. It was the human prophesied by the high priest. Just as she was about to call out in excitement, fear surged back into her heart. In that moment of distraction, the black patterned spiders surged forth like a tide, ready to engulf her. No. The plunge from hope to despair nearly shattered her. Boom. At that precise moment, the holy dragon's roar, accompanied by a fierce wind, forced her eyes shut. Violet fire meteor. A massive crimson meteor deftly circumvented the wind spirit, incinerating the surrounding venomous black pattern spiders into ashes. These mere level 28 creatures were no match for Lin Yi. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, if this wind spirit encountered misfortune, his promotion task would be delayed once more. Hey, foolish spirit, hurry up. Lin Yi urged. Observing Lina, who stood motionless, seemingly awaiting her fate. Despite the ethereal beauty and striking figure of the spirit before him, why was she so dawdling? Lina opened her eyes to behold the resplendent holy dragon. The youth upon its back, extraordinarily handsome, was beckoning to her. She was taken aback. Could there truly exist such a stunning human? In an instant, Lina leaped forward, grasping Lin Yi's hand, and ascended onto the dragon's back. Little Gold spread its wings and soared high, leaving a trail of sharp spider silk in its wake. These foolish venomous black pattern spiders dared to attack even in the presence of the holy dragon. Little Gold, deal with them, Lin Yi said lazily, turning his gaze to Lina. His eyes filled with delight. The wind spirit had finally been found. Lina stealthily observed the human youth, realizing that he was not a dragon knight, but rather a mage. A dashing mage commanding a sacred dragon. Could he be the one the high priest sought? A ripple stirred within her, this image perfectly aligned with her envisioned hero. Sensing the presence of the sacred dragon beneath her, Lina dared not delay. The formidable venomous spider queen stood no chance and was swiftly vanquished. Esteemed mage, I am Lina. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Lina placed her hands together, performing the highest greeting of the elven race, for he was her savior. Lin Yi smiled in response, no need for formalities. I happen to be passing by, you may call me Lin Yi. He pondered how to naturally present the elven insignia he held. After all, this was the real world, far more complex than a mere game. Gaining the trust of the wind elves was paramount, without it, he might not even be able to approach his objectives. Though rescuing the wind elf was a promising start, he needed to tread carefully. However, Lin Yi soon realized his worries were unfounded. The elven maiden before him suddenly knelt at his feet. Lord Lin Yi, please save our wind elf tribe. The young elf's sincerity was evident in her earnest expression. Taken aback, Lin Yi wondered if the wind elves truly recognized him. Lina, are you mistaken? Aside from the 2 elven artifacts I possess, I have never interacted with elves. Lina shook her head vigorously. No, Lord Lin Yi, I am not mistaken. You are the prophesied savior of our race, foretold by the high priest. Look, this is the insignia given to me by the priest. It has been vibrating since I laid eyes upon you. It cannot be wrong, please, save us. Lina was overwhelmed with emotion. Her fair skin shimmering in the sunlight as she bowed deeply. Lin Yi nodded slightly, contemplating her words, and began to piece together the puzzle. So, the wind elves were unaware that the world will had assigned me a promotion task. They recognized me due to the high priest's prophecy. This revelation opened a realm of possibilities, perhaps he could reap additional rewards. A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as he offered a warm smile to the young elf. Lina, please rise. If possible, take me to meet your high priest. I also have matters to attend to within the Wind Elf tribe. If I can assist, I shall not hesitate. If he could complete his promotion task while simultaneously securing extra rewards from the Wind Elves, that would be splendid. Lord Lin Yi, with your ability to command the sacred dragon, you will undoubtedly succeed. Tears of excitement sparkled in Lina's eyes. After days of searching, she finally returned with hope. At that moment, the little Jin was engaged in battle with the venomous Spider Queen. Lin Yi chuckled, "All right, little Jin, enough playing around, finish it off." With a roar, little Jin unleashed a radiant golden light from its maw. In the next instant, a devastating breath of dragon fire erupted forth, instantaneously slaying the venomous Spider Queen. A level 30 purple lord monster, a creature capable of instilling despair in others, yet before the sacred dragon little Jin, Lin Yi need not lift a finger. Upon picking up the two fallen pieces of silver equipment, Lin Yi cast a cursory glance before tossing them into the pendant. For him now, silver gear held little allure. "Lina, lead the way." "All right." The elven maiden was brimming with excitement. Whether from the hope of finding her kin or the thrill of riding the sacred dragon for the first time. As they journeyed, the two engaged in light conversation. Their relationship gradually growing more intimate. Lin Yi began to grasp the crisis facing the Wind Elves, linked to the underground city and dark pollution. It seemed this quest was far from simple. Lina possessed limited knowledge, being merely the captain of the Elven squad. More comprehensive information could only be obtained upon meeting the Wind Elven priestess. With a swift gallop, the verdant expanse of an ancient forest soon unfolded before Lin Yi's eyes. Towering trees pierced the clouds, and even from a great height one could feel the immense stature of these colossal trunks. "Lord Lin Yi," Lina exclaimed. "Ahead lies our elven tribe's dwelling. However, it is shrouded by a magical barrier. We need you to lower the sacred dragon's altitude." Lin Yi nodded in realization, though. A magical barrier, that makes sense. The Soulbreaker Mountains are fraught with peril. Without protection, this tribe might have been crushed to fragments by monsters long ago. With a thought, he commanded the sacred dragon to spread its wings and dive swiftly towards the heart of the dense forest, descending to just a few hundred meters above the ground. "All right," Lina shouted, quickly closing her eyes. Her delicate, fair fingers danced through the air as if performing an ancient ritual. Simultaneously, she murmured an incantation. With a soft hum, faint green halos radiated outward from her, enveloping the forest above in a transparent protective shield. The waves of energy expanded, revealing an opening resembling a grand gateway. "Lord Lin Yi, we must hurry inside, or the entrance will soon close," Lina urged. Lin Yi nodded gently, with a powerful flap of the dragon's golden wings. They surged forward and passed through the opening. As if traversing a different realm, the surroundings suddenly opened up. Lush greenery stretched endlessly before them, pulsating with vitality. A sensation magnified tenfold compared to before. Towering trees reached skyward, and even the vast form of the sacred dragon appeared diminutive in their presence. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from Lina, causing Lin Yi to pause in astonishment. With joy sparkling in her eyes, Lina explained, "Since our arrival in this new world, we have refrained from using the wind barrier at will, lest we provoke the will of the world and have our powers suppressed. Were it not for the quest to find you, my lord, I would not have dared venture out. The priestess foretold that once the realms merge, we shall be liberated from our confines." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a jolt within. Despite the intricate relationships between the 5 great nations of Blue Star and numerous intelligent races, he had not anticipated such limitations imposed by the world's will on other sentient beings. The potential upheaval and unpredictability of the situation, should the barriers between the realms dissolve, loomed large in his mind. In light of this, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He must attain formidable strength and establish his own influence before the two realms converge. "My lord Lin Yi, please follow me." The pervasive darkness of the underground city was terrifying, tainting the mother tree of the elves. This year, our tribe has been unable to birth any new sprites. With no reservations, Lina began to confide in Lin Yi upon returning to familiar surroundings. "No new sprites? Is the situation so dire?" It was no wonder they had sent Lina and her companions out on an expedition. Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the elf tribe's plight. "Do not worry. If I can assist, I shall surely help you resolve this." Lina nodded fervently. Lin Yi was her only hope now. As they conversed, their pace quickened. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from ahead as the bushes parted, revealing several delicate figures resembling Lina. Most were clad in leather armor, with one wearing a robe. This was the patrol team of the elf tribe, tasked with guarding against external threats. "Sister Lina, you have returned," exclaimed the leading girl with surprise. To which Lina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced her companions joyfully. "At last, you have returned safely. What of Linda and the others?" Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Lina's gaze. "They perished. I am the sole survivor. I am so sorry." Grief washed over the faces of those present, with a few young ones shedding tears. Soon, Lina suppressed her sorrow, reminding them that Linda's attempts were not in vain. "I have found Lord Lin Yi. He is the hero foretold by the high priest who will save our elf tribe." Lina's declaration drew all eyes toward Lin Yi. A handsome young human, could he possibly possess elven lineage? A smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he greeted them. "Greetings." The elves shyly lowered their heads. "Lord Lin Yi, please. You must save our tribe." These elves were not without strength, possessing capabilities akin to silver tier practitioners. Thus, the upper echelons of the elf tribe must be even more formidable, likely reaching platinum tier. Would even the strongest of the platinum tier struggle to resolve this dilemma? Could I possibly succeed? However, since the Worlds will has assigned this as my ascension task, there must be a solution. Lin Yi felt a twinge of doubt but quickly recognized the issue at hand. "Let us hurry to meet the high priest." The elves temporarily set aside their grief for fallen comrades and led Lin Yi onward. The winds conjured by the elven mage enveloped them, accelerating their pace. The deeper they ventured, the more Lin Yi could perceive the vitality surrounding them, even richer than where they had descended. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed an unusual force, an aura of darkness. The extent of the mother tree's corruption was even more severe than he had anticipated. Soon, a dreamlike scene unfolded before him. Towering trees stood in harmonious disarray, various climbing plants intertwining to form a robust ecological haven. Numerous elves frolicked and darted about within. Lina respectfully guided the way. "Lord Lin Yi, please follow me. The high priest has been awaiting you for quite some time." The unexpected arrival of Lin Yi undoubtedly astonished the myriad of elves. A human. It has been so long since we last beheld one. This human, could he be a distinguished guest of the revered priest? Might he have come to address the pollution afflicting the mother tree of the elves? The youthful sprites, upon sensing Lin Yi's gentle smile, gradually summoned the courage to approach him. The bolder ones ventured closer, curiously scrutinizing his presence. Observing Lina leading Lin Yi towards the abode of the priestess, their eyes glimmered with excitement. Soon, Lin Yi found himself face to face with the elven priestess, Catherine. In the past, the priest held the supreme status as a bridge between the elves and their deities. In this new world, despite the once cherished communion with the divine having faded into memory, Catherine still wielded significant authority over the tribe thanks to her formidable prowess and the inherently peaceful nature of her people. However, of late, Catherine appeared unusually fatigued. The mother tree was under unprecedented siege, the situation having escalated into a dire struggle for survival. Should a resolution remain elusive, the mother tree would suffer irreversible harm. Joy radiated from Catherine's eyes as she exclaimed, "Lord Lin Yi, it brings me great pleasure to meet you." Instinctively, she activated her innate ability to observe him through elven sight. In this new realm, humans were favored. Practitioners could intuitively perceive essential information about others, while other sentient beings relied on specific skills. A green luminescence flickered in the depths of Catherine's gaze, swiftly transforming into astonishment, stirring a tempest within her heart. To her dismay, her elven sight had failed. The attributes of the young man before her were obscured and utterly indecipherable. How can this be? As a level 78 epic elven priestess, I am unable to glean any information about him even at such proximity. Catherine's heart was shaken. Had she not weathered numerous trials, she would have lost her composure. She recalled fragments from her prophetic visions, the formidable mage of the floating city, the hope of the elven race, worshipped by millions. Yet, since yesterday, her divination had completely faltered. She had initially presumed it was due to her overexertion. Little did she anticipate that even face to face, She could not uncover a single detail about Lin Yi. Her regard for him intensified, igniting a fervent flame of hope for the future of the elven tribe. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi possessed the epic skill, Fool's Mist, which rendered him inscrutable even to those of demigod caliber. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt a tumult within himself. The beautiful and refined visage before him, seemingly just a few years his senior, actually bore centuries of wisdom. Wind Elven Priestess Catherine. Level 78. This simple information was enough to astonish Lin Yi. He had assumed that the upper echelon of the elven tribe was limited to the platinum level. Yet here stood an epic being. However, having previously encountered the two epic powerhouses, Wu Weilong and Serbin, Lin Yi remained composed. Lady Catherine. I am equally delighted to meet you. He inclined slightly, maintaining the balance between courtesy and humility. Now that the elven race sought his assistance, what significance did her legendary status hold? Catherine gently instructed, Lina, you may step back for now. Within the quaint abode woven from verdant vines, only Lin Yi and Catherine remained. Lin Yi, calm and unhurried, savored the refreshing and sweet fruit beverages prepared by the elves, brimming with vitality. At last, Catherine spoke. Addressing him as Lord Lin Yi, she expressed her earnest plea on behalf of all the elves, requesting his assistance. Lin Yi, intrigued, inquired, I am merely a bronze-class practitioner. Why does the priestess, a figure of epic strength, require my aid? Catherine elucidated, a century ago, our tribe fell into despair, but after a brief period of turmoil, we managed to settle down. However, our respite was short-lived. 50 years ago, the world underwent a second convergence, resulting in a special rift within our tribe. Lin Yi's spirits lifted, this seemed to be the crux of the matter. The rift connected to a unique dungeon, learned from my sensing. There lies a vast underground city within, teeming with formidable dark energy. Initially, all was well, but 30 years ago, this dark energy began to infiltrate our tribe. Its power proved overwhelming, though our mother tree of the elves resisted valiantly at first, it gradually became untenable. To this day, we can no longer give birth to new elves. If this continues, as our generation ages, the elven tribe will face extinction. Catherine's gaze was heavy with sorrow, revealing only part of the truth. In reality, the crisis confronting the elven tribe was far more dire. That dark energy sought not only the annihilation of the elves but aimed to transform them into dark elves. Once the mother tree of the wind elves is completely tainted, the existing elves shall also succumb to the darkness. This was Catherine's most pressing concern. Lin Yi pondered. Then why does the priestess not personally enter the dungeon to eradicate the source? Catherine shook her head in resignation. I would gladly do so. But the dungeon stipulates that only those below level 30 may enter. It became clear to Lin Yi why his involvement was necessary. A sense of relief washed over him, even tinged with excitement. Venturing into the dungeon not only promised the fulfillment of his advancement task but also bountiful rewards. Lin Yi candidly expressed his apprehensions. The mother tree can nurture epic elves, akin to the priestess herself. If such dark energy can corrupt it, I fear I may not be able to eradicate it either. Catherine nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, based on my insights into the dungeon, it consists of inner and outer layers. Lord Lin Yi, you need only access the outer layer to obtain what is necessary to temporarily suppress the encroachment of dark energy. She harbored a simple calculation. If they could endure until the world fully merged, they could leverage the power of the priestess, and all would naturally resolve. Lord Priestess, I hope to receive a small measure of assistance. If we cannot eliminate the dark taint from the dungeon, the consequences faced by our elven tribe may be far more severe than I have articulated. After all, during negotiations for cooperation, no one would naively lay bare their predicament, as that would reveal one's vulnerabilities to adversaries. Catherine appeared slightly taken aback but quickly responded with a smile, of course, there is no problem, Lord Lin Yi. As long as you are willing to assist the elven tribe, feel free to voice any requests. Lin Yi remained silent, rising under the perplexed gaze of the elven priestess. Producing two tokens, the wind spirit card and the tear of the spirit. A flicker of sorrow crossed Catherine's eyes as she gently caressed the tear-shaped token, realizing that Lin Yi was indeed the valiant hero avenging the spirits. Thank you, Lord Lin Yi. With the appearance of these two tokens, Catherine's affection for Lin Yi markedly increased. You shall be a forever friend of the elven tribe. Should you be willing to aid our clan, I will bestow upon you 3 vials of moon water, a treasure most beneficial to mages, undoubtedly to your liking. Lin Yi's eyes brightened momentarily, only to shake his head. Priestess Catherine, it seems you harbor little sincerity towards me. The moon water alone suffices. Regarding the matter of the dark corruption, you will need to seek wisdom elsewhere. Catherine furrowed her brows in confusion. Lord Lin Yi, please wait. The moon water is a precious gift cultivated by our ancient elven trees. Currently, the ancient trees are afflicted by dark taint, and no new treasures can be produced. These are merely remnants of the past. Please believe in the sincerity of our elven kin. Lin Yi let out a light chuckle. Priestess, to this day you still refuse to be candid with me. First, you have not elaborated on the details of the underground city's secret realm, not even disclosing what the target is. It is hard for me to believe that you have never attempted to explore it. I fear most of the elves who entered have met with misfortune, have they not? Secondly, you withhold the severity of the dark corruption. Do you think to dismiss me with 3 vials of moon water? Is this how the elven tribe treats its benefactor? With a cold snort, Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. Suddenly, Catherine appeared before him in a flash, nearly causing him to collide with her. Her anxious expression was palpable. Lord Lin Yi, it is not as you think. I simply have not had the chance to explain. Faced with the survival of her race, even Catherine could not help but feel flustered. Moreover, Lin Yi's observations were not unfounded. The elven tribe had indeed sent members into the underground city. But the situation was far worse than he anticipated. No one returned alive, and only scant information and treasures were retrieved. Sensing Catherine's emotional turmoil, Lin Yi felt the surge of her epic power and grew wary. What is this, priestess? Do you intend to coerce me? Catherine hastily shook her head, her imposing demeanor dissipating. Lord Lin Yi, please state your demands. As far as the elven tribe is capable, we shall certainly fulfill them. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Excellent. Initially, I will leverage Lina's life-saving grace and the 2 tokens to cultivate goodwill, then feign dissatisfaction to depart. The strategy of retreating to advance indeed proves effective. He secretly rejoiced, masking his delight, and gradually softened his tone. Truly, any request will do. Indeed. Very well. First, I require 10 vials of moon water. Secondly, I seek a treasure capable of storing experience. Furthermore, I need practical skill books and equipment to enhance my abilities. After all, my strength is still lacking, and acting rashly may not only endanger myself but could also implicate the elven tribe. Lastly, I must be apprised of detailed information regarding the underground city, otherwise, I cannot comply. Lin Yi meticulously enumerated the conditions, leaving Catherine utterly astonished. Indeed, humans are insatiably greedy. Lord Lin Yi, your demands are excessive. Catherine questioned whether her prophecy had gone awry. This was not a savior, it resembled a vampire instead. Lin Yi smirked slightly and replied, Revered priestess, the conditions are negotiable, let us take our time. Surely, you do not wish to witness the demise of the elven tribe. Do you? Catherine, engulfed in fury, felt the sting of his words. Her expression stiffened, then her anger gradually dissipated, her gaze growing dim. After a prolonged silence, she sighed. You speak the truth. Yet, your demands are indeed excessive. It is not that I am unwilling to comply. It is merely that the elven tribe is on the brink of extinction. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, inviting her to elaborate. He did not intend to exert undue pressure. For if the elven tribe were to perish, his promotion task would be in jeopardy. A month's wait to receive a new task would be a tremendous waste of time. A maximum of 5 vials of moon water. That is the limit for individual use, more would be futile. Lin Yi readily agreed, very well. As for the treasures for storing experience, those must be returned once utilized. They are sacred relics of the elven tribe, with experience storage being merely an ancillary effect. That is acceptable, he acknowledged. For it was solely for the vast experience unattainable within the instance. Thus, the dilemma was swiftly resolved. For skill books and equipment, I can provide only one of each. The elven tribe had been severed from the divine for far too long, and their reserves were scant. If you consent, I have the authority to present this to you first, on the condition that you bring back at least enough dark crystals to sustain the elven tribe for 3 years. Catherine fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. This was her bottom line. Agreed. Lin Yi deemed it prudent to cease negotiations. The dark crystals are indeed the treasures that alleviate the effects of dark pollution, correct? Precisely. The entire dungeon is, in fact, the lair of a formidable black dragon. The interior is vast and intricate. You need not fear the dragon appearing at the periphery. Your target lies in the outer city, where the dragons can reside. Defeating them will yield the dark crystals. Catherine revealed, no longer concealing anything. Lin Yi's task log was subsequently updated. Special promotion task, redemption of the wind elves, new information added, task objective updated. Acquire dark crystals to save the wind elves, target quantity, 30 pieces. Note, the more dark crystals collected, the higher the task completion rate. A significantly high completion rate will yield additional rewards. Catherine gazed at Lin Yi and softly stated, "Please wait here, I shall fetch the moon water for you." With that, she ventured alone beyond the vine-entwined little dwelling. It was evident that Catherine's demeanor towards Lin Yi had grown considerably colder, still displeased by his earlier impetuousness. However, Lin Yi merely smiled slightly, unfazed. One must look out for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Moreover, he would still aid the wind elves, albeit while ensuring the maximization of his own benefits. Occasionally, he waved at the curious little elves peering through the window, his heart brimming with joy. Soon, Catherine returned. Lin Yi turned around. His gaze intensely fixed upon several treasures before him. Catherine sighed gently, stating that these were all for him. Hoping he would exert himself to acquire as many shadow crystals as possible. Although the prophecy lacked absolute certainty, Lin Yi was undoubtedly a person of immense potential. She had learned from Lina that Lin Yi could even command the sacred dragon, revealing a talent that transcended the ordinary. If even Lin Yi found himself at a loss, she would be utterly despondent, compelled to resort to her last resort. However, such a course of action would come at a tremendous cost. One she would prefer to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yi solemnly nodded, assuring her that he would indeed spare no effort. Should he acquire more shadow crystals, he would surely deliver them to her. Having been entrusted with a task, he would remain loyal to that commitment. Now that he stood to gain, he would undoubtedly dedicate himself fully. Moreover, this endeavor pertained to Lin Yi's grand scheme for advancement, and he would never treat it lightly. With that, he began to scrutinize the treasures laid out on the table. To his astonishment, the moon water was not measured in bowls but existed as individual droplets. There were precisely 5 silvery liquid beads, not in the form of drops but crescent shapes, astonishing indeed. Moon water, grade platinum attribute, consuming it enhances mental attributes by 2000 points, note a treasure of the elven race, intricately linked to their birth. Each individual may consume a maximum of 5 droplets. Just 1 droplet of moon water could augment mental attributes by 2000. Lin Yi's eyes widened, far exceeding his expectations. After all, this represented a permanent enhancement, incomparable to transient items such as equipment. For a professional, consuming a treasure like moon water implied an innate advantage over others. He was filled with delight and unhesitatingly drank it down. Gulp, gulp. Merely 5 droplets of moon water surged into his body like a torrent. In an instant, the immense energy within the moon water erupted, a refreshing sensation washing over him. Lin Yi's mental attributes skyrocketed to 10,000 points, reaching an astonishing 42,000 points. And with the 20 bonus from the victor's set, it amounted to a total of 50,400 points. Just these 5 droplets of moon water had propelled his strength to new heights. A fireball spell could now inflict a staggering million in damage. If he unleashed the mightiest earth prison, it could deal over 80 million damage in one casting. Within 3 castings, he could even slay the once feared poisonous green dragon. It was evident that compared to his capabilities when he challenged the 30th level of the trial tower, Lin Yi's power had multiplied several times over. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the second treasure. A blue horn, inscribed with elvish runes beyond his comprehension. Horn of the Wind Spirit, grade, special attribute, the sacred artifact of the Wind Spirit, the wondrous object that enables communication with deities, allowing the holder to store 20 times their current professional experience. Lin Yi marveled at this discovery. So, it was indeed a wondrous item that facilitated communication between the Wind Spirit and the divine. No wonder it needed to be returned after use. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as it would only be utilized within the dungeon. storing 20 times the experience points. That was more than sufficient. Elated, Lin Yi tucked it away into the victor's pendant. A flicker of struggle crossed Catherine's eyes. The loss of such a remarkable artifact in the depths of the dungeon would be a tremendous blow. Lord Lin Yi, please ensure the retrieval of the elven horn. It is of utmost importance to us, she reiterated, her heart heavy with the thought of its potential loss. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze shifting to the third treasure. It was a pale green ring, intricately engraved with elaborate elven runes, shrouded in mystery. Blessing of the Wind Spirit, grade, platinum attributes, mana 200,000, wind-based spell damage below epic level 20. Additional skill, Elven Blessing, activates a 10-point increase in mental attributes for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet another platinum ring. With this acquisition, all 4 rings in his possession ascended to the platinum tier, leaving only the Hermit's mask as his sole silver equipment. Catherine did not deceive herself. It was evident that she had thoughtfully selected this ring. Lin Yi then turned his attention to the final treasure, the rare summoning skill book. Bronze level skill, Summon War Ancient Tree. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed as he swiftly clapped his hands together, instantly grasping the skill. With the activation of his innate talent, the summoning of the War Ancient Tree reached its maximum level. Gazing upon the attributes of the War Ancient Tree, Lin Yi could not help but burst into laughter. Eager to embark on his journey to the dungeon. War Ancient Tree, Summon Entity, grade, level 30 Lord Monster Health Points, 4, 735, 229 skills, Root Binding, Vine Shot. Rapid Regeneration, Wooden Activation, Shared Vision. As the skill reached its peak at level 30, the capabilities of the War Ancient Tree underwent a qualitative leap. In the face of peril, Lin Yi could dispatch the War Ancient Tree for reconnaissance without hesitation. Particularly, the combination of wooden activation and shared vision rendered all enemies nearly invisible within forested areas. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. It was splendid indeed to reap such rewards even before entering the dungeon. Seeing Lin Yi ready for departure, Catherine's emotions stabilized, and she softly suggested, Lord Lin Yi, if you are prepared, we shall set forth immediately. Clearly, she wished to delay no longer. With each passing second, the encroachment upon the mother tree of the elves deepened, posing an existential threat to their kin. Very well, Lin Yi agreed readily, stepping out of the vine-clad cottage alongside Catherine. The gaze of the elves converged upon them. Especially the elders, who regarded Lin Yi with heightened reverence upon learning he was their savior. Lord Lin Yi, may you return safely. Instantly, blessings erupted from the crowd. Lin Yi responded with a smile, raising his staff, causing the little elves to gaze at him with adoration. Lord Lin is so handsome. Catherine watched the scene unfold, shaking her head in exasperation. She refrained from mentioning Lin Yi's prior act of opportunism to her kin, deeming it unnecessary as long as he truly aided the elves in their plight. Yet, the thought of the 5 drops of moon water still caused her heart to ache. At last, they arrived. Lin Yi followed closely behind Catherine, weaving through the vine-laden structures until they halted before a colossal, verdant ancient tree. Just as he was savoring the sight, he abruptly stopped, nearly colliding with Catherine. Gazing upward, a towering ancient tree stands majestically at the edge of the clouds. Rising over 1,000 meters, with a diameter nearing 100 meters, it emanates an intense vitality intertwined with the essence of the wind. However, a sinister force pervades the atmosphere, equally potent. This is the mother tree of the elves, the very foundation of their existence. Lin Yi observed that half of the ancient tree had succumbed to the encroaching darkness. It spread relentless. The vibrant azure cocoons that should have nurtured life lay in eerie silence, at the source of new elven births tragically severed. As time flows by, the elven tribe may well fade into the annals of history. The entrance to the underground city lies at the rear of the ancient tree. Catherine guided Lin Yi to the tree's back, revealing a more astonishing sight. A black whirlpool spun slowly, its dark aura tinting the ancient tree, weaving grotesque webs of shadow. It became evident that the entrance to this secret underground realm was located behind the mother tree. The black dragon, sensing the tree's presence, sought to merge this hidden domain with reality to escape its fate of confinement. Lin Yi understood that most secret realms were fragments of worlds lost during the collision of 2 realms. For certain intelligent beings, such confined spaces were akin to torment. Encountering such a situation, Lin Yi cast a peculiar glance at Catherine, acknowledging that fortune had not favored them. Perhaps this is a trial imposed by the divine upon our elven tribe. If we endure this hardship, the tribe shall surely be reborn. Lord Lin Yi, please assist us in acquiring sufficient dark crystals. Upon finishing her plea, Catherine bowed once more. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Yi nodded decisively. Aware that his previous demands had been self-serving. Now, entrusted with this heavy responsibility, he could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, this task pertained to his own quest for advancement, thus he would exert his utmost effort. Catherine hesitated for a moment. This is a solo secret realm. You must venture alone. Should you encounter overwhelming odds, you may temporarily withdraw. Lin Yi offered no further words and reached out with his mental energy to touch the black whirlpool. Instantly, the flood of information surged into his mind. 35 Silver Dungeon Realm, entrance to the Black Dragon Underground City, difficulty, hell level, entry restrictions, class level below 30, maximum number of participants, 1. A hell level secret realm. Moreover, as a solo venture, the difficulty was exponentially heightened. This was merely the outer city. The inner city would likely be far more terrifying. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, grateful he need not delve deeper. Catherine, priestess, I shall enter now, await my good news. With that declaration, Lin Yi resolutely stepped into the black whirlpool. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Catherine stood frozen, her mind echoing the images revealed by the prophecy. In the floating city, powerful mages existed like deities, vanquishing formidable demon lords, and millions bowed in submission, among them, her own silhouette. Would the elven tribe ultimately yield to Lord Lin Yi? This was the root of her leniency towards him. For even the strong possess dignity and ought not to endure threats lightly. Let us see, she mused, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. If the elven god truly forsakes us. As Lin Yi entered the swirling abyss, a wave of dizziness surged through him, striking deep within his soul. This was a unique sensation of traversing the boundaries of space, crossing the barriers of worlds, impervious to mere magic. Soon, however, this discomfort dissipated entirely. As his vision gradually regained clarity, he found himself amidst an expansive and shadowy terrain. Above him, the sky was not a brilliant blue, but rather a profound shade of purple, reminiscent of deep rock layers. This was indeed the realm beneath the earth. Soon, Lin Yi's gaze was captivated by a solitary peak. Surrounding him, winding passages faintly ascended, resembling stairways that reached towards the heavens. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a dragon resonated throughout the subterranean world. Enter the hellish level instance. Eliminate all monsters, then locate the key to the inner city to complete your mission. Defeating the first Lord monster will grant you the right to exit the instance freely. Always remain concealed. Revealing your whereabouts will provoke an attack from all monsters in the dungeon. Unlike other instances, the exit here could only be unlocked by defeating the Lord monster with one's own hands. However, from the moment Lin Yi stepped into this place, he harbored but a singular objective: to conquer this challenge. Clearing all monsters and acquiring the key to the inner city. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. His curiosity about the enigmatic inner city was equally piqued. With a sudden flourish, the wings on Lin Yi's back unfurled, propelling him into the air like an arrow released from its bow. Concealment. No longer necessary. The more force that approached, the better. It would save him the trouble of searching high and low. A soft chuckle escaped Lin Yi as the victor's staff in his hand radiated a dazzling light, conjuring a massive magical array into existence. With a resounding roar, the holy dragon let out a powerful bellow. The black dragon, filled with fury, unleashed a series of enraged roars, seemingly calling upon its minions from the outer city, vowing to annihilate the intruder. Standing atop the dragon's back, Lin Yi caressed the head of his companion, a little gold, then reassured, "Do not rush, when we grow stronger, I shall aid you in slaying the black dragon and advancing further. Summon the ancient war tree." Lin Yi brandished his staff, and an enormous, armored tree emerged before him, its sharp branches resembling deadly swords. He finally grasped why Catherine had imparted this skill to him. In the outer district of the dungeon, aside from the crude stone dwellings, sparse clusters of ethereal purple trees were scattered about. For other elves, caution was paramount as they tread carefully to avoid swarms of monsters, seeking opportunities to hunt isolated foes in hopes of acquiring shadow crystals. Yet Lin Yi, evidently, had no need for such trepidation. Activate wood. Share vision. The two skills of the ancient war tree were instantaneously initiated, flooding Lin Yi's mind with a wealth of information. Not far away, a horde of goblins was rushing towards him. Little Gold, let us embark on our hunt. Lin Yi laughed heartily, guiding Little Gold into the fray. The holy dragon's golden wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the sky as it soared with astonishing speed. Before him, a dark mass of goblins was clearly visible, 32 ordinary goblin monsters, 33 elite goblin monsters, 34 goblin captain lord monsters, 35 purple dragon blood goblin lord. Every tier of goblin was present, and under the influence of the black dragon's blood, their strength had significantly increased. Notably, the 35 purple dragon blood goblin lord boasted attributes that rivaled certain golden lord monsters of the same level. Dragon blood no lord, rank 35 lord monster, purple, health 42. 4 million, skills, null rod, great axe cleave, dragon blood slash. Even Lin Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment at such attributes. This was merely the first lord monster. And it was already so formidable. Not to mention the numerous lesser monsters and elite creatures. Even the finest wind spirits at level 30 would find themselves no match against it. The hell-level dungeon, the secret realm, seemed to be a challenge not meant for mere mortals. Not everyone possesses such extraordinary capabilities prior to reaching the silver rank as Lin Yi does. Excellent, little Jin. Let us engage. The fire of battle ignited in Lin Yi's eyes. These creatures were a wellspring of experience and equipment. He sensed that a bountiful harvest was imminent. Although, in the vision of the ancient war tree, another wave of wargen was approaching from a distance, and Lin Yi remained unperturbed. He needed to swiftly dispatch this group of gnolls before the second wave arrived. Afterwards, he would change locations to avoid encirclement. Efficiently clearing out monsters while avoiding being surrounded by the Lord Monster was indeed a splendid strategy. Those who dare to infringe upon His Majesty Caesar shall perish. The deep roar of the dragon blood gnoll lord echoed, as gnolls in the distance hurled their spears, some accompanied by deafening sonic booms. Sky Shield. As the spears rained down, they merely caused ripples on the shield. Earth Prison. This skill had an extensive coverage area, with a diameter of 200 meters. Perfect for dealing with the gnolls before him. Boom. Enormous stone hands crushed the gnolls, while thick, sharp earth spikes darted back and forth. 8-11 million. 8-23 million. 7-96 million. 8-05 million. A series of staggering damage numbers soared. Whether it was the gnolls, dragon blood gnolls, or the Lord Monster Gnoll Captain, all were instantly obliterated. With 3 casts of Earth Prison, the total damage approached 26 million. Even the dragon blood Gnoll Lord lost half of its health from this strike. In an instant, the quest log was flooded with notifications. Lin Yi's gains were truly bountiful. Defeated 32 ordinary gnolls, regained 462 experience. Defeated 33 elite gnolls, gained 1457 experience. Defeated 34 Lord Monster Gnoll Captain, gained 14,517 experience. The messages in the log continued to surge, nearly overwhelming Lin Yi's vision. Fortunately, he had borrowed the horn of the wind spirit from Catherine. Otherwise, such a deluge of experience points would have slipped away, leaving him in deep regret. At this moment, within a 200-meter radius around him, the gnolls retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind an expanse of cleared ground. Just by casting Earth Prison once, he amassed over 500,000 experience. Such a result would surely drive an ordinary person into a frenzy of joy. The rate at which an average individual acquires experience is far from what one might imagine. After all, the life and death struggles of the real world are not something everyone can endure continuously. In an instant, Lin Yi once again unleashed the Earth Prison. The purple dragon blood goblin lord's eyes were filled with terror. A massive fissure in the ground split apart, and sharp earth spikes erupted, piercing through every goblin. Dark red liquid flowed like a stream across the ground, filling the air with a putrid stench. 7-26 million. 7-49 million. 7-86 million. This time, the goblins were somewhat prepared, resulting in only over 400,000 experience points gained. Nevertheless, after 2 rounds, Lin Yi had accumulated 1 million experience points. Only within this dungeon realm could one experience such exhilarating encounters. Outside, there were no monsters of such density. Lin Yi licked his lips, barely able to contain his excitement. At this rate, advancing to a silver-class profession would no longer be a distant dream. Purple Flame Meteor. For the scattered goblins, Lin Yi opted for the more efficient Purple Flame Meteor. Although it was not as dramatic as the Earth Prison, it still inflicted 4 million damage, yielding equally significant results. Defeated 32 ordinary goblin monsters, gained 483 experience points. Defeated 33 elite goblin monsters, gained 1789 experience points. Lin Yi felt an unusual sense of joy. The last time he experienced such a smooth ascent was during the Jiangcheng Trial Tower. Defeated 35 Dragon Blood Goblin Lords, gained 61,274 experience points. Unknowingly, my strength has increased so much. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Yi rode Little Gold as he plunged downwards, where a glimmering array of equipment awaited him. There was no shortage of silver-grade gear, and he even spotted a piece of golden equipment. Even the low-tier minions had dropped gear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mana transformed into a giant hand, swiftly gathering the scattered equipment. Upon rough count, there were around 50 or 60 black iron items, about 10 bronze items, 3 to 4 silver items, and lastly, that single piece of golden equipment. This haul, if converted to Huaxia currency, would likely amount to billions. Undeniably, as the strength of the professionals increased, the accumulation of wealth became increasingly effortless. Truly, this was a hell-level dungeon at level 35. Lin Yi's face was brimming with joy. After organizing the equipment below silver grade, he set his gaze upon the final piece of golden equipment. His taste had become increasingly refined, rendering ordinary gear insufficient to catch his interest. Berserker Armor, Grade, Golden Attributes, Constitution 12,000, Defense 12,000, Health 120000, Additional Skill, Berserk, upon activation, increases Strength and Constitution by 10. Decreases Agility and Spirit by 10. This piece of equipment could be considered a rare gem among warriors, with a market value of at least several billion Huaxia coins. Excellent. Excellent. I can have Jiangfu help me exchange it for some mage gear later. Satisfied, Lin Yi stored away the Berserker armor and turned his attention to the true purpose of his expedition. Dark Crystal. Gazing at the fist-sized diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Dark Crystal, Grade, Special Attributes, capable of absorbing and storing dark energy, it is an ideal container for harboring dark power. Lin Yi suddenly understood Catherine's plan. It turned out she needed him to seek out the Dark Crystal. The intention is to temporarily siphon off the dark energy residing within the mother tree of the elves, thereby significantly alleviating the burden upon the ancient tree. However, this is merely a stopgap measure. Only by eradicating the source of the darkness can the issue be genuinely resolved. It appears that Catherine is quite confident in her ability to completely eliminate the source of this dark energy within 3 years. Lin Yi mused to himself. Yet he chose not to delve further into the matter. Having recently awakened, 3 years may well see him ascend to the divine realm. This time, he obtained 12 dark crystals, a commendable start. In the past, adept elves venturing into this territory fought valiantly and even sacrificed their lives, managing to procure only 1 or 2 crystals at best. In stark contrast, Lin Yi's efficiency was like night and day. He turned to gaze upon the desolate dark purple expanse of land and the remnants of the dilapidated underground city. A surge of longing for endless experience and treasures welled up within him. Press on. Little Gold soared high, gliding toward an unfamiliar territory. At this moment, aided by the expansive view provided by the ancient war tree, waves of monsters surged forth from the horizon, their numbers vastly exceeding those of the previous goblin army. Just as the mysterious hints of the underground city had suggested, revealing their presence would mean that the hunters of the Black Dragon clan would swarm towards them. Though Lin Yi felt no fear, the path of systematically hunting them down was the true way forward. The outer area of this underground city was vast and boundless. Although termed the outer city, it was predominantly a desert interspersed with crumbling walls, occasionally dotted with remnants of stone walls. Despite the omnipresence of the Black Dragon's progeny, they provided Lin Yi with ample room for combat, allowing him to maneuver with agility. Utilizing the vision granted by the delicate purple tree, Lin Yi deftly circumvented the encircling army. Little Gold sped ahead, swiftly identifying a new hunting ground. Roar. The proud dragon's roar reverberated through the sky, once again provoking the Black Dragon Lord in the distant central city. Roar. Immediately, a furious voice echoed in response. Lin Yi sensed that a mixed battalion of wolfmen and goblins was advancing towards him. Further afield, more formidable monsters such as black-scaled dragons, hellhounds, and trolls lurked. However, they were still at a distance, unable to reach him just yet. The hunt commenced. As he gazed towards the approaching tide of beasts on the horizon, excitement gleamed in Lin Yi's eyes. There lay treasures of experience and equipment far richer than before. 32 ordinary goblin monsters. 33 ordinary wolfman monsters. 34 elite dragon-blooded wolfmen. 34 lord-level dragon-blooded goblin captains. Furthermore, there was even a golden leader. 35 golden lord-level dragon-blooded wolfman king. Dragon-blooded wolfman king, level 35 lord monster, golden, health 81. 5 million, skills, black dragon bloodline, dragon blood eruption, dark triple strike, wolfman roar, wolfman bite. Lin Yi exclaimed with excitement. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. The dragon-blooded wolfman king, a golden lord level monster at level 35. As a member of the Black Dragon clan, possessing the blood of the Black Dragon, its power transcended that of an ordinary golden leader. With over 81 million health points and an attack power of 790,000. Coupled with the initial Black Dragon bloodline, it undoubtedly surpassed previous counterparts of the same level. This formidable creature, the Blood Dragon, is indeed exceptional. Having once been the king of the wolfmen. Yet, Lin Yi remains unfazed. The more powerful the adversary, the more it aligns with his intentions. The previous goblin chieftain had already bestowed upon him a piece of golden equipment. The wolfman king before him might very well yield a piece of platinum armor. At the very least, he could acquire several golden items. Lin Yi resolved to take the initiative and strike. With a roar, little gold swooped down, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath that swept across the monstrous foes below. The dragon possesses an innate suppressive power over these dragon blood-infused beings, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Lin Yi, wielding the staff of the victor, concentrated a yellowish glow upon it. The earth prison. Instantly, a 200-meter diameter area transformed into a dense thicket of yellow spikes, a massive hand of pale yellow clenching tightly. It crushed the minions beneath, a horrific amalgamation of red, black, and green fluids, blood, meat sauce, marrow, and viscera blending grotesquely. 8 million. 8,130,000. 8,070,000. The damage surged like a tidal wave. Yet Lin Yi's expression remained impassive. The log swiftly refreshed, a smile creeping upon his lips. Defeated 32 ordinary goblin monsters, earning 457 experience points. Defeated 33 elite dragon-blooded goblins, earning 1195 experience points. Defeated 34 dragon-blooded goblin captain, earning 16,310 experience points. Defeated 33 ordinary wolfmen, earning 619 experience points. This wave alone netted over 600,000 experience points, with an abundance of wolfmen significantly richer in experience compared to the previous goblins. The Wolfman King, evidently more cunning than the goblins, enveloped itself in a black dragon blood shield. The Earth Piercer, which could originally inflict over 7 million damage, dealt only half. Although over 3 million remained, it was but a fraction of its 8 million health points. Furthermore, it began to retaliate. With a thunderous boom, the robust eye of the Wolfman King slammed down, unleashing an astonishing force that left a massive crater in its wake. It leapt into the air, soaring even higher than Little Gold, truly deserving of its title as a Golden Lord. Dark Triple Strike. The Wolfman wielded a colossal sword that emanated a profound black light. Descending with an overwhelming momentum, waves of pitch-black sword energy, extending 30 to 40 meters, cleaved toward Lin Yi. The sword energy was treacherous, imbued with the power to erode shields, creating ripples of darkness in the air. With a terrifying attack power of 790,000. It could inflict millions in damage, sufficient to obliterate any adventurer not yet of silver rank, and even most silver professionals would falter. Indeed, the hellish dungeon was nothing short of extraordinary, far more challenging than the Dark Altar. Lin Yi marveled at the situation but remained calm. Alas, it encountered me. His sky shield was more than capable of withstanding nearly 10 million in damage. What fear did he have? Moreover, he never engaged in futile sacrifices. Teleportation. Lin Yi deftly waved his staff, evading 2 strikes of sword energy in an instant. The remaining strike, limited by distance, could not be avoided. as the teleportation range was only 100 meters. However, this was inconsequential. The final sword energy collided with the sky shield, creating mini ripples before dissipating. Lin Yi smirked. If it could not break my shield, how could it hope to contend with me? With his spectral wings unfurled, he ascended into the air. Shaojin, descend and entertain those insignificant fools. I shall personally confront this adversary. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with combat fervor, seizing the opportunity to gauge his recent surge in power. Roar. The holy dragon swooped down, its muscular wings adorned with sharp barbs, ripping the lives of the monsters below. Observing Shaojin diligently clearing the battlefield, Lin Yi diverted his focus to the lycanthrope king. Teleportation. Lin Yi silently chanted, his figure flickering and instantly appearing beside the target. Delay spell. In the next moment, the lycanthrope king's speed plummeted. Whirlwind slash. The staff in Lin Yi's grasp erupted with a dazzling radiance. Empowered by the song of the wind spirits, the wind attribute spell unleashed an astounding damage exceeding 8 million. A wind blade, several dozen meters wide, spun and sliced through the air. Boom. The lycanthrope king's defenses nearly shattered, propelling him backward. 7,940,000. In an instant, his health plummeted by a tenth. Panic flickered in the lycanthrope king's eyes. Just a few more strikes like this, and he would be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Lin Yi radiated boundless excitement. Akin to an eagle soaring in the sky, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Ice Spear spell. Fireball spell. Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of spells, each step meticulously executed, driving his opponent to the brink of despair. Whirlwind slash once more. A colossal wind blade was hurled forth, nearly severing the lycanthrope king's arm. At that moment, the adversary finally retaliated. Enveloped in a dragon blood shield, he attempted a final stand. Yet to Lin Yi, this merely resembled a futile struggle. Did he think this would suffice? With that thought, Lin Yi gently waved his staff. A powerful white shockwave surged toward the lycanthrope king. Boom. Holy light impact. This was a skill inherent to the winner's staff. Although it paled in comparison to Lin Yi's max-level abilities, its crucial attribute was the capacity to repel. At this juncture, the lycanthrope was defenseless, presenting the perfect opportunity for a relentless assault. Whirlwind slash. Hat trick. The skill attached to the winners hat replicated 50% of the damage. A dual assault ensued, placing the opponent in a precarious position. Whoosh whoosh. Two wind blades shot forth, fiercely striking at the lycanthrope king. Splat, splat. 11,430,000. 569,000. The terrifying damage erupted, not only severing the lycanthrope king's thigh but also inflicting grievous injury upon his form. Ugh. In the next moment, the lycanthrope king emitted a desperate howl. Witnessing this, Lin Yi's expression brightened. He had long overlooked the skills embedded in his equipment. Though they were not as formidable as his max-level abilities, when utilized adeptly, they could wield decisive influence. From that point onward, Lin Yi completely seized control of the battlefield. As a subordinate of the Black Dragon, the lycanthrope king's sole hope lay in receiving assistance from his master, yet Lin Yi would grant him no such opportunity. Earth Prison. Gradually succumbing to his wounds, the lycanthrope king could barely even tear apart the confines of the Earth Prison. Whirlwind slash. In Lin Yi's eyes lay an unmistakable indifference. As the azure wind blades whirled rapidly, severing the head of the werewolf king. A staggering 12,940,000. The grotesque wolf head fell, splattering brown blood everywhere. Defeated the Golden Lord monster, Dragon Blood Werewolf King, earning 136,215 experience points. Lin Yi smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased with this trial. He alone, alongside Honfeng, was capable of slaying a Golden Lord monster of equal rank in the entire Jiang city. Now, Lin Yi could effortlessly crush high-level Golden Lord monsters. If Honfeng were regarded as a genius, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the paragon of genius among geniuses. His gaze swept over the spoils, shimmering with excitement. Platinum-grade treasures. Lin Yi swiftly gathered all the items, but it was not the time for examination just yet. At that moment, the remaining werewolves and goblins, witnessing their king's demise at Lin Yi's hands, were engulfed by a sense of dread as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Fear spread through the hearts of each creature, yet the oppressive dominance of the Black Dragon Emperor stifled any thought of retreat. Through the shared vision of the war-ancient tree, Lin Yi sensed multiple waves of monsters encroaching from behind. It was time to hasten the conclusion of the battle. He had no intention of clashing head-on with multiple Golden Lord monsters simultaneously. Instead, systematically picking them off one by one and shifting the battlefield was the more prudent approach. After all, the ultimate goal remained a smooth passage, necessitating the selection of the most reliable route. Little Gold put in some extra effort. Lin Yi called out with a smile, once more mounting the broad back of the sacred dragon. Earth Prison. Purple Flame Meteor. The two area damage skills were unleashed in succession, yielding astonishing results. Before such terrifying damage, even ordinary Lord monsters were rendered as inconsequential as mere minions. Falling with a single strike. Defeated 32 ordinary goblins, running 536 experience points. Defeated 33 elite goblins, running 359 experience points. Defeated 34 dragon blood goblin captain, earning 893 experience points. Defeated 33 minor monsters, werewolf heads, earning 723 experience points. After swiftly dispatching several waves of monsters, the experience within the Horn of the Wind Spirit surpassed 3 million. This experience alone could propel him to level 33. And this was merely the beginning. It could be anticipated that if he were to cleanse the entire dungeon of its monsters, Lin Yi might amass enough experience to ascend to level 35. Upon completing the promotion quest, his status as a silver-tier professional would elevate his strength tenfold or more. Beyond experience, the abundance of equipment delighted Lin Yi immensely. Hundreds of items of various grades glimmered invitingly, the feast for the eyes. The spoils from both encounters were sufficient to outfit an entire mercenary group. With a whoosh, a magical hand materialized, swiftly gathering the scattered equipment. These were minor spells procured from Jiang Fu, such as Jump and Mage Hand. Lin Yi stretched contentedly, casting his gaze toward the monstrous army faintly appearing on the horizon. Farewell. Little Gold, let us retreat. He soared into the sky, riding upon the expansive back of the sacred dragon. Despite being ensconced in the subterranean realm, devoid of sunlight, the distance to the surface rock and soil spans several thousand meters. Roar. Shortly thereafter, the minions of the Black Dragon arrived at the battlefield. Black-Scaled Wyvern, Canine Demon Lord, the Half-Lich Castles. The remaining 3 Golden Tier Lords of the Outer City, each at level 35, gazed furiously at the scene before them. The tableau was unchanged from before, littered with the corpses of wolfmen and goblins. Even the king of the wolfmen, the creature of the same Golden Tier, had met his end by decapitation. Roar. The monsters issued furious roars, a blatant act of defiance against the mighty Black Dragon Emperor. The Black-Scaled Wyvern and the Canine Demon Lord bellowed in anger, their eyes betraying a sense of dread. This fear stemmed from the Black Dragon Emperor himself. The inability of so many loyal subjects to capture a single intruder was a disgraceful failure. When they next entered the inner city to pay their respects, severe punishment awaited them. Unbeknownst to each other, both monsters turned their gazes towards the Half-Lich. Castles, we must rely on you for tracking. The Half-Lich, though not a true undead, possessed formidable magical abilities despite being an incomplete transformation. Beneath the black robe, the Half-Lich began to chant a spell, but was soon forced to halt, his astonished voice echoing, "How is this possible? My dark tracking spell cannot lock onto this intruder. My dark tracking spell can even trace creatures of level 40. With the barrier of the Black Dragon Emperor, the dungeon should only permit creatures of level 30 or below to enter. We must await the intruder's reappearance, the next time we 3 must act in unison." The Black-Scaled Wyvern, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "Useless lich, I shall be the first to arrive next time," severing the intruder's head to present to Emperor Caesar. With that, the Black-Scaled Wyvern unfurled its massive form and soared towards the distant lair. The Half-Lich's expression darkened as it conferred with the Canine Demon Lord to devise a strategy. The monsters dispersed in various directions. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the internal strife among the monsters stemming from their failed pursuit. Had he been aware, he might have laughed aloud. His max-level Fool's Mist was beyond even the demigod's ability to trace, let alone a mere level 35 lord. It was precisely due to the mobility of the Little Gold and the dual assurance provided by the Fool's Mist that Lin Yi felt emboldened to so brazenly reveal his location. After gathering information on the Outer City from the Elven Priestess, Lin Yi meticulously planned a series of actions. He inhaled deeply and descended into a modest stone structure. Within the vast dungeon, as long as he did not deliberately expose himself, the monsters would find it exceedingly difficult to discover his hiding place. Lin Yi did not immediately inspect his spoils, instead, he cautiously surveyed the distant sky. According to Catherine's intelligence, the subterranean world was on the brink of a dark tide. That surging power was something even dark beings found difficult to withstand, forcing them to seek refuge within their edifices. Only within the inner city, under the protection of the Black Dragon Emperor, could one maneuver freely amidst the dark tide. Buzz. Soon, layers of dense black energy began to coalesce and overflow, rapidly weaving into a black shroud that enveloped the horizon. This shroud expanded swiftly, shrouding every corner of the underground world. Lin Yi could even hear, at times, the distant echoes of anguished cries. The subterranean realm indeed presents a harsh environment. And it is no wonder that they are willing to go to any lengths to corrupt the mother tree of the elves and assimilate into the new world. In a swift motion, Lin Yi conjured the sky shield. As the dark tide approached the edifice, the stone walls flickered with a faint glow, repelling the onslaught of the waves. Observing the increasingly dilapidated structure, Lin Yi was convinced of the accuracy of his intelligence. By concealing himself within specific stone constructions, he could evade the dark tide. He let out a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze to the central solitary peak in the distance, the heart of the inner city. There, the dark tide appeared even more concentrated, and the boundaries seemed to grow frail. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After clearing the outer city, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to infiltrate during the eruption of the dark tide. Of course, this was contingent upon acquiring the key to the inner city. He harbored a keen interest in the Black Dragon Emperor, and as there might be unforeseen rewards. However, he resolved not to dwell on it for the moment. Once he confirmed his safety, Lin Yi began to examine the spoils from his recent conquest of the Warg King. Having just vanquished that wave of monsters, his bounty was substantial. Within the hellish dungeon, even the drop rate of minor foes had significantly increased. To Lin Yi, these items were merely commodities to be exchanged for currency in the future. A cursory glance sufficed, then he soon turned his attention elsewhere. What truly captured his interest were the few rare treasures in his possession. Among them was a pair of battle boots, subtly adorned with a pair of diminutive black dragon wings at the back, exuding a striking allure. Black Dragon Battle Boots, Grade, Platinum Attributes, Agility 20,000, Stamina 10,000. Movement Speed 50. Additional skill, Black Dragon Leap. Note, can leap in any direction without rebound damage. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. A glimmer of excitement shone in Lin Yi's eyes, difficult to conceal. It could be said that half of the value of these platinum boots lay in this skill. He had never encountered an additional skill with such a brief cooldown period, nearly rivaling the efficiency of his max-level abilities. This would undoubtedly become a staple in his combat repertoire. The swift leaps of the Warg King had left a profound impression on him, and he had not anticipated that they were facilitated by these very boots. These boots were likely a reward from the Black Dragon Emperor to his subordinates. Alas, they had fallen into his hands. With the Black Dragon Leap in his arsenal, combined with the wings of the Nether, Lin Yi's maneuverability would be greatly enhanced. In situations where teleportation was unsuitable, this could prove to be the key to victory. For instance, when facing the Warg King's Shadow Triple Slash, a mere 100 meters of teleportation would only evade 2 strikes, but with the Black Dragon Leap, he could perfectly circumvent the attacks. Regrettably, these boots required level 35 to equip Lin Yi side lightly, but it mattered not. Clearing this underground city and reaching level 35 would be a trivial task. By that time, he would complete the promotion quest and would naturally be able to don them. Furthermore, the current set of Victor's gear had already formed a cohesive system. One single piece of platinum equipment was insufficient for him to abandon this set of golden gear. After all, a hasty change could result in a decline in his strength. There was no rush. Eliminating the remaining 3 Golden Lord monsters would undoubtedly yield a few more pieces of platinum equipment, at which point he could make a comprehensive switch. Today, they have fallen into a trap. Tomorrow, when the tide of darkness recedes, it will be far less manageable. At that time, we shall see which challenge to confront first. Setting aside distractions, Lin Yi continued to examine the remaining 2 pieces of golden equipment. Ring of the Wolfman, Grade, Gold Attributes, Strength 4000. With an additional storage capacity of 50 cubic meters. This ring is considered an exceptional treasure for a warrior, not only enhancing strength by 400 but also possessing the rare feature of storage. Indeed, this storage functionality effectively doubles the ring's value, rivaling even some lower-tier platinum gear. The other golden piece is a set of bracers. Bloodthirsty bracers, grade gold attributes, a defense 5000, a health 50,000, universal lifesteal 1. Lin Yi can also make use of this, particularly the universal lifesteal effect, which caught his attention. This means both physical and magical damage can be converted into vitality. Excellent. When the time comes to replace the Victor set, this shall be equipped. Among the most precious of these items, Lin Yi also discovered a treasure suited for himself, a bronze skill book, Fire Explosion. This perfectly complements my offensive capabilities. A gleam of joy sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes as he unhesitatingly learned Fire Explosion. His talent activated automatically, and Fire Explosion instantly reached its maximum level. Fire Explosion 30 detonates fire elements beneath the enemy, forming a pillar of flame with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Furthermore, combined with the 30 fire skill enhancement from the lava ring, its power now rivals that of the enhanced whirlwind slash. Splendid. This will make dealing with the Lord monsters considerably easier. Additionally, Lin Yi gathered over 20 dark crystals, directly aiding him in completing his promotion task. If he so desired, he could leave the secret realm now, handing these dark crystals to the elven priestess to ascend to the rank of silver practitioner. But how could Lin Yi be satisfied with merely this? He yearned to acquire more dark crystals, exceeding the requirements for his promotion. Indeed, exploring the inner city was his true objective. Having tallied his gains, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of contentment. At this moment, the external tide of darkness began to stabilize. From a distance, the furious roars of the black dragon echoed faintly from the central solitary peak. No wonder the black dragon was willing to go to such lengths to return to the new world. It is truly a pitiable creature. From another perspective, the black dragon is not entirely at fault, it merely seeks survival. Forced to curl up in a confined space whenever the secret realm opens, it is further constrained by the will of the world, remaining trapped within the inner city. Just thinking about it is stifling. Thus, the black dragon's pollution of the elven mother tree is not difficult to comprehend. However, comprehension aside, for the elves, that act is a profound enmity that threatens their homeland. Standing in solidarity with the elves, Lin Yi naturally felt no sympathy. In the newly merged world, strength is the ultimate truth. Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in a moment of tranquility. According to the intelligence gathered by the elves, the fluctuations of the dark tide are entirely unpredictable, ranging from mere hours to the span of day and night. Thus, he decided to exercise patience. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the sound of receding tides disturbed Lin Yi's meditation, prompting him to open his eyes wide. Before him, the dark veil that shrouded the subterranean realm dissipated like a receding tide, leaving Lin Yi in awe of the formidable forces of nature. He resolutely pressed on with his hunt, unwilling to squander time as the unknown darkness could return at any moment. Summon the war ancient tree. With a delicate wave of the victor's scepter, the obsidian war ancient tree re-emerged before Lin Yi. Though its combat prowess was modest, its unique ability to share vision proved to be invaluable to Lin Yi. Activate wood. Share vision. In an instant, the distant purple saplings sprang to life, and Lin Yi felt as though he possessed countless pairs of eyes. He then signaled for the little golden dragon to unleash a roar. The thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the underground space, startling the surrounding monsters. Waves of creatures surged forth towards the distance. Yet Lin Yi frowned at the sight of 3 golden tier lord monsters still huddled together. This posed a dilemma. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yi was reluctant to confront all 3 of the level 35 golden lords simultaneously. The unknown trump card was always the most perilous. After slaying the werewolf king, he could exit the instance dungeon at any time, but completing the challenge remained his ultimate goal. For now, retreat was prudent. Lin Yi commanded the holy dragon to soar high into the sky, swiftly distancing himself from the area. With the war ancient tree's all-seeing eye, he was in a position of invulnerability, able to advance or retreat at will. Soon, the monstrous horde arrived at Lin Yi's previous location. Faced with the emptiness, the black-scaled dragon let out a furious roar. How infuriating! This brat dares to mock us. Foolish half-lich, your scheme is utterly futile. That little creature lurking in the shadows will never face us directly. The duel lies beneath the half-lich's dark robe turned icy. Dragon, remember the fate of the werewolf. The black-scaled dragon, taking flight, bellowed, you continue your games, I shall capture that cunning little mouse and crush his skull. With that, it led its army in a hasty retreat. Witnessing the black-scaled dragon's arrogant demeanor nearly drove the half-lich to a frenzy. For so long, the black-scaled dragon had looked down upon its kin. Now, the half-lich's dissatisfaction erupted, you foolish dragon, were it not for Caesar's grace, you would be naught but a mere reptile. So be it, perish. A malicious glint flashed in the half-lich's eyes as it turned to conspire with the canine demon lord. Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed the unfolding events through the purple saplings, astonished to see the three golden lords fracture among themselves. A quintessential trait of dark creatures. Their impulsiveness and lack of strategy presented an opportunity. Spotting the isolated black-scaled dragon, excitement flickered in Lin Yi's gaze. Little gold, your chance for advancement has arrived. At this moment, the holy dragon had devoured numerous monsters and was nearing the level 30 cap. Should it consume the black-scaled dragon, it would undoubtedly leap to level 31. This would substantially enhance its power, providing a greater advantage against the remaining two golden lords. While others might worry about their pets becoming uncontrollable upon surpassing their own levels, Lin Yi felt no such concern. On one hand, his beast mastery was at its pinnacle, on the other, he had tamed the holy dragon during its formative years. A rare gift of the tyrant's blood has bestowed upon it the means to transform. The grace of rebirth will not lead Shaojin to deviate from its instructions. Charge forth. Lin Yi patiently awaited the opportune moment. Once the monstrous army dispersed, he would commandeer the holy dragon towards the lair of the black-scaled wyvern. Soon, a black stone cliff came into view. The black-scaled wyvern resided atop, while an array of creatures swarmed at the mountain's base. There were 32 goblin heads, 33 werewolves, and 33 shadow spiders. The total numbered nearly 5,000, including numerous elite and lord-level monsters. A rough estimate suggested that vanquishing them all would yield at least 2 million experience points. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi did not rush into action. After dealing with the black-scaled wyvern, he would have ample time to eradicate the remaining foes. This time, Shaojin did not proactively screech. Lin Yi approached the black stone cliff unimpeded, sensing the formidable aura emanating from it. He snorted coldly as the staff of the victor in his hand gathered a rich red light. The newly acquired skill, Fire Blast, was about to be unleashed. Fire Blast. The surging fire elements wildly coalesced at the cliff's edge, disturbing the black-scaled wyvern as it emerged to investigate. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated. A pillar of crimson flame erupted instantaneously, catching the black-scaled wyvern completely off guard, leaving it no time to react, relying solely on its physical resilience. The raging flames engulfed the black-scaled wyvern, igniting its dark scales, transforming its entire form into that of a fiery dragon. 73 million. The terrifying damage value flashed before him. Moreover, due to its utter surprise, the inferno continued to sear its body, producing a hissing sound. 270,000. 210,000. 290,000. Damage values, varying in magnitude, flickered intermittently. The black-scaled wyvern instantaneously lost over 10 million health points. Black-scaled wyvern, level 35 Lord Monster, golden, health points 35. 69 million, skills, Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Breath, Black-scale Shield, Claw Assault, Shadow Radiance, Shadow Spear. The information regarding the black-scaled wyvern materialized before Lin Yi, revealing it to be even more formidable than the previous Werewolf King. However, its fate was destined to be far more tragic. For it was ensnared at the threshold of its own lair. What was once a stronghold now transformed into its tomb. Holy light impact. A robust beam of white light drove the wyvern back into its cave. Following closely was another fire blast, causing the black-scaled wyvern's health to plummet dramatically. A cold smile crept across Lin Yi's face, who wished to escape. Today, I shall prepare a braised dragon for you. Damnable intruder. The black-scaled wyvern roared frantically within the dim cave. Its once impregnable lair had now become a confining prison. Each time it attempted to break free, Lin Yi would respond with a fire blast. Boom. The already deafening sound reverberated within the narrow cavern, amplifying the intimidation and overwhelming the black-scaled wyvern with unprecedented pressure. Though this agony was unbearable, it seemed trivial compared to the impending incineration of its body and the scales that were steadily peeling away. Dragon breath rampaged. A dark ethereal light surged from its mouth, attempting to carve a path with its breath. However, Lin Yi had long been prepared. Sky Shield. A luminous white barrier manifested around him, capable of withstanding countless damage. Even the breath of this draconic beast could not shake it. The sound of the shield colliding with the dragon's breath erupted like flame scorching grease, sharp and piercing. At that moment, the black-scaled dragon was filled with regret, lamenting its failure to heed the advice of the half-lich. Otherwise, how could it have been ensnared by this intruder? With a mighty roar that reverberated through the valley, it summoned reinforcements as its last hope. If the monstrous army at the foot of the mountain could arrive in time, the tide of battle might turn. In the next instant, the creatures at the base responded to its call. Various beasts, dog-headed men, werewolves, shadow spiders, and dark goblins emerged into a swirling tide of darkness, rushing toward the black cliff. The dragon's plan appeared flawless, but Lin Yi would not allow it to succeed. Xiaojin, you and the war ancient tree go forth to intercept them. The long-awaited Xiaojin suddenly dove, unleashing a pale golden breath that swept through the monstrous horde, carving a path through their ranks. Lin Yi's log updated continuously, as every creature Xiaojin felled granted him precious experience points. The war ancient tree was no less formidable, activating the trees along its path into treant warriors. Though ultimately destined to be torn apart by the monstrous army, it bought Lin Yi considerable time. Thinking of fleeing? A mere dream. Inferno blast. Crimson pillars of flame erupted, charring the black-scaled dragon's flesh, causing its scales to peel away. Most terrifyingly, the damage from the inferno was accumulating. Once its scales were entirely incinerated, its magical resistance plummeted, exposing it to nearly true damage. Shadow radiance. The dragon's health had dwindled to half, and its roar became a death knell. Whirlwind slash. The azure blades of wind danced like death itself, slicing toward the black-scaled dragon with unparalleled speed. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the dragon's body was cleaved open. Black blood splattered against the stone walls, producing a sickening sound. 12 million. An immense blow further reduced the dragon's vitality. Now, its health was less than 20 million. Intruder, the great black dragon shall not forgive you. You shall accompany me to the underworld. The black-scaled dragon weakly roared, making its final stand. Holy light impact. Yet, all was in vain. A colossal beam of holy light hurled it against the stone wall. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he elegantly waved his victor's staff. Inferno blast. Hat trick. Twin pillars of crimson flame, imbued with dreadful burning power, completely engulfed the black-scaled dragon. 908 million. 453 million. Gazing at the thoroughly incapacitated dragon, teetering on the brink of death, Lin Yi smirked. The great black dragon. Rest assured, I shall deliver it to you for company. Whirlwind slash. The azure blades, akin to the scythe of death, severed all. With despair in its gaze, the wind blades pierced through the remaining scales of its neck, violently severing its head. Having vanquished the Golden Lord, black-scaled dragon, I gained 163,781 experience points. As anticipated, the black-scaled dragon yielded a platinum treasure, along with several pieces of golden equipment. Lin Yi swiftly collected the gear. Now was not the time for meticulous examination. Once the horde of monsters outside was dealt with, he could savor the spoils at his leisure. Observing the life ebbing from the black-scaled dragon, Lin Yi called out to the little golden creature frolicking in the sky, urging it to come partake in the feast. Roar. Upon hearing its master's summons, the little golden dragon descended and dashed into the cave. Crunch, crunch. It eagerly began to feast upon the carcass of the black-scaled dragon. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the advancing monster horde near the mountain summit, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. This was a veritable trove of experience points. Whoosh. With the wings of the abyss unfurled, Lin Yi commenced his slaughtering spree. Purple flame meteor. Massive fireballs plummeted like meteors, turning the monsters congested on the mountain path into mere prey. The exhilaration of such carnage nearly brought Lin Yi to laughter. The effectiveness of this purple flame meteor rivaled the combined impact of the previous two casts. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, continuously ripping the lives of monsters. Slaying 34 shadow spiders gained 715 experience points. Slaying 32 goblins gained 461 experience points. Slaying 33 dark goblins gained 573 experience points. Slaying 34 dragon blood wolfmen gained 694 experience points. The experience points from the Horn of the Wind Spirit surged like a tidal wave. One spell, hundreds of thousands of experience. The thrill of leveling up was simply unparalleled. Were others to know how effortlessly Lin Yi advanced, they would surely be astounded. It is noteworthy that many illustrious talents rise swiftly not merely due to their innate gifts and abundant resources, but because they possess the secrets of experience augmentation. For instance, there exist wondrous items capable of tripling or quadrupling the experience gained, or rare treasures that mitigate growth impediments, allowing the strong to lead breakthroughs personally. Naturally, such shortcuts are not accessible to all. Firstly, these treasures are exceedingly precious, often beyond the reach of even the 4 prominent families of Jiangcheng. Secondly, those nurtured by such methods often turn out to be mere shells, lacking practical combat abilities. Considerable time and effort must be invested subsequently to hone their battle skills. Thus, few opt for this unless in particularly unique circumstances. However, regardless of the means employed for experience augmentation, none can rival Lin Yi's rate of advancement. Lin Yi reveled in the thrill of engaging with the monsters below, thus their numbers visibly dwindle. Concurrently, leveraging the vision-sharing capabilities of the ancient warwood, he remained vigilant of movements in the distance. Strangely, the remaining 2 Golden Lord monsters did not make their appearance. Lin Yi shook his head gently, sighing, could it be that the black-scaled dragon is to be forsaken? Such dark beings are truly heartless, after all, it had once been an ally. Lin Yi was acutely aware that the half-lich and the Hound Demon Lord were undoubtedly orchestrating some grand endeavor. However, he remained unperturbed. Casting a glance back at the Holy Dragon, whose formidable aura was surging at an astonishing pace. Once Little Jin completed its ascension, it could directly confront those 2 Golden Lord creatures without fear. With a sardonic smile, Lin Yi disregarded the unfolding events and continued his journey of hunting. The purple flame meteor and earth prison were alternately unleashed, transforming the entire black rock cliff into a vibrant crimson. Ultimately, as the last wave of purple flame meteor cascaded down, the monstrous army was utterly vanquished. Lin utilized his arcane hand to gather the scattered equipment strewn across the ground. Over 100 treasures had been amassed, what a tremendous profit. As for experience points, they exceeded 3 million. While Little Jin's ascension was still underway, Lin Yi instructed the ancient warlord tree to remain vigilant around them. As he began to inventory the treasures left by the black-scaled wyvern. Wyvern belt, grade, platinum attributes, health 200, 000, mana 200, 000, flight speed 100. With the skill winged wyvern, instant acceleration of 100 effective against skills below platinum. The attributes were exceptionally remarkable, with the increase in health and mana being approximately 20 times that of the victor's belt. Moreover, combined with the winged wyvern skill, it would triple the speed of the shadow wings. In the short term, it was nearly instantaneous teleportation. Unfortunately, it was equipment that could only be worn at level 35. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Yi's eyes, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. If he could procure 1 or 2 more pieces suited to his needs, perhaps after ascending to silver rank, he could contemplate replacing the Victor set. After all, the Victor set was a level 25 golden armor, which paled in comparison to higher-tier platinum gear. Yet, Lin Yi was not in a rush. Following the current pace of progress, clearing the dungeon and reaching level 35 would not pose a challenge. The other 2 pieces of golden equipment were ill-suited for Lin Yi. One was the black-scaled Great Shield, exclusive to shield warriors, possessing a black-scale block skill that allowed for the evasion of the next damage upon a successful block. The other was the Poison Dragon Dagger, tailored for assassins, significantly enhancing strength and agility while inflicting toxic effects. Both pieces of equipment were exceptional, particularly the black-scale Great Shield, whose block skill was particularly formidable. Having secured the equipment, Lin Yi's gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. At that moment, Little Jin had completed its metamorphosis. Roar. The thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. The holy dragon soared into the sky, now measuring 100 meters in length. Its presence rivaling that of the former black-scaled wyvern. Holy Dragon, Juvenile Stage, Level 32, Purple Gold, Health, 85 million, Skills, Sacred Dragon Breath, Rolling Charge, Earth Spike Assault. Rending Claws, Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with delight. It had indeed ascended to level 32. The black-scaled wyvern had proven to be an optimal source of sustenance for Little Jin. Its base attributes were on par with the former Warg King, slightly inferior to the black-scaled wyvern. However, when considering the additional bonuses from the maxed Beast Mastery skill, it had actually surpassed it. Excellent. Now, Little Jin could assist in holding off the remaining two Golden Lord creatures. This time, we could confront them head-on. Lin Yi's heart surged with passion. With Xiao Jin's advancement, the culmination of the underground realm was tantalizingly close. Unfortunately, my Beast Mastery remains at the Black Iron level. And Xiao Jin's enhancement after reaching level 32 is merely 10. Should it ascend to level 41, I would be unable to provide any augmentation. In the future, I must seek a more advanced Beast Mastery. Standing atop Xiao Jin, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh with sentiment. The sensation of commanding a 100-meter sacred dragon could only be comprehended through personal experience. Xiao Jin, let us seek out the last two lordly monsters. Just as Lin Yi's thoughts coalesced, and Xiao Jin spread its wings to soar, an abrupt change engulfed the sky as a shroud of darkness quietly descended. A half-lich's eerie voice echoed ominously across the horizon. You wretched brat, you shall pay a heavy price for your transgressions. As the half-lich's chilling voice cleaved through the heavens, a vast, inky barrier materialized above, transforming from ethereal to corporeal. Amidst the swirling black mist, a multitude of monsters emerged from the plain at the foot of the mountain. Their numbers staggering, reaching into the tens of thousands. It became apparent that the half-lich had stealthily approached with its army at some point, establishing a massive magical barrier along the precipice of the black cliff. No wonder the vision through the ancient war tree had failed to detect their presence. They had employed stealth techniques. Lin Yi's mind cleared, so they had arrived early. They had remained hidden merely to set up the barrier. And the black-scaled dragon and its minions were left to be eliminated by me one by one. A cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. If the black-scaled dragon were aware of their passive observance, it would likely wish to devour them whole. The half-lich ascended as well, standing opposite Lin Yi, its voluminous black robe billowing in the wind. That arrogant fool, I had warned it long ago, yet it remained obstinate. Since that is the case, let it serve as the final sacrifice for the esteemed Caesar. Should you fall here, your demise will bear significance. The half-lich appeared in high spirits, having finally trapped the intruder within its grasp. With the support of the Dog Demon Lord and countless monsters, it was certain to slay this boy before it. Particularly the sacred dragon, presenting it to the Black Dragon Emperor would surely bring great delight. Not only would past losses be forgiven, but there would also be a chance for substantial rewards. Lin Yi, however, merely chuckled and shook his head, scrutinizing the information on the two golden lordly monsters. Dog Demon Lord. Level, 35 Lord Monster, Gold, Health Points, 81, 250, 000, Skills, Black Dragon Bloodline, Dog Demon Roar, Strength Condensation, Frenzied Slash, Half-Lich Castles. Level, 35 Lord Monster, Gold, Health Points, 72, 510, 000, Skills, Immortal Body, Dark Shield, Physical Immunity, Dark Canopy, Undead Spear. Corpse Explosion. The Werewolf King appeared to be the weakest among the four, while the half-lich's power even surpassed that of the black-scaled dragon. Especially its immortal body, which not only granted immunity to most physical attacks but also partially mitigated magical damage. Combined with the Dark Shield, it may seem to have insufficient health. Yet it proved to be far more troublesome. Yet Lin Yi displayed no semblance of fear in his gaze. In truth, even before Xiao Jin's evolution, he would not have been incapable of simultaneously confronting two Golden Lord monsters. Choosing to bide his time was merely a strategy to explore the dungeon with greater ease. Now, with Xiao Jin ascending to level 32, its strength was on par with the subordinates of the four great black dragons, perhaps even surpassing them. It was unexpected that they would seek him out so readily. Lin Yi let out a cold snort, as this conveniently spared him the trouble of searching. You wish to take my life? Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. With that, the victor's staff in his hand erupted with a brilliant radiance. Earth Prison. The nearly instantaneous spell left the half-lich little time to react. Within a vast expanse of 200 meters in diameter, a colossal earthen hand suddenly rose. Subsequently, sharp earth spikes began to pierce back and forth. In an instant, countless monsters met their demise. The half-lich was firmly ensnared by the giant hand, suffering the brunt of 2 waves of earth spikes. 3. 87 million. 4. 19 million. Although the immortal body mitigated some of the spell damage, it was sufficient to plunge the half-lich into a state of fury. You despicable brat, I shall extract your soul and trample it beneath my feet. Fool. Your words are excessive. Lin Yi remained undeterred as the staff radiated a deep crimson glow. The fire element gathered furiously, then erupted beneath the half-lich's feet. Flame burst. A massive scarlet fire column erupted like a firework display. In the next instant, it enveloped the half-lich in flames, shattering its dark shield instantaneously. The roaring flames twisted the very air around them. 71 million. In mere moments, the half-lich's life force had been diminished by over 10 million. Even more absurdly, the half-lich's black robe was reduced to ashes in the inferno. Its skull-like head remained barely connected by remnants of flesh, while the withered muscles clung tightly to the bones, presenting a grotesque visage. The true lich had transformed into an incorporeal form, capable of fully immunizing itself against physical damage and even some spell damage. The older the lich, the more formidable it became, with some being able to rival deities far beyond the capacity of such a half-lich. TSK, no wonder it hid beneath a robe. It bore the countenance of neither human nor beast. Lin Yi's derision was unabashed, inciting the half-lich's wrath. You wretched boy, I shall see you dead. The half-lich roared. Hound demons, join me in offering him to the Black Dragon Emperor. A howling response came from the Hound Demon Lord as it emitted a deafening roar. Hound demons differed vastly from dog-headed creatures, the former possessed human faces with beastly bodies, while the latter were the opposite. The Hound Demon Lord's massive black form towered at around 20 to 30 meters, resembling a small mountain, its muscles bulging with raw power. Its head was humanoid, yet its jagged teeth exuded menace. It was said that hound demons were once a branch of humanity cast by the gods, ultimately falling into darkness. Confronted by the charging hound demon lord, Shaojin could no longer contain itself. It spread its wings wide, unleashing a divine dragon breath as it surged forward. Roar. The battle was about to commence. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Come, let us engage. Although the horde of monsters is numerous, they can at most be regarded as a minor inconvenience. The paramount objective at present is the half-lich Kosos on the opposite side. Once the half-lich is eliminated, Lin Yi can free himself to confront the Hound Demon Lord alongside Shaojin. At that moment, the remaining ordinary monsters will simply be ripe for the harvest. With the time bought by the Hound Demon Lord, the half-lich's incantation is nearing its conclusion. The staff in his hand erupts with a surge of dark brilliance, instantly enveloping the entire defensive barrier. Dark canopy. A thick shroud of black mist crashes over everything like a tidal wave, obscuring all vision. Any monster touched by this black fog emits ecstatic roars, their attacking power significantly amplified. Even the Hound Demon Lord, who is locked in fierce combat with Shaojin, is not exempt from this enhancement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi feels his movements becoming sluggish, the potency of his other spells diminished. A chill runs through Lin Yi as he realizes this is a domain skill capable of bolstering allies while debilitating foes. The effect is remarkable, inciting a sense of envy within him. In an instant, the pressure on Lin Yi's shoulders intensifies. Initially, the monster horde could only pose a slight disturbance. However, now, any misstep could lead to cumulative damage sufficient to pierce through his sky shield. It is no wonder he is so confident in his ability to eliminate me. He possesses such a trump card. Lin Yi comes to a realization, while the half-lich may be slightly lacking in offensive capabilities, its support potential far surpasses that of other lord monsters. Nevertheless, I can regenerate my shield every 2 seconds, do you comprehend that? Lin Yi utilizes a teleportation maneuver to evade the undead spear hurled by the half-lich. Whirlwind slash. Hat trick. The staff in Lin Yi's grasp radiates a cerulean glow. 2 blades of wind, one large and one small, spiral towards the half-lich, swiftly severing millions of life points. Yet, As the half-lich watches Lin Yi being inundated by various attacks, the wave of exhilaration surges within him. The monster horde under the dark canopy is simply unstoppable. Boom. After enduring several successive assaults, the sky shield ultimately shatters. The half-lich can hardly conceal its excitement, cackling gleefully. With this, it need only await the next wave of assault. This young man before it is certain to meet his demise. However, Lin Yi remains utterly unperturbed. Victory Guardian. The set of victory gear bears this skill. When layered upon one another, the resulting holy shield, while not as formidable as the sky shield, remains equally resilient. The half-lich's cackle abruptly ceases, not due to the victory guardian, but because it senses the new shield's strength is far inferior to the previous one. Merely 2 seconds later, the sky shield reappears around Lin Yi. How can this be possible? The half-lich is engulfed in confusion, questioning how such a brief cooldown for a spell could exist. Yet, the evidence is undeniable. A cold smile creeps across Lin Yi's lips. It seems you have exhausted your tricks. Now, it is my turn to perform. Whirlwind Slash. Inferno Blast. Earth Prison. 3 damaging skills take turns assaulting, each capable of inflicting millions in damage. Lin Yi, relying on the sky shield's high durability, chooses to confront the onslaught head-on. Should the shield shatter, he will switch to Victory Guardian for mitigation. Alternatively, one might withdraw from the battlefield, awaiting the cooldown of the sky shield before launching a renewed ferocious assault on the half-lich. Such a despicable tactic ignited an inferno of rage within the half-lich, a sorcerer of unparalleled malevolence. Damned beast, summon your aid. As his health plummeted below 20 million, the half-lich finally succumbed to panic. Should this continue, his demise was inevitable. As a being not entirely a lich, death for him signified an absolute end. In the distance, the canine demon lord, engaged in a fierce battle with Xiaojin, could scarcely believe his eyes. The mightiest of half-liches, bolstered by an army of tens of thousands of monsters, was on the verge of defeat at the hands of a single individual. It let out a roar, attempting to interrupt Lin Yi, but was met with Xiaojin's overwhelming force. With 32 purple gold lord monsters and the enhancement of beast taming, the canine demon lord was also suffering. Its health diminished by nearly 10 million. Lin Yi's gaze burned with intensity as he declared, "No one can save you now." Once the half-lich was eliminated, the canine demon lord and the remaining thousands of monsters would merely be fish on the chopping block. Bracing against the half-lich's deathly spear, Lin Yi commenced a spellcasting duel. 457 million. 509 million. 583 million. As time passed, the half-lich's mana began to wane, and the dark shield often failed to materialize in time. With a whirlwind slash, the final azure blade swept through, severing the half-lich's skull with precision. You have slain the 35th Golden Lord monster, the half-lich, earning 181. 507 experience points. Gazing at the fallen half-lich, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. Undoubtedly, this had been the most arduous battle since he had entered the dungeon. Yet, the conclusion was triumphant. The half-lich was vanquished, and next awaited the canine demon lord. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Yi gathered the treasures dropped by the half-lich, which included 2 platinum artifacts, marking yet another bountiful harvest. A roar of terror erupted from the canine demon lord, who never anticipated such a swift defeat for the half-lich. Under the joint assault of Lin Yi and Xiaojin, the canine demon lord's remaining health stood at just over 60 million. Without the dark shield of the half-lich, the canine demon lord could only endure Lin Yi's mightiest blows. Inferno Explosion. With the final eruption of a crimson pillar of flame, the canine demon lord perished with a mournful cry. Its massive form bore the scars of scorching, a scene of desolation. You have slain the 35th Golden Lord monster, earning 161, 583 experience points. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as he observed the refreshed log entry. However, this was not the end. At the foot of the mountain lay another 8,000 or 9,000 monsters, waiting for him to reap. This promised a tremendous bounty of experience. Lin Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiaojin, let us lay together. Purple Flame Meteor. Earth Prison. Perched upon the back of the holy dragon, Lin Yi waved his staff with fervor. One by one, the monsters succumbed, wailing amidst the flames and earthen spikes, occasionally yielding equipment. You have slain 33 dark spiders, earning 617 experience points. You have slain 32 canine demons, earning 526 experience points. You have slain 34 undead warriors, earning 753 experience points. You have slain 35 great canine demons, earning 829 experience points. This was exhilarating. Simply sublime. To upgrade, one must venture into the secret realms of dungeons. With a burst of purple flames, the monsters before Lin Yi fell into an eerie silence, their forms reduced to lifeless corpses, while fierce flames continued to blaze. Lin Yi's magical hand extended repeatedly, gathering the numerous items that had dropped, depositing them into the victor's pendant. Over 200 pieces of equipment brought an exuberant smile to Lin Yi's face. Adding the spoils from earlier waves, he amassed a total of over 500 items, ranging from black iron to bronze and silver. Notably, bronze equipment dominated the whole, and it is conservatively estimated that this batch could fetch several billion. What sheer delight! The experience gained was equally bountiful, approximately 5 to 6 million. At this moment, the Horn of the Wind Spirit had accumulated over 12 million experience points. Only 900,000 remained until the cap of 22 million was reached. Once the Dark Crystal was delivered to Catherine, his promotion quest would be complete, allowing him to ascend directly to level 35. Moreover, there were still some monsters left within this dungeon. After clearing them, an additional 2 to 3 million experience points could be gained. Thus, reaching level 36 would be swift. If he were outside, such rewards in merely a day or two would be inconceivable. The remaining minor creatures were of no immediate concern, the dark tide would soon arrive. It was wise to evade this wave of darkness before returning to confront them. This would also provide an opportunity to assess the equipment dropped by the Half-Lich and the Hellhound Lord. Lin Yi remained mindful that the condition for completing the dungeon was to vanquish all creatures and acquire the key to the inner city. Thus, this task was indeed formidable. Fortunately, with the shared vision of the ancient war tree, he could accomplish this with a little time. Shaojin, let us depart. Lin Yi commanded the Holy Dragon, racing toward a stone edifice where he soon halted. Before long, the dark curtain in the sky enveloped the entire underground world once again. The dark tide had returned. Thankfully, the intel provided by the Elven Priestess was invaluable, otherwise, encountering this dark tide would have posed a significant dilemma. Lin Yi sighed, deciding to let it pass without further concern, knowing it would merely cost him some time. What was paramount now was to assess his gains. Earlier, upon slaying the Half-Lich, Lin Yi had glimpsed 2 platinum treasures, one of which was a staff. Staff of the Lich, grade, platinum attributes, spirit 20,000, ignore defense 10,000. Additional spirit attribute 20, accompanying skill, dark barrier, can create a solid barrier that prevents escape, hiss. Observing the formidable attributes of the staff of the Lich, Lin Yi instinctively gasped in awe. It was powerful. Exceptionally powerful. The surprise in his eyes nearly overflowed, and he yearned to wield this staff immediately. It surpassed the Victor's staff by more than 10-fold.